The Immortal Berserker Chapter 101. Nilima walked next to Barrett, nodding at the summary of his story. So, what you're saying is, I can hit you as hard as you want without worrying about crippling you or something. That wasn't exactly what I meant for you to take away from that whole thing. Nilima shrugged and grinned, too bad. It'll be good for you anyway, with your crazy Immortal Berserker training. Well, Barrett scratched his head, a true immortal body is rare enough we don't really have exact details about it. Besides, if you destroy my heart or turn my brain to mush I'll die without even knowing if it can recover that sort of thing. Nilima shook her head, you don't have to worry about that. Unless you stood around and let me, I couldn't even do that. I mean, I could turn a normal brain to mush but you surpassed normal levels a while ago anyway. The advantage of my style is that most people don't train their internal organs except by proxy. What is your style called anyway? Nilima held out her hands, no idea. It's Mistress Joshi's style. It might not even have a name. Barrett frowned, you think she'd tell you if it had a name? Maybe. We don't talk much. She teaches me and I go fight people. And to think, I'm the one practicing a berserker style. Nilima flipped her head away. Don't compare my style to yours. Practical use is the only way to be good at something. Barrett agreed with that, but he didn't see what that had to do with her not being more like a berserker than him, in some ways. When they arrived at the gate, the guards stopped them. Who is this? This is Nilima. She's a member of the, Barrett frowned, well, she's Mistress Ishita Joshi's student. The guards nodded and wrote down the information. While bringing people in and out of the sect was allowed, they kept note of who came and went. After all, the sect did have enemies and there was little laws could do to protect people from dying if people were determined. Sure, they were under the protection of Streeto, but they still had to have people arrive to help. Even the Silver Blade wouldn't do anything for fear of retribution, but there were outside groups that had trouble with the Immortal Berserker sect as well. Barrett mentioned the buildings they walked past, there's not much to say about most of it. Residences, a few smithies and such, and training areas. Most of it's not useful to you in particular, but if you're looking for sparring partners there are lots of us here. Nilima nodded, that's good, but it's not like I can fight against just one style all the time. Still, it's good to know there will always be someone to beat up. Just be careful, there are plenty of strong people about our age, and well, we're not the best at holding back. He looked at Nilima's thin frame. It looked like she could snap in a harsh breeze. Avoiding taking damage is part of training as well. Besides, did you hold back when you fought me? Barrett had to think about that one. He definitely wouldn't say he went easy on her, but the difference between not going easy and a life and death match was significant. Reuben could have testified to that, if he were still alive. Not really, but we sort of assume a certain level of bodily toughness. I doubt you want to spend a few weeks recovering if you slightly misjudge someone's strength. Nilima rubbed her forearms. It's not that fun. I don't see how you do it. Well, most of the time we don't spend very long recovering. That's sort of the whole point. Yeah, you're crazy. I get that. Barrett just shrugged, well, here we are. We have a lot of different kinds of sparring equipment but don't need it. It would only slow me down, and I doubt it would help me if I took a solid hit. Barrett nodded, likewise, I doubt it will make any difference against you. The two found themselves facing off in their own section of the training area. Barrett found it somewhat odd to be in a semi-formal setting. When they had first met, Nilima had just challenged Barrett to a fight on the streets and most of the times after that they had just broken into fighting upon seeing each other. There had only been one short period of time where there were formal sparring matches between them. Barrett moved first. He knew that swinging the training axe in his right hand was mostly fruitless. She would never hold still long enough to get hit. However, it still let him control her movement somewhat. She still had to dodge his attacks, and when she closed in he could still attack with a fist or a knee. Barrett himself had to dodge her attacks with all the alacrity he could muster. Though her style fell under the gentle category, that only indicated it wouldn't involve a lot of cuts, bruises, or broken bones. If she got in a solid strike, her energy could pierce through his body to his vital organs. That had happened many times in the past, and while Barrett wasn't worried about taking a bit of damage, he could easily be out of the fight with a single mistake. Then Nilima gathered energy to her palm and to her legs, springing forward with a palm strike toward his torso, just ducking under Barrett's axe. With the energy gathered to her legs, she was so swift Barrett couldn't dodge, but he could block with his arm. Her palm impacted his left arm, and he felt like someone was shoving past him in a crowd. Meanwhile, her foot impacted his ankle, and he felt her energy flow out into the muscle and bone. He realized the energy she had gathered in her palm was just a decoy. Even so, Barrett counterattacked by bringing up his knee into Nilima's stomach, sending her flying back. He had almost forgotten how easily she sailed through the air as she dispersed the force of his attack into movement, finally landing on her feet. As she landed, she dropped her stance and held her stomach with one hand. I'd almost managed to forget what this was like. Stupid berserk energy. Barrett hadn't had long to gather energy to his knee, but even a small amount could cause significant damage. If Nilima hadn't been so skilled at energy dispersal, she wouldn't have gotten away with just slight unpleasantness. Barrett tested his ankle. It wasn't too bad. It wouldn't stop him from fighting, at least. He would just have to avoid taking any more damage there. Across from him, Barrett saw Nilima getting ready for a second round of sparring. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 102. After the spar with Nilima was over, everything hurt. Well, not quite everything. For example, Barrett's skin felt just fine, completely unharmed. It was just everything beneath that hurt. Well, in an hour or so he would be feeling a bit better. While he couldn't move his body without making the aches worse, he could gather and train berserk energy. That would actually slow down the healing process, but it would be good for him in the end. Fortunately, Barrett had plenty of ways to draw upon anger to convert into berserk energy, the incident with the silver blades being the most recent example. Master Hikel had told Barrett not to get too caught up with personal issues. Righteous anger for others' problems was a good starting point for not becoming selfish or unreasonably angry instead of just training berserk energy. Barrett didn't have much of that sort of thing to think about at the current moment, but he still always kept Master Hikel's teachings in mind. Being in control of himself was the most important thing, otherwise it didn't matter how strong he was. Within a few days Barrett was ready to perform another set of destructions, the 35th and 36th. It wasn't a particularly momentous occasion. Most of the others at the sect had gone through them, and the numbers weren't particularly special. That didn't mean he could slack off when performing the destruction, but after that Barrett didn't have to worry about anything. It was nice not having to worry about regressing, either. The pain wasn't nice, but Barrett wasn't really that concerned about it anymore. He was definitely growing more tolerant of pain, but he still kept aware of its existence. Master Hikel had often stated that pain was your body telling you something was wrong, and it shouldn't be ignored. The benefits of being at the sect were obvious. He had more sparring partners and even the option to learn from different teachers. Granted, he only really learned how to use different weapons from them. As Master Hikel's personal disciple, he could go to him at nearly any time for advice or learning. While he wasn't necessarily more knowledgeable than the other masters, being able to monopolize Master Hikel's attention was very useful. Of course, Master Hikel had his own training to do. Barrett avoided interrupting him, though watching him spar was always useful. Even if he didn't use any sort of amazing technique, seeing his control of berserk energy was enlightening. Even so, there was only so much Barrett could learn in the Immortal Berserker sect. That was where its location came in useful. Streeto was very close by, as well as many other groups of people in the vicinity. That gave him many different types of opponents. However, most of the sects didn't have such a good relationship with the Immortal Berserker sect that he could just show up and spar with its disciples whenever he wanted. There were a few scheduled opportunities for that, and then there was the upcoming tournament. Every 2 years there was a tournament for second-tier cultivators in Streeto. It was an entire month long, plus another month of qualifications before that, for those who weren't from a group that had guaranteed slots. All told, there could be more than 50,000 participants. Even though most of the matches were short, that took up an entire month. Having the tournament every 2 years allowed most cultivators to have 2 or 3 chances to participate. In other years that month was filled by alternating tournaments for 3rd and 4th tier, except for every 10th year where there was a tournament for 5th tier cultivators. There weren't any regular tournaments for 6th tier or higher cultivators, though whenever there were any the stands were full for the few days those particular tournaments lasted. Though a smaller percentage of people reached later tiers at a quick rate, the tiers covered a wider range of ages, which was how the tournaments for 2nd through 4th tier had approximately the same number of people. At least, it was close enough to still reserve the whole month. 5th tier cultivators were more rare, but nobody cared if the matches were spread out over more days if it meant they could watch more of them, especially since there were otherwise 40 arenas with matches at one time. Barrett had thought that 40 arenas was excessive, but he hadn't actually comprehended how many people 6 million was. Even if not all of them were cultivators or interested in joining the tournament, that was still a lot of matches for those that did. Then again, the 40 arenas were large enough they could split them into several smaller arenas for the larger tournaments. People at the 2nd tier didn't need that much room, though they did need some room to maneuver, for the sake of those who used ranged attacks and magic. That meant that the stands would probably be watching 4 matches at once, but during the early rounds it wasn't expected to have many particularly interesting fights. There was no way Barrett wasn't going to be participating in the tournament. It was an excellent place to test himself against the quality of those in Streeto. Not that he hadn't experienced some of it, but counting old acquaintances, some other immortal berserkers, and Simon wasn't really a complete picture of the city as a whole. Barrett was mid-2nd tier with a higher than average amount of real combat experience, which would put him above most, but there were bound to be decent challenges among so many people. Besides, there would be a lot to learn from fighting over a dozen different people. Maybe up to 17 different people, depending on how things went. Barrett wasn't going to say he could certainly win the tournament, but nobody would be so much stronger than him that he didn't have a chance. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 103. Master Hikel went over the rules of the tournament with Barrett. No poisons. Not that it's a problem for us, but the general rule is nothing that can continue to cause damage after the match. That included barbed weapons. It's supposed to be a friendly tournament, as far as such things go. Otherwise, as long as you stay inside the allowable equipment levels, pretty much everything is valid. Master Hikel gestured to Barrett, everything you have will be fine. That's there just to prevent me or an elder from giving you one of our weapons or our armor. Though some of the armor wouldn't be of much benefit to you. Unbreakable armor isn't that useful if you can't get up off the ground and someone can just stab you in the weak spots. Barrett nodded, so, I should pull back my blows to avoid critically injuring anyone? Master Hikel shook his head, don't worry about that. The arenas are enchanted. For people on your level, any truly dangerous attacks will be halted. Anyone who needs those defenses loses the match. Even if they might have won with a lost arm or a hole in their chest, it wouldn't be a real victory anyway. Not outside of life or death battles anyway. The point is, you don't have to worry about holding back. Even with the arena split into quarters, Barrett found the arena to be quite large. Maybe it wasn't so good for those who used ranged attacks, but there was still sufficient room. Not that it mattered at all for the current battle, because his first opponent didn't seem to have any intent to attack from range either. He held 2 short swords in a low, defensive stance. He wore gambeson, a layered cloth armor that wouldn't slow him down but could still provide excellent defense against cuts and impacts. Barrett didn't know what group he was from. There were many possibilities, but the important thing was he didn't know what sort of style the young man would use with his two short swords. He could guess the basics, however. When the match started, the young man retained his defensive posture, obviously not intending to give up his preferred stance. Barrett could almost see what would happen if he charged in. His axe would swing down, but the young man would deflect it with one short sword while the other went through Barrett's throat. Or at least, towards it until the arena's magic stopped it. Barrett had armor, but he couldn't count on his opponent being unable to reach his weak points. Barrett moved forward at a measured pace instead of charging in, keeping himself ready to defend if necessary. He tested with a vertical slash from the edge of his distance, but his opponent merely took a small step to the side. The following horizontal slash was met with a small step backwards. If he fully committed to the attack, Barrett could step forward, but that would leave him open to a counter. The young man hadn't shown everything he could do yet. As the fight continued, Barrett eventually had to move in deeper. This gave his opponent a chance to dodge or parry as well as performing a counterattack, but Barrett never committed so much that he left himself open. Short swords scraped against metal armor, while Barrett's axe met mostly with air, occasionally just brushing against the young man's torso, arms or legs. Barrett's opponent was quick, and didn't use overly large movements. He conserved his stamina, while Barrett had to use more to swing his heavy axe. On the other hand, Barrett was willing he had more stamina to begin with. He might still be able to outlast his opponent, but that wasn't the sort of victory he wanted. Barrett moved in deeper, getting ever closer to a solid hit with his axe. Even a high-quality gambeson wasn't going to stop a direct hit from Barrett. He was already starting to leave small cuts on it with berserk energy that extended just beyond his axe. In return, he received a few wounds in the weak spots of his armor, but his opponent couldn't afford to follow through to cause real damage without risking himself. Barrett went for another wide swing, which his opponent ducked under, coming up with a stab to try to penetrate Barrett's armor from below. Then everything stopped and Barrett's axe clattered to the ground. The young man's arm was stuck under Barrett's armpit, and his upper arm was held by that hand. Struggle as he might, he couldn't get away. He had another hand free, but he didn't have a good angle. He stabbed it toward Barrett's to try to get him to let go, but that hand was caught as well. His fluid movements were too limited by his caught arm. Barrett slowly started to twist one of the arms. "I surrender." His opponent called out. Once his victory was declared, Barrett let him go gently. "A good match." "You as well," his opponent nodded. There was no possible way to watch all of the matches that went on from there. Even so, Barrett watched as many as he could for the next 2 days, when his next match finally came. Many people were on the first round, but some of those whose second round opponent was decided would also be going. That way, the later rounds were spread out over more days for most contestants. There wasn't much to learn from casually watching 4 matches at once, but if he happened to run across any of them in the second round, at least he would have something to go off of. As he stepped in, he found he recognized his opponent. Nobody knew their opponent ahead of time, so he was surprised when he saw her. However, it was pretty hard to forget her. Silvery steel hair and skin wasn't very common. This was the same person from the Southern Metal Sea he had been matched against in the tournament in Dareth, Keani. It was surprising to see her so far away, but then again, she hadn't been close to her home there, and he was here as well. This was also a very large tournament, so the real surprise was being matched against her in the second round, not her participation. If he'd known, Barrett probably would have fought without armor again. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 104. Barrett wondered if Keani recognized him. He was wearing full armor this time after all. He didn't have a chance to find out, as the match started. He already knew she could attack at range, and he didn't have anything for that, so he made a quick mental note to learn a ranged weapon for real combats and ran forward. He sensed power washing over him. He wasn't surprised when he came to a screeching halt as his armor and axe stopped moving with him. He could feel his axe trying to twist in his grip, but he held it tight. He struggled to move his arms and legs, and though they moved slightly he could feel the metal holding him back, leaving him standing open. Barrett could just imagine a thin needle going for his eyes or throat and finishing him off, but they hadn't come after a few seconds. Then Barrett grinned inside the helmet. His eyes could still move freely, and he could see the strain in Keani's face as he struggled against her hold. After all, even if she could control metal, it still took energy. There was just the slight issue of being held up off the ground. Even if he could twist and turn, he couldn't actually move anywhere. Keani couldn't keep it up forever, but he saw her starting to open a belt pouch. He couldn't afford to just wait for his defeat. Every twist and turn he made was responded to with a tighter grip, a stronger push. He couldn't build up any momentum. When he gathered berserk energy and used it to propel himself, he found a stronger resistive force. Barrett closed his eyes and concentrated, leaning back slightly. Then he threw himself forward. His head shot down toward the ground, with the metal needles flying harmlessly over his head. Then he shifted weight back out of his head into his left arm, pulling himself to the side. His feet impacted the ground. He continued shifting as much weight as he could to different places. Side to side, forward, backwards, and the whole time he threw himself closer and closer to Keani. Then he was within striking distance, and he chopped toward her with his axe. Her body was like metal, maybe it was metal, so even though she was mostly unarmored she wouldn't have been injured even without protection from the arena. Then Barrett's axe suddenly stopped, with the rest of him suddenly free of pressure. That included his leg coming up for a kick, which contained most of his actual weight and momentum. That kick impacted into Keani's stomach, which was enough for her to lose control entirely. She was thrown backwards, and Barrett followed after her, bringing his axe down toward her chest. At the very moment where it was about to impact, his axe stopped. It wasn't like before, where it had been pushed against, but it actually just stopped entirely. Barrett didn't even feel any force on her arm, there was no barrier he bounced off of, but there was a glow around everything that picked both of them up and pulled them apart. It seemed impossible, but Barrett thought that just meant he wasn't strong enough to understand how it worked. Barrett found himself announced as the winner. With how much berserk energy he poured into that attack to push against her control, he knew it could have caused serious damage, but that was what the wards were for. Keani blinked and patted herself down, then collapsed onto her rear end. Then she blinked and looked at Barrett in surprise. "Do I know you from somewhere?" She squinted her eyes, and Barrett removed his helmet. "Damn it." She reached up to grab her hair. "It's you? How did you do that?" "Your body pushed in ways that your energy didn't, on top of being freakishly strong. It's a special technique where I shifted my mass around. With hidden energy?" Barrett shook his head. "Without energy. That's not how things work. You don't have to tell me if it's secret, but don't make things up." Keani flipped her head to the side, which in turn made her hair flip in front of her face, making a sound like rain on a metal rooftop. "It's a pure body tempering thing. But you're not, whatever." Keani shrugged. "It's bad luck I ran into you so early, I guess." She pushed herself up off the ground. "At least I know I need to train my power and endurance more. I hadn't expected someone at the same tier to be able to fight back so much even without that weird stuff. Then again, I'd heard you immortal berserkers do crazy stuff. Especially since coming here. Wait, were you the guy who got into that death match a couple months ago? Everyone keeps bringing that up. They have death matches here all the time." "Yeah, but not two second-tier people fighting with the lives of a fifth-tier master on the line, plus all the cheating and stuff." Keani breathed out heavily. "Well, I was hoping to go further than the second round. Just make sure you get pretty far, alright? If you lose next round I'll just look bad." "Of course." Barrett nodded. "I can't say I'll make it to the end, but I'm not about to get knocked out early unless I meet a very unfortunate opponent." Keani shrugged. "Well, I ran into you so, don't count on it." The next few rounds weren't much to speak of. A few days would pass, Barrett would fight again, and then it would repeat. Several of his opponents were early second tier, so they didn't pose that much threat. Barrett went all out, which resulted in one opponent losing to the first strike. Barrett hoped that not getting cut in half but seeing that it could have happened would motivate them to become stronger instead of making them give up. Some of his opponents managed to wound him. The wounds weren't all inconsequential, and with a fight every few days it could have been a problem, for people who weren't immortal berserkers. A day of rest was like a month or more, even without using pure body tempering abilities. Unless he got seriously injured, he would be heading into each match completely uninjured, and even slightly tougher than the last one. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 105. Barrett had the opportunity to watch the matches of others he knew. There were a couple acquaintances from the Immortal Berserker sect, as well as Reyna and Nilima. Barrett hadn't seen Lamont since coming to Streeto, though apparently his master would likely pass through at some point. Apparently they hadn't come for the tournament, or at least they hadn't stopped by the Immortal Berserker sect and Barrett hadn't seen them. Shanta was in Streeto, but not participating in the tournament. The reason? Master Steber says there's no point in entering the tournament if I can't use poison. Shanta shrugged, not that I care anyway. I'm in it for the medicine, and it just happens that training in energy helps with that. If he was being honest, most of the matches they were in were boring. Nilima's battles mostly went the same way. The match started, the combatants approached each other, Nilima hit right in the middle of a breastplate, and the match was over. That was even the case against wizards with magical barriers. She could direct her energy to flow through pretty much everything. If anyone actually depended on armor or barriers, they were defeated instantly. Those who trained their bodies did much better, but for the most parts their internal organs wouldn't be able to handle her damage. Maybe in later rounds the matches would be more fair, but Nilima could slip past almost any attack and nobody was quite prepared because of how weak she appeared with her tiny frame. Reyna was met with slightly more even-looking matches, but even so she usually finished the matches in a handful of attacks, which wasn't a very long time. Her rapier would whip back and forth, with any of the attacks being deadly if the opponent failed to guard or dodge. She actually floated around them as well, not needing to step on the ground to turn to attack them from behind. Nobody had too much trouble making it into the later rounds of the tournament. With approximately 17 rounds, the last 8 rounds sounded like the tournament was halfway done, but there were actually less than 1% of the total participants remaining at that point, the numbers having been reduced to a mere 256 from tens of thousands. Things were spread out so that everyone would only have one match per day, which meant that most of the arenas would remain unused for purposes of the tournament. That also meant seating was more coveted, though as one of the remaining participants Barrett was guaranteed a seat. His first match was against a fire elementalist wizard. He would almost wonder why he always got matched against people who used fire, but it was a very common type to train in. On the other hand, normal fire didn't really bother him anymore. Barrett thought it was unfortunate that he was using the whole arena. That meant he was further from his opponent. While he realized that it was a distance designed to be fair for all matchups, he didn't have a good method of attacking at range. It wasn't really important in a tournament where he could afford to lose, but he needed to seriously consider learning a method of ranged combat. The combat started off with the wizard making a dome of fire over himself, starting about 3 yards away from himself. If Barrett wanted to attack him, he would have to pass through it. Barrett was impressed by the power output for something of that size, but he imagined that the flames weren't at full power all of the time. Otherwise, the wizard would run out of mana in a matter of seconds. Barrett dashed forward. With all of that fire, he couldn't see what the wizard was doing. The flames all around him concealed both his movements and whatever he was doing with mana behind the dome. Unless he was doing nothing, but if that was the case Barrett would only have to stand around and wait for him to exhaust himself. There was only a brief flash of warning in Barrett's mind, and he threw himself to the side out of the way of a bolt of fire. He could feel the heat as it passed. It was strong enough that it could have burned a normal person just by passing near. In this case, it was just uncomfortably warm. Barrett moved his direction of approach, trying to be more covert, but the next bolt of fire just as accurately targeted him. That meant they weren't relying on sound to target him, and normal sight wouldn't work. On the other hand, only a fool would cut off their only senses, so it wasn't like Barrett hadn't expected something. After the second bolt of fire, Barrett was close to the dome of fire. He turned straight on and rushed towards it. He could feel the heat from 3 meters away, and 2 steps later it was like sticking his hand in an oven. Then he dashed through it, chopping down with his axe and berserk energy to ruin its semi-solid form. The fire flared as he contacted it, bursting with power and heat. It was hot enough to burn off skin in an instant. As hot as being on top of lava, but that was only for an instant, and then he was through. His hair was on fire, but that was an expected outcome. It was gone before he really thought about it, and he was moving further away from the heat as he charged the last meters toward the wizard. For his part, the wizard reacted calmly toward a berserker charging through his defensive barrier, quickly pulling the fire in and in front of him, pouring all of his mana into it. The fire was more intense than being in the caldera of lava, an impressive feat. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a few moments as Barrett gathered berserk energy and chopped through it. Then the fire was contained as the activation of the arena's defensive barriers signaled the end of the match. The wizard stood there, panting. *huff, you, are you, fireproof? The wizard put his hands on his knees as he looked at Barrett. You didn't even use energy to defend. Barrett shook his head. I'm an immortal berserker. Our energy isn't suitable for blocking. Oh. The wizard sniffed the air. At least I burned you a little bit. Barrett nodded. After the volcano, his body was much more resistant to any type of fire. You should have condensed it all like those bolts of fire. It was spread out too much. Probably good enough to turn a normal human to a pile of ash, but even if it's undodgeable, people can still defend against it. Ha! The wizard sighed. It worked just fine against everyone else in the tournament, even if they defended with energy. I guess I just underestimated the top people in the second tier. Barrett hadn't realized it, but he was near the top of the second tier. Sure, there could be a few people from each sect in the area who were stronger than him, but that was it. On the other hand, part of that was because all of the best would continue to be stronger and grow into the next tier. Even so, he was still less than 20 years old. He did know that he might not be the strongest yet. But as he kept getting stronger, he would be more able to control his own destiny, whatever that might be. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 106. In the next round, Barrett was matched against Nilima. It was somewhat surprising, but not extremely improbable given how relatively few people were left in the tournament. This would be a different sort of match than normal between them. Although they seriously fought, fighting to win and fighting to kill were different. Even during the times they got annoyed with each other, they were never trying to kill each other. Maybe cause pain or injury, but never kill. Barrett also didn't usually fight her with an axe. During sparring, though she could absorb the impact force of most blows, a direct hit from a weapon could still cause significant damage. She didn't exactly wear armor, though her clothes were laced with magic that would at least make the difference between having an arm chopped off and just a deep wound. She could dodge heavy attacks with weapons quite expertly, but it would only have to take one mistake to be a serious issue. It wasn't like they'd had high-quality defensive wards around all the time. The Immortal Berserker sect didn't have any of that because they relied on taking damage, instead trying to moderate it to non-lethal levels. The arena, meanwhile, was currently tuned to prevent death blows or crippling injuries of all sorts. It was a very expensive sort of thing to set up, and required powerful magic users to create and maintain. That wasn't a problem for Streeto to sustain, but the Immortal Berserker sect was only a small part of the people, and it just wasn't worth the investment for them to have. One thing Barrett liked about sparring with Nilima was that he didn't have to be the one to charge toward her. If it weren't for her size and the sort of energy he cultivated, Barrett might have even thought she was a berserker with her violent attacks and almost casual shrugging off of blows, though her methods of doing so were quite different from a berserker. Nilima charged toward Barrett, and he countered with a sweep of his axe. In one fluid motion she curved her forward momentum downward, her palm driving toward Barrett's ankle. It was a tactic he had seen before, and he stepped away to avoid it. Instead of losing her momentum, Nilima once again curved up to a standing position, not wasting the energy but turning it. The battle continued on as a flurry of blows, Barrett avoiding Nilima's attacks and vice versa. Occasionally she would achieve momentary contact with Barrett, driving energy into an arm or a leg, but it was brief enough to only cause minimal damage. On those with lower defenses it might have been enough to incapacitate them or slow them down, but immortal berserkers placed having a solid body high on the list of necessary features. Barrett also got in some hits of his own, a kick here or there when Nilima left herself open. That usually resulted in her flying backwards with no real damage taken. Still, everything took energy. No matter how efficient she was, she would tire eventually. The same was true of Barrett, and though he had more bodily stamina he also used more to move his heavy body and drive his attacks. Soon enough, Barrett realized that there was another reason to not fight her with an axe. While it was entirely possible that a good swing with his axe loaded with berserk energy could instantly defeat her, that was only if it hit. Barrett's axe swings weren't slow, but they just weren't fast enough. It took too much time to build up momentum and then it was hard to redirect. Very occasionally he got close enough to nick her with a bit of berserk energy, resulting in tiny cuts on her face or arms. They really were just skin deep. Even so, every little bit added up. Barrett took more damage and could sustain more, but if neither of them managed to get in a solid hit the match would end rather disappointingly. They were both tiring, but who was tiring faster was up in the air. It was better for them to act while they had good control than moving on and betting they wouldn't be the one to majorly slip up first. Then the moment came. Barrett had just a single flash of killing intent, a truly powerful attack headed straight for his chest. Barrett could probably dodge to make it a lesser attack, but instead he took the chance. He was already a half step behind, so his axe would be too slow. He gathered energy while at the same time punching forward with his left fist. Nilima couldn't dodge and hit him, nor could she devote significant energy to both attack and defense. Barrett couldn't actually tell if he had been fast enough. He was a moment later, but his arms were longer. Meanwhile, Nilima's reach was shortened by using a palm strike. Then Barrett was blinded by the arena's defenses, and felt the two of them being pulled apart. There was only the slightest twinge of pain in Barrett's chest. On the other hand, his fist had connected with Nilima's ribcage. However, even before the announcer called out the winner, Barrett knew it in his heart. Winner, Nilima. There was just a tiny point of pain on his chest, but it went all the way through. Instead of a palm strike, she had stabbed out with her fingers. Instead of an attack that could turn all of his vital organs to mush, it was like he had been stabbed with a spear that drilled through his heart. The arena's defenses had blocked most of it, but Barrett could feel what had happened. The killing intent had even felt that way, but he hadn't registered it, instead assuming she would continue her normal method of attack. Ha! Barrett sighed, I messed up. He looked over at Nilima, who was clutching her side. She wouldn't be seriously injured, but her ribs would probably be sore. Make sure to win a few more matches for me, okay? I'd like to think I could go further than this. Sure, no problem. Maybe I'll just win the tournament while I'm at it. Nilima casually waved her hand as she walked off the arena. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 107. Barrett wondered if the fight with Nilima would have gone differently if it were actually life and death. The answer was almost certainly. He probably would have dodged the attack instead, but even if he hadn't, he might have won that. He could have won, but he didn't. If it were actually life or death. Barrett felt his chest. Maybe his heart would have a hole through it. That was probably fatal, but Nilima would have died too. Then again, Barrett considered that he might be able to handle a hole in his heart. It just depended how big it was, and how close medical attention was. If he didn't die, recovery wasn't a problem, but that was only speculation on not dying in an already speculative situation. What could he learn from the situation? Mostly, it was things he already knew. First, exchanging blows with an enemy was stupid, even if he was tough. Second, that just because he thought he knew all of his opponent's moves didn't mean he actually did. Finally, Barrett wondered why he even had an axe. Sure, an axe was a decent weapon. Good for chopping, capable of great power. It wasn't the swiftest weapon, but it wasn't that slow if he was strong and skilled. Barrett could see why people would use an axe, and Master Hikel in particular. No, the question wasn't why anyone would have an axe but why he would have one. A large amount of the time he found himself just attacking with his fists and feet anyway. He was using an axe because Master Hikel did. That wasn't necessarily bad. Master Hikel had been his teacher for years, and learning his best weapon was logical. It wasn't like an axe was bad either. It provided more reach and power than just using his own body. He just didn't find himself needing those as much as he thought he might. Barrett supposed it was time to take advantage of the fact that the Immortal Berserker sect had people specialized in all kinds of weapons who could help him find the best fit for him. Master Hikel had mentioned that a couple times, but Barrett had been busy with other training, or recovery. Of course, before he got seriously back into training, there were some more matches to watch. If Reyna hadn't had a sword in her hand and Barrett didn't know her, he could have mistaken her for a noble lady. It wasn't just the clothes she wore, which were also supple armor, but the way she carried herself. There was an elegance and confidence to the way she stood, and a gracefulness to her every move. That sort of gracefulness actually made her frightening in combat. Most of her opponents hadn't really been prepared for her attacks. There was no loud stomping of feet on the ground, and her movements didn't look quick. Perhaps the flowing sleeves on her garments were made for just that purpose. Perhaps in the first round or two she had been underestimated because she was a woman, even though spread among the various kinds of cultivators they were only slightly less numerous than men. At the current point in the tournament, her opponents wouldn't underestimate her. Her opponent in the current round was a mage, and he started off the combat with a shining barrier to protect himself. Then he took a deep breath and breathed out, fog rolling from his mouth. Barrett clicked his tongue. There was nothing wrong with the move. It was probably even logical, assuming he had a way to see through the fog better than Reyna. It just made it less exciting to watch the match. Reyna had already moved into the fog, and all Barrett could see were occasional flashes of lightning or gouts of fire. However, the fact that they kept occurring meant that Reyna was still in the match and moving around. Based on how the attacks went, she was actually moving in a continuous clockwise motion, except with variations to her speed. Her opponent still seemed to be in the middle of the fog, barely moving while she dashed about. That meant she would likely tire herself out first, if he was conservative with his attacks. Especially since she would have to expend energy constantly for increases and decreases in speed, and to dodge his spells she had little chance to see coming. She couldn't see through the fog, but that didn't mean she was helpless. Barrett imagined she should have some sense for how to dodge his spells since she also cultivated mana. She just might not be able to attack properly. There wasn't much to see but roiling fog, but Barrett watched intently. Then he realized what he was seeing. The fog was moving, more and more swiftly. Soon enough, it was swirling up and thinning out. Barrett could see Reyna's form flickering about, and the mage's silhouette in the middle. Reyna moved in and out, but always in the same circle. As she approached behind the mage, her sword would skitter against his barrier. It was a translucent barrier of mana. Without any elemental properties, it didn't have any special qualities, but it also didn't have any particular weaknesses. However, that didn't mean it was unbreakable. Barrett could see the barrier wavering with the mage's concentration and fatigue. Then he saw the mage take another deep breath, and try to restore the rapidly thinning fog in the area. Unfortunately, it was too late. Reyna already had control over the area around him, and his additional fog was dispersed even more rapidly than the previous time, his effort wasted. Reyna didn't miss the chance to launch a sharp attack on his barrier, stabbing through it. The barrier collapsed, but delayed her enough that the mage had a chance to dodge back. As he did so, he found himself stepping out of the calm of the winds and lost his footing, while Reyna actually took a step back into the winds and moved around the center of the circle before coming up behind him. Then everything stopped. Reyna's rapier was touching the mage's back, and the wards separated them. Barrett stroked his chin and wondered how he would have dealt with the fog. Well, he probably would have just run into the center and smashed through the barrier, but he might have taken a critical attack on the way. Magic moved swiftly, but it could still be dodged by judging the right timing and looking where the mage's eyes moved. They still had to aim their spells at the right place, after all, and eyes were the best for that. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 108. Barrett was momentarily surprised at the two competitors in the finals. He had expected Streeto and its huge martial sects to produce terrifyingly strong opponents, yet two of his friends, Reyna and Nilima, had made it to the finals. Then he realized, they were part of those same powerful organizations. The Immortal Berserker sect was one of the top organizations in and around Streeto. The same was true of the Order of Four Winds that Reyna's mistress was from. Nilima was an exception in that she wasn't from a local power, but her mistress was a powerful wandering figure. Though he'd been knocked out a little past halfway through the tournament, Barrett didn't feel bad about it. After all, he'd basically tied with Nilima, who made it to the finals. He wasn't too proud to admit that he would have rather won, but losing wasn't the end of the world. If everyone gave up after a single loss, then even if the entire world was involved in the martial world, nobody would ever participate in more than 30 fights with anyone on their level before the entire world had been kicked out of the rankings. Barrett had idly imagined how he would have fared against Nilima's opponents, but he couldn't be sure about what the results would have been if he'd continued on instead. He thought he could have won, but wasn't sure. It didn't matter, because he could participate in the next tournament in 2 years. Actually, Barrett thought about that for a moment. Maybe he couldn't. He would be on the cusp of third tier in 2 years, if everything went well. There was no point in artificially delaying his training till he could win a tournament. If he did so, would he be a winner or just someone who spent more years training? Not that he would begrudge anyone victory just because of how old they were. Still, Barrett would just take whatever happened as it came. If he missed that tournament, there was one for third tier the year after. He would be at the bottom, but that just meant there was more he could learn. Reyna and Nilima faced off against each other in the arena. Barrett didn't even have to think about who he would cheer for. He had known Reyna since they were children, and the thought of her death had hurt him just as much as that of his actual family. He had been ecstatic to learn she was alive, and would gladly fight to the death to protect her again. He was sure she would fight for him as well. Nilima, meanwhile. Barrett wasn't actually completely sure they were friends. Mostly they just tried to beat each other up. There weren't any ill feelings there, most of the time, and Barrett's opinion of her was positive, but the choice between the two of them was easy. Not that his decision of who he wanted to win made any difference. The two competitors would be the ones deciding that. The battle started off with Nilima charging towards Reyna. Nilima didn't care that gentle styles often focused on defense. She could attack, and so she would. That was just the way she did things. Barrett couldn't fault her, because it had obviously been working out for her. Reyna countered Nilima's charge with her rapier. That gave her longer reach, and it was quite effective against a straight-on charge. Of course, if things were that simple they likely wouldn't have reached the final rounds of the tournament. Nilima ducked down and to the side. Reyna immediately changed her movement from a thrust into a slash, her sleeves flickering with unseen wind. In response, Nilima's twiggy fingers reached out and slapped the flat of the blade. Surprisingly, that motion sent Reyna herself moving. As her sword was pushed to the side, it seemed to carry her along through the air. This abrupt change in trajectory pulled her out of Nilima's reach. However, even as she landed on the ground or just above the ground, Barrett saw her sword was trembling as she struggled to keep a hold on it. Reyna may have lost the first exchange, but her speed and ability to change trajectory without regard for pressing onto the ground allowed her to move around Nilima, showering her with cuts. Of course, the cuts were aimed to kill and not just to be surface wounds, but Nilima dodged the attacks with just the slightest distance between an inconsequential scratch and a serious bleeding wound. Barrett could feel the energy from the both of them even from the stands, and almost thought he felt the winds from Reyna's movements and magic, though he was usually more than 50 meters away, so it was probably just imagination. Even so, it was quite a scene to watch. Then Reyna charged toward Nilima with a thrust toward her head. Nilima leaned back, and Reyna's movements smoothly changed from a thrust into a slash as her momentum shifted toward the side, where her motions would take her floating past Nilima. With the rapier coming down across toward her throat, Nilima had nowhere to dodge. The wards on the arena activated the instant after, pulling the two contestants apart safely. Victor. Nilima. Nilima grinned, then seemed to instantly regret it as the movement agitated the wounds on her cheeks. She tried to pretend she wasn't concerned, but Barrett could see through her even from the stands. Reyna patted her chest and sighed. Barrett saw her say something and walk off the arena. Barrett went over to intercept Reyna as she was leaving. I guess the moral of the story is, Nilima is fast and tricky. If her attack hits first, there's not much you can do. Reyna shook her head. That's not it. I was faster. She just completely beat me. Who catches a sword between their teeth? Barrett shifted his eyes around. Well, with so many vital spots around, it's not considered an optimal strategy, but the Immortal Berserkers have a technique for it, if necessary. Barrett shrugged. What's a few teeth and the rest of your face maybe, compared to having your throat cut open? It's not really something you ever plan to use though. I'd be willing to bet Nilima didn't learn that technique from her mistress either. Reyna shook her head, but it worked and she even managed to counterattack. Even if she hadn't pulled it off, I wouldn't have been in a good state in a real fight. I should have prepared for a counter even in that situation. Barrett shrugged. That's what this tournament is for. Now we know one more way not to lose a fight. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 109. As the winner of the tournament, Nilima was surrounded by many people asking her about herself. Barrett could only hang around and watch as she awkwardly answered them. The most common questions were who taught her, was she in a school, etc. Mistress Joshi taught me. Then quite a few people didn't know about her. Nilima was only rescued and Mistress Joshi herself came out and dispersed the crowd with a look. Barrett himself almost backed away and she didn't even look at him. Congratulations. Barrett said. You did great. Nilima's face almost smiled before she returned to a blank face. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I was taught by the great Mistress Ishita Joshi herself. Mistress Joshi smiled. Indeed, why would my student not win? Then she leaned down slightly to put herself face to face with Nilima. There's just one thing. She grabbed one of the corners of Nilima's mouth where she had been cut. I don't remember teaching anyone to catch swords in their mouth. Nilima tried to pull away to no effect, then mumbled. Worked, didn't it? Mistress Joshi flicked Nilima's forehead, causing Nilima to clutch her head in her hands. We don't do things that work. We do things the right way. I already give you a lot of leeway on your actions and attitude, but I can't have you misusing my style in such a way. Looks like you could use some reminders on how it works. She grabbed Nilima by the ear and started swiftly walking away, Nilima moving along behind her at an awkward angle to keep up. Oh, Barrett. Give my regards to Master Hikel. We might not return to Streeto before next year. Barrett found Master Hikel in one of the dining halls and delivered the message to him. Master Hikel nodded seriously. Next year's tournament should be interesting. I'd love to see how I match up. I've never had a chance to seriously fight people at 5th tier. Barrett blinked in surprise. Really? Of course. Well, not when I was also 5th tier. Not even in the previous tournaments. You know, 5th tier tournaments only happen once every decade. Ah, Barrett nodded, you were in Etron. What about the one before that? Weren't you still in Streeto? Master Hikel raised an eyebrow, is this how you think about me? I wasn't even 5th tier then, you know. Oh right, Barrett scratched the back of his head. He hadn't really thought about how Master Hikel was also training and improving. He didn't really see most of it. Master Hikel crossed his arms and attempted a serious face. I gave up my first chance at the tournament and spent a decade there waiting for you. I hope you appreciate it. I do. Barrett nodded seriously. Without you, I would have been weak still, or dead, more likely. Though I wasn't really that far away, you could have come to find me. If only it were that easy. Well, that's all right. I would really rather not have tried to train a toddler. Barrett sighed, I wouldn't have been a very good candidate then anyway. I was kind of pathetic. Inexperienced in the ways of the world. It might have been nice to stay that way, not knowing how inconsequential I was. Master Hikel nodded, would you go back to that life, given the chance? Not with what I know now. I do wish my parents had that opportunity though. Actually, what about your parents? They're dead. Oh, sorry. Master Hikel shrugged, don't worry about it. They had other kids and grandkids and died happy. Wait, does that mean you have siblings and nephews and nieces? And great-nibblings, and great-great-nibblings? Nibblings? Nieces and nephews, Master Hikel nodded sagely, saves a few syllables. Very useful when you already have to add in so many greats. I might need even more soon. Do you visit your family? Master Hikel shook his head, no. They probably think I'm dead, actually. I'm the crazy one who went off to be a berserker. It's alright though. I just like knowing that they exist. It reminds me of one of the best reasons to become strong. So that they can just live peaceful lives not worrying about any of this. Not everyone is content just to better themselves. They want to take over, and most of them make things miserable for other people. Real righteous sects work to deal with problems caused by anything others can't handle, from the lowest peasant all the way up to cultivators who just aren't strong enough. Speaking of which, I'm behind on my mission quota. Master Hikel looked at Barrett, at some point just training won't be enough. Real-world experience is necessary. You have a fair amount of that, but you'll definitely reach that point sooner or later. Maybe a year or two. You always must experience the world, though at the moment that might be a bad idea for you. Outside of the jurisdiction of Streeto, the Silver Blade will try to get back at you. What about you? It's not like you weren't involved. True, but I can handle myself. They don't have enough people on my level to shadow my every move. However, they have many disciples at 2nd and 3rd tier out in surrounding cities and such. I have no doubt your face has been distributed to all of them, and they are competent assassins. Outside of Streeto, they might even be able to avoid detection. Master Hikel patted Barrett on the shoulder, every little bit of strength helps. If your training stagnates, you have to go, but just be cautious. Maybe don't go alone. Traveling with others makes you more obvious, but also able to handle multiple enemies. Being more obvious can also be good, because even if they can't always do something about it, other cities don't like assassins operating in them. For the most part. I'll keep that in mind. For now though, I'm still learning a lot. Actually, I did have a request. Do you know anyone who specialized in unarmed combat? I feel I would like to learn more in that field. Did somebody say unarmed combat? Alur scuttled over from one of the nearby tables, his toothless grin almost touching his ears. The ultimate expression of combat prowess, pitting just your body alone against the enemy. Barrett smiled awkwardly. I did say unarmed combat. Not the rest of that stuff though. That's okay. I'm sure you'll come around to my line of thinking when I'm done with you. Alur turned to Master Hikel, with your permission of course. Go ahead. It's not like Barrett is going to forget me just because other people are teaching him things. I wouldn't be a very good master if I didn't allow him to grow. Good. Let's go. Alur's thin, bony hand grabbed onto Barrett's shoulder and half dragged him along. There are so many things to learn. Can't waste a moment. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 110. Alur had attracted a large number of students in the Immortal Berserker sect. Some were just there out of curiosity, but they dropped out quickly enough. Some of the things they had to do seemed nonsensical, and some of them were more strenuous on the body than standard Immortal Berserker training, and that involved fighting people so that they had injuries to recover from to toughen their bodies. Barrett understood it all had a point. Alur might have been a strange old man who was surprisingly fanatical about pure body tempering, but he wasn't crazy. Or rather, it was shown that his training methods could work. He might actually have been crazy. Barrett sweated with exertion. One-finger push-ups were certainly something. There was a lot of force on a single point, which made it quite uncomfortable but possible. Then there were vertical one-finger push-ups with the whole body placed above. For a normal person, their finger would snap with the weight of their whole body on it. However, at a certain level of bodily toughness it was possible. At that point it was just a fancy one-armed push-up that involved a lot more balance. Barrett had no problem with either of those things. The hard part was doing it all with the finger. Even at his level of strength, it was all Barrett could do to have his finger hold the weight in its optimal position, curved to distribute the weight in a stable way. His arm strength was easily sufficient to push himself up and down, and his balance was fine. However, when he was asked to bend and extend his finger alone, that was something else entirely. Fingers weren't meant to support that much weight, especially not in that manner. Then again, that was why it was a pure body tempering technique. With that, it was still difficult, but not impossibly so. Transferring strength from the rest of his body to his finger made it possible, if awkward. The trick was not taking too much, or his arm or back or legs would collapse and topple him over. Immortal Berserkers were a stubborn bunch, but some of them just had trouble getting the feeling required for pure body tempering. Instead of giving up, it could be said they returned to more efficient uses of their time. None of them quit without at least mangling a finger or two, so it wasn't like they didn't put in the effort. Among those remaining was Katia. The large young woman made at least twice as many painful mistakes as anyone else, but her first-tier immortal body gave her the healing speed of an immortal berserker at the 5th tier of training. She would snap her finger or whatever was wrong back in place, or if it was really bad, she would go have a medic help knit things together properly. Then she would be back at it, and she seemed to learn quickly because of her drive. Then there was Herman. He was the smaller fellow who had been sparring with Katia when Barrett first saw them. Herman wasn't tiny, but when placed around a large number of warrior types, only slightly above average human height was small. Warrior-type training catered to big people. It also catered to people with healthy bodies, but Herman didn't let that stop him. Not that he was sickly or anything, but he was missing an arm. That sort of thing would cause many people to give up the career of a cultivator, and even for magicians losing an arm was a big deal. Herman didn't give up, but the loss of his arm did make him grumpy. Barrett was actually speculating on that last part. It was entirely possible that Barrett himself was the one that made Herman grumpy. There was the whole thing about having a true immortal body, and while he didn't publicize it, the information was available for those who looked. Barrett couldn't have been sure if he would have continued training as an immortal berserker if he hadn't had a true immortal body. When he lost his arm, everything was difficult and seemed hopeless. Herman hadn't ever said anything to Barrett, but if he was annoyed at him for getting lucky at birth, Barrett couldn't blame him. Along with pure body tempering, Barrett trained unarmed combat with Alur. Or rather, along with general pure body tempering stuff. Alur's method of unarmed combat and pure body tempering techniques were intrinsically linked. While most warriors worked hard to put as much of their mass and power as possible behind a punch or kick, pure body tempering allowed that to actually happen. That wasn't the full extent of it, however. Hitting harder was one thing, but unarmed combat also involved grappling. That was good, because Barrett didn't want to spend all his time punching metal armor, even with gauntlets on his own hands. Catching hold of people could be difficult, but Alur, and with practice those he taught, could move in ways that were unexpected or impossible. For example, if Barrett grabbed out with his right hand and his opponent dodged to the right, he would have swung his whole arm to catch them, but with the right technique he could bend his elbow the opposite way without actually breaking it. That involved stretching tendons and popping bones out of sockets. Was it actually more practical than moving the whole arm? Not usually. However, it was good practice for other things, such as escaping a hold. There were certain holds that could not be broken out of without many times as much strength as the holder, or breaking or dislocating something. However, the right techniques allowed twisting the arm or leg in such a way that those problems could be avoided. Sometimes a dislocation was still necessary, and returning a dislocated shoulder to its socket usually came with lingering problems. Even for immortal berserkers the problems would usually last for the length of a fight, or even a couple days at lower tiers. However, Alur taught Barrett how to safely dislocate things, such that once things were back in their proper place there was no damage. Along the way Barrett had many mistakes, including some situations where he damaged tendons and broke bits of bone, both of which would have taken significant time and likely some special medicines to recover from. Fortunately he had an immortal body and would recover, but it hurt like hell in the meantime. Alur didn't just lighten up on the training just because of something like that, either. Don't you have two shoulders? You'll be fine. When Barrett broke his spine he thought he might actually get some rest, but that simply wasn't the case. Don't you have 33 vertebrae? Don't worry about one or two. You have all of the rest of them to work with still. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 111. Alur grinned at Barrett, waiting for some sort of response. Barrett stared back at him. What is it? Alur kept grinning. Figure it out. Is it some kind of exceptionally hard training? Barrett didn't like the idea of that, especially based on what sort of things he'd already been doing. Guess again. Alur kept grinning his toothless grin. Barrett scratched his head, then put his chin in his hand. He cycled through thinking gestures before shrugging and shaking his head. I really have no idea what you're grinning about. There's nothing I've seen or heard that would make you. Barrett blinked. Is that a tooth? You're darn right it is. Alur finally relaxed his face. Honestly, some people have no appreciation for a lot of hard work. Congratulations on growing a tooth and all, but isn't it a little small? Alur playfully thwacked Barrett on the top of his head. Silly kid. You have to take things one step at a time. Humans grow baby teeth first, then adult teeth. Oh. Right. Barrett nodded. Wait, you actually grew a new tooth? Without special medicine or anything? Alur cackled, grinning again. He pointed at his tooth. This baby represents months of hard work. He clapped his hands together, but more importantly, it represents the pinnacle of pure body tempering. I don't need any of your fancy energies or medicines. I can get by with just me. Barrett nodded more seriously. It's actually quite an accomplishment. Does this mean you can do other things? Heal scars, regrow limbs? Of course. Well, probably. Maybe. Alur scratched the back of his head. Humans naturally grow adult teeth after they're born. Growing new teeth is just a reawakening of a process that only happens once. Some people might claim that this doesn't prove anything, but to them I say this pure body tempering is all about doing the impossible. Just because nobody's done it before doesn't mean it can't be done. Alur took a few deep breaths. Sorry about that. Had to get it off my chest. Have you been walking around in Streeto? Alur nodded. I expected normal people to call me crazy, but I found a few other pure body temperers. Even they made fun of me, saying I was just a crazy old man with one foot in the grave. The worst part is they're right. I might be dead before I can even grow in a full set of teeth, let alone try to grow back a finger or something. Oh. Barrett hadn't really thought about how old Alur was. He was so enthusiastic and energetic, but the years would still be getting to him. It didn't help that he'd spent years locked up in a dungeon either. Can you, reverse aging? Make yourself young again? Nope. Alur shook his head. But you just said pure body tempering is all about doing the impossible. Barrett protested. Look, there's impossible, and then there's impossible. Alur shook his head. Let me be clear. I'm not saying I believe it can't be done, but I have to be realistic. Maybe I could figure it out, but that would be very difficult. It's not that I haven't considered trying, but being realistic, I know it would take longer than I have. Developing new techniques is hard. Alur tapped his tooth. Truth be told, I'd been trying to do something like this before. I'd just given up on it, and you inspired me to try again. I have no idea where to start with the aging thing, and I'd rather leave my mark with what I have. Alur scratched the back of his head. Maybe if I were 5th or 6th tier, but beyond what just having a healthy body will do, my lifespan will be in normal humans. How do tiers work for pure body tempering anyway? With energy it's pretty obvious, but it's just like any body tempering really. Once you get to the point you can do things that normal humans can't, you're first tier. There aren't any hard points to determine it, though there are some tests we have before we officially say someone's increased in tier. You'd be a 2nd tier pure body temperer, by the way. What? But it took me years to reach 2nd tier. Sure, but you started with a body that could almost place you in the 2nd tier by itself. Then you built on top of that and you could reasonably claim to be 2nd tier even if you used no energy at all, and even without that unreasonable toughness and healing you guys cultivate. Huh. Barrett blinked. I hadn't noticed that really. That's how it is. With that and your other body training and that Berserker energy, you have a pretty formidable setup. Of course, that's assuming you can bring it all out in combat. Otherwise, it's pointless. Well, not that a tough body is hard to use. It is a bit difficult to pull off. Berserk energy and bodily stamina move differently, and I don't always want them in the same place either. It's kind of hard to use both. Alur shrugged. Well, don't come to me for advice on that. I'm a genuine pure body temperer. I don't mess around with energy or mana. Right. Barrett nodded. I'd ask Master Hikel for advice, but while he's got much more experience controlling berserk energy, it's not like he's had more time with pure body tempering than me. Though I suppose he might have some tips still. Barrett stroked his chin, but, in terms of controlling 2 sources of power at once, I do know someone I can ask. Reyna cultivates energy and mana with the Sword of 4 Winds style. She might have some advice for that. Though it's not exactly the same situation. Barrett nodded slowly. Well, anyway, congratulations on the tooth. I look forward to seeing a healthy set of teeth in your mouth any day now. Barrett grinned. Or maybe next year. Ha. We'll see. It shouldn't take as long for the rest of them. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 112. Barrett was quite capable of performing 2 actions simultaneously. Throwing a punch or swinging a weapon while at the same time directing berserk energy was natural. However, directing 2 forms of rather complicated power wasn't so easy. Directing berserk energy required him to maintain tight mental control, or it would just do as it pleased, rampaging about. Likewise, anything involving pure body tempering methods had its own difficulties. A lapse of control might just involve the strength or weight he was gathering from the rest of his body returning to where it was, but in some cases it might result in it getting stuck. If it was a contortion that the body wasn't supposed to undergo, it could result in damage once he lost control. In training that wasn't a big deal, but in combat it could be very problematic. Barrett knew that he would get better at using the two things together with time. Practice could solve everything, the only question was what type of practice would work best. He could just keep trying things out, but if there were a better way to think about things he wanted to know it. Reyna used two sorts of different powers, so he asked if she might provide some advice. Well, let's see. For me, it helped to think of them like different limbs. I can move both my left arm and right arm at the same time to do different things, right? Though it's more like one arm and one leg, because they're different forces. Reyna was soon floating slightly above the ground. Wind attribute energy extends out from me, making a sort of soft cushion. The reasons why this is useful don't matter right now, just that energy extends from inside a person to outside of the person. It can even extend quite far away as long as there is a connection, but without the connection the energy does as is natural, scattering about to a state of equilibrium with the surroundings. Reyna waved her hand, causing wind to blow and leaves to swirl around them. Magic uses mana, which is mostly outside the body. I just use a small bit of my own internal mana to control the outside mana. It can affect inside the body as well, but that is not its strong point. Meanwhile, I can cut off my control of it, and it will continue performing the designation action until it runs out of power or reaches the end of the prescribed action. Reyna held out her arms into the blowing leaves. I have already given up control of this. If I wanted to stop it, I would have to exert more effort to cease its actions. After a handful of seconds, the leaves started to settle down, with the wind only barely stirring them as they rolled along the ground, then fading into imperceptibility. I see the differences, but isn't it still hard to control both at once? It can be. They both still require mental action, but those mental actions don't overlap entirely. As you train, you can work to develop all of the areas of control, and especially the part they both need. Of course, that would happen whether or not you know about it. The important part was learning to recognize how much mental control is actually needed. Reyna held out her hand. If I were to make a fist, she demonstrated, easy, right? I don't have to think about folding each finger individually. In fact, that's not even possible. The other fingers want to follow along. Barrett held up his hand and folded down each finger individually, keeping the others straight. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. But I understand the point. Sometimes, controlling the action as a whole is easier than trying to micromanage each part. That's right. Now, it might be something you aren't used to, but each action can have that with the right training. Once you get it down to automatic actions, it's not so hard to do two or more things at once. Barrett sat nearby contemplating on his own situation. He didn't use energy and mana, but stamina and energy. However, the different ways they worked remained. He stored berserk energy in his body, and could extend it outside him. Mana was almost exclusively outside the body, while stamina worked entirely inside the body. It couldn't be otherwise. If it was outside the body, then his body would be outside of his body, and that wouldn't make a lick of sense. In a way, pure body tempering should have been the easiest, it was just controlling the person's own body. It didn't require hosting energy to control it or controlling mana outside of the body. Even so, pure body tempering was the most difficult to get even simple results from. The reason for that was, the body fought it. The body had certain ways it liked to be, was supposed to be. Forcing it to act differently was obviously going to take effort. Especially when those changes required things it normally wouldn't or couldn't do. Bones were hard, so beyond a small point bending them would cause them to break. Changing those properties should have been impossible. Well, without energy or mana. Maybe what was called stamina was just another one of those sorts of things. The only difference was it was intrinsically part of a person, even if they couldn't control it consciously. Barrett had studied the body extensively for the Immortal Berserker style. Knowing the details of how the body worked was important. It worked a certain way, and could be trained through various methods to be tougher, stronger, more flexible, but that was still part of the normal method of things working. There was only so much individual parts could do, so much energy they had stored and how quickly they could heal. Then, pure body tempering techniques made them work differently, and broke those rules. Did that mean what he had learned was wrong? Barrett didn't think so. It worked, and was correct for the most part. In fact, all of his knowledge was still correct regardless. The body worked a certain way unless acted on by a force. Just like the wind blew a certain way, but wind mages could control it. Pure body tempering was just a poorly understood way of making things happen. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 113. Barrett put aside one day of every week to learn magic, or rather, to see if he could. Not that he was planning to incorporate magic into his fighting. That was an additional level of complexity he didn't need. However, he figured he might as well try it out to see if it could help him with controlling berserk energy and pure body tempering abilities at the same time. It wasn't like he was going to lose training time. He had at least one day a week reserved for non-physical activity. It was either that or spend the whole day laid out flat in bed with nothing to do. It could either be the day immediately following a destruction or just taking some heavy injuries, but that averaged to about once a week usually. It still took a full 10 days to recover from a destruction, but after the first day was over his recovery abilities were above a normal human's again and he could go back to more physical activity. Even if it didn't help him with his other training as expected, learning more about magic would help when fighting it. He had already learned some, but more from the theoretical side than how to use it himself. The Immortal Berserker sect didn't use magic. That wasn't a rule, but more of a consequence of what they were. They were warriors, and they had methods for training the body and training berserk energy. More importantly, people suited to the berserk energy training tended to be those with strong bodies that did well with body training. However, to combine that with magical talent was rare, and though some of them might have had some magical talent, it was either undiscovered or not quite enough to be worth the effort. However, each Immortal Berserker developed their own way as they grew stronger, going out adventuring. Thus, in the entire Immortal Berserker sect there was a single master who used magic. Or rather, a mistress. Mistress Julie Abels was a 5th-tier warrior, and somewhere around 4th-tier magic user. It was hard to judge her actual magical ability, since she rarely used it offensively and her Immortal Berserker training meant that she had a solid body that would distort the effects of any duel. Her actual proficiency didn't matter to Barrett beyond that she was good enough to teach him the basics. She agreed to teach Barrett, even with the stipulation that he only wanted to learn to compare it, and not for any real use. She agreed easily enough, but Barrett suspected it was made easier by him being Master Hikel's personal disciple instead of one of the other hundreds of second-tier members of the sect. She was a large woman, though not actually quite as tall or muscly as Katia. They started with a basic test of affinity. It was possible he had no affinity for magic whatsoever, or only for a kind she could not teach, in which case there would be no point spending time. The test involved holding a number of special gemstones and looking at their reactions. Barrett could tell they were magical, because they glowed slightly even before he touched them and more afterwards. Average, Mistress Abels declared. That's good, right? Not really. In the world of cultivation, average isn't good enough. Mistress Abel shrugged her wide shoulders. If you were actually trying to learn magic for real, this is where I would advise you to give up. At most you can make it to late 2nd tier or early 3rd tier, and that's with a lifetime of practice. Your other option would be to continue training until you were strong enough to gather enough wealth to buy something that could increase your affinity, in which case you could give up on all that hard training and be not particularly brilliant in terms of magic. That's harsh. It's the way things are. You have nothing to complain about though. A majority of people wouldn't be able to make it to where you are, and especially not to 3rd tier, which I am sure you will have no trouble reaching even if you start slacking off. Don't do that, by the way. I have no plans to. Barrett shook his head. I know I'm fortunate to be where I am now. Even with my father being the lord of a city, I didn't even have any real notion of cultivators and how strong they were. Not that it was much of a city to speak of, compared to Streeto. Most places aren't. Few cities can compare to Streeto, and those are quite spread out throughout various countries. There are some areas with even more wealth and equivalent danger, but they tend to have a number of more reasonably sized cities. Regardless, you'll do well enough learning magic, if you put as much dedication into it as you do your other training. At the very least, you'll have no problem reaching the first tier. Mistress Abels was correct, reaching the first tier wasn't a problem, though it still took him half a year with the smaller portion of his time devoted to training in magic. He devoted one day a week and a few moments throughout the week, purely to training in magic. Soon enough he could move mud around, and then rocks, shaping them into what he desired, as long as what he desired wasn't too complicated or large. Mistress Abels specialized in earth magic, so that was what Barrett learned as well. Earth magic was just adjacent to metal magic, so he also learned a few tricks to help defend against that, like the abilities used by those from the metal seas. Other than that, Barrett continued his other training, and soon enough a year had passed. He had passed the 60th destruction, and his body training of both the normal and pure body tempering continued to progress in ways that were somewhat harder to measure. With the passing of a year, it was once more time for tournaments. However, this time wasn't just any tournament, it was the once-a-decade appearance of the tournament for the 5th tier. Master Hikel had returned from performing missions, and he would be participating along with many others. Barrett looked forward to seeing it happen, though getting tickets would be rather difficult. He might only be able to watch a few matches, since Master Hikel could get him tickets to his own matches. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 114. The tournament for 5th tier would be 12 rounds. That didn't sound like significantly fewer than the one for 2nd tier, but each round cut out half the participants. That meant there were only a few thousand 5th tier cultivators. Furthermore, as the tournament was left often, it was more significant and a larger percentage of the 5th tier cultivators participated. They also didn't have to worry about not qualifying. Even so, with 50 cultivators in the tournament, the Immortal Berserker sect occupied a surprisingly large portion of those attending. Some groups had more people attending, but they were also larger than the Immortal Berserker sect. With about half of the members actually being in supporting roles as blacksmiths, alchemists, groundskeepers and other duties, only about 5,000 or so were cultivators. For 1% of them to reach 5th tier was actually quite high. On the other hand, that number didn't count the initial 30% who had died immediately, the others who had dropped out near the beginning of training, or those who died along the way. The death rate among the Immortal Berserker sect was among the highest of those who never actually intended for any of their members to die. There were some evil sects that recruited large numbers of impressionable youngsters and had them fight to the death, but in those cases their death rates were constructed instead of coincidental, for the most part. Even when members of the Immortal Berserker sect went on dangerous mission, it wasn't assumed that many of them would die. Regardless, 50 out of a few thousand total 5th tier cultivators in Streeto was around 10 times the average proportion, even counting that half of Streeto's 5 to 6 million population were not directly cultivators. If one had suitable affinity and grit to survive Immortal Berserker training, they could likely go far. At least, that was what Barrett took from the whole thing. As for the tournament, he was going to see only a very small portion of it. At most, 12 matches. Barrett wasn't going to make any claims about whether or not Master Hikel would actually make it to the end. Master Hikel was strong, he knew that, but so were others at the 5th tier. However, that was all he could say, not having seen any of them fight. Each participant had a handful of tickets for each match, but there were many other people than Barrett they would be giving them to. It wasn't like Barrett was the personal disciple of all of them, and they had better people to give tickets to than a 2nd tier cultivator they hardly knew. With the price of tickets being so high, Barrett was happy to have the chance at all. Each ticket was the price of a small city. Well, that wasn't quite true. At the amount of money they cost, they could probably only buy a village or a town, not anything he would call an actual city, but it was still a lot of money. Personally, Barrett would rather outfit himself with a whole set of new armor and a weapon rather than buy tickets. While he'd gotten some money from the whole thing with the silver blades, it wasn't like the old hag had carried around all of her wealth on her, and Barrett had only been entitled to what she was carrying and not whatever was left back at the sect or money in a bank. Actually, Barrett could have afforded a ticket or two, but he was planning to make better purchases than that. He would, once he decided on what he actually needed. The first round, Master Hikel wouldn't be matched up against another immortal berserker. Otherwise, there was a decent chance that someone from the sect would be matched up against someone else. The same didn't hold true for later rounds, so it was possible it would occur later. Barrett actually hoped it would, because it would be both exciting and bring prestige to the sect, if it happened in one of the later rounds. The only other thing he knew was that Master Hikel's opponent wasn't going to be from the Silver Blades, because they were banned from the tournaments for quite some time. Barrett doubted the prohibitions would actually last the full 120 years as stated, but he could have been wrong. Either way, the missing out on the biggest tournament of a decade was still rather satisfying. Master Hikel was facing off against a big hulk of a man from the Golden Mountain sect. Now, members of the Immortal Berserker sect weren't known for their smallness, but as Berserker types went, they were a bit more compact than most. The man Master Hikel was facing stood 2.5 meters tall and had biceps the size of Barrett's waist, and Barrett's waist wasn't exactly thin. The man was decked out in armor containing enough metal to equip a squad of regular troops, and the ground shook as he walked. Probably. Barrett was actually too far away to feel that, but he could hear the thuds of his feet all the way from the stands. The man carried a massive hammer, though one that seemed normally proportioned when complemented with his figure. Meanwhile, Master Hikel looked small at just 2 meters tall. However, Barrett knew that looks could be deceiving. Barrett knew the man from the Golden Mountain sect was probably more massive than Master Hikel, but not by as much as it looked like. Immortal berserkers trained their bodies to be very dense, and Master Hikel was certainly no exception. As the match started, the hulking warrior charged toward Master Hikel, swinging his hammer down toward him. Meanwhile, Master Hikel swung his axe in return. The weapons collided at the handles, and both contestants were thrown back, but Master Hikel only moved about 5 meters while the larger man went 10. Barrett knew they could have resisted the motion if they had wished to, but they weren't willing to go all in just yet. Even so, Barrett was surprised to see someone go head-to-head with Master Hikel and come away unscathed, and he realized why most people would avoid it. After all, most people weren't 2.5 meters tall and as wide as 2 normal doorways. Barrett leaned forward in his seat, as if a few centimeters would make a difference when he was already over 100 meters away. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 115. For all that the first confrontation was full of power and operated at a high speed, it was still relatively easy to follow. Master Hikel and his opponent from the Golden Mountain sect clashed head-on and were tossed backwards. However, what followed wasn't as easy to see. Warriors weren't known for their speed, that classification fell more towards assassins and duelists of various sorts. However, that didn't mean they weren't fast. The total force behind an attack was related to both mass and velocity. Barrett knew that, and he also knew that no matter how much force was behind an attack, it wasn't much good if your opponent could just easily move out of the way. While he had managed to react in time to do something with attacks from the old hag who was 4th tier, one of the times there was significant distance between them, and the first time he only managed to get his arms impaled instead of his heart. Master Hikel and the hulking man weren't assassins, but they were certainly powerful and quick. It was only a moment after they were knocked away from each other that they met once again. Barrett wasn't as clear on the details, but he thought Master Hikel ducked under his opponent's hammer while the opponent jumped over his axe. There was only a moment where the giant man wasn't touching the ground as he tumbled forward, an acrobatic feat that didn't seem to fit his size. A moment later, they had both turned around and clashed again. Barrett could feel the remnants of the energy flying off of them. Even though they had control over it, some of it was lost in every collision unintentionally, and more of it was used to provide the power and speed they had, beyond just their bodies. In the first collision between them, Barrett was sure Master Hikel had used more berserk energy than he had total, not much more, but more. More significantly, Barrett couldn't bring it all into play at once. As they moved, the arena floor started cracking. It was only very slight, but it was happening. It was magically reinforced as well, but not actively protected. Barrett wasn't sure about the warrior, but he knew Master Hikel was using berserk energy to propel himself more quickly. No matter how quickly his legs could move, there was only so much friction on the ground, unless you dug in with energy of some kind. Barrett tried not to miss a moment of the fight, but though it was impressive, it wasn't much different from what he could do. Just faster and with more power. Of course, that was the whole point. Barrett was going to have to talk to Master Hikel about the rules, however. Weren't they supposed to dodge and avoid taking damage in the first place? Yet he saw him clash head-on, and the second time they both landed a hit on the opponent's left shoulder. Maybe it was just because it was an arena match, or perhaps it was also a matter of warrior's pride. Regardless, Barrett heard the impact of their strikes quite clearly, even from his position in the stands. He was more familiar than he would have liked with the sound of bending and cutting metal, and more painfully breaking bones and cutting flesh. In this case, the broken bones were from Master Hikel, that was at least a broken clavicle. Fortunately, the strike also sent him flying back, which dissipated some of the force. Meanwhile, his opponent didn't get off easily. Master Hikel's axe had also cut into his shoulder, and while his armor protected him somewhat better from the sharp edge of the axe, that just prevented it from severing the arm. Needless to say, neither of them could use their left arms, though that didn't stop them from swinging their weapons like madmen. Either of those attacks would have killed most people if they hit, and by that Barrett meant most cultivators he knew. Even so, they kept on fighting. Barrett wasn't sure how long they kept fighting, but it was fast and furious. There was no way they could keep up the pace for long. Well, Barrett supposed even at their prodigious energy expenditure rates they might last 10 or 15 minutes, but it could also be as little as 2 or 3. It was hard to judge exactly how long they would last. There were stories of people fighting for days, but Master Hikel said they either weren't trying or just weren't capable of outputting sufficient force. No matter how much energy one had, there was an expenditure rate that would use it all in a short time, and without any time to recover, they would run out soon enough. Barrett could see both of them were starting to sweat after another 2 minutes, evidenced only by the increased sheen on their armor and some small sweat drops he spotted lingering in the air behind them. Then they both stopped for a moment, a handful of meters apart. It was only a moment, but Barrett saw them looking towards each other, and almost felt the acknowledgement that it would be the final clash. But maybe that was just retrospect from a moment later. The two collided, and unlike the previous times where they allowed themselves to be tossed back, they stabilized themselves with low stances and the help of the arena floor. Barrett saw the telltale activation of the arena's defenses, indicating there was a winner. The two stepped back, and Master Hikel used both hands to pull his axe out of his opponent's chest. It was at least an inch or 2 deep, though on a man that size it seemed rather shallow. The amount of blood pouring out of his chest was not small, however. Barrett was momentarily surprised there was a wound at all, because the arena had sensed Master Hikel's attack. Then he remembered one of the reasons they didn't have 6th or 7th tier matches. Besides not having sufficient people for some of them, the arena couldn't do much to prevent deaths. For Barrett's level, it could completely negate attacks, but for 5th tier cultivators it just managed to save their lives. Master Hikel's opponent laughed. "I thought I broke that shoulder." "You did," Master Hikel acknowledged. The man coughed, sending gouts of blood flying everywhere before he recovered the wounds with energy to stop the blood from flowing out. "Ah. Right. I forgot. Never fight an immortal berserker in a battle of attrition." A moment later the healers were out on the arena, sewing him up, and Master Hikel was walking out of the arena the victor. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 116. Barrett took a moment to ask Master Hikel about the match. "I thought we weren't supposed to get hit on purpose even to cause the opponent damage." Master Hikel laughed. "A non-lethal duel is quite different, and his attacks weren't as easy to dodge as they looked. I's like to play tricks on you. You'll see that from my next opponent." "Oh yeah?" Who is it? He's from the Palace of 1,000 Eyes. Do they dash? They don't grow extra eyes. Some people shouldn't be allowed to name things, Barrett grumbled. At least the Immortal Berserker sect cultivates immortal bodies, and was made for true immortal bodies to begin with. Barrett sighed. So, what do they do? You'll see. Or maybe you won't, but it will be a good chance to try. Right. Barrett shrugged. He supposed not knowing ahead of time would be more useful, somehow. Master Hikel didn't just keep secrets for fun. Usually. While members of the Palace of 1,000 Eyes might not have grown extra eyes, the particular member Barrett saw had a large number of eyes tattooed on him. There was one on his forehead, his throat, one on the back of each of his hands, and Barrett thought he saw some going up his sleeves. The tattoos were so realistic Barrett almost thought he saw one blink. Then the match started, and the man was suddenly 100 of himself, each one standing as part of a circle around Master Hikel and moving to cast spells at him. Or maybe it was further spells. One man didn't suddenly become 100, and Barrett was pretty sure if it had always been 100 men the match wouldn't be going. Each of them threw bolts of pure mana at Master Hikel, who moved as quickly as he could to dodge most of the 100 attacks and even attack the real one. Barrett saw Master Hikel's axe swing down and cleanly bisect the man, before hitting the arena floor and shattering some of the tiles. The false image flickered as Master Hikel's axe went through it, but came away unharmed. Barrett blinked in surprise. Obviously the 100 images were illusions, right? But the one that Master Hikel had attacked had been the one that entered the arena. Yet, it hadn't had a solid form. On the other hand, Barrett saw some of the mana bolts impact Master Hikel's armor and leave marks, and they also left marks on the ground nearby. So were they real? Master Hikel dashed around avoiding attacks and chopping through illusory figures. Strangely enough their attacks seemed to cause damage to Master Hikel even when a moment later his axe passed right through the figures. Barrett saw Master Hikel's side bleeding where one attack had pierced through his armor. It wasn't serious yet, but Barrett felt like it was just the first sign of the battle going downhill. Master Hikel had told him not to trust his eyes, but he wasn't sure what to trust. Clearly some of the attacks were real, but the figures didn't seem to be. What was going on? Barrett shook his head. If it was that easy to figure out then 5th-tier illusion specialists wouldn't have been much of anything. Clearly Barrett's eyes wouldn't be of much help. He closed his eyes and listened. Though the battle was far away, he clearly heard one loud pair of feet hitting the ground, and in a moment of quiet from the stands around him, 100 lighter steps and movements. Not that he was sure it was exactly 100, but the point was he could hear about as many unreal footsteps as images he could see. What else? He couldn't touch or taste or smell them. Not from where he was, but he felt like at least some of those options would be covered. His energy senses told him all of the figures were real, even up to the point where they were chopped in half. He wasn't that good at viewing mana, but all of the figures seemed to be using a lot of mana and firing real mana bolts. It just couldn't be the case because the caster would run themselves into the ground in a few moments or the bolts wouldn't be powerful enough to cause damage. So far, nothing Barrett could do let him determine where the real person was. He had to be there, though, because the contestants were required to fight in the arena. One of the figures had to actually be him, right? Could he teleport? Barrett only had one more method, sensing killing intent. Sadly, that ended up much the same. The illusionist wasn't hiding his killing intent, in fact, every single one of the figures projected their own killing intent. Even not directed at him, Barrett could feel it, not that he would have been able to do anything about 100 separate killing intents at once. He might have been able to dodge 1 or 2 attacks, but without knowing which one was real he would have been hit every time. Or even more than once, because all of the attacks seemed real. They couldn't all be real, but maybe several of them in each barrage were. Master Hikel clutched at his side as his wound got hit again. Barrett frowned. Was this it? Was he going to go out in the second round? All he seemed to be able to do was dodge and do fruitless attacks. On the other hand, maybe he could just outlast his opponent even without injuring him. So many illusions had to take a lot of effort, even if they weren't real. It was just a matter of whether or not Master Hikel could avoid enough real attacks before that point. Master Hikel continued moving around, but he kept that one arm pressed to his side, on the wound. He chopped through illusions left and right. No longer were they arrayed in a neat circle, but strewn almost randomly about the arena. Their numbers never seemed to diminish, but Master Hikel had attacked every image at least once. He chopped through another one, then another, dashed toward a third, and used his free arm to grab at empty air. His hand squeezed, and all of the illusions disappeared, revealing the man himself in Master Hikel's hand. He signaled his surrender with his hands, since he couldn't exactly talk with Master Hikel's hand around his throat. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 117. There was always some caution to be taken with surrenders and illusions being involved, but since Master Hikel wasn't involved in the production of the illusions at all, it was pretty clear. The arena itself was also designed to react to proper surrenders as well, at which point it became clear. More importantly, nobody was trying to trick the arena itself. Besides the fact that it wasn't a living entity, it was both forbidden and unwise to attempt to feed it misinformation. It only responded when it detected the match was going to be decided, and it was very good at that even if it couldn't prevent all of the damage of attacks at 5th tier or higher. If an illusionist chose to conceal things from the arena, their own possible death was in their hands, and if they used that sort of method to launch a potentially lethal attack on an opponent, there were proper consequences to be faced. Not that there was an issue with Master Hikel's battle. While what had been happening wasn't completely clear to Barrett, the end result was. Master Hikel walked away the victor. Barrett noticed that the wound on his side didn't exist. In fact, most of the damage to his armor wasn't real either. The arena was also nearly completely undamaged even though it had looked to be full of holes earlier. Barrett looked over Master Hikel. Care to explain? Why don't you give a guess first? Barrett thought over what he had seen. While he knew he couldn't believe what he'd seen since most of it was illusory, it still wasn't useless information. In addition to images of himself, he also created images of battle damage from his attacks. Well, not just images. There was sound as well, and I guess, feeling. Barrett looked at Master Hikel's uninjured side. The real him wasn't any of them, however, and he made himself invisible. I think. That's right, Master Hikel crossed his large arms in front of him and nodded. It's a common enough trick. If he hadn't had to actually be where he appeared before the match started, it would have been harder to deal with him. I pretended to be fooled so that I could get a chance, but I was actually tracking him the whole time. I even pretended to not realize the damage to my side was fake to create an opening. He didn't just rely on his invisibility to keep himself safe, but moved around and launched attacks from different angles, sometimes overlapping his attacks with the visible ones as they passed through, and occasionally launching invisible attacks. It was an astounding feat of coordination and calculation. Still, it wasn't possible to completely hide himself. There was always something a bit more real about his actual attacks, and since he didn't have to worry about complete accuracy with the fake images, they weren't all actually trying to predict my movements. At most a handful were more carefully controlled to look real. Though that in itself is another trick. Barrett shook his head. I don't know how you deal with that. You'll likely pick it up as you go on. You already know how to sense things, so you can notice minute differences, or something where it seems like there's nothing. There's also killing intent, and though that can be disguised as well, it's hard to keep it perfectly under control. That combined with what your real senses do and don't tell you and experience will get you pretty far. Barrett sighed. Everything seems so amazing, while we just don't die. Master Hikel raised an eyebrow, because let me tell you, that's a pretty nice ability to have. Those who use tricks like invisibility as crutches won't have much success killing you. What about those who just use it as another tool? Don't get on their bad side. Or learn to deal with it. Preferably both, because you don't always have a choice about who your enemies are. Right. Barrett was almost surprised to see Master Hikel's next opponent was Mistress Joshi, Nilima's mistress. He was surprised they were meeting in the third round, but not that they had returned for the tournament. It would have felt more appropriate for them to meet in one of the final rounds, but that just wasn't the case. On the other hand, it also didn't need to be a big dramatic ending. It wasn't like it was a long-time promise to fight each other to the death over a serious grievance, but instead Mistress Joshi had just mentioned that she would be at the tournament. Barrett hadn't seen Mistress Joshi fight at all, which he only realized once the fight started. He expected her to fight like Nilima, since she was the one teaching Nilima after all, but if he hadn't known about the connection he never would have guessed. For all that Nilima practiced a gentle style, she fought more like a berserker. It was only that she practiced fine energy control and redirection that put her in that category. Nilima favored straightforward strikes and blocks, though if she did everything right she never needed to deal with the second part. She was the sort of person who would bite down on a sword coming toward their face rather than miss an opportunity to win. Mistress Joshi, meanwhile, demonstrated all of the elegance he expected from a gentle style. It was unlike the Sword of Four Winds style, though they were both deceptively peaceful in appearance. Each move Mistress Joshi made was calculated, each step precise and seemingly slow, though her actual speed was not. Instead of striking in an attempt to pierce through Master Hikel's defenses, she didn't even look like she was attacking. It looked more like she was gently laying her fingertips on his chest as she slipped by. Instead of someone fighting, she was more like a dancer finding her way through a crowd, trying to avoid causing a disturbance. She pressed her hand gently against a shoulder or back, or brushed a hand out of the way. Except she wasn't walking through a crowd, and was instead facing off against Master Hikel. Instead of brushing aside a hand, she was deflecting his whole arm and the axe that came with it. Even the slightest touches of her fingers carried with them enough energy that they could have liquefied a normal person's organs. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 118. Mistress Joshi made her actions look effortless, while meanwhile Barrett could see the power and strain going into every attack from Master Hikel. That didn't mean Mistress Joshi's actions actually were effortless, however. Even if she was extremely efficient with her deflections, it still required energy to deflect attacks and cause damage. Barrett was unsure how injured Master Hikel was. There was no visible damage, but that would never be the case. Short of him starting to cough up blood, the damage to his internal organs couldn't be measured. Barrett could only go by his own experience with Mistress Joshi's style, in which case, Master Hikel would definitely be starting to feel the strain. He had managed to keep himself from any serious injury. Mistress Joshi would have had to step too far into his range to damage anything that could take him down quickly. While he wasn't yet seriously injured, Barrett didn't see things going well for Master Hikel. He wasn't able to land a real hit on Mistress Joshi, and she was using less energy. Even if he had more, which Barrett wasn't sure about, it wasn't a favorable position. Barrett watched carefully. This was a chance for him to learn something by seeing it in action. Barrett saw berserk energy in Master Hikel's every movement, increasing the speed of his attacks and his dodging. It almost looked like his axe didn't weigh anything instead of whatever massive weight it actually possessed. However, no matter how fast his attacks were or how smooth his dodging, Mistress Joshi managed to avoid any direct hit while still damaging his arms and legs, and occasionally more. Then Master Hikel stumbled slightly, an opportunity not missed by Mistress Joshi. She moved around behind him, striking his back directly over his heart. However, as she did so, she was sent flying backwards. Barrett had seen that many times before with Nilima. She turned the force of most of his attacks into motion, dissipating the energy gradually and walking away mostly unharmed. As Mistress Joshi was flung back a dozen meters, Barrett supposed she must have had a massive amount of energy to disperse. Master Hikel hadn't been able to turn to attack her, nor could he even move quickly enough to elbow her or kick backwards. However, Barrett had seen and felt him quickly mobilize his berserker energy to block her attack, and counter it. Berserk energy wasn't much good for neutralizing other attacks, however, especially not piercing type attacks like Mistress Joshi's. Thus, he would have still suffered most of the damage. In fact, He might have even taken more damage because of all the berserk energy he used at that moment. On the other hand, Mistress Joshi hadn't gotten off cleanly either. She clutched her left hand, which now had blood dripping from it. Barrett couldn't see clearly from the distance he was at, but he thought he could see some muscle and even bone. Clearly she hadn't been able to cleanly dissipate all the berserk energy. Master Hikel turned, and the two of them stood looking at each other for a handful of seconds without moving. Master Hikel tilted his head, waiting for something. Mistress Joshi shook her head. I was hoping I missed something, or that you would collapse. She slightly flexed the fingers on her bloody hand, wincing. This is going to be a pain to heal, you know. She waited a few more moments then sighed. I concede. I couldn't go forward in the tournament if this got any worse. Master Hikel rubbed his shoulder blade as he walked off of the arena. Barrett saw a number of other cultivators gather around to congratulate him on another victory, before he broke away to find Barrett. Ha! That was a close one. While I don't mind losing to someone strong, having both the master and student lose to another master and student pair in consecutive tournaments would be a bit depressing. Master Hikel patted his chest. Good thing she didn't consider I'd started up pure body tempering. Her attack was absolutely enough to stop my heart there, if not worse, but I managed to gather some toughness there. Master Hikel stretched, but Barrett could see the strain that movement caused. If it hadn't been for that, I would have lost the match even if I could restart my heart. The general assumption is a stopped heart is a loss. If it were a real fight and I couldn't restart it on my own, that would mean I was dead unless I had someone around to help. It's not like I could use berserk energy to that effect. It's not good at making things better. Speaking of pure body tempering, I hear you're doing pretty good yourself. I'm working at it. It's hard. There are so many things and everything controls slightly differently. Using it in combat is even more difficult, especially when controlling energy at the same time. I'm sure you'll get there, Barrett. You're a good student, equipped with both talent and effort. Alur says you're one of the top few students of his, and that includes those with more overall experience. If you get some practical pure body tempering experience under your belt, I bet you'll make great strides. There's a difference between how things go in sparring and real life or death. Even if you are going all out, the threat just isn't there, and sometimes you find what everyone thinks will kill you doesn't. Like falling in a volcano. Exactly. Master Hikel nodded. Though with a year or two more of experience, I would have had greater expectations for your survival there. After all, it was only a lesser volcano. How is that different from an actual volcano? Well, lesser volcanoes are still real. It's one of the hottest natural things you might experience, but there are all sorts of supernatural things in this world as well. Like tornado planes, Barrett nodded. That's right. You wouldn't have trouble with a regular tornado picking you up. At most it would be a major inconvenience if you remembered to protect your head. No more than 206 broken bones and some organ damage, but you'd survive, and in the right conditions you'd be basically unharmed. But the one in tornado planes, it picks up all sorts of heavy debris and whips it around at hard-to-fathom speeds. It could tear you apart in a matter of minutes. Right. So, do you know your next opponent? That would be, Master Hikel scratched his chin, Mistress Abel's, unless her opponent greatly surprises me. You definitely need to see that match. While you could see us spar any time, with the formations here, we can do a bit more. It should be helpful to your growth. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 119. Mistress Abel's faced off against Master Hikel's axe with a polearm with a spike and hammer at the end of the shaft. The spike could be used for piercing through flesh and armor, but if it couldn't, the blunt side could still be used to cause damage. Unlike a version a regular soldier would use, the entire shaft was made of metal. While there were woods that could stand up to the sort of force 5th-tier cultivators might produce, they weren't easy to get a hold of. Besides their choice of weapons, the differences between the two immortal berserkers' fighting styles became apparent shortly into the match. While Master Hikel used berserk energy to assist his movement and provide sufficient traction with the ground, Mistress Abel's used magic to perform the same task. The arena was protected against damage, but temporary deformation by magic was still possible. Though it was very small, Barrett saw the stone arena rise up slightly as she moved, pushing up against her, as well as slanting to give her something to push off of. While both methods accomplished quicker movement, they had different side effects. Mistress Abel's clearly knew that Master Hikel's armor wouldn't be easily penetrated by the spike side of the polearm's head, instead taking wide swings with the blunt side, the end moving in a figure-8 pattern to keep momentum build up instead of having to stop the swings completely. Those sorts of movements were quite common, though they required the user to be able to keep up the attack. In this case, Mistress Abel's was able to ward back Master Hikel with the advantage of her reach. The two of them moved around looking for openings. Though Master Hikel couldn't approach, he continuously looked for opportunities. If her weapon had been weaker he could have just severed it, but as it was such an attack would just leave him open. The combatants traded blows back and forth, though they were all glancing blows, easily negated by their respective armor. Barrett felt the berserk energy flying off of both of them, though only a small part of it. Most of it went to its actual intended uses, but he was especially attuned to feel it. Barrett imagined the two could probably have fought for hours with no progress, and if their lives were on the line, they might have actually considered that if they thought they had the advantage. In fact, given how evenly they seemed to be matched, the smarter choice would have been to try to reach a compromise, even if they didn't like each other. However, they were in a match, and that meant they needed to fight. After a few minutes of testing each other, they started performing more risky moves. Master Hikel was fast enough with his axe to deflect most of the blows, unless Mistress Abel strongly committed to an attack. Likewise, he couldn't step forward to within his own striking range unless he committed. They could only wait for an opening, or make one. That was what Mistress Abel's did. Barrett didn't even see any indication it was coming, but suddenly Master Hikel tripped slightly. The hammerhead came down towards him, not his head or torso, but the arm he used to block with. There was the clanging of metal and Master Hikel flew back. Barrett thought he saw an indentation in Master Hikel's bracer, but he still held the axe in both hands, so the arm was still functional. Unfortunately, Master Hikel hadn't been able to gain any advantage from the exchange, just preventing damage. Still, if the ground had moved suddenly underneath Barrett, he doubted he would have done as well. Master Hikel found the next opening as Mistress Abel swung too wide, stepping in and getting a strike on her shoulder. Though his axe glanced off and didn't penetrate the armor, the force behind it still bent the pauldron somewhat. Barrett could see her being slightly less smooth with her motions. Then, the ground once again moved beneath Master Hikel's foot, just as he was taking a step forward to try to move in for another attack. His leg went backward and spun him around just at the same time Mistress Abel's weapon came swinging down toward his head, but Master Hikel suddenly reached up and deflected the attack as if he wasn't off balance at all, then swinging his axe back toward Mistress Abel's as he stepped forward, his foot stomping the ground and creating cracks as his axe collided with her armor head-on. The arena's defenses activated, but Barrett still saw the axe go terrifyingly far through the armor. Based on the blood, it should have gotten most of the way through several ribs, and he knew those ribs were as tough as steel, ignoring the harder-than-steel armor on top of them. Mistress Abel's blinked. She didn't seem to be concerned about the hand-width gash that was pouring blood, but merely looked over Master Hikel. "Ah. I forgot. You've been learning craziness. No wonder that movement was so easy to read, it was all fake. But it could have been real, if I wanted it to be. Humph. Next time I'll spin you around so much you won't even know where your feet are, and see how shifting your weight helps then." The two parted with good-natured handshakes, and Master Hikel came to review with Barrett. "See? You can always learn something." He held up his left arm, "Though I bet you missed this." He held up his left arm, with the dent in his bracer. "What about it?" Barrett frowned. He'd certainly seen it happen. "This dirt." Master Hikel brushed a small amount of dirt off of it, up near the elbow and not in the middle of his forearm where the dent was. It was slowly worming its way toward my elbow, and I would have found myself suddenly unable to move as I pleased if I'd let the fight drag on. Or I could have redirected my energy to blow it away, but then leave myself open. I settled for pretending to leave an easier opening, though I almost messed up anyway. Fighting with your weight shifted is. Barrett nodded. Yeah. It's not easy to get used to. The good thing about it is it's not easy to read. Doing the same thing with energy would light you up like a torch, but using stamina, Barrett tilted his head. I am not even sure if there's any way to tell, short of trying to move someone and see how it happens. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 120. Only a relatively small number of mages and even fewer archers had made it to the 5th round of the tournament. This wasn't because they weren't just as good, even though their particular fields were somewhat more difficult to start out in, but rather that the arena wasn't set up to favor them. While Barrett felt that 100 meters across was a sufficiently sized fighting arena, that only generally applied up until the 3rd or maybe 4th tier. At 5th tier, not only was the general cultivator fast enough to cover the 100 meters in a handful of seconds or less, the effective range of archers and mages could be much greater than that. Creating an arena entirely suited to them, however, would be unfair in the other direction. More importantly, matches on that level were more rare than in the lower tiers. The arenas were good enough for their purposes, even if they didn't allow every style to shine. For example, assassin types or, if Barrett were being polite, stealth types performed even more poorly in the open area, with few exceptions. Master Hikel's next opponent, however, was an archer. Barrett was especially interested in the match because he hadn't had the opportunity to duel an archer. He'd been fortunate to not make too many enemies, and none of them had been archers. While that was a good thing, not knowing how to face them would be an issue eventually. Of course, Barrett knew the basics. Don't get hit by their arrows, get into melee with them, and then defeat them as normal. However, it wasn't like he could just hold a shield up and just walk at them. Cultivators had more options available to them than normal archers, though in exchange for their potential they had some difficulties. For example, they were severely limited by the bows they wielded. No matter how strong or accurate they were, their bow could only do so much. While they could supplement the physical makeup of their bow or even create arrows with energy or magic, that took more power they could be using elsewhere. Otherwise they needed physical arrows that could go along with the bow and deliver the force behind their attacks. While regular weapons could be broken, it was easier to run out of arrows, at least before they could afford magical storage of some sort. However, having large numbers of sufficient quality arrows was another matter entirely, even if they had the space. In short, being an archer was expensive, though no type of cultivator didn't always want better equipment of some sort. Though the arena was 100 meters across, Master Hikel and his opponent didn't start at the edges of the arena. Instead, they stood with about half the arena in between them, enough to give them both a decent chance. Master Hikel's opponent was a woman, and while some thought of archery as a womanly sort of combat, that for those physically weaker, it really wasn't. Master Hikel had Barrett practice with a bow, and it took a lot of strength to draw them, and even more to hold them steady. Of course, they varied in power, but the general idea was the force behind the arrows had to come from somewhere. The woman from High Wind's Peak would absolutely not be weak, even if she wasn't specialized in hitting people with heavy weapons. When the match started, Barrett saw Master Hikel dash forward, but with more measured paces and not quite at full speed. Of course, his opponent drew her bow and started firing arrows, but she soon had to move. Not only did she have to retreat from Master Hikel, she also had to dodge his counterattacks. That was the first method for dealing with people at range. Don't let them be the only one with long range. Unfortunately, archery took a long period of dedicated training to be good. While it somewhat overlapped in the area of body training with any other warrior type, Berserk energy did not interact well with bows. Thus, the only option was to either repeatedly acquire new strings made from the sinews of rare magical creatures and occasionally replace the entire bow, or to use another method. For short range, which was anywhere within 100 meters or so, simple was sometimes better. In his particular case, Master Hikel threw rocks. Actually, they were lead spheres like those used in a sling. They would do better with a sling, of course, but having your weapon disintegrate after a single use isn't much good. They were about the size of a chicken egg, but still weighed about half a kilogram. Needless to say, the archer didn't choose to stand still and get hit by them. Since she had to move, it disrupted her attacks. While she was still capable of firing her bow while moving, she would be less stable and slightly less accurate. Thus began a scene of Master Hikel chasing her around the arena, attacking whenever she got too comfortable. Even the fastest arrows still took time to reach their targets, and with the reaction speeds and movement capabilities of 5th-tier cultivators, it might seem like dodging them would be easy. However, Barrett saw the arrows were very fast such that he wouldn't have been able to react to them at all, and could only barely react by the time they reached the edge of the arena. Master Hikel could react more quickly, but unfortunately dodging didn't always work. Unlike the arrows of mundane humans, cultivators could change the trajectory of their arrows after firing. That could be through reading the wind currents, a spin on the arrow, or simply energy or magic, but nonetheless, even if the initial trajectory of the arrows could be judged, they weren't as set in stone as they appeared. The archer from High Wind's Peak clearly used magic to achieve the desired effect, changing the direction of the arrows just slightly. They also used it for movement, in the same way Reyna did. Air magic was used to lighten her movements and keep her momentum when leaping backwards instead of stopping or having to awkwardly keep stepping backwards. Though some of her arrows went wide, most of them actually struck Master Hikel, but he wore very solid armor. With the distance somewhat reducing the force behind the arrows, they couldn't penetrate his armor, at least not with him moving to avoid getting hit as intended. Most of the arrows went for joints in his armor, though some were launched directly at his torso. Those felt special, and Master Hikel always maneuvered, twisting his torso so they would glance off instead of hitting directly. Even so, Barrett saw his armor taking some damage. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 121. The match could easily come down to endurance. While heavy armor slowed Master Hikel down, he also focused far more on the strength of his legs. While his opponent might be able to outrun him, that was only if they could actually run. In an arena match, they were limited in how far they could go and had to fight, and that meant their movements were slowed. Barrett noticed the archer slowing, almost imperceptibly, whereas Master Hikel started moving faster. That was even with the archer finally getting a few good shots that hit weak points in his armor. They even managed to get an arrow into his armpit. Barrett wondered if them slowing down was a trick, because the match hadn't been that long yet and they seemed to have plenty of energy and mana left. Master Hikel continued to throw lead balls, which occasionally exploded either upon impacting the ground or perhaps more intentionally at a certain point nearby. The archer took a few small cuts and scrapes from the shrapnel, but was otherwise fine. Then, after only a few minutes, the archer called out, "I surrender." Barrett thought it came out of nowhere. She must have had more techniques to pull out, and she was just starting to actually damage Master Hikel. If she didn't have more techniques, she wouldn't have made it so far in the tournament. Master Hikel sighed when he returned to Barrett. "I hardly feel like a victor winning just because of the tournament format, though I am fairly certain with similar circumstances and unlimited space I would have still won." "Why did she surrender?" Barrett asked. "She should have at least tried." "Because she wanted to go back to training in the near future," Master Hikel nodded. "That's one advantage I can say I earned. She was still injured from previous rounds. And while I'll have a few scars to remember the match by," Master Hikel looked down at one of the rapidly healing scratches, "tomorrow I'll be completely recovered. Even if I'd been laid out flat on the ground with my intestines hanging out, tomorrow I could go back to training as normal. Even if she had beat me, she would have lost the next match for sure, and probably spent a month or more in bed. To no benefit, I might add. Any time we spend recovering from injuries is still training, but to some people it's just wasted time." Master Hikel shrugged, "I earned this healing speed. The small arena just worsened the issue for them, which is a shame. Some people have suggested stretching out the matches with a week or two in between them, but even with the unusually high participation rate of Immortal Berserkers, it's not really that popular. Besides, then the tournament would drag out for 3 months and they'd lose both participation and viewership. Well, it doesn't matter much anyway. It seems neither of us were bound to go any further. Why is that? You've been doing so well. Tomorrow's opponent is a necromancer. They allow necromancers to enter the tournament. Or actually, aren't they barred from Streeto entirely? Master Hikel shrugged, why not? They allow assassins in too, as long as they obey the city laws and tournament rules. In a way, necromancy is a more legitimate path. It's just another way to weaken and kill opponents. Of course, the desecration of corpses could be a problem, but not all necromancers are involved with undead, and not all of those who desecrate the dead are necromancers. Nobody is comfortable with having them stay in the city, because even saying they're a curse-focused wizard or such leaves people upset, but the Silver Blades can just appear to be duelists. What about tomorrow's opponent then? He's from the Grasping Hand. As necromancers go, they aren't bad. Not good either, but they avoid messing around with undead. They still go for energy draining, curses, blood magic, all that. Master Hikel scratched the back of his head, not that we can criticize blood magic. At least, we use techniques that damage ourselves the same way they do. Now, blood magic also involves blood that isn't the mage's own, but by itself it's just another way to get power. They can't use much blood magic in the tournament, right? Unless they let them bring in outside sources. Not much, but not none either. The Grasping Hand, at least, has a technique to quickly regenerate blood, and even store extra blood in their body. It's good enough for between days of the tournament. The Immortal Berserker sect is quite interested in it since we don't recover blood as quickly as we heal from wounds, and having extra would be nice. How could you have extra blood? Wouldn't it take up more space? That's the question, isn't it? It's probably not stored extra-dimensionally. That would be a very difficult feat. It might just be denser, or there could be some other trick to it. Sadly, they don't seem inclined to share that particular secret. So why is it hard to win? Everything takes power, and if you can defeat them before they really hurt you. Well, any random necromancer might not matter, but the Grasping Hand is especially good at stealing power from others. Combined with strong defenses, they are even better at endurance than Immortal Berserkers. Though Mistress Joshi would strike right through their stupid bone barriers and magical death fields. It's not like I definitely can't win though, but it's not looking good. Even if I do win, it might take more than a day to recover, and that's even with them not being able to use some of the worst techniques because of tournament rules. So what you're saying is, never fight a necromancer. Not if they know you're coming. Though that can apply to anyone especially strong. I would say avoid life or death fights entirely, but the world isn't kind enough to allow us that luxury. If it did, I'd have to be a farmer or something. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 122. The match between Master Hikel and the Necromancer from the Grasping Hand started off with the Necromancer creating an area of swirling red and black around himself. It was like blood mixed with pure darkness, though Barrett didn't see any actual blood involved. At least, not yet. It was hard to know what to make of it. Other magic was obvious. Fire magic, water magic, earth magic, even wind magic all affected things he could see or at least feel. Even the illusionist from the Palace of 1,000 Eyes had mostly manipulated sights and sounds. This, however, was harder to understand. Barrett was only sure that it was dangerous, and well deserving of being called a death field. Master Hikel didn't immediately rush forward, but instead attacked by once again throwing balls of lead. Barrett saw it slow down slightly as it moved through the field, and the Necromancer dodged out of the way. That told him two things: first, that the field didn't just affect living things, and second, that the attacks were still somewhat dangerous. In the second case, it might have been that the necromancer wanted to seem more vulnerable, which was also possible. Dodging a bit to the side wasn't likely to cause him to leave any large openings. Then tendrils of the red and black magic reached out toward Master Hikel, as if to grab him. Master Hikel dodged several as well as swinging his axe to cut through some of them. Although they had no physical form, the axe's swing chopped them back, presumably by severing the connection, though they started growing outward again immediately. Master Hikel didn't just let the necromancer have free rein to attack, occasionally throwing more lead balls when he made a chance. While Barrett didn't see any direct effect, it must have required some energy to deflect the attacks. Master Hikel seemed hesitant to run into the field, so the necromancer was mostly safe, though Master Hikel's ranged attacks still weren't something he could ignore. Barrett noticed Master Hikel wasn't moving too far away, however, even though that would give him more room to dodge. That meant he likely wanted to find a chance to move in for an attack, though Barrett didn't imagine staying for long in that field would be pleasant. As the fight went on, the necromancer added more and more arms reaching out to grab at Master Hikel. Barrett was impressed by his control, and also by his energy reserves. Even if those attacks didn't drain much energy when they weren't being physically resisted, they still had to take some effort to maintain. Even as more arms appeared, however, Master Hikel dodged all of them. That even included the extra pair that came out from the ground beneath him. The arms surged and twisted, but Master Hikel avoided getting touched. Unfortunately, they managed to form a cage around him, expanding their size to fill up all of the gaps, then pulling in toward each other. At the same time as that happened, Master Hikel charged forward. He slashed through the area in front of him, creating a small opening but one that wasn't large enough to avoid being touched. However, the red and black magic didn't significantly hinder his movements and he kept running right through it. As he did so, Barrett saw him leave a trail in the magic, which became more red than black. Even if it wasn't blood, it was clear something had been taken as he passed through, or it passed through him. Master Hikel ran full speed up to the edge of the main field some 5 meters in diameter, but instead of plunging into the field, he flung his axe. He immediately had to dodge back from more grasping tentacles that were forming out from the field, and wasn't successful at avoiding all of them as one plunged straight through his chest. Barrett saw redness being drawn out and moving back along the arm until Master Hikel pulled away. At the same time, however, his axe continued to fly through the air, covered in a mass of berserk energy. The field barely even slowed it down, and the necromancer had to dive to the side to avoid being chopped in half, though he still received a gash along one side. Before anything else could happen, Master Hikel called out, "I surrender." There were a few moments before the red and black energy started receding back into the necromancer. Of course you couldn't do that before injuring me, he sighed. Master Hikel staggered over to his axe, then out of the arena. A few steps outside the arena, he collapsed and Barrett started running towards him. He wasn't the first one to arrive, several others from the Immortal Berserker sect got there first. However, before they even arrived he was rolling onto his side and starting to sit up. "I'm fine, or I will be. I'll recover, anyway." Even though he said that, he did let Barrett carry him away. Or, half carry him anyway. Even with just his axe, Barrett found that Master Hikel was still very heavy. The best he could do was lend a shoulder, and even then it wasn't a trivial task to walk with Master Hikel half slumped over him. Even so he did his best as an apprentice to make Master Hikel look as good as he could in defeat. "How bad it is?" he asked once they were away from the arena. "Oh, not too bad. It might take a month to recover to a good level though. Life force doesn't recover easily." "Well, it's not so bad. If he wasn't trying to go by the rules, I could be a lot worse. In terms of life force, I'm probably still better off than you after the volcano incident." "How do you even fight that?" "Be stronger. Be better at ranged attacks. Or, if you absolutely have to fight and win, burn your own life force first and use all the energy you can to immediately overwhelm your opponent. If I was a bit stronger and he was a bit weaker, my berserk energy could have destroyed his attacks before they could do much damage. It's not good at defending against everything, but those sorts of abilities require sustained contact, and are vulnerable to disruption. Master Hikel frowned, then nodded. I think, given practice, maybe I could learn to better hold on to my life force. At the very least, that would make someone like him expend more effort. It will take more than a year or two of pure body tempering though. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 123. Another year passed, and it was time for another second-tier tournament. Barrett wasn't going to enter, however. He was still second-tier but barely. He was at the 92nd destruction, which seemed like it was a significant distance away from 100th, but it really wasn't. In actuality, it was just one big step. He could choose to break through to the 99th level and then the 100th, but he could just as easily do both together. Well, when he did anyway. He had just finished recovering on his way to the 92nd level, so he had to spend some time stabilizing and cultivating berserk energy until it reached an optimal state. The tournament would be happening during the time he needed for that, but more importantly he didn't have any real desire to fight. There might be some new contestants, but Nilima wasn't going to be participating. Not that she didn't want to maintain her position, but she couldn't. She had already broken through to 3rd tier, and would have to wait for the next year to enter a tournament. The next would be 4 years after that. The 3rd tier tournament was much more prestigious than the 2nd tier tournament anyway. Barrett could enter still, but he didn't want to win because he was at the very limit of 2nd tier. Since he couldn't even have a rematch with Nilima there, it just didn't interest him. Of course, just because of timing his first 3rd tier tournament would have him near the bottom rungs, but he didn't mind that. After Barrett broke through to 3rd tier, he planned to go out into the world. Of course, the Silver Blades still wanted to kill him, but at least he would be better able to handle himself. He wasn't going to announce his departure loudly, however. Barrett had to make sure everything was perfect for breaking through to 3rd tier. Unlike regular destructions, he actually had a possibility of dying. Even those without true immortal bodies would just regress if they were unlucky with a regular destruction, which was only really a danger for the first few. However, between tiers there was a large change. Large amounts of berserk energy would attack his whole body, and he had to be ready to deal with it. Carelessness could lead to his death, and it would be his own fault. Barrett set up the incense. It would dull his senses, but also reduce his sense of pain. If the pain overwhelmed him, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. While he could withstand large amounts of pain, Barrett knew it could overwhelm him briefly, and a few moments of complete lack of control would be enough for his brain, for example, to be completely ruined. It was easier to guide the 3 strands of berserk energy to where they needed to go. He had much more practice, and not just with controlling berserk energy. Pure body tempering and its control of the body had helped him with berserk energy control as well. As he performed the destruction, energy exploded out from all around his body. It was more than last time, but he was also tougher. Starting with his head, he wrestled the energy under control. Though he couldn't think about it at the time, afterwards he felt it was easier than breaking through to the 2nd tier. However, during the whole process he could only struggle to keep control and prevent his body from exploding. As he finished, sweat and blood once more soaked the area around him. If he had to fight anything, he would probably have just keeled over dead. It was all he could do to walk over a few steps to his bed before passing out. After a week of recovery, which was only about 1/10 of the way, he could feel the difference not just in his berserk energy, but his body. Berserk energy flowed more easily, but using pure body tempering techniques as well. He couldn't be considered a 3rd tier pure body temperer, but he would at least be in the middle of the 2nd tier. Even at his current level of recovery, his was still healing 10 times as fast as a normal person would. He was still going to spend another week to stabilize, then he planned to go on a mission. If it was close by, he might wait longer, but if there were more travel he could heal on the road. He would already be in a better state than before he broke through to 3rd tier, though his healing itself would be somewhat slower. Barrett looked through the missions available. Some requests were duplicate copies of those posted in Streeto, while others were exclusive requests for the Immortal Berserker sect, some from the sect itself. In total, there were few dozen missions in the range that a late second-tier or early third-tier cultivator might take on. The Immortal Berserker sect did their best to get an accurate estimate, designed to challenge the mission taker without too much risk of death. There were magical beasts to kill, bandits, and materials to collect. While Streeto would send the city guard to deal with immediate threats, they also contracted some of the less urgent requests to various other groups. Since this was the Immortal Berserker sect, all of the requests would likely involve combat. At minimum, they would be used as a threat to prevent combat from taking place. After looking through all of the mission, one caught Barrett's eye. It was a request to help protect a clan from their enemies. That wasn't of much interest by itself, but the location sparked Barrett's attention. The Southern Metal Sea. He'd heard of it, and really wanted to see what it was like. Could a sea really be made out of metal? Seas made of water were already impressive enough. From what Barrett knew, it wasn't even a hyperbole. It really was a sea or perhaps a massive lake. Either way, it would certainly be an interesting sight. It would take over a month to arrive there, so he would be able to be near peak form. Finding no other mission of interest, Barrett decided on that one. All he had to do was get it approved, and probably get some help from the sect to leave the area without the Silver Blades knowing where he went. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 124. During the whole debacle with the Silver Blades, Barrett had received only 2 useful items. One was a set of light armor that could go under normal clothes. It had taken some adjustments to fit him, but it was worth the effort. The other was a magic bag. It was barely enough to fit his armor, his real armor, but it did fit. It even reduced the weight by a good margin. So, of course, Barrett wouldn't be using it to store his armor most of the time. Wearing the armor was much better for his training. However, the magic bag was still useful. He could store other things in it, and when necessary his armor. He needed to be able to do that, because the mission required him to be able to face off against late second-tier opponents without any weapons or armor, or at least without metal weapons or armor. Given the location was the Southern Metal Sea, that made sense. If his weapons and armor could be used against him, it would be worse to have them. Right now Barrett was riding out of the Immortal Berserker sect with Mistress Abel's. Master Hikel had already left in a different direction with someone of similar build and looks to Barrett. Normally Barrett wouldn't have been worth the time of 2 masters, his own being an exception, but this was related to the sect. He had become a target of the Silver Blades because of grudges between their groups. In causing them trouble, he had been put in danger. If it was a personal grudge, he would have had to handle it on his own, or at most with Master Hikel's assistance. Since it was related to the sect, taking a mistress time for an afternoon wasn't a big deal. Not that they expected anything to happen. Mistress Abel's was only there in case something went wrong. Whoever the Silver Blades had watching the sect for him, and they would have someone watching, even though it had been 2 years, would likely not act anywhere near Streeto. They had very good ways to investigate incidents happening nearby. They would still take note of where Barrett went, however. If they followed his path away from Streeto, they would guess which city he was going to next, and not find him there, because Barrett would be back in the sect. Mistress Abel's was going with Barrett just in case they had someone else watching and they decided to attack near the city. She would at least be able to tell him if he had to be worried about someone following him. However, even if they took note of where he went, they likely wouldn't follow him for long since he didn't currently look much like himself. Even though the Silver Blades also had a grudge against the Immortal Berserker sect as a whole, they didn't have the manpower to spare to cause problems for every single member that left the sect, nor would they be willing to risk too many incidents. If they got caught by Streeto even once, they would be in much more trouble than just having some trading sanctions and being banned from the tournaments. They could even face annihilation. Thus, Barrett was probably safe. Likewise, the stand-in for him would be returning to the sect quickly. Within a few hours Barrett found himself northeast of Streeto, far enough that he could barely see it even though it was 15 kilometers across and full of exceedingly tall buildings. You should be safe, Mistress Abels nodded, but perhaps it's best not to mention you're from the Immortal Berserker sect until you get a city or two away, just in case. Barrett nodded, thank you. I just wish I was strong enough to handle all of this on my own. Well, if you find anyone who can actually solve all their problems on their own, let us know. We could use someone special like that. For now, however, we have to rely on each other. Mistress Abels grinned, you knocked a few teeth out of one of our bigger enemies. I'm glad to help. Barrett was heading to the northeast to get to the southern Metal Sea because all of the Metal Seas were to the north, approximately. All of the ones he knew about, which were 4 areas vaguely located in cardinal directions from a central point. The southern Metal Sea just happened to also not be to the south of his current location. There weren't any places that would always be to your south, no matter where you were. Except the South Pole, and maybe some mysterious danger zones he'd heard mentioned that may or may not actually have been real. A few days after leaving the Streeto area, he arrived in Udale. There was nothing special about Udale in particular. It was just a cozy little town with a lot of farmers and ranchers and a few inns for people passing through. It was those passers through that Barrett was interested in. Traveling alone was boring, and suspicious. Not that there weren't people traveling alone, but being part of a group made one stand out less. Barrett found a small group to travel with as a guard. The pay was basically irrelevant to him. The only point in his life where a handful of coins would have been relevant was when he was living under his cousin and aunt's oppressive authority. By a small group, Barrett actually meant a single wagon. There was a mother and her 2 children, though they were still young adults like Barrett, a son and daughter. They were transporting a wagon of alcohol as well as some other odds and ends they had picked up like wool. Normally, their journey would be safe and they would go without guards, but this time they heard there were bandits nearby and thought it wise to hire a guard. That was usually enough to deter bandits. They usually preferred unguarded merchants who would hand over a part of their goods or some money in exchange for their life. If there was to be actual conflict, they couldn't be sure none of them would die. Thus, a cheap guard was enough, and Barrett had armor and a weapon, which made him look like a guard. They didn't really care if he could fight. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 125. Barrett understood why merchants were necessary. Someone needed to carry goods from place to place and expedite trade between people. However, he had no experience with that. His relation to money itself was also odd. He'd been a noble, not worrying about money at all, though his parents had trained him to avoid overspending. Then he'd been a poor servant worried about getting enough money to pay for bandages and other things he shouldn't have had to pay for. Then he became a warrior and everything he'd spent money on changed. Though Master Hikel covered everything, Barrett still did work, even if it wasn't the sort of work to bring in money. Now he was getting paid several times as much as he would be working as a servant, assuming proper servant wages and not what he got from his cousin and aunt. Several times as much, plus room and board while traveling. Of course, there was also potentially danger involved, so the pay made sense. It was just that his cut of pay for his actual mission would be over 100 times more than he could earn working as a servant for about the same period. On the other hand, his chances of dying was probably more than 100 times higher than as a servant at a normal place, anyway. Not that his chance of dying on the mission was high, unless he got careless or it was more difficult than anticipated. Nora, Misa and Colin were nice enough, but they didn't have much to talk about. There wasn't much they had in common. Colin was interested in Barrett's training, but Barrett remained vague about the details. A week had passed with no signs of bandits, but that didn't mean Barrett let his guard down. While he expected his presence to be enough to drive them away, carelessness was the easiest way to get in trouble. Sadly, there was only so much he could do. A carriage was a big obvious target, while a few people skittering around in the woods were harder to spot. He only barely noticed one of them before the man stepped out from behind a tree, perhaps 20 meters away, drawing his bow. Stop the carriage and leave it behind and you can keep your lives. Barrett took note of around a dozen others, likewise with bows. I'll do what I can to protect you, Barrett whispered, but I can't guarantee your safety. You have to make the choice. Barrett wasn't worried about himself even though the leader showed some traces of key training, he couldn't be more than first tier. However, with people on both sides of the road with bows, he couldn't block for the entire family. The wagon also wouldn't necessarily provide sufficient cover. Well-made longbows could pierce plate armor, and while the wood was much thicker there was no guarantee that it would protect them. "We'll walk away," Nora, the mother, declared. Barrett could understand that. This bandit troop was larger than expected, and all with bows. Likewise, her 2 children were also at risk. While the loss of a wagon full of goods would be a large blow to their family business, losing family members would be worse, and there would be no guarantee they did not lose both. Barrett pulled up the wagon and climbed down from the driver's seat along with Colin, who was also sitting out front. Colin frowned, but also knew this was not a good time to cause trouble. "You there. Guard. Leave your weapon." Barrett looked down at his axe and reluctantly set it down in the wagon. If it was an easy thing to leave behind his armor, they would have also asked for that. Of course, Barrett didn't plan to actually let them keep his weapon, but he couldn't have a long conversation to explain his plan without being at minimum very suspicious. It was best to get the family to safety first. After they had all climbed out of the wagon and were walking down the road, perhaps 20 meters away, Barrett threw his arms out and grabbed the 3 family members together in front of him. The sound of metal on metal rang out as arrows bounced off of his armor, and a few more arrows whistled through the area they had been standing. While longbows could penetrate plate armor, that was if the armor was made of normal steel and at a fairly close range. While the range might have been just close enough, Barrett didn't wear armor that a common guard or soldier would wear. It didn't look much more impressive, but it was many times stronger. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been much better than his bare skin. Barrett slowly reached down to his waist as more arrows hit him, they're moving around for a better angle. "After the next volley, you need to run. I'll hold them off." But Misa opened her mouth to protest, but Barrett stopped her. "Staying like this puts us all at more risk. Everyone will be safer if you run and I fight. Now, go." Just as more arrows glanced off of his armor, Barrett picked up a fallen arrow in one hand and pulled out a lead ball from his belt in his other. He filled both with berserk energy and tossed them at 2 of the bandits. The arrow was actually in Barrett's right hand, so it could have been expected to be more effective. However, arrows weren't designed to be thrown, nor did they fly straight when they exploded into pieces. Barrett grimaced. Only the arrowhead remained intact, but it flew unstably and only grazed the ribs of the target it was aimed at. At least he knew the lead balls would hold. That one went straight through the chest of the archer it was aimed at. "Reag!" Barrett yelled. Despite being a berserker, he didn't really do much yelling. There wasn't a point most of the time. However, it was a good distraction, and people didn't necessarily think clearly when there was someone running toward them angrily. The leader, the one who had some key training, aimed carefully at Barrett and let an arrow coated in key fly. It was surprisingly well aimed, heading straight toward where the eye slits on Barrett's helmet was going to be when the arrow arrived. Unfortunately, his attack was too obvious, not only visibly, but the killing intent behind it was undisguised. Barrett ducked under it and used his arm to deflect it as it tried to change trajectories. That was the first arrow to actually scratch his armor, but it wasn't deep. The other arrows were mostly aimed at Barrett still, and continued to skirt off his armor. Barrett pulled out a handful of lead balls as he continued to charge forward. Soon enough, the archers would be running away from him, or dead. He preferred the second. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 126. Barrett charged straight toward the leader of the bandits, while flinging lead balls at the other archers. It took them precious moments to realize they should dodge, such that half of the archers were dead before they moved to hide behind nearby trees. Barrett didn't bother with them, because while he could have probably still done something with enough berserk energy, it was a waste. He could deal with them later. The leader of the bandits didn't immediately move behind cover, though he was only a step away. He kept firing arrows at Barrett, charged with energy. It didn't have any particular properties, but Barrett wouldn't have expected more from an independent cultivator. At least, not one that had to stoop to banditry. Barrett didn't have his axe with him, but it was likely easier to deflect the arrows barehanded. They were slow. Compared to the 5th-tier archer he had seen, the arrows didn't move at all. Not that Barrett could have done much against that particular archer, but one who might just make it to 1st tier didn't worry him at all. He didn't need to deflect the arrows at all, but it was possible they would damage his armor. However, he didn't want to lose any momentum dodging to the side, though it wouldn't really set him back much. The bandit leader turned to run when Barrett was just 10 meters away. Unfortunately for him, it was already too late. Barrett didn't even need to waste any lead balls attacking. He hadn't even been going full speed, and when the leader started turning, Barrett sped up. It was only a second later that he caught up with a burst of speed, dirt flying everywhere behind him, kicking the legs out from underneath the bandit leader. "Spare me," he cried out as he turned over, realizing what happened. Barrett shook his head. "You shot us in the back." Then his foot came down on the bandit leader's head, smashing it into the ground. There was a crunch as his skull cracked, but it still retained most of its shape because of the yielding ground. However, he stopped moving and went limp. Barrett gave him another stomp just to make sure, then looked at the trees around him. The other archers hiding took off in an almost coordinated effort, but Barrett took out 2 more of them immediately. He threw yet another volley at the archers in one direction, then ran after the others. He didn't know if they were part of a larger group. Maybe they were just following orders, but they had tried to kill a family that was cooperating. And him, but Barrett didn't take that personally. Colin stopped to wait for his mother and sister. He ran faster than them, and while it wasn't very manly to leave them behind, slowing himself down wouldn't have helped. He did look back to make sure they were okay. He even liked to think he would have gone back to help, if they needed it, but fortunately he hadn't needed to make that decision. The bandits were all distracted by the guard they had hired charging at them. He hadn't expected such loyalty for the pay. He'd saved their lives by protecting them, then had them run ahead. With a dozen archers, there wasn't much chance he had made it out. Colin's mother Nora and his sister Misa nearly collapsed to the ground, panting and wheezing. A few minutes of running as fast as they could was all that could be expected of them. "Come on," Colin went to support them, taking each by an arm. "We need to keep moving, walking, at least. They might follow after us." He looked up to see another figure running toward them. Not one of the bandits, but rather the figure of the guard they had hired. Colin wasn't upset. He'd given them a chance to get away. Fleeing himself after the fact was just logical. In fact, he was running fast enough he could have just left them behind. That was impressive, given the armor and the fact that he had a wounded leg. Actually, Colin had no idea how Barrett could run with such an injury. There was blood all over his leg, especially around the foot. "Are you alright? How far behind are they?" Colin had just caught his breath, but he prepared to get moving as quickly as he could. Barrett slowed down as he neared the 3. "Oh, it's fine. They're dead. I just hurried because I didn't want the 3 of you to get too far, or run off the road." "What?" Colin was having trouble understanding what was said. It wasn't that Barrett didn't speak clearly, he wasn't even panting or anything. "Did you say, dead?" Barrett nodded, gesturing to the axe he had returned to its normal position and the bow in his hand, as well as the blood on him. "That's right. Just gotta pick up their bows and stuff." He pulled back on the string of the bow he had, and the shaft snapped. "Damn. I thought it would be slightly better than that. At least the string's still good." Barrett looked over the group. "I can bring the wagon here if you want to just rest. It'll take a bit though." "Are they really dead?" Misa asked. "Of course. I'll go back with you," Colin volunteered. "You two wait here." Colin wanted to go alone, just in case it was a trap somehow, though if Barrett wanted to kill them, he could have done so as they slept or simply not blocked the arrows heading for them. Or now, since they obviously couldn't outrun him. On the other hand, if the bandits really were dead, he didn't want Misa to see the bodies. He soon found it to be a good decision. While some of them were just bleeding from the chest, the bandit leader's head was all over the ground, and not a pretty sight. "I think," Colin said cautiously, "we might not be paying you enough." "You aren't." Barrett nodded, "but you can't afford what I should actually charge. So just help me get their bow, armor, boots, and help to sell them. Then we can call it even." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 127. None of the bandits besides the leader had anything of much value. While their bows weren't worthless, they weren't much good for Barrett either. However, there was no reason not to sell them either. The bandit leader's armor was likewise less valuable than what Barrett had, but it made him a few coins. More than he'd spent in several months while a young noble, but probably still less valuable than the bowstring Barrett had obtained. Barrett wasn't sure what it was, just that it was better than the shaft of the bow had been. He'd only used about half his strength and the shaft broke, and that didn't count any berserk energy. The string itself, however, had survived some subsequent pulling and prodding. Barrett and the merchants parted ways at the next large city. Barrett still had more traveling to do before he reached the southern Metal Sea, but it wasn't a route that normal people would travel. The merchant family would likely head back along their same route, though one that was now hopefully devoid of bandits. As he headed closer to the Metal Sea, Barrett noticed a change in landscape. Plants and trees grew smaller and then disappeared entirely. The ground itself changed, turning from standard sorts of dirt into a reddish soil flecked with silver and gold. There were no longer regular towns to stop in, so Barrett had to camp in the wilderness. Then plants started appearing again. At least, Barrett supposed they could be called plants. They stuck up out of the ground, if nothing else. If he squinted, he could just make out a form that was like a twiggy bush. The key difference was that instead of wood and bark, they were made out of metal. As for what type of metal, Barrett wasn't exactly sure. There were some that were more silvery, as of iron or any other number of such metals. Then there were copper-colored plants. There were also rusty red plants and the green of oxidized copper. Then, very occasionally, there were some that were a rainbow of colors. Barrett had read about these plants before he came, but seeing them in person was quite different. Curious, he broke some of them open to see the insides. In fact, they were much like plants. At least, they weren't solidly one thing, and the inner layers were different. In addition, they all bled a sort of sap, either silvery or somewhat gold. It was much heavier than water in either case. Barrett hadn't really taken note since it didn't bother him, but the ambient temperature had gone up. Quite a bit, in fact. Even at night, it was as hot as midday in summer, though it wasn't much hotter during the day. It did make Barrett uncomfortable and sweaty, but at least he wasn't wearing his armor. Not his heavy metal armor anyway. He was already in an area with rust monsters, beasts who ate metal. While they could consume most metals, they preferred ferrous compounds, of which there weren't as many in the area. Thus, they would prefer Barrett's weapons and armor. Keeping them in his magic bag meant the rust monsters would have no reason to even approach him, and they would be peaceful. While they probably weren't a danger to Barrett, they were strange scaly beasts that could grow to the size of a horse, and if they were attacking him because he had weapons and armor available, a single touch by them could weaken either to a point of being useless. Thus, it was better to not have them out in the first place. Of course, a lack of weapons and armor meant Barrett was more vulnerable to other dangers. He had planned out a route to avoid the most commonly dangerous places, but even if he was perfectly familiar with the area, there was no guarantee of safety. Besides the rust monsters, there were scorpions and lizards and other creatures with metallic scales, but for the most part they were small and non-threatening. If Barrett didn't give them reason to attack, they would not bother with something so much bigger than them. Barrett still kept his senses alert for dangers. Though there weren't many places to hide behind plants or even much in the way of hills, there were still many burrowing creatures. Barrett couldn't sense very far into the ground, but his training in earth magic helped somewhat, gaining him about a quarter further that he could sense. Earth magic overlapped with metal, after all, so it was still effective. Various creatures moved about under the ground, leaving very little indication of their presence behind. However, Barrett felt something larger approaching rapidly, and knew its target could only be him. If he had waited until he felt the ground move or saw any physical trace of it, he would not have been able to dodge as the snake sprang out of the ground. As it was, he barely avoided its sudden burst of speed. With the snake half out of the sand, it was already 5 meters long and at least as big around as his thigh. Seemingly unperturbed by his dodging, the snake whipped around toward his legs, still half buried in the sand. Barrett wished he had his axe out so he could chop it in half, but he couldn't just instantly pull it out. However, that didn't mean he couldn't fight. If that were the case, he would never have even considered the mission. Barrett jumped over the snake as it swept toward him, moving toward its midsection which was sticking out of the sand and immobile. He stomped down, his foot coated in berserk energy. Surprisingly, the snake's body was both tough and springy, giving slightly before returning to its state seemingly undamaged. At the same time, the snake pulled itself up and around, swinging around his waist. He couldn't jump over or duck under fast enough, and found it starting to wrap around him, squeezing him. His arms were still free, so he brought his elbow down on the top coil. There was a crack but the snake continued to move around and around, making more coils. Barrett covered himself in berserk energy in every spot it touched him. While it might not cause significant damage immediately, continued application of berserk energy would wear down on anything. Barrett just hoped the snake would go before him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 128. Barrett's arms were still free, even if the snake was coiled around him everywhere below his chest. Unfortunately they wouldn't stay free long, as the snake had more to go and seemed to be planning to completely envelop him. From his position he couldn't get a good angle for a punch and his legs couldn't even move. In fact, they were barely even holding together. Barrett took a quick but deep breath to help steady his mind, though it was difficult with the snake pressing on his ribs and abdomen. It had been too long since he had been in a life-or-death fight, especially one where he was actually at real risk. He had barely even begun to explore what he could do at 3rd tier. Not that it was much different than 2nd tier. He wouldn't suddenly gain new abilities he didn't have before, but rather they would be gradually developed, like his tough body that was keeping him from being paced. There was only really one way Barrett could attack. His elbows had almost a perfect arc to strike the top coil of the snake. The only issue was he couldn't move to put his whole body weight behind the strike. But, of course, Barrett did it anyway. What was the point of pure body tempering if he didn't use it in a situation that seemed made for it? He gathered the maximum amount of berserk energy he could control at once and struck down, moving his weight into his right arm and especially the elbow. At that moment, the snake stopped squeezing, as if it sensed the danger. Perhaps it intended to pull away, but it was already too late. Barrett's elbow came down, piercing through its scales into its spine, with both the sounds of bone cracking and metal wrenching. Then the snake went limp, at least most of it. The head and top section of the neck of the snake were still flopping around trying to attack, but it couldn't maneuver properly. Barrett wrapped his arms around the neck just behind the head. One arm was just barely big enough, but two made it more secure. With him in that position, he could avoid any chance of being bitten. He wasn't sure if this sort of snake actually had venomous fangs on top of being a constrictor, but he knew some existed and he didn't want to deal with venom. Eventually the snake tired itself out. It took a lot more energy for it to thrash about than for Barrett to hold on, and it was bleeding heavily from the wound on its back. Barrett waited another minute to make sure it was dead before completely disentangling himself from the snake. Barrett looked over the snake. Some parts of it had to be valuable, but he couldn't discern exactly what. Its scales were certainly strong, but he didn't have the time nor the storage space nor the training to skin it. If he were near a city, he could try to drag it with him, but he had a few more days of travel and a giant corpse might draw more attention from scavengers. Then again, perhaps it would scare off lesser creatures. Barrett quickly tested how heavy the body was, and found it was several tons at least. While he could drag that a short way, it wasn't something he could keep a good pace up for several days with, especially not in his current state. Barrett looked over his own injuries. Just a few cracked or broken ribs for the most part, although his elbow that had dealt the final blow was not in a great state. All of the berserk energy and force behind it had done a number on it, but it would heal up in a day. That is, it would have taken several months to heal properly for most people. While warriors might heal several times as fast as normal people, Barrett didn't know of any that matched immortal berserkers, at least not as a group. Individuals might undergo special sorts of training or have immortal bodies, but the immortal berserker sect was unique in their methods, at least in the regions Barrett had heard about. Barrett settled on taking the head of the snake. Though it might not actually be valuable, he had enough storage space to take it and it would be a nice trophy. It still took some effort to chop its head off with his axe, partly because he could only use one arm and partly because it was just that tough. Unlike people wearing armor, the snake had the toughness of metal underneath its scales as well. The areas around the metal seas had developed many more names for metals, and especially the looks of metals. While Barrett might describe most metals as silvery, they would have words for every tiny bit of variation. Barrett supposed that also meant they could actually tell them apart, because he knew he couldn't. At least, not small details. Fortunately, he didn't need to know that. He was looking for an inn, the Silver Tree. It had another name for locals, but that didn't matter. It wasn't too hard to find. The signboard not only had the name but a picture of a silver tree, and it was right next to an actual silver tree. Barrett hadn't seen any plants in the area grow even close to as large as that. As far as he could tell, however, it was as alive as any of the other plants. He wasn't planning to break it open to check. They probably wouldn't appreciate that. Barrett had actually been surprised at the first denizens he'd seen around the southern metal sea. Although they had silvery skin and hair, they had looked more human than he had expected. Not that he had expected them to look unhuman, but rather that they had only slightly silvered or sometimes gold skin and hair, instead of actually looking fully metallic. They still had some flesh tones underneath, and their eyes looked mostly normal. Barrett went up to the innkeeper. "Hello. I'm looking for the representative of the Lipika clan." "Yeah. I'll go get her." Barrett was surprised to see the representative when she arrived. "Are you following me?" Keani rolled her eyes. "I'm the one who lives here." Barrett could see a real difference between her and the rest of the natives, which is what had thrown him off. Even her eyes were metallic, and her hair moved stiffly. "I take it you've reached 3rd tier now?" "Want a test?" Barrett grinned. "No thank you. I might need to fight in the near future." Keani shook her head. "Well, I hadn't expected a large response, but 2 is better than nothing I suppose. You're the 2nd, so we can leave. Let's have you meet your other teammate for this mission." "Are you following me?" Nilima asked. "Darn, I was too slow." Barrett shook his head. "I was going to ask that." Yes, you both got the mission in the same place and came here. Now let's go." Keani gestured. "I'd rather not leave my clan with meager defenses for too long." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 129. After they left the earshot of others, Barrett asked Keani, "What are the details of our mission?" The mission summary only said you were looking for people capable of contesting with 3rd-tier opponents, without weapons or armor. "Well, technically you'd be fine as long as they aren't metal, but we'll be fighting metal energy cultivators and mages. Like me, but, well, not me." Nilima shrugged. "I guess it couldn't be that easy, could it? If we just had to defeat you we could get paid and go home." Keani frowned. "And what do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. Barrett beat you in that last tournament, and I beat him, so with the 2 of us together, you don't stand much chance." "A fair assessment. How would your technique fare against someone like me in single combat?" "You have internal organs?" Nilima asked. Yes. We're fairly closely related to humans. Our cultivators generally have strong internal organs though." "How strong? Compared to, say, Barrett over there?" Keani shook her head, her silvery hair staying locked in position with her head. I don't know. I haven't ever damaged him enough to determine the toughness of his internal organs. However, mine could be compared to steel. What quality steel? All the way through or just on the outside? Does that count the brain? Spinal cord? Are these details necessary? Sure. If I'm killing people like you, I need to know. Well, you don't necessarily have to kill them, but it might be preferred. We can talk about the details later. Fine. Anyway, Keani continued, according to the details of the mission, you will only be responsible for engaging in combat with those actually attacking our clan. In particular, we have recently had conflicts with another clan, the Bashones. They have launched increasingly bold attacks while our hunters were out. Many of our guards have been injured, and thus we needed to call on outside aid. How many do you expect to attack? 10 to 20. Maybe more. Mostly first and second tier, but they have at least one third tier. I could at least delay any third tier opponent, but they likely have more. We are a stronger clan, but we can't afford to have our best hunters continuously guard the village. Moreover, we have to guard two locations. Our village, and the spring we recently acquired. A spring? Barrett asked, while water isn't that common here, I've passed many actual streams. It's something else? Keani nodded, it's a metal spring. Isn't there an entire metal ocean not far away? What's different? The spring is pure mercury. The sea itself, however, is mostly rubidium and then gallium. While it also contains mercury, it is a tiring process to extract it, and it is less than 1 part in 100 of the whole. It also is deeper in the sea, where dangerous beasts dwell. And mercury is better. Why? Isn't it toxic? Barrett knew some things about each of the metals Keani mentioned, but they were not extremely common in most places. Keani shrugged, it is not hard to remove it from the bloodstream with the right techniques. It is, however, very dense. And usually liquid, right? Barrett frowned, not much good for weapons or armor. Not for you, no. However, it is quite useful for us. Keani held up a metal ball, see this? She tossed it to Barrett. Barrett almost dropped it, not because it was heavier than expected, but because its impact was different. It was still a solid ball, but it moved unpredictably after it impacted his hand. He shook it back and forth gently a few times. There's mercury inside this? He tossed it back, and saw it slow down in the air before Keani snatched it. That's right. It can also be used defensively if you are powerful enough to control large quantities of it. It's easy enough to temporarily harden it with magic, but since it is normally liquid, it's easier to reshape if you want to. It's also more than half again as heavy compared to iron and steel. While that is a drawback when you aren't strong enough. Barrett nodded, eventually you need something more. Lead is almost as heavy, right? But a shell of steel around mercury could be better. Keani shrugged, if you can make it, anyway. Some metal magic is necessary to make it right, and even then they might collapse more easily without continued control. There are better options available at high tiers, but, for our clan, a large amount of mercury is very valuable. We can't just give it up. I imagine you aren't interested in sharing either. We wouldn't mind combined control of the spring with some other clan, but not the Bashones. We've been enemies for some time. We discovered this spring, and it is within our lands, but they still chose to attack us instead of even attempting to negotiate. Unfortunately, we don't have the resources to strike back at them. They shouldn't be free to attack us either, but perhaps the spring is worth enough to them to take the risk. So far they have done surprisingly well. Keani shook her head. That's because we weren't here. Nilima punched her fists together, we'll kick their asses if they dare show up. Unless you guys have magic spinal cords or something. They shouldn't. The snakes out here had pretty normal spinal cords. Except for the metal, I guess. Barrett pulled out the head and made a terribly unrealistic hissing noise, clapping the jaw open and closed. Then he turned it around to where it had attached to the rest of the spine. See? Nilima poked it. It's a bit tougher, but if things didn't get tougher my style would be invincible. I can manage that, though having more targets would be better. Keani looked at the head in Barrett's hands. How big was that one? Barrett shrugged. I haven't seen any others for reference. Maybe 10 meters long. I see. At least we shouldn't have many worries on our way back to the clan. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 130. The Lipika clan only had a few hundred members. That put them at the size of a small town, but that was only in reference to normal places. The southern Metal Sea and the area around it generally had fewer people. This was because of the difficulty of obtaining food resources. Agriculture was difficult without anything resembling normal soil, and the plants that did exist were smaller. Likewise, the wildlife wasn't easy to hunt or raise. They did trade for outside food, but while it might seem that they could become extremely wealthy by trading their natural resources with nearby countries, there wasn't much trade overall. Most countries nearby could more cheaply mine iron or transport it from elsewhere, and some of the more rare metals weren't much good for everyday use. There was danger in transporting the goods. They could be destroyed by rust monsters or the transporters could be killed by other monsters. Most importantly, while there was an abundance of metals, they still needed to be purified into usable forms. This wasn't something that could be done by regular blacksmiths but needed metal cultivators, and while they were plentiful around the southern Metal Sea, it still took enough time and effort that the area wasn't considered extremely rich. The Lipika clan was, however, much richer than the average citizens of the southern Metal Sea. That was how they could afford to hire third-tier cultivators, but of course they also needed to do so to defend their wealth. Barrett admired the walls around their land. They were tall and sturdy, over 5 meters tall and more than a meter thick. More importantly, while iron was abundant in the area it would easily rust. The walls around the clan were not only rust-free, but also nearly seamless. Barrett couldn't imagine how much labor had gone into the construction, but it wasn't something that could have been done in just a handful of years, even by talented metal cultivators. The walls are very impressive, Barrett complimented. Thank you, Keani smiled. It took many generations for them to reach their current height. Nilima tilted her head. Are these walls even any good? I mean, sure they look strong and hard to climb, but you'd face off against metal cultivators most of the time, right? Keani shook her head. Even 100 metal cultivators would have trouble bringing down or tearing apart one section of wall, and that is just from the mass alone. It is made from a special formula and worked with magic such that it cannot be manipulated any longer. Not without spending days to unravel the enchantments from the inside, at which point they already control everything. Oh. Nilima rubbed her hand against the wall. Seems good. Mostly. Keani frowned. Have more criticisms? Nilima shook her head. It's probably fine. Barrett sighed. Nilima was blunt and not interested in being diplomatic. Barrett had considered the possible weaknesses too, but walls didn't stand for long if they didn't work. Keani introduced the two of them to several people on the way. Finally, this is Kaipo, the captain of the guard. You'll mostly be coordinating with him. The captain of the guard was a tall man. He wasn't particularly bulky, even less than Master Hikel, but he also didn't seem to be a warrior. Not that his body wasn't somewhat trained, but from what he could tell most of those in the clan focused on metal energy cultivation and magic. Kaipo looked over the two with Keani. Is this all you brought? What? Nilima glared at him and took a stance. Wanna fight? Barrett shook his head. It was already somewhat restrained of her to act that way. At least she hadn't actually attacked yet. Keani stepped between the two of them, smiling softly. This is Nilima, the winner of last year's second-tier tournament. Since then she has advanced from mid-second tier to early third tier. Barrett is the one who defeated me in that tournament, and in the tournament in Vashia before that. He was only defeated by her. Keani didn't mention that Barrett's defeat wasn't in the final round. She turned to Barrett and Nilima. As you know, we were hoping for more people to take the mission. Kaipo inclined his head. Indeed. We have more than 10 third-tier combatants already. 2 more will not bolster our combat prowess as much as we might have hoped. I meant no offense. Fine. Nilima returned to a neutral position almost instantly. Kaipo continued, the 2 of you will be assigned to defend our most recent expansion. As young Miss has likely explained, it is a point of contention. The clan ground are quite well defended with our walls and some magical formations, but we have not yet been able to bolster our defenses elsewhere as much as we might wish. We anticipate another attack in the next few weeks. You will be paid for at least a month even if we do not need to retain you that long, preferably because the enemy has been sufficiently weakened. Barrett nodded. The contract in Streeto was taken with the knowledge that there would be danger, and the possibility of death. If they abandoned the mission out of fear of their own life, there would be consequences for them. That said, they didn't have to fight to the death, and if the enemy forces were significantly more dangerous than the contract specified, they didn't have to fight a hopeless battle. Of course, as their employers, the Lipika clan also a responsibility to take care of them. Regardless of whether or not their threat assessment was correct, they would look bad if people working for them died. Of course, they could also lose control of the Mercury Spring without anyone dying, though that wasn't extremely likely unless the Bakhon clan had a large show of force such as over 20 third-tier cultivators or a handful of fourth-tier cultivators in otherwise equal numbers. According to what Barrett had been told, they only had around half that many third-tier cultivators, and that was even leaving their clan lightly defended. Even if they could hire more people, they wouldn't have as much money as the Lipika clan, so they would likely not get much help that way. It was even possible they wouldn't attack at all, but knowing people, Barrett doubted that. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 131. Barrett had expected the spring to be bigger, but if it was bigger, it would have been perhaps too impressive. It wasn't overflowing with something abundant like water, but instead something much rarer, mercury, even around the metal sea. It was only about a meter across and 10 centimeters deep. It refilled at a speed rapid enough to fill a large bucket every day, though of course most buckets weren't meant to hold mercury, about a 20th of the total amount. The actual storage methods were usually a few tens of glass bottles that were taken away, some to be sold and some to be used by the Lipika clan. Barrett wondered at what sort of strange thing was going on beneath the surface that such a heavy metal could be forced to ground level. It certainly wasn't a normal geological phenomenon, but nothing around the metal seas was something he could consider normal. The actual spring was in the center of a small tower that had been built up around it. The tower itself wasn't to protect the spring, it was unlikely to sustain damage in a battle, and even if the currently available mercury was stolen, it would just be an annoying setback. Instead, the tower was for the sake of the guards who had to fight to defend the spring and as a base to control the area around it. The patrols consisted of 2 third-tier cultivators, 10 second-tier, and several times as many first-tier cultivators. They had just enough numbers to have 3 groups, 1 resting, 1 on patrol, and 1 training and standing guard around the tower. The tower didn't have enough space to accommodate everyone, even with the small bunk beds. Thus, the first-tier cultivators filled up the area around the tower, behind a smaller, less defensible wall. In the case of a siege, they could be brought into the central tower if necessary, but there would be almost no extra space available. Since they didn't know when an attack might occur, Barrett and Nilima couldn't go very far in training. In Barrett's case, he reduced himself to single destructions. Although he could do about a dozen together, that took more energy. A single destruction took relatively less. Even so, within an hour and a half he was at a stable place with recovery above the normal human level. It took a bit more than a week for full recovery with the increase in recovery time at 3rd tier, but he wasn't going to actually heal any significant amount in combat in any case. 100 times normal recovery was still very useful, recovering from almost anything in a day, but unless a battle stretched on for hours he wouldn't do any significant healing. Generally doing destructions in groups was more efficient, there was some amount of time needed to set up in between them, adjusting to the right mental and physical state. A couple of hours every week added up to a significant amount of training time, but in an unsafe environment he couldn't afford to use up all his energy at once. Barrett shifted between the positions the same as the rest of the guards. His current assignment was the night watch. It was still uncomfortably warm, but without his metal armor it was merely unpleasant. Compared to being in a volcano, it was quite comfortable. It was hard to stay focused, looking out at the area around the tower. There was almost nothing to be seen. Very few plants, no animals. Patrolling back and forth along the wall was the only thing that temporarily broke up the monotony. Because he was expecting an entirely different type of enemy, Barrett barely avoided the first attack. It was only a glimmer of killing intent that let him dodge in time. Even so, without his light inner armor he would have still received a deep cut in his side. Barrett kicked out to the side and behind him, but the attacker stepped back. Enemy! Barrett called out in warning to the other guards. There had been no mention of anyone in the Bakhon clan who was proficient in stealth. In fact, the general abilities of those in the southern Metal Sea were not geared toward hiding in the slightest. Just a quick glance solved Barrett's curiosity. His opponent wasn't even from the Metal Sea. He could only see the smallest bit of flesh around their eyes, but that and the eyes himself told Barrett his opponent was a normal human. Well, at least not from the same stock as the Metal Sea. Almost no light from the moon deflected off of the daggers held in each of the assassins' hands, their blades painted black. Those very same blades slashed at Barrett as his opponent stepped forward, one blade aiming toward his neck and the other stabbing toward his chest. Even without the element of surprise, the assassin was quick. Barrett barely deflected the knife going toward his throat, though his counterattack toward the second arm made them pull back. Barrett felt a slight trickle of blood on the side of his neck as both fighters stepped back. The fighters moved back and forth, trading blows to little effect. The assassin wasn't much interested in staying within Barrett's reach, and Barrett didn't want to rush in recklessly. Other guards should have heard Barrett's warning, they should be able to come help soon, and then the opponent would be easily defeated. However, Barrett heard fighting elsewhere, which meant this wasn't the only attacker, and waiting wasn't necessarily the best idea. He feigned an opening, leading his opponent to stab toward him. If he had an axe ready, he could have cut their arm off, but with just the reach of his arms he was actually a bit less able than the enemy. However, nothing stopped him from grabbing the dagger with his left hand and hammering his opponent's wrist with his right. Even though they let go even before he struck, he still heard the crunching sound of bone breaking. Meanwhile, his own left hand was sliced open. That was what happened when trying to catch a dagger directly. Even so, the cuts weren't deep. Barrett did feel a twinge there, and from his neck. It was even slightly familiar. Barrett let his eyelids fall, as he once again feigned weakness, but instead of taking advantage of the opportunity to attack, his opponent leapt over the wall. Barrett saw him land softly 10 meters below and flee past the numerous first-tier guards who had awakened. Barrett rushed toward the other guards on the tower, but the fighting was already over. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 132. Barrett wasn't sure what kind of poison had been on the daggers. The only thing he was certain about was that it was one of those he'd built up an immunity to thanks to the 100 poisons pill. Of course, that didn't mean there was no effect, but there wasn't enough poison to cause him any trouble. He wondered if the assassin had noticed that, or if they thought it was sufficient poison to kill him. Or maybe there was something else to it. There had been other attackers as well. Several first-tier and 2 second-tier guards were dead. Of those at third tier, one, a woman, was lingering between life and death. Barrett helped carry her inside, where there was more light, and brought her to the nearest bed. A female doctor arrived only a few moments after Barrett and immediately began looking over the injured guard. "Her wounds aren't too bad, poison?" she asked. Barrett held out the dagger he had taken from the assassin he fought. "It's likely the same as this one." He hadn't had a good chance to look at the dagger before that moment. It was wooden. Ironwood, probably. Even so, if he'd known that he would have fought differently. The doctor looked closely at the dagger, specifically the parts that weren't covered in Barrett's blood. With that color, the doctor pulled a few things from her bag and started to administer them to the patient. Another guard came into the room. Captain Kaipo requests the presence of those involved in the recent attack, except those that need treatment, of course. There were a few other guards who had been injured or poisoned slightly but had fared well enough to continue walking around. Barrett himself was perfectly fine. The cuts he had received would heal in a day or two without any sort of treatment. As Barrett stepped out into the hallway, he saw Nilima. "Hey, Barrett. Help me carry something." "Sure. I'm going to Captain Kaipo though." "That's where this is going," Nilima nodded. "All right then. Let's go." Barrett followed Nilima to her room, where there was a body. "Carry that," she said. Barrett might have told her to carry it herself, but it was too much trouble. He just slung the body over his shoulder. Not that he expected differently, but the body definitely wasn't of a warrior. It was far too light. No heavy armor, and no dense muscles. Nilima should have been able to carry it, no matter how skinny she looked, but it would certainly be faster if Barrett did it. A minute later Barrett dumped the body on the floor in front of Captain Kaipo. "You killed one?" Captain Kaipo asked. Barrett shook his head. "I just injured one." "She killed this one," Barrett pointed to Nilima. Captain Kaipo nodded. "Excellent. I would have preferred things went better for us, but at least they didn't get away unscathed. These assassins clearly weren't part of the Bakhan clan, but they were most likely working with them." Captain Kaipo held his hands behind his back. "They were clearly targeting our third-tier cultivators, likely with the intent of weakening our combat prowess. This will likely be followed up by an attack by the Bakhan clan's forces. Before then, we will be investigating their origins and how they managed to slip past our watch." He turned toward Barrett and Nilima. "Any insights?" Nilima shrugged. Barrett scratched his chin. "They're likely from the Silver Blade, which could pose a problem." Captain Kaipo raised a silvery eyebrow. "What makes you think they're Silver Blade, and why would that be a problem beyond their presence?" "Their equipment is similar, and at least one of their poisons is the same, which might not mean anything. However, I recognize the fighting style. It wasn't just that they had two daggers, but the way they used them." "The second part is that they have a grudge against you." Captain Kaipo nodded. "How did you know?" "It wasn't small news. We do keep track of what happens in Streeto, after all." Captain Kaipo paced back and forth a few times. "Regardless of the grudge, they were clearly targeting us. Your presence just means if they recognized you we have even more reason to track them down and kill them." "It was dark, so they might not have," Barrett shook his head, "but it's hard to say. I could go after them, if you have a way to track them." "We do have some ways but," Captain Kaipo shook his head. "It's better that you remain here. If they did not yet recognize you, it's best to try to keep it that way. Besides, you don't really have much in the way of espionage skills. Regardless, they have been hired or otherwise chosen to attack us, so we cannot just leave them be." Nilima kicked the body. "This one doesn't have any sort of message tokens or anything. If they did, it could be traced back to the Silver Blade and get them in significant trouble, since actual assassination work is illegal. They might have something stored somewhere nearby though." Captain Kaipo nodded. "We'll catch them at the earliest opportunity. A team is already forming up in the main house. They should be able to catch them before they can reach the Bakhan clan or any other sort of stronghold. That is likely the assassin's current goal, unless they are planning to be part of another attack here in the immediate future. Speaking of which, we must prepare for that. Previously we had assumed it would just be the Bakhan clan, and we would be able to find their forces coming miles away, if not a few days in advance. The number of third-tier assassins already sent is likely the limit of their finances, even if they had other deals in place, but that doesn't mean those very same assassins couldn't return with their main forces. We will fight them here, but this time we will be ready for their tricks." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 133. Since an attack could come at any moment without even a minute's warning, Barrett avoided attempting any more destructions. If a battle happened within the first hour afterwards, he could have issues. Thus, Barrett limited himself to small things. Training to increase his control over berserk energy, some body training, and pure body tempering practice. For the last of those, he focused most on enhancing his senses. Touch and taste weren't much good for detecting an enemy's approach, so he took from there to enhance hearing and sight. Smell could still be a factor. There were all sorts of other senses Barrett might draw from, but it was already difficult enough to properly move 2 for 2 over any long period of time. Another thing Barrett got to practice was patience. Waiting for a battle was mentally more difficult than being in a battle. The biggest factor was not knowing when it would happen. For fights in a tournament, Barrett didn't worry about them much the day before. He might spend a lot of time thinking about them, but not worrying. When he'd been inappropriately drafted into Etron's army, he'd only had one night before being thrust into battle. Now he was unsure if assassins might appear at any moment, or when a real battle might break out, though in the latter case he would at least have advance warning of their approach. A few days passed without anything major occurring, except for Keani arriving from the main house. She brought reinforcements, mostly replacements for the third tiers who had been injured in the attack. Barrett once again appreciated how useful healing quickly was outside of isolated instances of combat. He hadn't been injured significantly, and in 2 weeks there wouldn't even be any scars, but even if he'd been as bad off as the one who almost died, he would be back to top shape and technically even slightly better. Keani had stayed away from the battlefield at first. Apparently, that was because she had only recently broken through to 3rd tier. Now she had stabilized somewhat, and they needed everyone they could spare. Keani was quite talented, Barrett could attest to that, even if he happened to be one of the worst opponents for her to fight. He had a tough body even without weapons or armor, and when he did have armor he suddenly changed where his weight was, throwing her off and letting him snatch the win. That still only worked because of the amount of damage he could cause with berserk energy. There was another week of waiting before the Bakhon clan's army was seen approaching, a day away. The assassins from the Silver Blade had been tracked to that very same army, and they were likely still with them. It was still possible they would attack during the night, so the watch kept careful guard, now knowing they were watching for assassins and not just an army. The next day, the army appeared on the horizon. It wasn't much, it was at most a tenth the size of the army Padrain had brought against Etron, but they weren't to be underestimated. After all, they were all cultivators. Just the first-tier cultivators would likely demolish either or both of the armies in that battle. There were also some second-tier and third-tier members, or they wouldn't bother attempting the attack. Yet, overall, the army barely looked like an army. The battle lines were somewhere around 30 men wide and 10 men deep. A few hundred. That was more than they had on their side, but they had the advantage of a defensive position. That wouldn't mean much if they chose to go out and fight, but he doubted the Lipika clan would be so stupid. All they had to do was hold the tower. While they couldn't always leave all of their soldiers inside, they could fit them in the courtyard just fine for the duration of a battle. A key factor in the defense were the ballistae on the walls. There were only a handful of them that could fire in any given direction, but that was enough. A single ballista could take out several men per shot, even first or second tier cultivators. Depending on a number of factors, anyway. These weren't built to normal standards, either. While their firepower would only barely outmatch those that normal armies used, that was because of certain restrictions, such as the complete lack of metal in the design. That included the bolts themselves. Once the enemy army approached within 100 meters they would be easy targets. Nobody would want to be the first to go in, and even third-tier cultivators couldn't feel safe. Perhaps if they rushed all together they might only lose a tenth of their numbers, but Barrett wouldn't like to gamble with those odds. Then when they got to the base of the tower, they would have to break into the gatehouse. While the ballistae couldn't target them if they were directly next to the gatehouse, there were still archers. There were also smaller ballistae that could target them inside the first portcullis. The gatehouse wouldn't be quite as effective as in a normal siege, with the ability to control their projectiles as they moved. Attacking through arrow slits wasn't impossible. That said, it was still more difficult to do while under attack, and anything metal they launched could be deflected. Then once they were inside they would have to deal with all of the soldiers, including the second and third tier combatants. That was still from a disadvantageous position where they could be shot down on, and they couldn't leverage their numbers. Barrett thought they would have to be pretty stupid or very determined to launch an attack, but perhaps the spring was worth that much to them. If they planned to show up and not attack, there wasn't much point. They couldn't starve them out with a siege. Reinforcements could come from the main Lipika clan within a couple days, and then they would be in a very precarious position. Barrett knew they must have a plan, but plans were made to be smashed to pieces. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 134. Not long after the army from the Bakhan clan arrived, the attack actually started. Barrett didn't have the best view of what was going on, but that couldn't be helped. He was in the gatehouse, with only small arrow slits to look out of. Even so, he could already see enemy soldiers falling left and right. "Don't worry about what's happening out there," Keani's voice came from behind Barrett. "Keep your focus here. You don't even need to think about them when they get to the walls. It's only if they break through the first gate." Barrett nodded, "And then we pour this on them." Barrett gestured to the cauldrons neat to a number of gutters. "I thought sand was used more often for this sort of thing." Keani raised an eyebrow. "Firstly, where would we get sand for this sort of thing?" "Non-metallic sand, to be particular. If it was just metallic sand it would be more effective to just drop rocks on them." Barrett looked at the golden metallic liquid in the cauldrons. "Is this not pure?" "It is, but it's enchanted to avoid reacting with the air. It will react with the water down below, however." "What's going to stop them from just deflecting it?" "Gravity, surprise, and the rest of us here." Keani nodded, her silvery hair eerily staying still relative to her head, instead of swaying. "It might not work if they lead with their best experts, but then we can just kill them for being out front. And I'm here because you have to be somewhere. There's no point in having you man a ballista, and if we need to engage in melee combat we won't be far away. Plus, the assassins will probably attack here. It seems pretty lightly defended for that." Barrett looked around. There was him, Keani, one other third-tier cultivator from the Lipika clan, and a handful of first- and second-tier cultivators. There are other likely places of attack as well, such as the ballistae. Most likely there will be simultaneous attacks, though having some stronger guards in place might dissuade them from attacking certain locations. "So I'm bait?" Keani shrugged. "I'm here too." "Fair enough." In no time all the enemy forces were at the gate. That would have to be the case for a serious offensive, because every moment the attackers took more casualties. Barrett saw they had managed to bring forward a battering ram, one that provided cover for its users. It didn't make them perfectly safe, but they reached the gate mostly unharmed due to there being so many easier targets. Once the battering ram broke through the gate and soldiers started pouring into the gatehouse, then it would be time to activate the traps. Barrett heard the repeated booms as the battering ram struck the gate, as well as a splintering sound. He heard soldiers shouting orders and screams of pain and the sound of his own heart beating and a footstep. Barrett's fist struck empty air as he turned, but he saw a slight disruption in the air. Then everything broke out into chaos. Even as Barrett shouted, "Enemy," more attacks happened around the room. Barrett struck in front of him, with more force and follow-through. His attack once again failed to connect, but it forced his opponent to drop his concealing magic. Trickles of blood ran down his arm as he saw his enemy had managed to counterattack as well, though only slightly. Barrett couldn't focus on the other fights happening, though he took a moment to note that both Keani and the other third-tier cultivator were fighting other assassins. The others were all engaged in combat with a single enemy, and one of the second-tier cultivators already had a nasty wound on his side. Barrett took half a moment to expel the poison in the cut on his arm along with a small bit of blood to move it. Now that Barrett could see his opponent, he maneuvered his attacks to avoid getting hit himself. At least, not for free. The biggest downside of fighting unarmed was clear: he had shorter reach, and without armor his arms and legs were vulnerable to counterattacks. The light armor he had only really covered his torso; his arms and legs were mostly left to their own devices. That said, his opponent only managed to scratch him with his attacks. Immortal Berserkers didn't just train recovery, but also used injuries to train toughness. Barrett's skin was like iron, though the actual degree of protection his body had varied slightly. Barrett would have liked to get a grappling hold on his opponent, but they weren't careless enough to allow that to happen easily. If he had, it would have only taken a moment to kill them. They had only light armor, but even if they had played on, if they couldn't move away from his attacks to soften the blow, it wouldn't matter. Barrett interweaved kicks with his punches and attempts to grab. The advantage of a kick was the increase in power and the slight defensive bonus of his boots. He couldn't wear thick gloves and still retain full mobility of his fingers, but boots worked just fine for what he needed. He used that to throw his opponent into situations where they had to choose between counter-attacking and not getting hit, but they always chose the latter. Barrett had accrued a few more small cuts, but he'd also caused some damage. Even just getting close to the enemy with an attack could injure them with berserk energy. It was mostly superficial damage so far, but they had to put more effort into dodging nonetheless. Then Barrett heard a body hit the floor. He turned to the side to look, taking in the situation as quickly as possible. One of the first-tier combatants was down, but without any visible wounds. Barrett took quick stock of his body and noticed a problem with his lungs. With that quick glance, Barrett also saw an opening. Keani's opponent was well in hand, just barely managing to avoid being impaled by any number of flying objects. The assassin fighting the other third-tier cultivator, however, had just moved into perfect striking range for Barrett. Barrett struck backhanded with his fist as the assassin stepped back toward him. The assassin wasn't a third-tier cultivator for nothing. He noticed the attack and avoided it, but that movement let him get hit by a flying needle from the Lipika clan cultivator. However, the attack also left Barrett open, and he felt a dagger going into his back. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 135. Barrett was impressed by the training of the Silver Blade Assassin. Not only had he attacked at the perfect opportunity, he had even pierced the armor Barrett wore, and even though it was light, it wasn't weak. His attack even dug into Barrett's spine. Barrett felt his legs try to give out, but he didn't let them. He had no time to watch the other battle he'd just interfered in as he did a sweeping chop behind him. A chop was a very inefficient way of delivering energy, but he didn't need to be efficient, he just needed to hit. Unfortunately, his attack was dodged once again. He only left a slight trail of blood on their chest as his attack scraped by. Barrett had to admit this man was good. He didn't panic at the ambush failing, and merely sought out opportunities. He stayed back, watching Barrett's movements. Normally Barrett would appreciate that, but unfortunately this was a battle he couldn't afford to be slow in. He was the one most injured, and if the battle went on too long he would lose the ability to stand. More importantly, the poison in the air that had dropped the first-tier cultivator was starting to affect him. Barrett silently cursed the creator of the 100 poisons pill who hadn't bothered to put a full 100 poisons in it. If they had, perhaps the current poison would have been one of them. The poison by itself wouldn't do much to a second or third tier cultivator who had a strong body, but it was just one more thing Barrett had to worry about. Barrett could hope for one of the others to win their fight and come to his aid, but if things went wrong he could also end up with one more enemy to fight. Though the third-tier Lipika clan cultivator had managed a good hit, it didn't guarantee his opponent's defeat. Barrett started attacking, even when it left him slightly open. The assassin would slash at his arm, but Barrett didn't bother with that. The cuts weren't deep, and there was no more poison on the blades to be worried about. All he had to do was create the right opening. The fight moved around the upper part of the gatehouse. There actually wasn't much room to maneuver, which Barrett planned to use to his advantage. The assassin dodged this way and then that, and found himself stuck between one of the cauldrons and a myriad of weapons controlled by Keani. Behind him was a wall. Barrett threw out a straight punch. There was nothing special about it, just a large amount of mass and berserk energy behind it. The assassin couldn't duck under the attack without making himself almost prone, and he couldn't move into the area of Keani's weapons, and they were already encroaching toward him. Thus, he blocked Barrett's attack with his daggers. Daggers weren't meant for blocking, but in his particular case it was logical. Though they were only made of ironwood, they were tough and sharp. Barrett was attacking with a mostly unprotected hand, so he would have to change the trajectory of his attack to avoid hurting himself. That was what Barrett supposed he was thinking, but this was already within his plans. As his fist struck the daggers, the berserk energy covering his hand shattered them apart. He'd already been weakening them every time they struck him, and they only had so much structure. It didn't come without cost to Barrett. It took a large amount of berserk energy, and one dagger stabbed completely through his fist, and the other went into his wrist. However, it was the best he could do. His fist had very little momentum to continue to strike the assassin. Barrett doubted he even ended up cracking a rib. However, Keani managed to spare some concentration to fill his side with a few very large needles. He managed to avoid anything stabbing into anywhere important, but his left arm and leg would be less mobile. More importantly, as he continued to move he would worsen the wounds. Before Barrett could follow through, the assassin slipped out of the tight position. Barrett took advantage of that moment to observe the rest of the battle. At that moment, the assassin Keani was fighting had just had his eyes stabbed out by needles, and the lower-tier cultivators had managed to injure their opponent's arm enough he only had one remaining and was barely able to defend. Things were looking up, but then two more people arrived. They weren't assassins, but instead Bakhan clan members. More importantly, they were also third tier. Barrett wasn't sure how they managed to get in, but that wasn't important at the moment. Keani moved to intercept one of them, and Barrett got a glimpse of her able to fight in her own environment. There was a veritable cloud of metal projectiles flying around, but Keani managed to hold her own, deflecting enemy projectiles while keeping control of her own. Barrett couldn't afford to continue watching, however. He still had the assassin to deal with, and while he was weakened Barrett was sure he had more tricks up his sleeve. More importantly, the other Bakhan clan member was coming for him. He didn't think he could fight both at once, but the limp in the assassin gave him an opening to attack. Barrett sprang forward to dodge a barrage of flying spikes, moving as if to strike the assassin with his good fist. The assassin stepped to the side, but instead of settling back into stable footing, Barrett continued forward, grabbing out at the assassin's arm. He wasn't in a position that it was possible to balance, but he didn't care. He just needed to split his attention between that and keeping his legs working. The assassin was no longer fast enough to dodge the unexpected movement, and found himself with his arm caught. Though he immediately moved to try to wrest away Barrett's grip, he didn't have the strength or the time to do so. He suddenly found himself lifted off the floor, held by his upper arm, and moving with great speed. Barrett charged toward the Bakhan clan member, using the assassin as a shield. It wasn't perfect, as humans weren't designed to be shields, but it kept Barrett's head and body safe. Meanwhile, his arms and legs could withstand a barrage of spikes that didn't have much individual force behind them. The assassin did not fare so well. Even though the Bakhan clan cultivator tried to avoid hitting him, mostly for the sake of not wasting energy, Barrett managed to direct him into a few spikes, and he was soon filled with holes. That wasn't terribly important, however, because soon his spine was broken as he crashed into the Bakhan clan cultivator. Of the two, the Bakhan clan cultivator was much less injured by the attack. His body was like metal, or rather, a good portion of actually was metal. Even so, he was thrown off his feet onto his back. Barrett continued forward, gathering most of his remaining berserk energy onto one of his legs, which he then stomped on the Bakhan clan member's head with. To his credit, the Bakhan clan member maintained a mostly round skull, and perhaps even survived. Barrett didn't have the luxury to check, as suddenly he felt two sharp blades cut his neck. However, he only felt it. It hadn't happened yet, but was a flash of killing intent. He barely had enough time to reach his arm out before it actually happened. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 136. As Barrett reached his arm out, the invisible opponent slashed across his throat with both daggers. Barrett didn't have the capacity to dodge the attacks, but he had guessed at where his opponent was. At the same time as his jugular veins were cut open, Barrett's hand grasped around his opponent's neck, and crushed with all his might. Then Barrett collapsed onto the floor. That was from a combination of factors. First, the blood loss was building up. Then there was the poison that had been in the air the whole time. Barrett briefly wondered if the recently appeared assassin had been the one who used that poison. Of course, the best reason for him to collapse was that his spinal cord had been cut some time before and he couldn't afford to use any more stamina to make his legs work. He needed that stamina to make the blood flow back into his neck, or at least most of it. Barrett was glad that immortal berserkers trained every vulnerable part of their body for toughness, and not just the easily trained ones. Otherwise, his neck would be cut halfway through instead of merely through the jugular veins. Barrett hoped the battle was over. If it wasn't, he would be dead soon, but he couldn't afford to pay attention to the battle because he needed everything to keep his blood mostly inside him, and to try to heal. He didn't care about the rest of his body at the moment. Cuts all over his arms and leg were fine. Poison? Actually, he cared about that some. He tried to filter it out with some of the lost blood. Damaged spinal cord? That wasn't going to kill him in the immediate future. Not directly, anyway. Gaping neck wound? That would kill him. While he was sure the Lipika clan had capable surgeons, he wasn't sure they would be able to reach him in time to help if he only focused on blood flow. Thus, he did his best to drive all his healing into his neck. He didn't have much stamina for that, but he did his best to draw everything available from everywhere he could. If it was possible to concentrate all of his healing into a single % of his body, he could achieve 10,000 times normal healing, equivalent to a Tier 1 immortal body, and just barely enough to be relevant in battle. He would have to do better than that. Nilima chased after several members of the Bakhan clan. "You're running too, you damn cowards. You guys are trash. Worthless. Garbage. You can't even take a single hit." She articulated her point by sliding her way past some flying needles and almost gently touching one on the neck. He immediately collapsed onto the ground. "You're half-assed cultivators at best. Your energy control sucks, your magic is pathetic, and your metal bodies are superficial. Your arteries can't even withstand a single hit and your spinal cords are like string. I know someone who can withstand anything. He's way better than anyway you're pathetic." Nilima used her energy to turn away a few more spikes that were thrown at her as she forced her way through, finally pressing her hand onto the head of the final cultivator. She maneuvered her energy past his own defenses and through his metal skull, before finally letting the energy rattle around inside. "Damn, where did those other two get off to? They snuck by while I was busy." Nilima rushed off toward the gatehouse. Inside, she saw Barrett collapsing to the floor. She was about to chastise him for getting taken out easily, but seeing the number of bodies immediately next to him and the state of his neck decided to give him a pass. Then one of the bodies started moving. It was one of the third-tier Bakhan clan cultivators that had slipped by over the wall. It was nearly impossible to climb, but that didn't mean they couldn't use ladders or grappling hooks, especially while people were distracted. They were quick, and too many forces were needed elsewhere for Nilima to stop them all. The cultivator stood over Barrett and a spike flew up into the air over him, ready to stab down. He started his attack, but at the same felt a pain in his heart. There was no impact, and he barely even felt the gentle touch of a hand behind him, but it didn't matter. His heart ceased regardless. Barrett woke up. "Oh good," he said. Or tried to say, anyway. He was met with astonishing amounts of pain as he moved his throat. He thought better of trying again. At least he had woken up. He hadn't been sure that would happen. He started to turn his head, then thought better of it. Instead, he turned his eyes. On both sides of him in beds were other injured people. He didn't recognize any of them, but that didn't mean much. He didn't know anyone around well enough to recognize them out of the corner of his eye, and turning his head meant moving his neck, and it was still in pretty bad shape. Barrett took stock of it. Everything was sewed shut. That was good. In fact, it was even stitched up inside. He supposed that was possible enough. Stitching needles were metal just as much as 10-inch long ones meant to pierce through people's brains. They didn't even need to do that part first. His arms were fine. They had been covered with styptic powder to stop the bleeding and wrapped in bandages, and that was all they really needed. Perhaps stitches would have been appropriate in other circumstances, but they would heal up pretty quickly, all things considered. His legs. Barrett had a harder time analyzing them. He couldn't feel them, but that made sense. He also didn't have any stamina left to try to bypass that momentarily. He assumed they were still there, but if not, well, he would have to take a very long break from training. The real issue was his spinal cord. He had a true immortal body, so it would recover, unless it didn't. After all, there were limits to everything. There were medicines that could help him recover, but it would set him back months of training as well. Was it worth it for the experience? He wasn't sure about that, but he also helped a friend. Or an acquaintance, at least. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 137. When Barrett next woke up, he could move his neck without excruciating levels of pain. Barrett could handle the pain, but making wounds worse was generally not a good idea. He could recover quickly, but that didn't mean he needed to be foolish on purpose. He sat up. It was a bit awkward without the help of his legs, but his upper body was pretty much fine. He was still a little dizzy from the blood loss. His stomach growled as he looked around the room. He figured he should be in a large medical tent outside the tower. He didn't see any doctors or attendants around, so he sat and waited patiently. As he did so, he did his best to look over the wound in his spine again. He couldn't tell whether it was healing or not. He would have to watch it carefully. If he'd been in a good state to take note of the damage earlier, he could compare, but all he had was a vague memory of the time he'd woken up hours earlier. The damage around it certainly was healing, the skin had already scarred over and the bone was mending. Barrett would have tried to actively mend it some, but he still had basically no stamina. That would be because he hadn't eaten anything yet. After what felt like an eternity but was likely no more than 15 minutes, a doctor walked into the room, looking around at the patients. Then his eyes stopped on Barrett. "Oh, you're up." Barrett nodded, then spoke slowly and carefully. "I am an immortal berserker after all. If I couldn't get up by now, I would likely just be dead. I'm hungry. Could you have someone bring food? I need about 10 times as much as you think I could physically fit in my stomach. Can you even eat?" "Your neck." Barrett pulled away the bandages around his neck. He knew the wounds would still be ugly and red, but clearly on the path to healing. "I'll be fine. Eating is more important. I know what is good for people and what isn't, but that knowledge mostly extends to those who live around the Metal Sea and train in the sorts of cultivation methods common around here. I'll get you your food, but don't think I won't watch to make sure you aren't hurting yourself." Barrett nodded. He didn't mind that at all. Soon enough, the doctor came back with several others, carrying 10 heaping trays of food. One might have assumed the food around the Metal Sea was inedible to most, but they would only be half right. The people who lived around the Metal Sea were still more human than not, after all. There were some special cooking techniques to balance out the nutrition so that one didn't consume too many heavy metals, though that didn't necessarily apply to cultivators. Barrett ate the first tray of food at a measured pace. One bite of food and a few chews, then the next bite was more of the same. The food was a bit softer and squishier than he might have liked, but suitable for a medical patient for not requiring much chewing. It was still better than trail rations either way. It took perhaps 10 minutes to finish the tray full of food. In some ways that could be considered a rapid eating pace, but it was quite slow for Barrett. He had to admit, his stomach was almost full to bursting. However, he used just the tiniest bit of stamina to digest the food more quickly, and that rewarded him with a great return on his investment. It was 1 minute later that he started on the second tray. His first bite was at a normal speed, but he was now using his stamina to digest quickly and concentrate his healing capacity on his neck. As his neck started recovering more, he ate quicker bites. By the end of the third tray he was shoveling food into his mouth. However, even as he did so he was careful not to make a huge mess of things. He took only reasonable-sized bites, but he only needed to give them a few very rapid chews before he swallowed them and took another bite. Master Hikel said it this way, "Remember, making a mess while eating wastes good food, and also makes me want to punch people in the face." Not that Barrett ever had a problem with dining etiquette, when he wanted to follow it. He had been raised in a noble family after all. After the fifth tray, he paused. His neck was healed. At least, it was mostly just scar tissue left. That would heal on its own eventually, and it wouldn't cause him any more trouble. Barrett turned his concentration to his spine. It was different from just healing up a few cuts. Barrett's body knew how to heal itself, as long as what was healing was possible, but concentrating the healing in just the right parts would get the largest effect, and he could still help guide it along. It was only a total of 20 minutes before Barrett was done eating all 10 trays of food. The doctor looked over Barrett intently and inquisitively, but the people who had carried the trays stood slack-jawed. Barrett explained to the doctor, "It's the Immortal Berserker style's healing, combined with some pure body tempering." The doctor nodded. "That's the sort of recovery speed everyone in the world might wish for, but they'd prefer to do it without lingering on the edge of death." Barrett shrugged, "Then they'd have to find some other technique." The doctor stayed a few more minutes until he was satisfied that Barrett wasn't going to suddenly explode, then left. Barrett took stock of his injury. He found the results were mixed. On one hand, he did see a measurable improvement in the injury. On the other hand, he judged it to be perhaps 1% healed. If he did the math, that was only 1,000 trays of food and a little bit more than a day, but of course it wasn't that easy. Even with the ability to quickly recover stamina from food, there was only so much a body could use in a single day without side effects. He could do the same for perhaps 3 or 4 meals per day, however. At that rate, it would take about a month to recover, but he couldn't guarantee that a 100% recovery would be a perfect recovery. Yes, at that point his spinal cord would be attached back together. It would certainly work, but he couldn't be sure it would be perfect. If it wasn't, he would have to get special medicines from the Immortal Berserker sect. Master Hikel would probably pay for it, but he knew that his overall contribution from the mission would end up negative. Well, unless he counted the fact that there were now a half-dozen dead third-tier silver blades. While he hadn't done it all himself, the sect would love to hear the news that a few percent of the silver blades' third-tier and higher members died. Even though they had many forces left, they wouldn't be likely to take revenge against the Lipika clan. The Silver Blade had many enemies, and if they mobilized a large force they might just find themselves in a situation they couldn't handle. Besides, Barrett was sure the Lipika clan had a few tricks up their sleeves at their main location. Just as Barrett was contemplating taking a nap, Nilima entered the tent. If there was a door, Barrett could have been sure she would have thrown it open. "Hey, bandage boy. I heard you almost got yourself killed. What happened there? What about you? That foot didn't injure itself, did it, twig girl?" Barrett looked down at her left foot. She had been walking gingerly on it, though trying not to look like she was. "Humph," she turned around, "it's nothing much compared to getting your neck chopped halfway through." Then she spun back towards him. "Hey wait you cheater, you're healed already." Barrett grinned. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 138. Nilima tilted her head as she looked at Barrett. "Since you have your throat back, why are you still sitting in bed?" "My lower spine still has a few issues." "How?" She raised an eyebrow. "You already recovered like half a neck." How could some tiny little thing stop you? People don't just recover from severed spinal cord, you know. People also don't just recover from slashed jugular veins and open windpipes either. Nilima stomped her foot down, then grimaced. It's not like it was a little cut. They were completely severed. Yet somehow your blood kept flowing and didn't just fill up your lungs or spill onto the ground like it should have. Barrett raised an eyebrow. Well, sorry I didn't die like you expected, I guess. Humph, Nilima turned and actually left, taking awkward steps to avoid further injuring her foot. Keani came to see Barrett later. Congratulations on a successful mission. Both you and Nilima performed extraordinarily well. There will be an additional reward for you both. She glanced down slightly then returned to looking Barrett in the eye. While we aren't responsible for any injuries you sustained while working for us, we would like to offer what help we can. We don't have any particularly special medical abilities, but the Immortal Berserker sect has the best knowledge on how to recover from significant injuries. Still, if we can help secure any materials that would be useful, we would be happy to. Barrett nodded, thank you. I'm not sure what materials will be necessary in this case, but I will keep it in mind. Good. Keani reached into a bag she had brought with her and pulled out a glass bottle, about a liter in size. This is another gift. Just a reminder of what you were fighting for here. Barrett took the bottle, which was full of a silvery liquid, and heavy. Not that it was a problem for him, but it weighed about quarter as much as a basic suit of armor. It was at least 10 kilograms, and most of that would be from the liquid inside instead of the thick glass. Barrett had seen the mercury spring, but he hadn't held any of it. It's different than I imagined, he said as he sloshed it around slowly. It's rather strange, isn't it? Be careful though. Too much force will break the bottle, and it is toxic. It can seep in through the skin, and is a pain to get out of the body, even if you regularly deal with controlling metal. Noted. Barrett nodded, thanks again. You're welcome, and thank you for your assistance. Now on to less pleasant matters. Keani crossed her arms in front of her. We found some communication tokens on the silver blades. They had several remaining, so it is likely they already used at least one. That means they probably know you're here. While we will do our best to protect you, we can't guarantee anything. If they try anything in the future, we can guarantee we will retaliate, but that doesn't do much good if you're dead. We can take you back to the main house, which is safer, or escort you back to Streeto, but the closer I get to Streeto, the more power they have. Barrett nodded. Of course, that's also true of the Immortal Berserker sect. However, the Silver Blade will be out looking for me and the Immortal Berserker sect will not. Actually, I had a single communication token. I already used it to ask them to watch for any mobilizations by the Silver Blade. However, I now have no way to communicate my current state. Barrett shrugged, but such is life. If you could help me get a message to them, I'll head off to somewhere the Silver Blade won't expect. They can't exactly search everywhere for me. Keani nodded, that we can do. We would have already sent a message, but advertising that you were in a weakened state wouldn't do you much good if it was intercepted. I think I can do something about that. We don't exactly have established codes. Master Hikel read the letter again, as he had done many times since he received it the previous day. He couldn't help but worry about his disciple. He always managed to find himself in serious trouble, but it wasn't that he made dumb decisions. Instead, trouble just found him. That meant his future would be impressive if he survived, and the prophecy he'd received never said that his disciple would survive, only where he would find a perfect one. Sadly, he couldn't just go rescue his disciple. That might be harmful to his growth, but more importantly he should already have been gone for a month, based on how the letter traveled to him. Master Hikel. I have successfully completed my first mission. It went fairly well, though I am reminded of the aftermath of that tournament in Ember. I still have a scar on my back from that, and a slight twinge in my legs. I was surprised to find our forces facing off against several members of the Silver Blades as they attacked our defensive position. I am happy to report a half-dozen of their third-tier members are dead, though mostly not by my own hand. I am planning to remain away for some time to temper myself. Perhaps I shall go west to the Fire Plains. I hear they have all manner of interesting beasts and terrain there. Remember to thank Master Alur for me. His teaching has been invaluable. Master Hikel wasn't even sure where Barrett might have gone. It almost certainly wasn't the Fire Plains. Barrett didn't have much fondness for fire, even though he was now quite able to deal with it. He was apparently injured somehow, in some way that wouldn't heal quickly. He didn't have any scars left from anything for long, and there were certainly none remaining from that incident, as many as there had once been. Barrett being injured made Master Hikel want to go rescue him even more, but for the moment the best thing he could do was cause trouble for the Silver Blades. It wouldn't be too hard to convince some others to help him either. Even though the current actions were for his personal disciple, they had already long been enemies with the Silver Blade. Now would be a good opportunity to further weaken them. Master Hikel wondered how many of them he could get to attack him just by showing up in the right places. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 139. Barrett could see why nobody lived right next to the metal sea itself, and why nobody harvested the valuable metals it contained. There were already corrosive fumes miles away from the metal sea, and they only got thicker as he got closer. Even if a body could filter out all the contaminants from the air, at some point there would not be enough other air per breath to function. A good portion of the air itself was actually corrosive. Barrett felt it burning away at his skin, eyes, and the inside of his lungs. If it wasn't for training the toughness of all parts of his body, he wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. As it was, he had to filter out as much as he could as well as reduce the amount of air he used. Combined with every step taking concentration to make his legs move at all, he was barely able to keep up. At least he was confident most people wouldn't be able to follow him. Though the area around the metal sea was hostile to normal life, the particular zone he was in didn't even support the peculiar sorts of life that lived around the metal sea. Apparently further in there were actually extremely strange monsters that somehow survived, but in the sort of middle zone he was in nothing lived. Barrett took a small break as he reached the top of a hill. The air was slightly more pleasant, since the worst parts of the air were heavier. However, that didn't mean the air was pure, just relatively less contaminated. He looked down from the top of the hill he was on. The landscape was completely white, as if covered in salt or flour. The air itself was hazy and whitish-gray. Down below, Barrett could just barely make out the sea, where jets of air spurted out from near boiling water. It was an interesting sight, though Barrett could have never called it pretty. It was too dead and lifeless. Like he would be, if he stayed too long. He had to get back away before it was time to sleep. However, moving toward and away from the metal sea each day would keep him from being followed. Whether or not the Silver Blades had any method to track him down, they simply couldn't follow him. While they might build up resistance to poisons, the air was something else entirely. He couldn't be sure that he would be followed. It was possible he had thrown them off to go some other direction. Even if they guessed he was near the metal sea, they would have to pick the correct direction to circle around and exactly the right distance to even notice his tracks. However, he didn't think it was overkill to keep doing the same thing. If they sent a 4th tier or especially 5th tier member after him, he might not survive if they found him. While the Immortal Berserker sect might take revenge for him, it didn't mean much if he was dead. It was possible for him to fight a 4th tier person at the top of his form, but since he had to constantly devote a portion of his concentration to moving his legs, he certainly wasn't at the top. However, even if he wasn't being followed, Barrett had a good reason to continue with the very unpleasant journey. It was good training. Constant corrosion at a rate near to what he could recover from was fantastic training for his skin, eyes, and lungs. He definitely needed the time away while he slept to recover and expel the remaining contaminants from his lungs, but the harsher the environment that he survived and could recover from, the better the training. Likewise, it helped train pure body tempering, and splitting his attention, since he needed to filter his lungs and fortify his eyes as well as allowing his legs to walk. If Barrett had been asked 7 years earlier what the most painful thing he could think of was, he wouldn't have even been close to guessing at his current circumstances. Or even most things he had been subject to since then. The pain itself wasn't so bad. Its intensity wasn't great, but it never faded and only grew worse throughout the day, and it was everywhere. At least, everywhere on the outside and many places on the inside. His mouth, nostrils, throat, and lungs all burned continuously to the point they bled, at least the first few days. For the last week he hadn't bled at all, but that didn't make the process much more pleasant. Barrett was just glad nobody else was around. If they were, they would have seen a crazy naked man walking around. There wasn't much to be done about that. Either he wore clothes and let them dissolve, or didn't wear them to begin with. He was lucky the magic bag he had was magically strengthened and self-repairing. Barrett had actually considered going a bit deeper, but couldn't because the magic bag needed time to repair itself as well. He was glad Master Hikel had insisted he add those enchantments. As long as it didn't take too much damage all at once, it would survive. Though considering what he got up to, it needed some upgrade to keep up with him. Technically his armor could have survived just fine, but the padding beneath could not have, and that would have been very uncomfortable and not as protective as it should have been. Soon enough Barrett would arrive at the northern side of the southern Metal Sea. There was a large city there, and he could find a place to stay. He would spend some time there working on recovery, though he would need to earn some money as well. He hadn't collected much, and he still needed to buy food and pay for lodgings. The food was the bigger part, because he could eat a very large amount, and he needed it to be very nutritious. Around the southern Metal Sea, it also took a bit more effort to get food best suited to normal humans like Barrett. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 140. The city of Krylon appeared much less impressive to Barrett since he had been to Streeto. Anything that didn't take up the entire horizon was rather disappointing. In size, it was comparable to Durham. That made it a large city, but it was still populated for the most part by regular people. That said, Barrett hadn't known of any second-tier cultivators or even known they existed while in Durham, but Krylon had first-tier cultivators standing guard at the gates. That was nothing compared to the third-tier or higher guards in Streeto, but it at least marked it as a place that actually trained cultivators. To survive around the Metal Sea, it was necessary. Barrett pulled the bandages away from his face to let the guards check him. They immediately waved him through, but there was no reason they shouldn't have. He wasn't one of the locals, and thus any bounties would be obviously different from him. The Silver Blade might have a bounty out on him, but that would be a black market bounty, and while Krylon wasn't exactly a beacon of righteousness, they were still a real, functional city. They couldn't openly allow bounties where there was no real crime involved. That was the same as allowing murder and kidnapping as long as someone put up a flyer and handed out money. As for why he even wore bandages, Barrett preferred not to show a scarred face to everyone. Perhaps that was somewhat vain, but that was the way things were. While his wounds would heal up in a day or two, scars took longer to heal, and weeks of traveling through an area where his skin was constantly being corroded led to his face being an awful mess of scars. Everywhere else, too, but his clothes generally covered most of the rest of him. The first thing that Barrett wanted was something good to eat. Travel rations might have filled him up, but their taste left much to be desired. His magic bag didn't have the properties to preserve food, and he couldn't cook anyway. The best he did was roasting meat. He didn't burn it or leave it undercooked, but it wasn't going to be the same as carefully prepared food. He could tolerate bland food for a time, but there was no reason to live solely on it. He entered the market and looked around. Later he would find an inn or a restaurant, but for now anything already prepared would be good. The market wasn't that different from what he would expect elsewhere. Besides people with metallic skin tones and different materials making up everything, it was the same. People bought and sold clothes, food, and whatever else they needed. There were also pickpockets. Barrett kept himself aware of people passing by. As the owner of a magic bag, he had more to lose if he was oblivious to his surroundings. Such awareness also came with training for combat and detecting ambushes. However, not everyone was as prepared. Barrett grabbed the arm of a young man who was walking past. "That coin purse isn't yours, kid. It's just a rich kid." The young teen tried to wrench himself away, but couldn't even cause Barrett's arm to move slightly. People having money doesn't mean it's alright to steal from them. Besides, he's down on his luck. That purse is more coppers and silvers than gold, and his fancy clothes are rags. Barrett easily plucked the coin purse in question out of the pickpocket's hand. "I suggest you try another profession. Maybe chef, or if you have the bravery, a swashbuckler of some kind. Honest work lasts longer." The kid just glared at Barrett when he let him go and slunk off into the crowd. Barrett doubted a single instance would make him give up, but he wasn't willing to turn the kid in to get a hand cut off. Then he would just be stuck being a one-handed pickpocket. The people around had seen the confrontation anyway, so they would be wary of that particular kid. Barrett moved toward the rich kid. His clothes had definitely seen better days. "Here. This is yours." Barrett tossed the coin purse to him when he turned to look. The rich kid was about the same age as the pickpocket, perhaps 13 or 14. He felt around at his belt to realize that his coin purse was indeed gone, or rather, the one in his hand was the one that had been at his waist. "Thank you, sir." The young man bowed. "I am not sure what would have happened to me without this." "You're welcome. Try to keep a better watch on your things." The young man clutched the purse tightly. "I will." Barrett looked over the young man carefully. He was a native of the Metal Sea with a golden metallic skin to show for it. "What's a cultivator like you doing in such poor straits? You should at least be able to get a job with the city guard." Barrett could tell he had genuinely stepped into the first tier, which was a decent accomplishment at his age. Barrett had done the same, so he knew how hard it was. "I may have to." The young man looked away. "What's your name?" "Kale," the young man said shortly. "I'm Barrett." Barrett looked over Kale, recognizing feelings he'd once had. Feelings of hopelessness and weakness. "What do you train in?" "I train in the Ana, I train in metal energy and body strength. I'd be classified as a warrior. I guess. I'm a warrior too, in case you couldn't tell." Barrett had sizable but not overly large muscles, but he definitely radiated internal energy at least a little bit. Berserk energy wasn't exactly subtle. "I train in bodily strength and toughness, plus berserk energy." "Oh." Kale looked away, seemingly unhappy with the conversation. Barrett shook his head. If the young man didn't want to talk, he couldn't make him. "I wish you luck with your future." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 141. When Barrett found out there was a recruitment event happening in Krylon, he couldn't help but attend. He obviously wasn't planning to join up with anyone, but he wanted to see what it was like. He'd only seen the one in Tri-Ridge, and once he'd learned more, he realized they didn't have much going for them. Unlike that time, Barrett was confident he could pass any tests that were posed. The exception might be magic tests, but he wasn't particularly old, so being a first-tier magic user wasn't bad. The question was, if he had to already be a cultivator to pass the tests, what was the point? He had wondered that before, and he still wondered it. Master Hikel had just required him to show determination to join. Beyond that, he hadn't cared about Barrett's qualifications. Training him was the job of a master, after all. Of course, the Immortal Berserker style did come with the slight problem of a death rate of about 50% within the first tier. Barrett went around to observe. Warrior groups still required a strong and healthy body, but that meant they couldn't start training most candidates until they were already almost Barrett's age. If Barrett had waited until he finished growing, he wouldn't have even started training until his current age, or maybe even later. He was still growing a bit taller, but he wasn't sure if he would have done so naturally. Barrett did notice a few differences, however. There was one school of archers that had an archery test, but they not only allowed candidates an unlimited number of shots, but one of the masters there even corrected the posture and technique of the candidates. It didn't seem like accuracy was the most important feature either, because Barrett saw several of those with higher hit rates were rejected. When he came back later in the day, he saw one young woman who had been there earlier still making attempts, and finally landed a single shot on the admittedly rather far target. However, the master looked quite happy to accept her. The magic users were actually less varied than in the area near Tri-Ridge, but that made sense. All of those in the area naturally had more affinity for metal and earth. There was one general elementalist school recruiting, but the rest were nearly entirely focused on metal. Whether they styled themselves more as warriors, energy cultivators, or mages, the general feeling behind them was about the same as the Lipika and Bakhan clans. About halfway through the first day, Barrett spotted Kale. He was in the middle of a test for a warrior faction. He passed the tests admirably and the recruiters initially looked quite pleased, but then the tone of everything changed and he was sent away with a dejected look on his face. As he moved around to another group, Barrett listened in to what was being said. One kindly-looking older master shook his head. "I'm sorry. We can't afford to take in a survivor of the Anaconi clan, and it is unlikely anyone else can either. You might try the Scions of Steel, but I can't promise they will react differently. However, even if they reject you, they won't cause trouble for you. I can't say the same for everyone." Kale nodded. "I understand." As predicted, the Scions of Steel also didn't accept Kale once he told them who he was, though they looked somewhat regretful. "May you have luck on your endeavors." Kale sighed and walked away, right into Barrett. That wasn't an accident on Barrett's part, though he had somewhat expected him to realize someone was in front of him and stop. "Oh. Sorry." Kale stepped back and apologized, then turned to leave without even really looking at Barrett. "In a hurry to leave?" Barrett asked. "Where will you go? It doesn't seem like a member of the Anaconi clan is welcome anywhere." Kale turned to Barrett, really seeing him for the first time. "It's you again," he sighed. "You heard that, did you?" "That's right. It's better for me to not tell anyone, but I can't avoid telling a group I join, can I? That would be dishonest, cowardly, and a shame to my clan name. Not that there are many of us left." Barrett nodded. "I understand. None of my family is left. No real family anyway." "I see," Kale nodded sadly. "An unfortunate commonality between us. Now, if you will excuse me. I need to plan a trip to another city, somehow." Barrett held out a hand to stop him from walking away. "Why not ask for my help? You. We don't know each other at all, and you have already helped me. I can't take advantage. If you don't rely on others for things you need and can't do yourself, then you can't go far. What do you really need?" I need to survive until I get somewhere else. I can find work and survive, and maybe join a cultivator group later." Kale took a deep breath. "Will you help me? My coins are insufficient to pay for safe transport, and I can't necessarily wait around for someone who will accept me as a guard." "Sure," Barrett grinned, his teeth showing between his bandages. "I can bring you to any city around, and make sure you arrive safe and healthy. I'm not busy anyway." "You will come with me yourself?" "That's more than I can ask. No, thank you. I appreciate it." Kale bowed his head. "If I can just leave the area of the Makeo clan's influence." "You'll do what, exactly?" a man spoke up as he approached. "Beg on the streets? Better that we take care of you now." He gestured to two others nearby, who moved to surround him. "Just give up and your death will be painless." Barrett stepped next to Kale, into the encirclement. "Do you really plan to attack in public? Who are you, outsider? This is none of your business. Just leave." "It's my business if I want it to be. There's no point in being in a righteous sect if I don't do anything when something happens right before my eyes." Barrett stood up tall, projecting a menacing aura and letting it be clear he was a third-tier energy cultivator. The two guards were as well, but the man in front of him was just second tier. If you lay a single finger on this young man, I will make sure you lose it. Everyone around will be able to attest that you attacked first. But you'll be down at least a finger anyway, so you'll lose out even if everyone lies to the guards. Barrett had raised his voice for everyone around to hear, though many people were looking away trying to pretend they weren't watching and listening. Humph. You can't stop us from our goal with empty threats. Men. Barrett sighed internally. He hoped the guards weren't corrupt or Kale could run quickly. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 142. I surrender. Kale called out and stepped away from Barrett, toward the guards. I thank you for your good intentions, Sir Barrett, but I can't allow you to be wrapped up in this. One of the guards grabbed Kale's arm, and then quickly pulled back. Barrett stepped up next to Kale. Too late. I already gave my word to bring you safely away from here. Barrett flicked his hands, scattering blood onto the ground. I always keep my word. I told you, anything that touches Kale, you lose. The guard looked down at his hand, but didn't find it at the end of his wrist. Instead, it was on the ground. It wasn't cleanly severed. Instead, it was somewhere between a cut and a crush. Without a proper blade, Barrett couldn't make berserk energy as sharp as he wanted, but he could improvise. The cultivator from the Makao clan shouted, "Kill him." Barrett couldn't afford to hesitate. While he was confident in his ability to defeat his opponents, he also had to protect Kale. He also needed to do so quickly, before more enemies showed up. One of the best benefits of training in pure body tempering was the ability to attack from positions that didn't seem to be a proper stance. It was still better to take a proper stance if there was time, since it took stamina to balance in ways the body wasn't meant to, but Barrett needed to attack immediately. In a proper duel it was dishonorable to attack an opponent who had not readied themselves, but against people trying to kill him in the street Barrett didn't need to act the same way. Barrett's foot kicked up into the man's ribs. That gave the benefit of being a large target, so even though he started to dodge he couldn't avoid the attack. The ribcage helped protect the area with the most vital organs, but it wasn't perfect. Even the guard's armor could do little enough to protect against berserk energy supported by Barrett's whole body weight. All Barrett needed was for a small portion of his attack to get to the heart. The first guard went staggering back, while the second took a step away while pulling something off of his belt. He launched a ball of metal at Barrett, who dodged it easily. Too easily, in fact. He had been expecting the momentum of the attack to carry it past him, but instead it turned and moved back toward him. Normally such a move wouldn't have presented any danger. Without any momentum behind it, a ball of metal couldn't do much damage. However, when it touched Barrett's arm instead of impacting it wrapped around his arm. It wasn't nearly so solid as it had appeared. Barrett gathered berserk energy to blast the liquid metal away from his arm. He couldn't afford to deal with it holding onto him or any other problems it might cause. Some of it had managed to find its way into his arm in that short moment, but he attempted to lock it in place. He wasn't sure how to sever the magical control, but he could keep it from doing as it pleased. At the same time as Barrett attacked there, Kale rushed the member of the Makao clan, nearly knocking him off his feet. Barrett wasn't sure it was a wise choice, but at least he had decided to fight. The first guard was missing a hand and had a wound in his chest, but he managed to pull out a similar ball of metal as the other. However, Barrett wasn't going to be tricked again. He knew he couldn't let it get close. As he moved to avoid the attack, he also chose to run toward the second guard. Their ball of metal was dispersed for the moment, and it would take them some time to be able to use it again. Perhaps they had more, but there were only a few steps between him and Barrett. Barrett's attack was a straightforward punch, overflowing with berserk energy. His attack was aimed forward toward the guard's waist, but all he had to do was step back and to the side to avoid it entirely. As he did so, he found his foot wouldn't move, and that lost him the exact moment he needed to avoid the attack. Barrett's fist shattered the man's hip and freed his foot from the cobblestones beneath it which had molded around his foot. If the guard had been in any other circumstance, all it would have taken to free his foot would have been a firm tug, but he wasn't expecting to need that level of force to move. Barrett couldn't consider him out of the fight with just a broken hip, but the pain was enough to distract him long enough for Barrett to grab him and toss him toward the first guard's attack. The second guard flew into the ball of liquid metal with no damage, but it did throw the attack off course and disrupt the second guard's concentration as his hip shattered and then impacted the ground as he rolled. Kale was pummeling the Makeo clan member with his fists, alternating back and forth. He didn't seem to be causing any serious damage. His opponent was a tier ahead of him in body training and moving to soften the blows, but it kept him occupied and unable to retaliate immediately. Barrett rushed toward the first guard, using his ability to balance at impossible angles to duck to the side under the ball of metal. Just before he reached the guard, a second ball of metal appeared from another container, but Barrett had already anticipated something like that. No matter how good a weapon was, a backup was always necessary. He leaned to the side, one hand touching the ground as his leg swept behind the guard's knee, hooking on and pulling him down. Barrett used the same momentum to spin around and bring his heel onto the man's head, maneuver that would have been impossible without the flexibility and ability to shift weight that pure body tempering gave Barrett. Using two types of abilities simultaneously, such as berserk energy and stamina, was starting to become second nature to Barrett. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 143. Upon seeing that both guards were dead and Barrett was not, the member of the Makeo clan turned around and started running. However, before he could get more than 10 meters away, Barrett pulled out a lead ball, charging it with berserk energy and throwing it. It struck the second-tier cultivator straight in the back and exploded with energy, leaving only mangled flesh and bone in an area the size of a palm. "You alright, Kale?" Kale took deep breaths and held onto his left forearm with his right hand. "Yeah. I'll be fine. We need to leave before more arrive." "That's always the thing, isn't it?" Barrett walked over to the bodies, because that was all they were now, and searched them. Neither of the guards had a magic bag, but they still had belts loaded with various sorts of weapons. Barrett took them and tossed them into the crowd of people nearby. As for the Makeo clan cultivator's magic bag, he tore it open as he threw it, scattering the contents into the crowd. "Have fun." Kale suddenly found himself picked up by the waist, being half pulled half carried through the streets at a rapid pace. They ran down side streets seemingly without rhyme or reason before finally coming to a stop, with Barrett setting him down. "All right. From here, we walk." "Where?" Kale asked. "Out the gate, of course. Running out a gate is suspicious. However, I haven't heard any calls of alarm here yet, so we should be fine." "What if they try to stop us?" "Then I will politely explain that they can either let us through or die." Barrett smiled. "There's only first-tier cultivators here anyway." "You talk like first-tier cultivators are nothing." Kale lowered his head. "When you're first-tier at 30 or 40? That's right. Those two guards were third-tier, but they were probably around 50. Sadly for them, they weren't adept enough at power control to advance further. Getting stuck at a tier doesn't give any advantage and just shows they weren't good enough to make the next step. Or maybe they just thought third tier was good enough and lost the determination to grow better." At that point, Barrett stopped talking as they walked close to the gate, and out through it. He kept a measured pace, quicker than normal people would walk but not particularly fast for any sort of body cultivator. Once they were out of earshot of the gate guards again, Barrett continued, "There's nothing wrong with being first tier. It's just staying there that is the problem." "Aha." Kale nodded vaguely. "Ugh. I don't feel great." "How bad is it?" "My head aches and I feel nauseous." "How long until you die?" "What? I don't, am I going to die?" Barrett coughed. "Sorry, I forget most people don't have a good reference for that." "Do you think you'll be fine until we're over that hill?" "I suppose." Barrett nodded. "Good. It's mercury poisoning, probably. Are you using your energy to remove it? Trying. It's hard. Keep it up. We'll head for a place where we can stop. Barrett could feel the mercury in his own system as well. It was rather bothersome. He hadn't had time to remove it in the middle of combat, and in that time it had started to worm its way into his body. He'd just managed to isolate a large portion of it. Unfortunately, it had entered his bloodstream, so there was no safe way to eject it, but a little bit of damage to stop a lot of trouble was worthwhile. It only took a small wound to guide most of the mercury out. The real problem was the rest of it. It was working its way into his body and becoming part of it, but not in a beneficial way like the cultivators in the area might do with other metals, nor was it like minerals normal humans might want. Instead, it was replacing proper minerals and compounds. It hadn't been long yet, so there wasn't much damage, but Barrett couldn't use energy to separate it. Well, he could, but it would result in destruction of the parts it had affected, and likely some of the area around. Berserk energy wasn't meant for finesse on that level. Fortunately, pure body tempering allowed the body to do things it shouldn't. As they crested the hill, Barrett had already forced his body to separate from the mercury and removed the last bit. The real problem would be Kale. Barrett couldn't sense the entire goings-on inside his body, but he had likely been exposed to more mercury, and was less able to combat it. The moment they were out of sight of the gates, Barrett picked Kale up once again and ran off the road. Even if the guards didn't remember they had gone through, the Makao clan would likely search along all of the main roads. They found themselves in an area Barrett would have normally considered rocky. However, with the boulders being more pure metals than the normal sorts of compounds that made up rocks, he was tempted to say it was metally terrain, except that would apply to everything for hundreds of miles around. Regardless, he set Kale down next to one of the boulders in a group, where they could be hidden from most directions. Kale was still breathing heavily. "I've isolated most of it." He pointed to his stomach, right there. "But I can't get it out." "Don't panic. Just keep it under control." "Do you trust me?" Barrett asked. "I suppose so." "Good. I'm going to stab you. Direct all the mercury out through there." "What?" Stab dash. Kale didn't even have time to finish questioning when Barrett did that very thing. Berserk energy didn't easily make a point without something to conform to, but Barrett didn't have to worry about that in this case. His target was unmoving and he'd had plenty of time to prepare, and he only needed a small length of sharpness. A small amount of blood flowed out, but Barrett was happy to see mercury as well. "Very good. How do you feel now?" "Awful. Still feel sick. Can't get any more out." "That's all right," Barrett said, "you shouldn't get much worse. At least not immediately. So, you train your body in metal-type energy, correct?" Kale nodded, then grimaced at the movement. "Good. That should make this next part easier. I'm sure you've done breathing exercises. This is a bit like that. You're going to detach the mercury that remains from you." "Can't. Energy can't do it." "You're not going to use energy. Just your body. Now, listen to my instructions." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 144. Perhaps Kale was particularly suited for pure body tempering, or perhaps desperation resulted in exceptional progress. Either way, by the time he ran out of stamina, Kale had managed to remove a tiny drop of mercury. In the grand scheme of things it wasn't that impressive, but Barrett knew well how hard it was to first succeed with the more abstract uses of pure body tempering. Of course, his own guidance had been necessary, but it had still been Kale himself who succeeded. Barrett couldn't do anything to help him. He wasn't adept enough at magic to do anything inside someone else's body, and if he used energy, well, berserk energy would cause more harm than good. It was good for destroying things, but there wouldn't be much distinguishment between Kale and what he wanted to destroy. Barrett was pretty sure it wasn't going to get worse. If it did, Kale would probably die. However, he was currently resting mostly peacefully. Hopefully that could continue. That wasn't the only risk, however. It was possible they would be followed. Krylon itself might or might not get involved in the situation, but the Makeo clan certainly would. Barrett didn't know much about them, but the one example he had said they were arrogant and used to getting their way. One example wasn't sufficient to judge a whole group, but it was a good indicator. They were responsible for the upbringing of their members, after all. Likewise, if the guards he had with him had a sense of righteousness, they would have stopped him. The Makeo clan had destroyed the Anaconi clan. That was obvious, and while Barrett had no certainty that the Anaconi clan was good either, it was easy to infer they were not evil. Kale was a good example of that, and those at the recruitment event had not immediately called for guards to come capture Kale upon finding out he was from the clan. Instead, they merely weren't willing to risk him joining them. On the matter of being followed, they couldn't remain where they were for long. It wouldn't be too hard to track them down. Whether it was traditional tracking by looking for footprints or using animals for scent, Barrett couldn't disguise either. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to pick out their scent in town, they hadn't left anything behind and there were hundreds of people around that could be picked out instead. Even so, if they were a large clan they had to have or be able to hire at least enough trackers to search for something on every major road. Perhaps it would actually give him away more to leave the road, but they couldn't exactly have taken a stop on the road, and they also couldn't not stop. Kale needed it, and Barrett needed it too. His spinal cord wasn't finished healing yet, which meant any running around took stamina to have his legs even know they should run. Barrett took the time to munch on some trail food. It was terrible in taste and average in nutrition. He could have sped up the digestion process, but that wasn't good to overuse. It was better to take a proper rest where he could, then use other methods when he couldn't. Once he had decided it was too risky to stay longer, Barrett looked around their metally campsite, surrounded by shiny boulders. The traces of mercury still stood out on the ground. He used a bit of magic to gently guide them into a container. It was valuable, but might also be used to trace them. Not that the metal itself was magically enchanted, as far as he could tell. However, leaving it behind would indicate they'd found the right track. If they were uncertain, they couldn't devote as many people to their trail. Kale was still passed out, so Barrett tossed him over his shoulder. He normally wouldn't do that for someone in bad condition, but Kale wasn't exactly injured anyway. That sort of treatment wouldn't make him worse, even if he found it uncomfortable. Barrett almost wished he'd spent even more time training his body and strength. Kale was heavy, and more importantly carrying human-shaped things was awkward. Well, Barrett could also consider his current circumstances training. When Kale awoke, Barrett had him walk. It was clearly difficult for Kale to keep up, but he didn't complain. "Where are we heading?" Kale asked Barrett. "Southeast." "Right, but toward where? Don't you live around here?" "Well, yes," Kale nodded, "but I don't know of anything in this direction." "Just, the Metal Sea." "Exactly. Nobody wants to go there." "That includes us, doesn't it?" "Sure. We'll not get too close, for your sake. However, if we get to a particularly monster-infested area we don't have to worry about people following us. Unless the monsters kill us first." "Right, but they won't." "Probably." Barrett shrugged, "Got a better idea?" Kale sighed, "Not really." Barrett glanced at Kale's face and handed him some trail rations. "Eat this. You'll need plenty of food. Work on yourself bit by bit." They hadn't seen any sign of pursuit over the last few days, but if they had, that would have meant the pursuers were already on top of them. Barrett just hoped the pursuers were running into at least as many monsters as they were. If they were lucky, the Makeo clan wouldn't have sent any third-tier cultivators in their direction. If that was the case, they could be having a hard time. Of course they would know that Barrett defeated 2 third-tier cultivators on his own. That meant that no matter what they needed to travel with a larger group than just Barrett and Kale. If they wanted to be safe, they would have at least 3 third-tier cultivators or more than twice that second tier. They would also need to be better caliber than the 2 guards. A larger group might scare away some monsters, but others would find it more of a challenge to their territory. Barrett found that scorpions seemed to like small groups. At least, they'd been running into plenty of them recently. About 2 per day. Most of them were small. Not the size Barrett would have considered normal for scorpions, those would haven't been even worth looking at. Instead, they were about a meter long, not counting their tail, which were slightly longer than the rest of their body. Then there was the one that had just appeared in front of them. It was much closer to 2 meters in length, and maybe 2/3 of that in width. Its tail was closer to 3 meters long. Barrett wasn't sure how bad the poison from that would be, but just the stinger was enough to cause some issues. Well, he couldn't exactly ask it politely to leave. Barrett readied himself to fight as it scuttled closer. Thankfully such large monsters were visible from almost the horizon. "Well, Kale, you want to join in on this one?" The Immortal Berserker Chapter 145. In battle, having 2 people was usually better than having just one, even if the second was much weaker. It caused them to have to focus on 2 places at once, and it limited their tactical options. Kale was in no way incompetent in combat, so he was able to help out Barrett, as long as the enemy wasn't able to kill him without effort. However, Kale trained his body in metal energy, so it would take a much stronger opponent to kill him without effort. Barrett and Kale spread out so that if the giant scorpion approached either of them they would be able to flank it. It would have very little success attacking to the sides or the rear. That meant it would do best to go after lone prey, but it was large enough and unintelligent enough it probably didn't consider that issue. Once it came within a handful of meters, it seemed to have picked Barrett out as its target. It covered the distance between them in a single second, its tail snapping forward toward Barrett. He dodged back and to the side, to avoid both the stinger and the claw that followed shortly behind it. As the claw skirted past to his right, he swung a backhanded fist, that bounced off the wrist of the scorpion's claw with a disappointing metallic thunk. It immediately swung back toward him, its right claw requiring him to duck. Its second claw curved down toward him, and Barrett pushed off of it with his hands to vault over it. Fortunately its tail was still being retracted at that moment so it couldn't take advantage of his movements. Kale arrived behind it and grabbed the base of its tail, allowing Barrett the opportunity to attack one of the scorpion's left legs. The chitin there was thinner than on the claws, and there was a satisfying screeching crunch as Barrett brought a leg down between the top 2 segments. The leg went limp, but the rest of the scorpion thrashed wildly, throwing Kale away. At the same time, that brought its claws back toward Barrett. Instead of dodging to the side, Barrett moved forward and in toward the scorpion's mouth, leaving the claws behind him. Though they immediately moved in to grab him, Barrett was already ducking down underneath the scorpion. His arms went up on either side of the scorpion, between the first and second pair of legs. His hands didn't reach much more than around the sides, but that was perfect. Using that and his head, Barrett pushed upward, flipping the scorpion over on its side. It wasn't easy, because it was moving and struggling, but it was only a few hundred kilograms. He threw it to its right, so one of its 3 lower legs was the damaged one. He immediately stomped on the next one, getting a satisfying crunch. Kale was already moving back toward him, and helped him hold it on its side, grabbing one of the upper legs. The scorpion continued thrashing, but Barrett and Kale worked together to systematically break the remaining legs, then they backed away from it. Somehow it managed to right itself with the flailing of its tail, but with all of its legs unusable it could only thrash around wasting energy. Some of the broken legs leaked a bluish-golden ichor, and eventually the thrashing stopped. Barrett approached from behind and kicked the back of the tail, but it didn't react. He opened his magic bag and pulled out his axe. Perhaps he should have kept it out now that he wasn't fighting metal magic, but he preferred to hone his unarmed techniques. The armor he couldn't quickly put away if pursuers caught up, so sadly that had to stay in the bag. The axe chopped down, once, twice, 3 times. Each time had a significant amount of berserk energy, but the shell was thick and strong. Finally, the fourth blow severed the tail. If the scorpion hadn't been dead, it was now. Barrett frowned, tch. I wish we could bring this with us. Should be worth a pretty penny. It's unfortunate, but my magic bag can't store that much. We can take the stinger, at least. The venom is stored around there, so it's the most valuable part. The meat is, edible. Raw. If you have the stomach for it. Well. I wasn't exactly planning to go on a long trip. Best to save on supplies. You can try turning off your sense of taste. It's good practice. Barrett looked ahead as the ground started to be covered in white, and the air was filled with visible contaminants. We're right up against the danger zone. I can survive there, but you'd have some trouble. We'll have to hug the edge. I can do it, Kale protested. That stuff is strong enough to melt off flesh in a couple hours. For you, maybe a day. Kale shook his head. I can't say about very deep in, but I can handle at least a handful of miles closer indefinitely. If I couldn't, I would be ashamed to my clan. Maybe you can while you're awake, Barrett started, but can you use energy to keep yourself from corroding while asleep? That's not it, Kale shook his head again. If I was trying to keep all of that away from me, I would run out of energy in an hour. However, I can handle a lower density without problems. He pointed to his face and grinned. See? What am I seeing exactly? My skin. Did you think I was born with this wonderful, golden, color? Kale paused for a moment to think of one of the common names for metal colors. Yes. Well, I wasn't. My clan had grounds near one of the golden rivers. It always reacted some with the air, but during rains, it was like in there. He gestured toward the metal sea. The Anaconi clan body training technique is perfectly suited for dealing with such circumstances. In fact, it is helpful to training. Great. There's just one slight issue. Barrett looked down at himself. Kale thought for a moment, then grinned. We also have special clothing. I have a few spares. There should be at least pants that fit you. Thanks, Barrett nodded. If I had to choose between modesty and my life, I'd choose my life, but I'd really rather keep both. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 146. Barrett breathed in the acrid air, tasting it in his mouth and feeling it scratch its way down his throat into his lungs. It wasn't nearly so bad as when he had first started traveling toward Krylon, which was good because he didn't have the luxury of moving out of the area to rest. At the moment, his healing was just barely surpassing the rate of damage, which was actually perfect for training. He didn't even need to fortify his eyes or lungs anymore, which left his stamina free for controlling his legs and repairing his spinal cord. As far as the healing of his spinal cord was going, Barrett felt confident. It was maybe 20 or 30% functional, enough to have feeling and partial movement. Barrett could have tried to speed up the process even more, but he didn't want to risk making a mistake. That could require him to spend more time fixing the issue, or maybe even make it impossible to recover entirely. Well, he wasn't sure about the second possibility, especially with pure body tempering as a factor. Alur had already grown back teeth on his own without a true immortal body. Barrett could certainly fix his spine even if it became worse. The question was how much longer it might take. Kale, meanwhile, seemed to feel no discomfort at all. He merely maintained a look of serious concentration on his face at all times. Barrett could sense Kale's progress as they moved ever closer to the metal sea, though not directly toward it. However, they were now close enough to watch the plumes of gas that rose from it even without being up on a hill, with the sea itself being only a mile away. As they approached closer, not only was the air more saturated but also hotter. Finding water became difficult, but they managed, taking as much as they could whenever they chanced across a stream of water. Purifying it took some effort still. Kale, Barrett asked, how deep can the Makeo clan's people follow us? Kale shook his head, I'm not sure. They now have access to the Anaconi clan techniques. I don't believe we could have destroyed all of the copies. However, it can take a year to a decade to prepare the body for the body transformation. Kale gestured to his golden skin. That said, any cultivator around the Metal Sea would have no problem 5 miles away from the Metal Sea, at least for a short time. Third-tier cultivators could likewise at least be able to come as deep as we are, though they may require significant energy expenditures or have to leave to rest. There are generally more practical things to do with training time than attempt to survive close to the Metal Sea, so we should be relatively safe. Kale took a deep breath, in through his nose, then out from his mouth came a white powdery breath. Though I wouldn't want to live here. Me neither. I haven't gotten anything like a full night's sleep lately. Unfortunately, I can't unconsciously expel all of this, and the way it leave little other air. Barrett shook his head. I'm glad monsters around here are rare. Barrett sighed, though only shortly. At least we can be fairly certain we're not being directly tracked. As we reach the northeast area, we can move away from the sea. Even if they send some men to the next big city, they won't have enough. Kale nodded, plus, their influence should not stretch so far. At least, it will be less. Though I can't guarantee the locals won't just roll over on their backs like they did around Krylon. Kale spit, producing more of a cloud of white dust than actual liquid. I'll have no pity for whoever they come for next. The Makeo clan didn't even pretend to not be the ones who slaughtered the Anaconi clan. Yet nobody did anything. Barrett shook his head, sadly, that is too much the way of the world. My family is yet to be avenged completely. Melody was still in Durham, living it up like a queen. From what Barrett knew, anyway. She had married some man who took over Barrett's father's position, or what should have been Barrett's eventually. He was certainly no less guilty than Melody and Denton. Plus whoever had hidden the circumstances from the king of Ashia, or the king himself, possibly. Barrett had listened for news while he was in Streeto, but Ashia was barely on the radar. It was one of the smaller countries in the Ostane Empire, and the least involved with cultivation. How powerful is the Makeo clan? What are their strongest cultivators? I can't believe you hadn't asked that yet. Kale shook his head. You didn't even know, but help me anyway, but I've already spent too much time expressing my thanks so far. Their strongest cultivators should be 4th tier. I'm not entirely sure how many, but at least a few. Interesting. I might have expected less. Barrett thought back to the Lipika clan. They were fairly prominent in their area, but only had a couple dozen 3rd-tier cultivators, and no 4th-tier cultivators, or perhaps that wasn't the case. Their 4th-tier cultivators may have been secret, in reserve for defending their main clan grounds or out on other important business. With a skilled member like Keani already having reached 3rd tier, it was actually more unlikely they had no one at 4th tier. After all, she was almost inevitably going to reach 4th tier and Barrett could see her going further. She couldn't be such a huge exception that there were no others who could reach 4th tier, though there was some chance that they had all joined other cultivator groups. In that case, they wouldn't be able to help the clan immediately, though it was unlikely they would be immediately available either. That made the most sense. Barrett broke himself out of his thoughts. Well, Kale, the path to revenge won't be easy, but given 15 or 20 years, when you reach 4th tier, you can cause them quite a bit of trouble. Unless you give up before then. I won't give up. Kale clenched a fist, but 15 or 20 years is a bit optimistic for a lone cultivator. Then don't be a lone cultivator. Join a sect. If you remain righteous, the Immortal Berserker sect would not mind having you as an associate, or if you don't mind risk, you could be an official member. Can I still take revenge that way? Revenge itself is not evil. However, you must take care not to slaughter innocents. If you have any concerns, talk to someone about it. Barrett folded his arms in front of his chest. Even if you don't join us, we're still interested in you not becoming a murdering psychopath. Right, so, what risks are there for becoming an official member? Just a slight 10 to 30% or higher chance of death. More or less. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 147. Regardless of whether or not Kale wanted to try to practice the Immortal Berserker style, he was not in the best environment to attempt it. The first destruction took about a year of recovery time, and that meant recovery would be almost nothing for at least a month, making any wound sustained many times more serious. That was if everything went well and he passed the destruction, which it was possible he wouldn't. He was not in such desperate need of strength that he would attempt that when he could more reliably use his own clan's techniques to grow stronger. We're getting close to Mon, Kale noted. I think it should be a day's travel to the northeast. Barrett nodded, good. We need rest. A week of this was more than enough. Even for you. Kale sighed, unfortunately, I'm not at the point where I can sustain being this close to the metal sea indefinitely. My rate of energy recovery just can't quite keep up. In other words, a bit more and you can keep it up. That's something to be proud of. However, everyone needs rest. That's part of training. We just can't get enough while not being sure if at any moment we might be attacked by monsters. There was very little life near the edge of the metal sea, but what there was consisted of some rather annoying enemies. There were burrowing sorts that only rarely had to surface into the corrosive atmosphere, and large lumbering reptiles and arachnids. The second sort could be seen from a distance and avoided, but burrowing creatures were harder to anticipate. The most annoying were the mosquitoes, however. They were small, quick, and tough, not succumbing to a simple slap, unless they could be squashed between two hands. They could pierce through even Barrett's skin in search of nutrients, and while that left them vulnerable, every time Barrett or Kale had to squash one or a dozen of them took a bit more out of them. The mosquitoes wouldn't survive long with Barrett's blood in them, it was still full of berserk energy, but they could last long enough to fly away if he didn't do anything. The area closer to the metal sea was also even hotter than elsewhere. It was harder to find water, what they did find had to be filtered, and they needed more of it. Everything on its own wasn't sufficient to cause them trouble, but put together it was a harrowing experience. However, the closer they got to the metal sea, the harder it was for others to follow them. Unlike the Silver Blades, the Makao clan had many people available in the immediate area to follow them. They still hadn't seen them, which was a good sign. Even if they had been on their trail, it would be lost. In a way, the worst part was that they had to flee at all. Not because it meant they weren't strong enough, that would come with time, but because it meant the civilization of a city only went so far. When certain groups were strong enough, they became able to ignore the laws of the area, even if everyone else could have easily worked together to enforce justice. They just didn't. It had been the same back in Durham and Tri-Ridge. Nobody had really looked for who burned down the Ravenclaw estate. Even in Tri-Ridge where Melody and Denton were technically the rulers, the city didn't have to listen to their corrupt orders. Enough people knew who Barrett was but chose to ignore him or even assist with his suppression because he wasn't in a position of power at that moment. Not enough people did more than look out for themselves, and only in the short term, because long term they would definitely be better off working together to uphold justice. Well, Barrett shrugged, I guess we should head to Mon. Traveling without landmarks had thrown them off somewhat. They did find the main road a day to the northeast, however, they had gone past Mon. That required another half-day of travel to reach, and they only knew which direction to go because they asked some other travelers. Fortunately, there were many people coming and going. They walked through the gates undisguised. They were far enough from the Makao clan's influence that the city guard shouldn't have any reason to stop them, especially with the general sense of rivalry between big cities. Even so, they paid close attention to the guards' reactions, and didn't see anyone else watching the gate. There were people around, but if they were watching the gate they were subtle. It wasn't certain that the Makao clan would have sent people to Mon, and even if they did they might not have had enough to watch every gate at all hours of the day. Even so, Barrett and Kale moved down a series of random streets until they were certain they weren't being followed. Then Kale covered himself in bandages. That was a temporary arrangement to hide his golden skin. If Barrett hadn't been seen covered in bandages, it would have been a fine disguise. As it was, they might be looking for a pair of two, one of which had bandages. However, they wouldn't recognize Barrett without bandages. Even Barrett barely recognized himself without bandages. He was even more scarred than when he had been in Krylon, though not much. They would heal up within a week, at least. That sounded amazing until Barrett thought about it as 2 years of normal healing. At least he didn't have to use any medicines that would mess up his cultivation. Well, Barrett looked over at Kale, it's good enough. You're smaller, which should help, and we can find some makeup to cover up your skin color later. Then they'll have trouble recognizing us. Before that, however, we need to find an inn. Something cheap. I wouldn't mind sleeping on the floor, even. It would be more comfortable than the ground, and just walking around with clear lungs is great. Barrett took a deep breath. Even the smell around here isn't so bad in comparison. At least my nose isn't bleeding from corrosion. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 148. The first thing Barrett and Kale did in Mon after securing rooms in an inn was to check out the local situation. While Barrett would have always done the same actions with regards to Kale, some foreknowledge of the situation might have helped things go more smoothly. The first news Barrett checked out was word from Krylon. Killing 3 people in the streets had caused a huge uproar. The Mikao clan's influence in the area was strong enough that the details had been blurred, but there had been dozens of people around for Barrett's declaration, so the general details of that were among the various versions of the story. As Kale had said, Mon and Krylon were not on great terms, and Mon had refused to uphold a bounty on Kale and Barrett. That might have seemed obvious because they weren't arrested when they came through the gates, but it could have been subterfuge. That wasn't Barrett's strong point, even back when he was a noble. Maybe it would have made him a bad noble, but it was better to be a bad noble than an evil one. Barrett was glad they were safe, at least from the city itself. He had no idea how to find black market bounties, but he would bet there were some or would be, if they were a bit slow in setting it up. There was possibly already one on Barrett from the Silver Blade, though he wasn't sure if it would have reached Mon. It was possible the Silver Blade had already taken note of what happened in Krylon, but it was also possible they were busy dealing with other things. They didn't have an infinite number of members, after all, and they were down a half dozen or so third-tier members. They had other things to do than just hunt Barrett, after all. Hopefully. Why are we stacking boxes? Kale asked Barrett. It's good for you, and we need the money. Why? It's easy and boring. If it's easy, you aren't stacking enough boxes. Think of it as body training. In addition, it's humility training. Even fallen nobles have to be willing to do honest work, even if it's manual labor. Barrett slid a pile of boxes toward Kale. Remember, keep it steady. We don't want to break anything. Kale bent his knees to reach the bottom of the boxes, then frowned when he couldn't pick up the stack easily. Even so, his face strained and soon he was standing properly, walking with determination. Barrett nodded. Good. Kale got it. They could have taken missions out of the city, but Barrett wanted a solid week or 2 of rest to finish healing his spine. It was progressing nicely, and he was fairly certain it would make a full recovery or at least close enough to only require a small amount of medicine to go over the last hurdle. Barrett had found the job through a few well-placed coins to beggars. They had nothing else to do but watch and listen, and if they didn't know something they could at least direct him closer. Barrett had a lot of sympathy for beggars, having been reduced to basically their level when staying with his cousin and aunt. Sure, there were a few dishonest beggars around, but those he saw here were basically unable to work due to being sick or crippled. It was a nearly inevitable result in cities of any size. Barrett hadn't wanted to take work away from anyone else, and nobody wanted a worker who only planned to work for a week, no matter how efficient they might be. In most cases, anyway. They just happened to arrive at the time a new warehouse had just opened and the owners, the Kaleo Blacksmith Guild, had just received many new shipments without being able to ship out some orders as they had expected. Thus, warehouses needed filling and reorganizing at the same time, and they were short on hands. It had been arranged that Barrett and Kale would be paid by the job instead of daily. That had taken some work to convince them, ending with Barrett picking up a crate that would normally have required them to wheel over a crane to place on a stack. Large crates were hard to balance, but Barrett could shift his center of gravity to wherever he wanted. It was almost effortless now. Alur would have been proud. Barrett wanted to get back to Streeto as soon as was reasonably safe, but for that they needed some money for travel. Sure, they could survive in the wilderness on their own as they had proved, but it was better to not need to. Besides, traveling made training harder without the right setups, and Barrett didn't have the proper gear. The new warehouse was massive. Even with Barrett and Kale doing the work of a dozen men and other workers, they were still only about 2/3 done by the 5th day. Barrett actually wished there was even more work. It was good training, especially for Kale, and the pay wasn't bad. The manager was also a very competent fellow, and treated the workers well. He pushed them to work hard, but also organized people to avoid accidents. They even provided a decent lunch, though not nearly so plentiful as Barrett might have liked. However, most people didn't have the appetite of a third-tier warrior. Suddenly, Barrett set down a stack of boxes with a thud. "Boss!" Barrett called. The manager, Iokua, came around the row of crates that was blocking them off. He glanced around, then gestured to the pile of boxes in the middle of the walkway. "What the hell is this?" "I'll take care of that in a moment. There are some people sneaking around out back, and it doesn't sound good." "Out back?" The manager raised an eyebrow. "When did you see them?" "I didn't see them. I heard them." Barrett tapped his ear. "I still hear them." "No time to explain. Send a couple guards around the outside clockwise, and I'll go with you the other way. We should hurry." Iokua frowned at Barrett for half a moment before turning. "Let's go then." Barrett followed him to the entrance. "You two. Do a quick patrol around the building." He gestured the direction the guards should go. "You, come with me," he called over another guard. They quickly paced around the short end of the warehouse and turned the corner into the alleyway. "Well damn," the manager shook his head, "I was hoping you were wrong." In front of them were a handful of thuggish-looking people, carrying large flasks of oil. It was clear they were oil, because one of them had just been poured against the side of the warehouse. Another thug was just starting to attempt to create a spark. Then one of them noticed they had been spotted, and they turned to run in different directions, with one of them running directly toward Barrett while pulling out a dagger. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 149. 3 of the thugs split off towards Barrett's group. The other half ran in the other direction, presumably to prevent them from all getting caught together. Running in Barrett's direction where there was only an unarmed worker and a single guard and the manager, Iokua, seemed like it should have been more optimal than running in the direction with 2 guards. It was unfortunate for them that the unarmed worker was Barrett. The lead thug already had a dagger out, and was slightly ahead of the other 2 who were also drawing theirs. He stabbed it directly into Barrett's chest, using his momentum to drive it deep and try to bowl past him. However, instead of moving as he expected, he felt as if he tried to stab a wall. Barrett hooked his ankle behind the first thug's knee and pushed him backward, then stepped forward to clothesline the other 2. None of the moves were optimal for killing, but he didn't want to do that. Besides the fact that they hadn't necessarily done anything deserving death, capturing them would be more useful. All 3 thugs were prone on the ground, and Barrett sat on them, then removed their daggers from their hands. They couldn't push him off, even with their combined efforts. At the other end of the alleyway, one of the thugs managed to break past the guards, but the other 2 were captured. "Got any rope?" Barrett turned toward Iokua, the manager. "Yes, watch out." Barrett didn't even bother turning around as one of the thugs pulled out a second dagger and stabbed him in the back. He reached over and grabbed the hand of the confused thug, then tossed the dagger away. The only visible sign that he had been stabbed were 2 holes in his shirt, under which could be seen another layer of something that wasn't skin. Barrett's hands were uncovered, and another thug took advantage of that fact. They had several places to hide daggers, and Barrett didn't care. The dagger's point depressed the skin on the back of his hand, and the thug barely managed to keep his grip. Barrett shook his head and tossed the other dagger. He knew where they were hiding more, but he didn't care. "Oh," Iokua said as he looked at Barrett. "You're a warrior?" "Sure. How else did you think I got so strong?" "Well, it is possible to get very strong without skin that can resist stabs. That would be especially true for those not native to the Metal Sea. Why work at a warehouse?" "Money," Barrett grinned, "plus I needed a break." Another thug tried slashing at Barrett's wrist, to no effect. Barrett's hand darted out to grab another hand stabbing toward his leg. "Hey! These pants are still good. Don't ruin the fabric." A few minutes later the thugs were all bundled up and ready for the city guard and Kaleo blacksmith guild to deal with. They could go about finding who hired them. There was no way they intended to burn down a warehouse for fun, because the city was highly motivated to stop fires. Likewise, anyone with a grudge against the Kaleo blacksmith guild would want to avoid retribution and legal action by hiring a third party. Barrett didn't much care about what happened there. Iokua laughed. "We're lucky that you happened to want a break, as you said." He started counting out coins, placing them on the table between him and Barrett. "We won't have it said that the Kaleo blacksmith guild doesn't treat its workers well. It wasn't your job to discover those men, and you certainly didn't have to fight. Regardless of the actual risk to yourself or lack thereof, you deserve to be paid." Iokua tapped his fingers on the table. "In relation to that, if you plan to be done with your break a week from now, we could use another escort for a caravan we have going. We already have guards, but the current situation implies we might need more." Barrett considered for a few moments. "I might be interested." "Good, you should be second tier." Iokua didn't sound entirely sure. "Your skin easily withstood their daggers." "I'm third tier," Barrett said. Iokua narrowed his eyes. "Really? You look rather young. Cultivation extends your lifespan. Is that it?" Iokua scratched his chin. "No. That's, he shook his head. "I don't personally have any way to judge that. But we do have different pay rates depending on skill level." Barrett smiled. "I understand you haven't really seen me fight. I don't mind if you have someone assess me. I am third tier." "Well, if your actual combat ability is on par with your senses, you should be a great help. Though hopefully we'll just spend money for nothing. Some might consider it a waste of money to hire guards you don't need, but not needing them is a good thing in my eyes. I would also like to recommend my friend. He's nearly second tier. Kale." Iokua nodded. "He's a solid worker. Hiring him or just bringing him along wouldn't be an issue." "Are you actually going?" "Of course. You don't think I just sit around managing warehouses all the time, do you?" Barrett shrugged. "Maybe. You have a lot of practice." Iokua looked at the guard he had brought over to assess Barrett. "So, how is he?" The guard raised an eyebrow, panting. "Weren't you watching?" "Third tier." The guard took a few heavy breaths. "If he's not, then nobody is. He's almost there on the merit of his body alone." The guard wiped a small trail of blood off his cheek. "But that energy, dangerous. I wouldn't want to fight him with a weapon. He'd have even more reach." The guard looked over at Barrett. "How did you do that trick where it looked like your arm extended?" Barrett grinned and held his hand out limp in front of him. Then the joints in his fingers dislocated themselves and the skin stretched. It did extend. Barrett's hand snapped back to normal as he willed it. "Well, that explains it, I guess." The guard looked back at Iokua. "There you have it, boss. My official assessment is that he's solidly into third tier in terms of power with the combat experience to back it up." Iokua nodded. "Then, you're hired. Assuming you still want to be." Barrett nodded. I wouldn't have come this far if I wasn't interested. When do we leave? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 150. Barrett spent half of his advance payment on food, converting as much food to stamina as he safely could every day, which he used to finish the healing of his spine. He wasn't sure if it would have healed as well if he hadn't taken special care, and it certainly would have taken much longer. However, as far as he could tell, it was perfectly healed. It might have healed faster if he took expensive medicine, but that would have set back his cultivation. Perhaps it wasn't worth it for a small portion of his spine now being slightly more stab resistant, but it was excellent for his training in pure body tempering, and that he knew it could be done. Sure, he had a true immortal body. He also had made himself resistant to poisons by slowly ingesting parts of 100 poisons pill, one that had about 50 poisons. Names weren't everything. He'd grown back an arm, but damage to any individual part of his arm would have healed much more easily than his spine. Just because a true immortal body was supposed to be able to recover from anything didn't mean it would, or that it would recover properly. However, that was only if he let things progress naturally. With pure body tempering, he could do anything. He had to believe that, otherwise it wouldn't work. Even if he found something he couldn't do, it was entirely possible that he was just not yet good enough for it. Barrett had started teaching Kale pure body tempering purely out of necessity. He'd taken to it immediately, however it became clear that while he was talented in that area, he wasn't as quick to learn as he'd immediately displayed. He was already specialized in metal, so removing mercury from his system had been easier for him. Barrett wasn't sure if it was because he understood metal or if it was just the mental confidence from him being familiar with metal, or perhaps because it had been a crisis situation. Either way, he was making some progress in other areas, but he didn't pick any of it up so instantaneously. Barrett and Kale were traveling with Iokua and a shipment of good for the Kaleo Blacksmith Guild. Iokua had only been in Mon for the opening of the new warehouse. He had other business to attend to in other cities, including going along with important shipments. Barrett couldn't tell what was important about the particular one they were with, but it didn't really matter. It was just a shipment of armor just like the guards wore. Barrett scratched his chin and turned to Iokua. I hadn't really thought about it, but, isn't wearing metal armor dangerous? He shook his head, though I suppose you shouldn't always expect to run into human opponents. Iokua nodded. Most people can't rely on just their bodies to protect them, and against regular people or even first tier, it is still a significant benefit. There's only worry around second tier or higher, and there won't be enough of them to stop all of the guards at once. Besides, this armor is special. Is it? Barrett tilted his head. It looked normal enough, but he wasn't a blacksmith. It is, Iokua grinned. It's a special alloy that is more difficult to influence. Of course, it's also more difficult to make for the same reason, and more expensive. Oh. I wonder why nobody in Streeto has anything like that, Barrett pondered. Some of them probably do. However, it's not like they have to worry about most people having the ability to control metal in one way or another, right? Right. Barrett nodded. That makes plenty of sense. What does something like that cost? About 5 times as much, and the only thing you're getting is something equivalent to normal steel. Things useful for cultivators carry a similar markup and are usually special ordered. Ah, too bad I'm poor now, Barrett shrugged. We do commission armor for long-term guards, but it's still owned by us, Iokua shrugged. We're not that generous. So, Kale joined the conversation. What sort of trouble are you expecting? Iokua sighed, hopefully none. Possibly a few monster attacks, though they generally shy away from large groups. However, with the incident at the warehouse, we can't be sure. Those thugs weren't even sure who they were working for. They just wanted to cause trouble for us, as far as they were told. Iokua stroked his chin, which bristled with small metallic hairs. If I were to guess, they'd really be interested in our products more than just causing us damage. As noted, these suits of armor are worth quite a bit. Have there been any other attempts to steal them from you, or other guilds? There are always attempts. The same is true for other guilds, but our formula is better. Iokua held his head up high. There are many people who would like to get their hands on a large shipment, either just to have the armor or to try to reverse engineer it. Kale nodded. I imagine that would be very hard, or it would have been done a long time ago. After all, it's not like people couldn't have bought one or two to take apart. That's right. The other guilds frequently send people to buy some for them. They can't publicly purchase them because it is our technique, but if they actually manage to discern the technique without it obviously being stolen, they can say they came up with it on their own and we can't do much. However, so far not even 5th-tier metal cultivators have been able to figure it out. As for those who know how to do it, we keep their identities as secret as possible and pay them well enough. It's not worth it for them to give up the information. Plus they'd be worried about retribution. Barrett nodded. Iokua held his head up high. We wouldn't dream of causing any trouble for our own members, and they can even choose to leave as long as they don't distribute knowledge of secret techniques. However, traitors are not dealt with kindly. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 151. The wagons were pulled by giant horned goats native to the area around the southern Metal Sea. Normal horses were not strong enough to pull such heavy loads, and they did not do well in the constant heat, nor was there anywhere for them to graze. Importing exceptional horses that could match the steelhead goats would be more expensive for the same effect. Barrett listened to the sound of their hooves hitting the ground, the wheels turning, and people breathing and moving. There wasn't always anything to say, so there were long stretches of silence on journeys of more than a day or two. Barrett had been working on his hearing, not just because it was useful in general, but specifically because his biggest enemies at the moment were the Silver Blade. If they caught him sleeping, they could easily kill him, as long as they were 2nd tier or higher, and not careless. Barrett was still trying to find a balance between getting woken up at every noise and not hearing enough. On the road, however, hearing everything was the best training in forewarning. Riders are coming, Barrett said to Iokua, maybe a couple dozen. About a kilometer that way, off the road. The current terrain was hilly, with boulders strewn about and uneven terrain. There were also shrubs and a fairly large number of trees. Perhaps enough to be called a forest, but the metal trees grew smaller than normal trees, and further apart. Even so, there were enough things around to dampen the sound, but there were also enough riders that Barrett could still pick them out from a reasonable distance. Iokua didn't hesitate or question Barrett's words. He had already seen evidence of Barrett's hearing, and they suspected an attack. Double time. Head for the outcropping to the southwest. Enemies incoming. The caravan had almost 24 guards, and while the enemy might not have outnumbered them, seeking a better defensive position was always the right choice. Behind the rock outcropping they could not be charged as easily, and the back was more open so they could escape that way if they needed to. The enemy could circle around, but that would take time and let them react. There was also a chance the riders weren't actually enemies, in which case they would go their separate ways. Of course, riders didn't go off-road for no reason. Iokua recognized them first, tch. The heavy blades. He turned to Barrett to explain, a bunch of mercenaries barely better than bandits. All right men, get ready. Bows out. Iokua once again explained to Barrett, their control of metal generally doesn't extend beyond their own weapons and armor. They're fairly typical warriors, but not pushovers. If Barrett had known that, he could have worn his armor, but the armor wasn't always better. He was faster and more agile without it, and it wasn't like he couldn't take a hit without it either. Generally it was better to have more defenses, but it wasn't as big of a difference between having armor and not for Barrett as it was for a normal person. The heavy blades rode in on steelhead goats, and they all carried long hafted axes at their sides, as well as holding a shield in one hand. Once they were somewhat clear from the scattered trees, the caravan's guards opened up with a volley of arrow fire. Most of them were blocked by shields, or ricocheted off armor, but some of the steelhead goats or their riders were still injured. The heavy blades didn't just wait to approach. Instead, they pulled out strange slips of metal, which a moment later Barrett recognized as some sort of slings. Metal normally wasn't suited for such use, but it obviously worked. They launched nearly fist-sized rocks at great speed. Barrett reached out to catch one that was going straight for Iokua's face. "I might suggest you take cover." Iokua's next action showed he agreed. He might have understanding of business and tactics, but he was not a cultivator. He moved back behind a wagon just as several more rocks flew towards him. Barrett carefully checked their trajectories to make sure he was safe, while at the same time throwing back the first rock he had caught and catching another. Of course, slings were capable of throwing rocks much further than the human arm, but that didn't stop Barrett's attack from striking one of the attackers hard enough to break their arm through the shield they blocked with. After all, they were mostly first-tier cultivators, though Barrett thought there were a few second-tier among them. There was one final volley from the heavy blades and Barrett took out two more of their number before they reached the outcropping. The steelhead goats had no trouble jumping up onto and over the 2-meter-tall boulders, but they lost their momentum, which was good enough. Cavalry that couldn't charge was half as dangerous, at most. Kale was on the front line, and as one of the riders swung his axe down, he stepped forward and grabbed their upper arm, pulling them off and slinging them over his head into the ground. The riderless goat tried to turn to headbutt him with its horns, but Kale pulled one of its legs out from under it. Barrett had also moved forward, and 3 riders converged on the open area around him. The lead rider's goat stumbled as Barrett shifted the ground beneath its hooves, but sadly it didn't go down. Barrett wasn't sure what they thought of him, unarmed and seemingly unarmored, but they definitely didn't hold back in their attacks. As the lead rider attacked from the front, the other 2 went around to flank him. The goat bent down to ram Barrett with its horns while the rider had readied his axe to swing down if Barrett dodged to the side. Instead of dodging, Barrett met the attack nearly head-on. He hadn't fought any steelhead goats, they were too valuable to leave roaming the lands, and weren't predators, so they didn't seek him out during his travels. However, he knew they were tough. Any ram was, especially the head, but steelhead goats weren't named that just for fun. Perhaps he could have caused some damage if he struck it in the head, but there was no need to fight suboptimally. In a way, Barrett did dodge slightly. He took a half step to his right as he grabbed the horns of the goat, muscles straining as he flung it around toward one of the flanking riders. He forced his center of gravity to be at his feet so that he could avoid swinging himself around instead, and even so the rocky ground sprayed up as the spikes of berserk energy grounding him tore through it. Still, it was enough to throw the goat off course into the other with a resounding crash. Barrett grinned. There was no point in doing so much strength training if he didn't use it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 152. As Barrett threw the central rider into the one on his left, the third rider on his right reacted instantly, leaning toward him and swinging their axe toward the center of his torso. With little time to react, Barrett reached out toward the handle, just below the blade. The massive weight behind the blade cracked his wrist upon impact, but he kept his arm straight. That launched him backwards, along with his own legs pushing him away. The third rider had been hiding his own strength. Instead of first or second tier like he rest, he was definitely third tier. In the moment of impact, Barrett could feel the energy providing weight to the axe, more than it would have from just muscles alone. Barrett landed and steadied his footing as he waiting for the follow-up attack, but instead the rider took a close look at Barrett then shouted, "Men, retreat." Barrett didn't miss the chance to throw one of the axes at the man he now presumed was their leader, but he avoided it as his steelhead goat turned and fled the scene. In the end, about 3/4 of the heavy blades successfully retreated, most with injuries, while a handful of them stayed behind, dead. Barrett could have chased after them, but nobody else would have been able to keep up. The steelhead goats the caravan had were firmly attached to the wagons, and they weren't trained for riding in any case. The ones left behind by dead mercenaries were not going to welcome foreign riders instantly. Barrett didn't want to fight that many enemies alone, so all he could do was watch as they retreated. The caravan was better off, only one of the guards had died in the attack while a handful of others were injured. Barrett saw Kale had a gash along one arm, but such an injury wasn't life-threatening. "Good job, men." Iokua came out from cover, bonuses for everyone. Keones will have to go to his family, he looked sadly at the dead guard. Thanks to you especially, Barrett. If they'd caught us out in the open things wouldn't have gone nearly so well. Iokua turned back to speaking to the group in general, form up. We need to get back on the road, and keep your eyes and ears out in case they try to come back. You're recovered already? Kale looked at Barrett incredulously. I thought your wrist was broken yesterday. It was. Why are you surprised? Barrett asked, you've seen me heal as we move near the Metal Sea. I just assumed it looked worse than it was. It's the Immortal Berserker technique. We train our healing rate. I'm at about 100 times normal. TCH. And I thought I recovered fast. The Anaconi clan training includes some body training that speeds up healing rates a few times faster than normal, but that's it. At 5th tier I'll be equivalent to a tier 1 immortal body, and at 6th tier that will be tier 2. 10,000 and 100,000, respectively. Wow. That's crazy. Do you think you'll actually get to 5th tier? If I don't die or have something else go horribly wrong, absolutely. That's one of the strengths of the Immortal Berserker technique. Advancement is nearly guaranteed, predicated on not dying. So once you pass the initial 10 to 30% chance, it's smooth sailing to 5th tier. Ha! Barrett laughed, there's also a very real chance of dying on any advancement between tiers. With that attitude, anyway. Kale grimaced, almost doesn't seem worth it. Except I've seen you fight. If there was no payoff then it wouldn't be practiced at all. Though depending on affinity there are better options with less risk of dying, assuming you don't make the wrong enemies. Most people prefer to back off from a fight if the risk to their life seems too high. Like those mercenaries earlier? Kale asked, what about you? We ran away, remember? Sometimes I haven't had that option. When that happens, you just have to win. To do that, you always have to be growing stronger. Barrett looked at Kale, but you know that already. The pay from the caravan guard duties was enough that Barrett didn't have to worry about money anymore. Not that he was particularly worried, he could survive in the wilderness, if necessary. However, having enough to comfortably stay in the city and eat decent food was better. For a short trip, even at pay relevant for third-tier cultivators, it wasn't enough to buy any new equipment. At least, nothing that would be of use to him. The rewards from the mission for the Lipika clan might be enough to do something with, but that was waiting for him in Streeto. If he'd known he was going to spend so much time running around the Metal Sea he would have asked to be paid before he left, though there weren't many things he wanted that were actually available in the area. Even the biggest cities around the Metal Sea didn't have items available for purchase anywhere near what Streeto had. That said, he would have liked to commission some armor if he was staying in the area. However, he didn't have the money nor did he plan to stay in the area for so long. Even so, he took a few days off from traveling, partly to let Kale's arm finish recovering. He couldn't spend all his time training, well, he could, but since he was in a city it was good to take a look around. Actual constant training was a good way for people to go crazy. Walking around a city let him be more in touch with normal people's reality. Not everyone was a cultivator who regularly experienced violence, though the lives of normal people weren't without their own troubles. By coincidence, he spotted a familiar style of axe on the back of one of those moving about town. He would be one of the heavy blades. He shouldn't have been one of those that attacked them. They had already been reported for banditry, and while Iokua had said there would likely be little effect from that, at least it would keep them away from the city for a while. That was a rabbit hole of thought Barrett didn't want to go down. They clearly violated the laws of the area but would get away relatively free. While he understood the need to make sure false accusations weren't easy to carry out, the laws seemed too lax. Each city seemed to mostly care about itself and whether or not anything or anyone was currently causing them trouble. Barrett decided to follow after the member of the Heavy Blades. He wasn't an expert in stealth, far from it, but he could at least slightly reduce how visible he was in terms of berserk energy. The man hadn't seen him, so if he stayed far enough away it might not be a problem. The man eventually moved away from heavily trafficked streets, which meant Barrett had to stay further behind, and that meant following him by ear for some time. He couldn't risk going around a corner and the man looking back, because that would make it obvious. Finally, he spotted him going into a building. It didn't seem to be public, and that meant Barrett couldn't follow further. Tailing someone was borderline legal in most places, but entering a building without permission was both likely to get him spotted and in trouble, even if it had some sort of illegal dealings going on, and that was complete speculation on Barrett's part. Even so, he took a position a few blocks away, far enough nobody would be able to see his face clearly, and watched. Maybe nothing would come of it, but it was a good chance to practice enhancing his vision. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 153. Barrett was able to pick out details at a distance as if he were much closer. That wasn't something unique to him, there were many methods to do so with energy or magic. Barrett was doing it with pure body tempering, which had the advantage that it was very hard or impossible to detect. Of course, people could still see him looking at them, but they might not notice at a distance. He wouldn't necessarily appear to be looking at them, but in their general direction. Barrett hoped nobody would notice, because he didn't really have any way to hide what he was doing except to avoid directly staring. He stood leaning against a building as if he was waiting for something, which was true, but he wasn't sure what. People occasionally passed by, and Barrett didn't hide that he watched them as they walked by. After all, it would probably be more odd if he completely ignored them. As for the door he was watching a few blocks away, not many passed in or out. The first to leave was actually the member of the Heavy Blades who he had heard enter in the first place. Then a few more came and went. There was no visible connection between them, except they were all cultivators. That by itself was a significant detail. Everything beyond that was speculation. There was nothing he learned that would hold up in court, but he didn't care because official legislation hadn't done anything for him anyway. He didn't need hard evidence to know he was right. All he had to do was watch a woman with a pair of daggers at her waist walk into and out of the building. She didn't pass directly next to where Barrett was standing, instead coming from another side street, both coming and going. In Barrett's mind, that could have meant any of several things. First, that his standing position was good enough to be ignored. Second, they were just occupied with thinking about other things and didn't expect to be watched. Thirdly, that they were just better at him at pretending not to look. Fourth and finally, they just didn't care about Barrett in particular. Barrett was betting on the second one, and the woman being one of the Silver Blades. If he was wrong, it didn't really matter. He wasn't planning to kill her in the streets, or even go near her at all. If he was right, that meant he had to watch out. Perhaps that was the best idea anyway, since the Silver Blade could have easily reached all of the cities around the Metal Sea. It wasn't like he had exactly been invisible, either. He'd caused a huge commotion in Krylon, and while his face hadn't been shown there, the Silver Blades weren't going to give up after just a month or so. He'd caused them enough trouble with the loss of the old hag who was at the 4th tier, a promising younger member, and then recently at least partial responsibility for a handful of 3rd tier members. Maybe they would think he wasn't worth their effort, but if they were still coming after him and he thought they were, they wouldn't hold back. "We have a problem, Kale." "Oh. What is it?" "The Mikhail clan's influence doesn't stretch anywhere near here, and the Heavy Blades aren't going to go after a couple random guards, especially in a city." "Maybe not. However, I have other enemies, and definitely a large black market bounty. A faction based out of Streeto, the Silver Blades, has a grudge with me. It's possible the leader of the attack recognized me. They were all too happy to retreat without even causing any real damage. They didn't even try to rush past to kill Iokuwa. Maybe they just decided to cut their losses, but their boss didn't even really fight me. He wasn't exactly at a huge disadvantage in that first exchange." "Well, you are actually pretty terrifying in a fight." People die and you don't look like they did anything to you at all. Barrett shrugged, that's because they expected me to be weaker, and I just don't give them a chance to change their mind. Besides, you didn't get the chance to see me injured in the weeks before I met you. It was pretty bad. Barrett clapped his hands together. Anyway, it's possible we should split up. You're capable of making it to Streeto on your own, or wherever else you want to go, if you're careful. I don't think it would be a good idea for you to fight those after me. But, they might already know you're with me, in which case you'll be an easy target on your own. In that case, I don't see any reason to split up at all. Kale shrugged, if it comes down to a fight, I can hold someone off for a bit. Maybe it's risky to come with you, but with the potential danger of splitting up it basically balances out. Besides, you saved my life so I owe you, unless you think I'll hold you back. Barrett closed his eyes for a few moments. I'd take you along without worry if you had another year or two of training. As it is, I won't be able to spare anything to help you. Unless they send inadequate forces, in which case we'll crush them. However, I don't expect them to send anything less than a handful of third-tier cultivators, and probably more second-tier. Unless they don't actually know you're around. What's the chance that you're wrong? About being spotted? Perhaps 50-50. About them being around? I'd bet my left arm, even if I couldn't grow it back. You can grow it back. Let's try not to find out, Barrett grinned. So, what's your plan? I'm coming with you, Kale said. You could use someone to watch your back and split the night shift. If I can improve your chances of survival even a little, then it would be dishonorable to leave you. What if I said you would drag me down? Barrett asked. Too late. You already admitted I might be able to help, Kale grinned. Good. Let's go then, though personally I hope I'm wrong. Me too, Kale nodded. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 154. No matter how trained someone was, they still made noise. They had to breathe, but even if they held their breath they still made noise. There was always the slight trembling of muscles beneath the skin that they couldn't escape from. Well, Barrett thought he could probably stop that for some time if necessary, but it didn't really matter. He couldn't practically hear that for anyone else anyway. Even with his hearing enhanced to its maximum, anyone more than a foot away didn't make any detectable noise with just their muscle tremors. People still had to breathe sometimes, however, and larger groups of people had to breathe even more. Barrett held out a hand to stop Kale, then held a finger up to his lips. It was already hard to pick out breathing further away, and it strained his ears to a point that was painful, though not dangerous. Having people moving around nearby didn't help when he was trying to pick out something specific. With the relative quiet, he heard what he was seeking, and more. What had given away the group was one of the steelhead goats with them. No matter how stealthy individuals were, they were only as hidden as the whole of their group. Steelhead goats were relatively easy to train for riding and other work, but teaching them to hold their breath or breathe quietly was another thing entirely. If the group had been moving, Barrett would have heard them far sooner and would have a better idea of their numbers, based on the sound of hooves. However, he knew there were at least 10, possibly 20 people ahead. Though it was muted, he also felt a presence he recognized. It was the leader of the group of heavy blades that had attacked before. He was a third-tier warrior, so it was hard to hide his presence even if he tried. It wasn't his area of expertise, though Barrett had to admit that he wouldn't have been noticed if Barrett hadn't stopped to take a closer read of his surroundings. Barrett gestured for Kale to follow him as he stepped off the road. When they were only about 10 meters away, Barrett started to run. Let's go. Steady pace. Since they had been traveling for a while, Barrett had worked to learn about Kale's limits. A steady pace was however fast he could run for a long time, hours, at minimum. That speed was actually quite fast, since Kale actually trained in body more than energy. They're following, Barrett said. But they're not currently getting closer. That suited Barrett and Kale just fine, but it was worrying. They could catch glimpses of their followers in the rocky terrain behind, only a few hundred meters away. That sort of distance didn't take long to close, even if the speeds of both parties were very closely matched. However, they let the distance remain. Barrett kept his ears open for anyone trying to move around them. Anyone able to keep pace with them would certainly make some noise. He could keep that up all day, since it used little stamina, and running at Kale's pace he could go for several days without issue. After the first hour it was clear their pursuers weren't planning to catch them. They didn't even try to make them change paths, so Barrett continued to angle in toward the metal sea. Barrett actually became a little worried. Did they happen to have an ambush set up at the arbitrary angle he chose to run, or did they think they could tire them out? Perhaps it was the second one, in which case after another hour where they showed no fatigue they would likely push forward to catch Barrett and Kale. Barrett managed to take stock of the enemy as he ran. There were 20 members of the Heavy Blades, and 5 Silver Blades. Despite the name, they likely weren't connected except through virtue of working in the criminal underworld. After all, there were only so many names possible, especially if one wanted to avoid names indicating criminal nature. Most cities would not welcome the Great Despoilers to stay within their walls, no matter how well behaved they acted. The important part of Barrett's observations was that he and Kale couldn't win in a fight. If he thought they had a good chance, they would have done it long ago. However, while together they might have taken out the Heavy Blades or Silver Blades, they had too much of an advantage of numbers and they weren't lacking in strength either. If Barrett was correct, there were 2 second-tier Silver Blades and 3 third-tier. No matter how well they fought, they couldn't take them all out. At least, not without weakening them beforehand. That was part of the reason for running toward the metal sea. At their current pace they were about 3 hours from the sea, but in less than an hour they would be within the danger zone where the air became worse. Kale and Barrett could handle traversing that area without issue, but their pursuers might have a harder time. Barrett hoped for that, but they continued to follow behind seemingly unconcerned. Even though they had managed to separate to about a kilometer of distance, if they stopped they would be caught within a pair of minutes. Barrett was still fine to continue running, but Kale's focus could be seen on his face as he regulated his breathing and took each step quickly and precisely. Kale had the training necessary to run for long periods, but it was one thing to run for a long time at a certain pace and another to do so while being chased by people trying to kill you. Even though the physical actions were the same, the second was many times more tiring. Even so, Kale kept up the pace even while dealing with the corrosive air. It soon became clear that the pursuers had some sort of way to resist the air, and it worked for their steelhead goats as well. Barrett doubted it could last forever, but it didn't need to. As long as they could be followed for a few more hours and then a few more to get out of the area, it was good enough. It wasn't like they were going to stop and let Barrett and Kale rest overnight. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 155. Kale breathed heavily but regularly. He had been running all day without a chance to stop. It wasn't the fastest he could go in a pinch, but keeping it up for so long was difficult. Maybe in regular terrain he could actually go for another day or two, but the closer they got to the metal sea, the less air there was for him to breathe. It didn't matter that the air's corrosive nature didn't harm him. Kale spoke carefully between breaths, "Are they just trying to wear us out?" Possibly. Barrett shook his head. It's hard to think of what else they would be doing. While their mounts are getting tired, they will be fresh, and we can't run much further. I can keep going, for as long as we need. I appreciate the determination, but I doubt you will want to continue into the sea itself, and we'll be there in a couple minutes. Maybe they'll let us run along it, but perhaps it's best if we don't even try that. What do we do then? Barrett looked back. They were still about a kilometer ahead, and there was enough noise generated by the people following them that they wouldn't be able to overhear their conversation even with exceptional hearing. Take a minute or two to rest, and then fight. I wouldn't trust any offer of theirs to surrender, so unless they choose to leave that's all we can do. We can't exactly swim through the metal sea. Barrett and Kale were close enough to see the almost boiling waters that formed the top layer of the metal sea. You could though, right? Kale asked. Barrett didn't respond. Sorry to hold you back. Save your breath. You'll have at most 2 minutes after we stop before they catch up. If we stand next to the metal sea, we won't be able to be surrounded, though we do risk some danger from the scalding water. We'll have to deal with ranged attacks, and make sure to watch out for flying needles from the silver blade. They'll be laced with various poisons, and can be hard to spot. They don't need to go deep to cause damage. As for the heavy blades, since they won't be able to charge past us, their mounts won't do much good. Those steelhead goats are tired, too. Barrett took a deep breath, ignoring the unpleasant heat and moisture of the air and the way it burned as it went into his lungs. You'll probably have to fight 3 or 4 people at a time. If there's an opening, I'll take some of them out, but I will also have to deal with my own enemies. Too bad I'm not better at earth magic, or water magic. What would that help? We could just dig under the beach or water and take cover there. As it is, we'll have to do with those few rocks over there for our only cover. The rocks in question were boulders half buried in the sand. They were as tall as a man and stood right up against the current edge of the tides. That meant they could be used with the sea itself to cut off some avenues of approach. From the perspective of the sea at his back, Barrett saw that one would be straight ahead, only about 2 meters from the points where most waves were reaching. There were also 2 boulders blocking off half of the right side. There was enough space for 2 or 3 men to fight between the boulders on that side, but no one could move around behind the boulders unless they stepped into the metal sea's boiling waters, though they might attempt to go over. The left side was still open, but there wasn't time to pick a better location. As soon as they reached the sea, Kale leaned with his back against the single boulder, where he would be hidden from view of the pursuers. Then he pulled away. Damn, that's hot. He took steady breaths to try to rest as much as he could in the short time he had. Try some rations. Only a few bites, Barrett advised. You're still learning how to digest quickly, after all. Too much and it could hinder your fighting. Barrett took his own advice, though he took more than a few bites. They had already been drinking water as they ran, small bits at a time, so they didn't need more at the moment. Barrett then did something Kale was clearly avoiding. He stepped into the waves. TSSS. It's almost worse than the volcano. The volcano had been much hotter, but he hadn't been covered with lava but just standing on and very slightly in it, and the heat didn't transfer quite as fast. Since they didn't have long for the pursuing riders to catch up the gap that was merely a kilometer, Barrett didn't waste any more time. He went around the boulders, touching them and wincing slightly when he did. They're all hot, you know. Why keep touching them? To set up fun surprises for our guests. I can barely do anything with magic in combat, so I might as well use most of my mana here. Barrett would have preferred a few more minutes, even, but he couldn't do much about it. Here they come, get ready. Kale sighed and stepped slightly away from the boulder he was standing behind, sighing. I don't think I'll ever get used to people chasing after me trying to kill me. Sure you will, Barrett nodded, unless you plan to give up here or quit cultivating, you'll have many more opportunities. Is that supposed to encourage me? Absolutely. I've had lots of people try to kill me, and I'm still here. Only people too afraid to stand up for their own ideals avoid conflict completely. Besides, this is the strongest either of us has ever been, right? While technically true, it's not very reassuring. Kale didn't have time to continue talking as he had to step to the side to dodge a hail of fist-sized rocks. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 156. Despite the boulder providing him some cover, Kale didn't quite manage to avoid all of the rocks being slung at him. One clipped his shoulder, and another impacted his thigh. Kale had managed to avoid 9 out of 10 attacks completely, but it wasn't quite good enough. Barrett picked up one of the rocks as it impacted in the sand, throwing it toward one of the silver blades. They hadn't attacked yet, but they were the most dangerous. At most the mercenaries could cause physical damage, cuts and broken bones, but the silver blades had poison, and that could wear both Kale and Barrett down more quickly. The target Barrett chose was the only woman out of the 5 silver blades. She seemed to be important, and if she wasn't, it was still his best guess. Unfortunately she dodged his attack, vaulting off of the steelhead goat that had just pulled up to a stop. Unlike the heavy blades, she was not trained to fight while mounted. Barrett stood away from Kale and the cover of the boulder, hoping to draw some fire toward him. However, it seemed the enemy preferred to attack the easier target. Kale managed to just barely avoid all of the attacks aimed at him, except he missed the needles being thrown by the members of the Silver Blade. His movement still dodged half of them, but the rest stuck into his right hand and his neck. Barrett had already discussed poison with Kale. He had some antidotes for poisons they might use, but nothing would help with all of them, and using the wrong ones could actually be worse. Once Kale noticed any symptoms, he would have to immediately tell Barrett, unless he could remember which antidote to take. Barrett retaliated once again with one of their own rocks. He didn't feel hopeful about hitting a silver blade, not without expending more energy than he was comfortable with, anyway. Instead, he targeted a heavy blade. With just one attack they would only have to lean in the saddle to avoid him, but the same was not true for the steelhead goats they rode. The rock hit directly on the front left knee, and even though steelhead goats weren't just armored on their head, it wasn't enough. A several kilogram rock thrown by Barrett's brute strength with just a bit of berserk energy caused the knee to buckle, forcing the rider to jump off as the mount fell. Well, that was one. The only consolation Barrett had during the next barrage of attacks was that the heavy blades didn't have unlimited ammunition. They only had 4 or 5 of the large rocks each, and most of them didn't have magic bags. Even if they did, pulling more ammunition from a magic bag would take some time, and Barrett had plenty of ammo over next to him. Kale. Symptoms. I'm fine. Kale called back. He wasn't fine though. Barrett saw him take a hit in the side, and could hear the strain in his voice. Furthermore, several more needles found their way into him. The actual damage of the needles was negligible, merely able to cause discomfort. It was the poison that mattered. As the fourth volley was launched, Barrett noticed that the heavy blade's accuracy was subpar. He didn't want to discredit Kale's dodging skills, but he just wasn't good enough to avoid as much as he did. Yet the heavy blades had clearly practiced. Then Barrett took a closer look. They were breathing heavily. They had barely done any physical activity, and none of the running for the past hours. However, they still weren't in peak condition. The same was true of the silver blades, though they did a better job hiding their fatigue. Barrett saw the tattered clothes they all wore and remembered. Just because Barrett and Kale could traverse the area with little issue, that didn't mean the technique the others used was as effective. They didn't even have clothes meant for the task. The steelhead goats themselves were on the verge of falling over, and Barrett could see some redness in the eyes of at least half of the heavy blades. Perhaps they had a chance after all, though he wasn't sure if Kale could hold up. He was looking unsteady, and then during the fifth volley, he actually staggered and fell face first into the sand. That meant the attacks actually missed, but that didn't mean much if he died of poison. Suddenly, Barrett found himself facing 25 people alone. They didn't immediately make a move. Instead, the silver blade spread out. It was obvious they had more needles remaining compared to the number of projectiles carried by the heavy blades. The needles were light and small. When they attacked, they threw one needle with each hand. That was a total of 10 needles, of which Barrett dodged 6. The other 4 hit his neck, left and right shoulder, and his thigh. They could clearly see where he had armor and where he didn't. Unfortunately for them, it didn't matter. The needles of the second-tier members merely bounced off his skin. Perhaps if they had invested more energy they could have hurt him, but his skin was toughened by hundreds of hours of sparring and getting injured. The time all of his skin burned off in the volcano didn't count, it didn't heal naturally, so it nearly started that training over. However, the last few weeks he had spent many days getting his skin melted off, and he finally saw some payoff outside of being more comfortable. There were another 5 volleys, but Barrett kept careful track of the killing intent and energy usage from each of the silver blades, dodging their attacks. The leader of the heavy blades indeed had some backup ammunition in a magic bag, but Barrett dodged his attacks almost as an afterthought. A single large rock didn't mean much, especially with such undisguised killing intent behind it. Just when Barrett thought they were out of needles, one struck his neck, sinking in. Barrett grimaced. That one had been well concealed, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration. Then there were more, including those from the second-tier silver blades. Each of them pierced his skin. Barrett stood unsteadily on his feet, and then a rock hit him in the head. He had far too much experience being injured on a battlefield. Still, it let him fall to the ground more gracefully than Kale, if stumbling backwards a few steps and falling into near boiling water could be considered graceful. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 157. What, is that it? The leader of the group of heavy blades watched as Barrett stumbled backwards into the waves of the metal sea. He watched as the waves covered him, then receded, then covered him again in a pattern that seemed like it would go on forever. It should be, the woman who led the silver blade said, then coughed. His breath has stopped, his heart has finished beating. His energy is fading. She threw a sequence of needles, all of them landing in his neck, mostly his windpipe and jugular veins. The mercenary leader closed his red eyes, grimacing. Let's get out of here, then. This place is. He shook his head and walked toward Barrett. Some spray from the sea splashed onto his hand. Damn, that's hot. He shook his arm, nearly burned me. He waited for the waves to retreat before grabbing Barrett's body by the ankle and pulling him up onto shore. Can't forget this though. He lined his axe up with Barrett's neck, raised it up and proceeded to behead him. At least, the axe swung down in that action. However, immediately before it struck, Barrett's hand caught the handle of the axe as well as the mercenary leader's ankle. In the same motion, he was thrown into the sea, and the axe hurtled toward the woman leading the silver blades. Even in the unexpected situation, she dodged a single step to the side and the axe just barely slipped past her. TCH. So that's why they say immortal berserkers are such a pain to deal with. She turned to the silver blade behind her who had been hit by the axe. Another failure. The rest of you should learn to never let your guard down. During the time she spoke, she was not idle. She threw a final few volleys of needles, though Barrett managed to block them with his arm. Of course, Barrett also didn't stand around while she talked. There were still plenty of rocks within reach, helpfully given to him by the heavy blades. Several of them completely had their guards down and soon found themselves with crushed faces. The leader of the heavy blades had found himself thrown a full 10 meters into the metal sea. In the handful of seconds it took him to swim back to shore, he would no longer have been recognizable if not for his armor, the very same armor that continued to cook him alive. He shouted something incomprehensible at Barrett as he staggered towards him, only to find himself being tossed backwards into the sea by a charge from Barrett. He tried to stand up above the waves, but Barrett had gone in with him. He struggled briefly, but Barrett held a hand on his throat even while he was underwater, crushing his windpipe and cutting off blood circulation. In the few seconds that took, the remaining mercenaries had organized themselves to cut off his escape. There were still nearly 20 enemies, including the 3 third-tier silver blades. Half of them stood out of reach, preventing him from walking up onto the shore, and the other half had spread out to either side so they could catch him if he moved through the waves. Barrett looked at them and laughed. What, then? Want to fight? Come and get me. With a flick of his wrist he threw one of the lead balls he carried on him. He hadn't had much use for them against a good portion of the opponents he had met in the metal sea, but the heavy blades weren't particularly adept at controlling anything beyond their own equipment. His target managed to bring up his shield and block, but the force of the throw and the berserk energy in it shattered his arm. Still not coming. Barrett reached into his magic bag and pulled out his axe. Against other opponents it might have been a liability, and he still preferred to fight unarmed, but the axe would more efficiently use berserk energy, and against so many opponents he needed to save what he could. Barrett ran toward the bunch on the right, between the 2 sets of boulders. There were only 4 there compared to the 6 on the other side. In response to his charge the 3 heavy blades attacked together. Their teamwork was admirable, but they were already coughing up blood, short of breath, and barely able to see. Whatever they had used to protect them from the corrosive air could only take them so far. With them being weakened far more than Barrett, it was easy to avoid their attacks. The lone silver blade with them reacted a moment too slow in retreating, and for that lost a leg. The silver blades barely even trained their body, so they were the worst off. Of course, Barrett wasn't fighting at peak capacity, but he put himself at about 80% just because of the reduced oxygen available. His body had grown resistant to the corrosion for the most part, and the poison, well, it was possible that some of it he had built up a resistance to, but it didn't matter. The needles had been coated with poison ahead of time, and hours of chasing through corrosive, moist, and salty air had diluted all of it to the point of being irrelevant. On the backswing, Barrett killed one of the heavy blades, then retreated toward the shore so he couldn't be surrounded. Along the way he had to cut down the fastest of the left group who was almost able to cut him off. Then he stopped, ankle deep in near boiling water. The heavy blades who had moved to the sides to prevent his escape saw it wouldn't do much good, and they would be served better by closing in. As they did so, Barrett cut down 2 more of the mercenaries in front of him. Then the remaining third-tier silver blade that wasn't the leader jumped up on the boulder to Barrett's front. He had pulled out several vials of undoubtedly nasty concoctions and was preparing to throw them, but as he landed on the boulder slid forward, sending him off the edge as he fell onto his back. Barrett was glad the trap he had set finally paid off, and though causing the boulder to be exceptionally slick wasn't very impressive, it also wasn't immediately obvious. That was the best he could do at the moment. The fall wouldn't have been a problem, since the man was still behind the line of heavy blades, but Kale was laying there. When the silver blade fell prone next to him, Kale elbowed him in the windpipe. Then he scrambled to his feet and toward one of the axes dropped by fallen heavy blades. Barrett was surprised Kale's acting had worked, but then again, the opponents never really cared about him to begin with. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 158. Kale's unexpected rise provoked the attention of 2 of the heavy blades, who turned to attack him. That gave Barrett an opening to step in and attack them from behind. In a single swing, he swung his axe through the neck of one down at an angle into the torso of the second, tearing through the armor. Barrett couldn't afford to conserve energy, so killing them in a single attack was a must. The faster he killed the attackers, the fewer people he had to face at once. Of course, their companions didn't stand around and watch Barrett kill them. Those on either side of them attacked him. He dodged the swing at his neck as well as the ones targeting his legs, but he couldn't avoid those and the attack directed at his torso. To the credit of the heavy blade who did so, the attack even cut through his under armor and even into his flesh, just a small amount, but enough to truly be considered a wound. The other heavy blades moved to encircle Barrett, and he found himself with over warriors around him. For a brief moment, anyway, as Kale managed to divert the attention of 4 of them. Even with the effect of the corrosive air on the enemies he was facing, Barrett still had trouble avoiding the attacks of so many. It was only with utmost concentration that he managed to dodge and deflect most of the attacks, and even then he was having trouble finding an opening to attack on his own. Since that was the case, he had to make one. Barrett stomped into the sand at his feet, using a combination of berserk energy and the last of his admittedly small reserves of mana to send it flying up in all directions. That gave him a single second to move toward one side of the encirclement and chop down 2 more foes. His remaining berserk energy was starting to become a concern, but he was prepared to overdraft himself when necessary. After all, that was much preferable to dying. That was the same for his opponents, but most of them couldn't control enough energy at once to stand up to a single attack. In such a case, overdrafting did them little good, if they could even react. Finally Barrett could count his opponents on 2 hands, and he planned to cut that down again as quickly as possible. It was possible that not all of the people he had struck down were actually dead, but they would be in the near future, whether or not Barrett survived. There had to be a very large reward on his head, and they also had to still believe they could beat him. As they moved along with him to surround him, Barrett wasn't completely sure they were wrong. Still, all he had to do was continue until there were none of them left. he got a slight opening and moved in to chop through the shield of one of them. At the same time, he got a slice along the back of his neck, and a knife in his gut. It was the second-tier silver blade, and they stabbed right where the axe had gone through earlier. Even so, the dagger only penetrated about 2 inches into his side, and Barrett retaliated with a backhand swing of his fist, striking their torso and sending them flying. Barrett had become more sensitive to the state of his own body the more he practiced energy, but that was even more true with relation to pure body tempering. Immediately he could tell the daggers had been poisoned, freshly, unlike the needles. That would pose a problem, since it was a new poison he hadn't experienced before. Those were always the worst. Nearby, Kale faced off against several other warriors. 2 were first tier and 2 were second tier. Normally that would have been hopeless odds for Kale, but he was relatively fresh, and his opponents looked as if they could collapse at any moment. Of course, that was only appearances. They were still quite capable of swinging their long-handled axes to try to cut him to pieces. It might have already worked, but his body was well trained and he avoided taking any direct hits. He still ended up with several deep cuts around his body, but he'd managed not to die. Then he finally got his chance. He had maneuvered around the boulder and finally got one opponent mostly alone, with his weapon hand toward the boulder. His stolen axe came down, striking the man on the helmet and cleaving it open with the ringing sound of metal on metal. Barrett sliced across the front of one man's chest while kicking another in the knee. Then he was faced with merely a handful of opponents. As that suddenly dawned on them, they turned to flee. Most of their mounts were nearby, but Barrett wasn't planning to let them run. First, however, he went to assist Kale, chopping down one of them while Kale managed to take out the other 2. "Watch out for the last assassin," Barrett declared to Kale as he chased after the fleeing riders. They had just barely managed to mount up when Barrett started charging toward them. They spurred the steelhead goats as fast as they could, but even if they were fine examples of their species, they were still only so fast. Barrett caught up to them one by one, chopping down the fleeing riders in less than a minute. Then he returned to where Kale was and set to the task of dealing with the bodies. In fact, more than a quarter of the attackers weren't yet dead. They didn't stay alive for long, however. Barrett finished them off, but even if he hadn't, the corrosive air would have done so as it seeped into their wounds and dissolved them from the inside. That was especially true with their protection fading. Barrett surmised they had another application of it or they wouldn't have chased so far, but he would search their bags to verify that later. First, he took a steelhead goat and started cutting it up, tossing the meat into the nearby ocean. Kale sat nearby. "Is it always like this?" Barrett shook his head, "Of course not. Otherwise there would be no higher-tier cultivators. We're lucky they chose to fight us in a place so disadvantageous to them, though they might have assumed we used the same method as them to resist the corrosion. Then we would have been worse off than they were." "Right. But they're all dead now." "Not all of them," Barrett looked around, "there's still a third-tier assassin. The leader of the Silver Blades. Took off with one of the goats, apparently." "Why?" "Didn't like their odds of accidentally dying, maybe." Barrett turned to the side and threw up a mouthful of red and black blood. "Damn poison. Anyway, we'll have to watch out for her. But we also have to eat." He fished out some boiled goat meat, taking a bite. "Salty, but tolerable." He tossed some to Kale, "Eat it before you fall over." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 159. Barrett was encouraged by the fact that he was still conscious after the battle, but that was about as far as it went. He was almost completely out of energy and stamina, and the effects of overdrafting were starting to hit him hard. However, he couldn't let himself fall asleep until he was sure the assassin was truly gone. That meant several hours of walking along the shore where the waves would wash away his and Kale's footprints. Kale's feet looked like cooked lobster instead of their normal golden color, and he knew his weren't much better. The worst part is his wounds weren't even healing. Well, they were, but they were also corroding from the air at the same time. It was at best barely going in the direction of recovery. At least the attackers had carried water on them, since it was a pain to get more. Barrett took their nearly ruined water skins and put them in his fortified magic bag. So, Kale asked, where are we headed next? Streeto, Barrett shook his head. The silver blades are still after me, but there's nowhere else around here to run. I can't let them organize against me again. They'll just send more people and fight me in a less optimal situation. We're pretty lucky they followed us here to begin with. Barrett looked over at Kale, and you're pretty lucky they fell for your trick, and that the poison was negligible. Kale's shoulders sagged. It wasn't something I wanted to do. It's not particularly honorable or glorious, but it was all I could do. I just had to hope they didn't care about me much. It helped that they weren't exactly thinking straight. Most of them also weren't that good, even if they were second tier. You even killed a third tier. How does that feel? I've never beaten anyone 2 tiers above me. Kale shrugged, dunno. I haven't either. I just killed him. He was beaten by you, and the heir here. Besides, I'm basically second tier. The killing blow is the most important part. At your age, I'd just become first tier. Really? I thought you said you were from a noble family. I was, but Ashia doesn't exactly have an abundance of cultivators. I never even learned the right terminology, and our captain of the guard was only first tier. Nothing against him, but he just didn't have a real technique to grow stronger. Master Hikel just happened to be in the area when I needed to run away, and he took me in. Barrett didn't mention that Master Hikel had been looking for him in particular, though neither of them had actually known that at the time. Barrett still wasn't sure about prophecies, but Master Hikel believed it, so there had to be something there. It wasn't likely to be just a coincidence, and it took a full decade to find Barrett. That said, there were only a handful of students Master Hikel had taken before him. It's a shame we have to run. Kale shook his head. We've done nothing wrong, but the cities either side with those in the wrong or let them get by without punishment. Barrett nodded seriously. It's true even in Streeto. The Silver Blades manage to keep a foothold as long as they rarely get caught causing trouble near the city. Why doesn't anyone do anything about it? Because they don't care, or aren't strong enough. Then, Kale held up a fist. When we're strong enough, should do something about it. Barrett grinned, agreed. We will. Streeto, may take a while. However, Ashia and the Southern Metal Sea will be somewhat easier. I hope. Barrett shook his head. It just requires finding the right people, and removing the wrong ones. Killing the wrong ones is easiest but, prone to mistakes and causing more problems. So, they can kill us, but we can't kill them? I didn't say that. It's just good to consider other options. But we'll probably end up killing them anyway. Barrett didn't have anything to say to that. That certainly seemed to be the way his life was going at the moment. Barrett frowned and stopped. He tilted his head. What is it? Kale asked. Barrett just held up a finger. He wasn't exactly sure what he was listening to. There was a strange sound of sloshing liquid. Of course, there was always the sound of the waves and the sound of the gases escaping from between the first and second layers of the sea, but it was a new one. It was also getting closer. I don't remember hearing about many different things that lived in the sea, but I didn't like the idea of any of them. Something is coming. It was already heading directly toward them, so it probably didn't matter if he made noise. In fact, he could sense killing intent, though it was faint. Monsters generally didn't have killing intent, or at least not that was as easy to feel. How big? It's hard to say right now. Barrett started walking forward. It's still a few hundred meters away. Let's continue in this direction and hope it's after something else. That could be the reason the killing intent was faint, but Barrett didn't have much hope of that. After a minute of walking, Barrett shook his head. It's turned toward us and sped up. Let's move inland more. Perhaps it won't come out of the sea. They did so, running as fast as they could inland. Unfortunately, the creature sped up to match pace with them. When it reached the shore, it sped up even more. No good. It's faster in the sand. From what I can tell, it seems to be a great worm. It's more than 50, maybe 100 meters long. Barrett could hear its movement stretching over a long distance, first liquid metal and now sand shifting. Great worms were nearly incomparable to their finger-sized counterparts. They were massive, and as a creature native to the southern metal sea they had certain traits. Their skin was hard and metallic, and since they lived in the sea itself, they were also quite resistant to heat and needed little in terms of what normally was considered breathable air. Well damn. There goes our safe path. They're extremely rare too, but nobody spends days right next to the sea either. Ko looked nervously down at the ground behind them. We'll have to split up. At least far enough that it can't eat us both at once, or crush us. Barrett stepped back, then reached into his pack. He pulled out half of the vials of poison they'd taken off of the dead silver blades. I don't know what all this is by sight, but if you get a chance, well, with all of it together it might do something. Ko looked at the bag and at his scavenged axe. I hope so. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 160. Barrett could feel, not just hear, the ground rumbling from the great worm's approach. It was possible that he could outrun it, but Ko couldn't unless it had exceptionally poor stamina. If Barrett was going to abandon him, it would have been a long time before. Now, they were friends who had gone through life and death together several times. Against the most recent attack, he would not have fared as well without Ko. He could have just run, but that wasn't a real solution to many problems. Ironically, it would have been a perfectly good one in this case, but the great worm was fast. They didn't need to fight it, but it wasn't going to leave them alone. The rumbling of the ground was all Ko had to let him dodge the great worm. Fortunately, it was enough warning. Ko leaped to the side just as a giant figure burst out of the shining sand. It was as wide as a man was tall, and covered in smooth shining metal plates. Barrett couldn't see its mouth as its body rose into the air over 10 meters before it turned and dove toward him. Barrett also stepped to the side, glad the great worm had no subtlety. It crashed into the sand next to him, throwing up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, its rear was still coming out of the original hole. Barrett couldn't tell exactly how long it was, but it was closer to the 100 meters on the large end of his guess. Its body flattened out along the ground as it burrowed its front, and finally its rear came up. Barrett barely had time to dodge as its surprisingly small tail swiped at him. The worm tapered down at its backside until it came down to a spike still larger than any spearhead, but nothing compared to its 2-meter width at the head and along the body. It had only taken a few moments for it to pass, and Barrett hadn't even have the presence of mind to swing his axe at it. What was the weak point of something so large and completely covered in armor? As the worm burrowed, Barrett moved further from Ko. He wanted to make sure they could tell who it was targeting. If it attacked both of them, it would spend longer above ground, giving them a better chance to attack. The second time the great worm attacked Barrett, it once again came from directly beneath. As Barrett jumped to the side, he saw its great maw, a ring of teeth that left the creature completely devoid of a face. He chopped down its axe at the edge of the mouth, but even with berserk energy his attack was deflected, bouncing off as if he had struck adamantine plate. The great worm obviously wasn't coated in adamantine with its silvery color, but it also wasn't the consistency of common steel. The worm immediately swerved toward Ko after Barrett avoided it. It didn't have the flexibility to turn sharply enough to continue at him, though Barrett maneuvered to a better position just in case. He took a swing at the side of the worm, but his axe once again was deflected. He resolved to not continue that action because it would damage his axe, more than just running berserk energy through it. Ko didn't turn and run from the worm as it approached. Instead, he stood his ground. Since it couldn't make immediate changes in direction, it was better to dodge when it got close. Barrett appreciated that logic, but he got nervous as it approached Ko. He didn't seem ready to attack, and while it wasn't strictly necessary, it was a wasted opportunity. However, as soon as it was a few meters from Kale, he threw with his left hand, then jumped up and towards the worm. The bag of poisons only contained a tiny amount compared to the mass of the worm, but if they were lucky it would still cause some problems. Barrett wasn't sure what all of them were, and it was possible there were some particularly nasty candidates among them. They also were used in much smaller doses than a few dozen vials. Kale leaped up and over the great worm as it vainly tried to tilt upward. However, without the momentum of a charge from underground it didn't gain much vertical height. By the time Kale landed a moment later its head was a dozen yards past him, and he moved away from its body. As its tail came up, Barrett resolved to attack near the spike. It was a dangerous weapon, but it was also a thinner part of its body. Thus, the armor would be weaker. As he saw the body narrowing, he chopped his axe down onto the tail, and with the strength of his body and berserk energy combined he managed to pierce through the thinner scales. A spurt of silvery golden blood came out, but the tail whipped towards Barrett at the same time. Even though it wasn't very accurate, it was fast enough he couldn't completely dodge and it left a trail of blood along his left ribs. It had also carved out part of the bone, but hadn't penetrated through. Its tail is vulnerable. Barrett called to Kale, though it's very dangerous. Kale might not be able to hit as hard as Barrett, but he still stood some chance. He also had a chance to strike the same spot as Barrett, in which case he wouldn't have to worry about the armor so much. The great worm didn't seem interested in changing its tactics as it once again dove underground. However, unlike the previous times it left behind a several-meter-wide trail of silvery blood. Barrett didn't even realize that something was odd about that until it came up beneath him much more rapidly than before. He'd barely even started to dodge when he found himself inside its toothed maw, along with many tons of sand. The teeth stabbed into him as the mouth constricted and started pulling him inward. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 161. When the great worm swallowed Barrett, Kale wasn't sure what to do. He expected it to move for him next. It didn't. Instead it dived under the sand and headed directly for the metal sea. Kale thought to chase after it, but it was much faster than him, much faster than it had been at the beginning of the fight, even. All it left behind were a few half-filled holes of sand and a small trail of mercury on the surface. Kale stood in shocks for several minutes. Was the man who saved him going to die just like that? He moved toward the metal sea, but saw no further sign of him. He waited for a whole day, but saw nothing. He didn't even consider that another great worm might find him a tasty morsel. Once the next dawn arose, it shook him from his stupor. Barrett was gone. He was the only one who had seen it. For all the help he had received, he couldn't do any less than let someone know. The Immortal Berserker sect. They would want to know what happened. Then maybe he could find some other way to pay back what Barrett had done. He still had some old grudges to repay. Kale wasn't strong enough to help with that yet, but he would be. He was determined enough for that. Kale's journey to Streeto went by without any incidents. No bandits wanted to attack a warrior who didn't seem to carry much wealth, and any wild creatures. Kale didn't even think about it as he chopped into them. He barely even noticed that he advanced to second tier due to the influence of the metal sea. It was the perfect training environment for the Anaconi clan's technique, but he didn't care about that at the moment. He would return there later, but first he had obligations to fulfill. It was impossible to miss Streeto, which loomed across the horizon almost as large as the metal sea itself. In a way, it was larger, it reached up into the sky while the metal sea lay flat, but it was still possible to see its ends on the horizon, from enough distance. All that meant was Kale had to travel the long way around, it was a quarter of a day's travel even at his speed. Along the way he passed within sight of a number of other places outside the walls of Streeto. Various martial sects, by the look of them. Kale knew that the Immortal Berserker sect was on the far west side of Streeto, so that was where he went. Kale almost missed it. Despite the fact it was the size of a large city, there were so many more people in the area that it seemed tiny. Kale wondered if there were more people in and around Streeto than around the whole southern Metal Sea. It was certainly possible. He couldn't be sure, however, since the cities around the southern Metal Sea kept their own governments, and thus information on their exact populations wasn't as easy to come by. He was also new to Streeto, and only knew it by its reputation as the largest city in the world, or at least the world of which he was aware. He'd never traveled more than a few weeks away from his clan before. 2 guards stopped him at the entrance to the Immortal Berserker sect. They were large and imposing, but probably not all that much stronger than him. On the other hand, they were 3rd tier, and if he was to base them off of Barrett, maybe they were far stronger than him. Still, they didn't seem so strong as they might have once. "Do you have a pass?" one of the guards asked. No. "I have word about a member of your sect. Barrett, the student of Master Hikel." The guard's eyes flicked towards each other, then back to Kale. "You may leave the message with us." "I want to speak to him personally." Kale stood up as straight as he could, speaking with confidence. "He'll want to see me." "We'll see," one of the guards said. "You say you wish to speak to Master Hikel, with information on Barrett? Is there anything else? We can deliver that message, but you will have to wait here or in town, if he wishes to see you." "That's fine. The message should be good enough." "Very well." The guard knocked on the gate and related the message. Kale stood outside the gate, waiting. He wasn't sure how long the message would take to reach Master Hikel. Maybe it wouldn't, even. Even if he was around, masters were important. Though he had spoken confidently, he wasn't actually sure Master Hikel would believe he had something to say. Then after about 10 minutes there was a loud thumping sound of running feet, and the gates flew open. A man dashed through and stopped in front of Kale. "You have news about Barrett?" Yes. "You're Master Hikel." He looked somewhat like the description, but on the other hand, Kale assumed everyone in the Immortal Berserker sect would fit the muscular human part of the description. "I am." "Tell me about Barrett. What do you know?" "Well, you see," Kale took a deep breath. Was he just supposed to say Barrett died? It was intimidating to say that directly to Master Hikel's face, especially with the intense stare he currently had. Instead, Kale started with Barrett's story of his journey around the southern Metal Sea as it was told to him, continuing to about halfway where they met. Then, a few days after the attack, a great worm came. It was nearly 100 meters long, and wider than a man was tall. It swallowed him and retreated into the Metal Sea. "I'm sorry. Barrett is dead." "Really? It swallowed him?" Master Hikel looked at Kale. "It did. Really? Oh. That's even worse than the time he jumped into a volcano." Master Hikel shrugged. "If he doesn't survive that, I'm going to have a few words with him." Barrett fell into a volcano. He jumped into it. To kill someone, and not just because he's reckless. Master Hikel shook his head. "Maybe he is dead. It's too late for me to go save him otherwise. I can't really help much more. We already did our best to distract some of the Silver Blades. Sounds like those who still got through got the worse end of that fight. If he died to a great worm, I guess I'll hunt them to extinction later. But first I'll wait." "You said he was planning to head back here with you?" "Well, yeah. Then he should return." Master Hikel folded his arms in front of him. "He hasn't failed me yet." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 162. Barrett couldn't fight back against the pulling teeth. He could barely keep a grip on his axe. A few moments later he was conveyed to an even tighter but less teeth-filled section of the worm's insides. The squeezing was merely unpleasant, though he supposed it could have been bone-crushing if he were less durable. Then he found himself in a slightly wider chamber full of gooey and corrosive liquid. It was much stronger than the air near the Metal Sea. Given the opportunity to swing his axe, Barrett did the best he could. Even though the chamber was wider, it still mostly hugged onto Barrett. Thus, he couldn't build up much momentum. However, his axe was still sharp, and with the addition of berserk energy it managed to cut through something. Barrett couldn't be sure what, because he couldn't see. There wasn't exactly much light inside a great worm. However, he felt hot blood pouring onto him. It washed away some of the corrosive liquid, but not much. Barrett continued to swing his axe back and forth until the handle broke. He wasn't surprised that happened, since it was being corroded by both stomach acids and berserk energy. Barrett's skin wasn't faring any better. In fact, he wasn't sure if he still had any. Everything hurt. He couldn't afford to hold back, and was using every bit of berserk energy he had. He hadn't quite recovered from the overdrafting a few days earlier, but there was nothing to be done at this point. Now, he needed even more energy. He didn't really care where it went, as long as it was out of him and into the worm. He fumbled around in his magic bag to pull out the vials of poison, which soon became a pointless gesture because the magic bag broke, spilling out its contents. Barrett knew that because of the sudden lack of space around him and the feeling of metal pressing against him, his armor. Barrett didn't have any air to waste howling in exertion, so he got by with screaming internally. Spikes of berserk energy stabbed out in every direction, and he felt more and more hot blood over him. Then, suddenly, the muscles relaxed for a moment. Then they suddenly reversed direction, violently. He found himself thrown out into darkness. Cold, pervasive, liquidy, thick and heavy darkness. He was floating in it. It seeped into him through his skin or lack thereof and weighed down on him like a mountain. Mercury. He was in the metal sea, and not particularly near the surface. How long had he been in the worm? It must have been a few minutes, except its sudden increase in speed perhaps meant it could have been 30 or 40 seconds. He didn't have time to think about that. He was floating upwards, but the mercury was thick and heavy. He wasn't sure how far down he was, so he did his best to swim upwards as quickly as possible, while still conserving energy. His lungs wanted to explode. Not just from not having taken a breath for some time, but from the pressure crushing in on his ribs and stomach. The wound from the tail was especially weak. Barrett had just enough presence of mind to fortify it with durability from elsewhere. He did the same for his eyes, which were only barely protected by what was left of his eyelids. His eardrums had already burst, but he did his best to prevent further intrusion of mercury into his ears and nose, squeezing down muscles and flesh that wasn't meant to move. He couldn't build up much momentum since he had to move heavy mercury out of the way, but he was much more buoyant than it. He suddenly found himself covered in a different sensation. The weight on him had also lowered as he swam upward, still heavy but less oppressively so. However, it was also getting hotter. At least whatever he was swimming through was much less toxic than the mercury. Swimming suddenly became harder, and everything was much hotter. He didn't have any berserk energy left, but he had just a bit of mana. He used that to provide a bit more buoyant force. Metal was related to earth enough for that. It was all a matter of practice, really. It became much hotter, and suddenly Barrett's hand reached up into superheated steam and water. His momentum carried him up and through into the top layer of the sea, and light, and then air, or at least something resembling air. Barrett breathed in the hot steam, scalding his lungs but at least providing a small amount of oxygen. He was just barely able to keep his head above water. In normal seawater, he might not even be buoyant. Barrett picked a direction he felt was correct and started swimming. He could see light, but nothing more. He needed to keep his head above water. How could he do that? Well, he could be more buoyant. It was unpleasant, but he used pure body tempering to expand his lungs beyond their normal limit. He had to squish down some of his other organs and stretch some muscles, but it worked well enough. He could breathe. At least his lungs were used to the corrosion and resistant to the scalding steam. However, he couldn't last long. He had no idea how long he was swimming, but his muscles ached. They ached from the pain of being exposed to near-boiling salt water, and before that enveloped in mercury, and from exertion and from everything. Then his knees ran into sand. Barrett started to crawl forward, out of the sea. It really was land. The air was better, as far as such things went. He returned his lungs to normal, crawling up onto the sand, not caring how the tiny flecks of metal got into his open wounds. He could barely feel it anyway. He crawled until he was certain he was above the tidal, at least, certain enough. Then he rolled onto his back and collapsed. He wasn't sure if he fell unconscious, but what felt like a moment later he felt something sharp. He instinctively tried to smash down on it, but his arm didn't want to move. He made it move anyway. Then he felt around. His sense of touch barely worked, but he thought maybe it was a crab. He tore it apart and ate what he could, then he fell unconscious for some time. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 163. When Barrett next woke he could see, more or less. Just light and shapes. His eyes hadn't finished recovering, and they were somewhat dried out thanks to the damage to his eyelids. He waited, laying on his back. He needed to go somewhere, but where wasn't clear immediately. He watched the sky as the sun moved along to pick out a direction. Something approaching southwest was good enough. Barrett struggled to his feet. He barely had the strength to stand. Or rather, he was plenty capable of standing. He would probably be dead before he couldn't stand, but everything hurt when he moved, and he was much more shaky than he should have been. His skin had started to recover, but there were remnants of mercury and metal sand being healed over. He couldn't be bothered to deal with it, and he didn't have the means anyway. He was completely sapped of stamina, and needed to eat to recover. Barrett took one step at a time, his feet scraping on the metal sand. It was hot and unpleasant on the mostly bare muscle there. Barrett felt this was much worse than the time with the volcano. Of course, he was more mobile and conscious, but that was a byproduct of his body being trained to continue functioning in worse condition. He didn't enjoy it, but he supposed it was probably better than being dead. Or it would be, once it stopped hurting so much. As he walked, he wondered if Kale was alright. He hadn't seen him, but it was possible he was also swallowed by the great worm and ended up in the metal sea. If that happened, Barrett couldn't do anything. While trying to avoid such depressing thoughts, he continued onward. He wished he had something to eat. He had several days' worth of food in his magic bag, but he didn't have that anymore. He didn't have anything at the moment. His magic bag, even reinforced as it was, hadn't made it through. Nor had anything else. That was the second thing Barrett would have to solve, if he wanted to go back to civilization. He trod on at a pace that even a normal person could walk faster than. Going any faster would wear him out, and he didn't have any extra effort to spare. He was making his way directly away from the metal sea, as far as he could tell. The air was becoming slightly tolerable. Then a giant scorpion came skittering across the sand toward him. Barrett couldn't make it out clearly, but that was his best interpretation for the tall thin part sticking up above a wide base. He adjusted his fighting plan accordingly. The scorpion came toward him and grabbed his left arm and torso with its pincers. His ribs creaked and his elbow was on the verge of snapping. Then its tail stabbed toward his chest. With his free hand he caught it and directed it into one of the scorpion's primary eyes. The tail wasn't meant to bend in that manner, but he used a tiny bit of stamina and all of his strength to do so. The shock caused the scorpion to release its grip and try to retreat, but Barrett was still holding onto its tail. As it tried to pull away, he used it to leverage himself up onto the scorpion's back. Then he reached for the base of the tail, and wrapped his arms and legs around it. The scorpion thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off. Its metallic exoskeleton scraped against Barrett's exposed flesh, but he held fast. The scorpion couldn't reach him with its claws, nor could it reach him with its stinger. It continued to thrash around, but it wasn't made to wildly swing its rear to the side, so it couldn't produce enough force. Its thrashing continued for several minutes, but it started slowing down. Barrett wasn't sure if its poison could affect itself, but the bleeding certainly could. With it continuously moving around, the bleeding wouldn't stop. However, it didn't seem to know that. All it was concerned about was removing Barrett. It moved toward boulders and slammed into them, but its own tail usually impacted first. Barrett retained his grip until the scorpion finally went limp. Barrett waited another minute before testing whether its muscles reacted to him moving, then crawled toward the front of the scorpion. Standing up was a waste of energy. He reached down toward the other of the scorpion's primary eyes. It took both hands, but he managed to rip and tear until he had a chunk of eye, which he proceeded to eat. It tasted terrible, and the texture was both hard and squishy, but Barrett managed to get some of it down. Then he rolled off of its back and lay in the shade next to it for a nap. After he awoke again, he had some more of his strength back, and started eating anything he could reach. Mostly, that consisted of more eyes. He tried not to let the unpleasant liquids that spurted out go to waste. He hadn't seen a real river yet, and needed whatever water he could get. Its blood was salty and acidic, but it helped quench his thirst somewhat. He had to reach his arm through the eye sockets to find more and wished he had some way to start a fire. Fortunately, he could at least digest anything that wasn't toxic, and the scorpions had already proved themselves edible if untasty. Several days later, Barrett found himself finally away from the metal sea. He barely even remembered the smell and taste of fresh air, and what it felt like to not have his body corroding. Except he wasn't quite safe. He still had large amounts of mercury in his system, though as he got more stamina he started to purge that bit by bit. It was amazing what he could get used to. He couldn't directly blame his current condition on the silver blades, but they were at least half responsible, and if he ever saw them in a place he could get away with killing them, he knew he would. He hadn't been the one to start their feud, but he might be the one to end it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 164. A regal-looking woman dressed in flowing robes and jewelry came to see Master Hikel. Tyran. So good to see you. Where's your student? He's missing, Master Hikel frowned. Why? The woman blinked. Wait, what day is it? The 3rd day of the 3rd week of winter. Oh, she held up a fan to her face. I thought it was. I'll be back later. Master Hikel stared as she walked away, shaking his head. For a prophetess, she's rather bad with keeping track of what day it is. He scratched his chin. She was looking for Barrett. Well, that means he should be back, though with her timing it's hard to say when. Barrett slammed his head into the bear's jaw. Or maybe it was a dire bear, he didn't really care. All he knew was that he was hungry and it had gotten in his way. A few hours later he found his belly full and his body covered by something resembling a loincloth. It wasn't properly tanned, but it would do for a few days. At least he would be able to go into a city. Barrett hadn't really known how much he'd missed trees and easy firewood until he had been without for so long. He'd also missed good food, or at least properly cooked meat that wasn't full of strange metals. It was nice to be able to eat without expending effort. It was also very good for his recovery. Having a mostly proper balance of nutrition allowed him to make up for the poor start he'd had. Now he was mostly healthy, though anyone who looked at him might say otherwise. At least he could reliably find food that provided easy energy. That would allow him to run the rest of the way back to the Immortal Berserker sect, where he could finally take a long rest and actually feel safe. Katia stood guard outside the Immortal Berserker sect. Normally that wasn't a position for 3rd tiers who were certain to advance, but she needed the money. It paid well enough, and she didn't have to slow down her training to go on a mission. Completing destructions in unsafe territory was an iffy proposition, but in the sect it was perfectly safe to be weak for a day or two. The rest of the time she would be perfectly functional, and even if there really was trouble, and there was never trouble, she would still heal from any wounds very quickly. After all, her Tier 1 immortal body meant she naturally healed as fast as a 5th tier immortal berserker. Recovering from destructions still took the same amount of time, but recovering from normal injuries was swift. Even a fraction of the speed was still faster than a normal 3rd tier immortal berserker. Another week of guard duty and she would have enough for a new spear, and then she might go out on a mission or two. Practical experience was important too. The area around the Immortal Berserker sect was wide and open. Thus, Katia and the other guards saw the wild man running towards them from some distance away. He was alone and unarmed, so it wasn't a cause for alarm. As he got within a dozen meters, they called out to him. "Halt! Who goes there?" The wild man slowed down, but still walked slowly towards them. "I'm a member of the sect. Don't you recognize me?" The guards shook their heads and readied their weapons. They certainly didn't recognize this man who wore a loincloth and was covered in scar tissue. Then they felt something. See? Berserk energy. "I'm Barrett, student of Master Hikel. You know me, Frank." "Oh, and Katia." "Barrett?" Katia frowned and squinted. "What happened to your face?" In a way, it was as if he didn't even have a face or even a normal head. There were only small patches of hair on top of his head, and his skin looked melted. "Lots of things. May I enter?" "Your identification?" the head guard asked. "Ah, it got melted with everything else." "Then, give me your hand." The guard stepped forward, and Barrett extended his hand. The guard closed his eyes and concentrated. Indeed, that's the Immortal Berserker technique." The guard squeezed Barrett's hand until it almost broke his fingers. "Seems to not be an illusion." He turned back to the guards. "You too, do you recognize him?" Katia shrugged. "Well, if his face was less melty." Frank nodded. "His voice is a bit scratchy, but with throat wounds like that." The guard captain nodded. "All right then. I'll escort him inside. Keep watch here." He turned to Barrett. "Come with me. I'll bring you to Master Hikel. He wanted to see you as soon as you got back." Barrett nodded and followed after him. Of course. They moved swiftly through the streets of the Immortal Berserker sect. A few people looked at them as they went by, but a man covered in scars escorted by a guard wasn't a new sight. Perhaps most people weren't literally covered from head to toe in scar tissue, but it still wasn't that novel. The captain knocked on a door. "Master Hikel." A few seconds later the door swung open. "Who is it?" He looked at the two. "Oh, Barrett." Master Hikel clapped him on the shoulder that looked least injured. "Good to see you back." "I see you recognize him," the guard captain nodded. "Of course. He's my student, after all. I'd recognize that build and stance anywhere. Besides, he's only slightly more scarred than I'd seen him before." "I'll leave you two, then." The guard captain saluted to them both and retreated. Master Hikel sighed. "Honestly, Barrett, you had me quite worried." "Come in." Barrett stepped inside. "I had me worried too. This time though I didn't jump into danger on purpose. It just came looking for me. I already heard from Kale, a fine young man. He was worried that you'd died, so I told him about you and the volcano." Master Hikel grinned. "You'll have to tell me the story though. Your whole journey, really. I heard you killed a dozen silver blades. I didn't have such an opportunity myself, though I did shatter a few femurs. It felt like half the sect participated, actually. Everyone's been waiting for an opportunity to get them. I'm glad we didn't have to lose you for it, and not just because I would have wasted a decade of my life finding you if you did." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 165. Falling over into his bed sounded like the best possible course of action to Barrett, but he took the time to seek out Kale first. After all, the last time they'd seen each other they had been separated by a great worm. Having learned where Kale was staying from Master Hikel, Barrett went to knock on his door. It was possible he was out exploring the sect, but Barrett got a quick response. "Yes, who is it?" Kale opened the door, then stared slack-jawed. "Barrett?" He heaved a huge sigh of relief. "So it really is true you survived a volcano." "I waited a whole day but didn't see you." Kale turned his face away. Barrett smiled with what he currently had of his face. "It's all right. Crying doesn't make you any less of a man." You haven't even really had a chance to mourn your clan, either. For all of his strength, Kale was still a young man. No, a teenager. Barrett himself had cried after the loss of his family, as much as he could at the time, anyway. How has your treatment been here? Kale took a moment, then leaned his head back. When he returned to facing Barrett, only slight traces of tears could be seen. It has been excellent. I've only been here a week, but everyone has been inviting and helpful. Especially Master Hikel, and Master Alur. Kale put on a crooked smile. Somehow Master Alur figured out you started teaching me pure body tempering, so I've been kept occupied. Kale swallowed. I didn't expect you really would survive. I should have listened to them, huh? I appreciate their confidence in me. They seemed more sure than I was at the time. It was much closer than I would have liked. Are you going to be able to heal, all right? Barrett grinned. Now that won't be a problem. Recovery is my specialty. I think I might start with my face though. Barrett received his reward from the mission for the Lipika clan. He was glad he hadn't received it immediately, because then he would have had nothing. Sure, Master Hikel was willing to spend money on him for anything he needed, but he would rather rely on his own contributions if he could. The first thing Barrett bought were some bandages. Since he'd lost everything, Barrett should have probably started his purchases with weapons or armor, but he didn't really spend much money on them. Magic bandages were not nearly so cheap as the single silver he had spent to get his first set, but they were also not a large investment on the scale of third-tier budgets, even just one mission's worth. The bandages themselves would barely help with his healing. Going from over 100 times normal healing speed to one more was insignificant, but Barrett wanted them for their ability to smoothly cover him. If he could get a kind that would last through a volcano or immersion in the metal sea, he might like that even more than a legendary axe. There was a bonus payment from the Lipika clan, and that was enough for him to get a new magic bag, and have it be extra reinforced. It was apparently rated for up to third-tier volcanoes, as well as similar levels of damage from any other source. As for why he got that before weapons or armor, Barrett had grown used to fighting without them. His body was his weapon and his armor. Even if armor barely restricted his movements, it was still something. That said, he didn't plan to go without entirely. Weapons were good for extending reach and applying force in particular ways, and there were certain types of light armor that were just like clothes. Well, they were clothes, made from various sorts of rare spider silk reinforced with magic. They were less effective than other armor of similar cost, but their semi-organic nature made it easier for it to self-repair, and thus the clothes would maintain their effectiveness over a long duration. Except for that and covering his arms and legs, they were still strictly worse than the armor he'd gotten from the old hag from the Silver Blade. After a few days filled almost entirely with laying down and eating alternatively, Barrett was ready to go back to training. He couldn't be said to be in top form, but if he always waited to be perfectly healthy he'd never get any training done. It was a day that Master Alur was teaching. Barrett saw there were still not many participants, but the same faces were still around. Katia was there, and even Kale. Barrett even spotted Herman. Herman wasn't particularly fond of Barrett. He was missing an arm, but Barrett had a true immortal body and had grown one back. Doubtless it seemed unfair and it probably was, but that was not Barrett's fault. However, Barrett noticed something a bit different. He walked up to Herman, and squinted. What? Herman glared back. That's great. You must have been spending a lot of time practicing. How long until you grow back the whole arm? Barrett saw it had gained a little bit of distance from the shoulder. Since Master Alur had managed to grow back teeth, other things were certainly possible. There was also medicine that could accomplish it, but Barrett was almost certain it was natural. Oh. Well, it's not guaranteed that I'll succeed, and it will probably take years. You'll succeed. I've seen your determination. Good luck with the rest. Thanks. A few minutes later, Master Alur arrived. Oh, Barrett. Good to see you back. He grinned, widely. It wasn't just a show of affection either. Wow. You really accelerated on that whole teeth thing, huh, Master Alur? That's great. Master Alur had almost a full complement of teeth, and among them were some adult teeth as well. That's right. Practice makes perfect. I have become convinced anything can be accomplished with pure body tempering. Right, Barrett nodded. So when are you going to be 5th tier, then? Bah, I'm already far too old for that. Better to teach what I can now. Barrett crossed his arms, but you could teach for another decade if you made it. Don't tell me you're going to give up. Is it impossible? Bah, Alur flipped his head on which there was a surprising amount of hair. I don't have time to listen to the goading of a student who went away and missed months of training. Alur stepped up to the front and clapped his hands. Let's start. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 166. Master Alur kept careful track of what each student could do. There was no way all of them would be at the same point in their training, and there weren't so many of them that he couldn't spare the time. As he watched Barrett train, his eyes lit up with surprise. Barrett clearly hadn't been slacking in his training, and seemed to have even advanced significantly. He performed every test efficiently, and even did well on some new things Master Alur hadn't had him try before. That showed a fundamental increase in understanding of how pure body tempering worked. He was on the verge of 3rd tier solely on the basis of pure body tempering, or perhaps he had already reached it. Alur might have wondered what he had been through to reach such a level at just 20 years of age, but he knew. Of course, the young man's ability to recover might have contributed to his success, but it was certainly not solely responsible. Even if they could recover, most people could not manage pushing themselves to and past their limits so much. Barrett was willing to continue training even when in great pain. Of course, he was not the only determined student Master Alur had found at the Immortal Berserker sect, but he was no less determined than anyone else. Even Herman, who wanted nothing more than to restore his arm, fell slightly behind, though perhaps for lack of practical experience. Kale came to find Barrett a few days after his return. I've made my decision. Oh. Barrett nodded. That's good. Yes, well. I appreciate all that you've done for me, and I've seen the strength of others here, but I cannot join the Immortal Berserker sect. As one of the few remaining practitioners of the Anaconi clan's techniques, I need to continue the training for my family's honor. Training in 2 types of energy will likely just result in problems. Kale bowed. Thank you for saving my life. I will be leaving in 1 week. I hope we meet again in the future. Why? Barrett tilted his head. Why what? Why leave? I just told you, I can't train in the Immortal Berserker style. Barrett shrugged. So, why leave? Half the people here don't either. Granted, most of them are civilians or alchemists, but there are some other cultivators. As an auxiliary member you won't receive much in the way of resources, but you can still earn some from missions, and the training grounds and protection of the sect are still available. That's a possibility. Of course. We could also attempt to introduce you to an allied sect, but since you will be training in your clan's technique other places won't really be much better. No, I will stay here, if I can. I would especially like to continue to train with Master Alur. Pure body tempering is rather difficult, but I think it could be a good complement to my clan's technique. Then, tell him that. I will of course officially sponsor your application to join as well. Not that I think they would refuse someone like you. Not many people reach 2nd tier before 15 years of age. Congratulations, by the way. Ah, you could tell. Well. I started training early. Barrett shook his head. Being able to handle training at a young age is also a good trait. About a month after he returned to the sect, Barrett found himself continuously uncomfortable. Not with anything that was happening, his recovery had completed and his training was going well. However, he couldn't stop thinking about Kale, and about his clan. There wasn't much to be done there. Barrett couldn't take on an entire clan with just him and Kale, and he didn't want to give the Silver Blades another chance. However, it did make him think about his own situation. He'd somewhat dealt with his own family situation, but it was about half finished at best. Less than half, if he was honest. Destroying the house in Tri-Ridge was cathartic, but there was still melody in his family's stolen property. Denton was still alive too, though killing him would have been far too nice. A ruined smile and a crippled hand had been much more appropriate. Barrett doubted, even with his parents' money, that Denton could have obtained medicine that would recover his wrist. Barrett had crushed it completely and even injected berserk energy. That pretty much negated its ability to recover even with good medicines. Even if they could afford it, Barrett doubted such medicine existed in Ashia. The head guard his family had as the ruler of a region was only a first-tier warrior. Barrett could get such medicines for relatively cheap, but that was merely by virtue of being part of the Immortal Berserker sect. More importantly, the prices of things for cultivators were on a different level. His new magic bag was worth almost as much as the mansion in Tri-Ridge, including the property it was on. The previous time he'd gone back to Durham he had spotted wanted posters, or rather, Master Hikel had. While Master Hikel could have kept him safe, he wanted to deal with that problem himself. It was family business. At the time, he hadn't been strong enough to be confident in settling matters. Now, he was third tier. He should be able to handle any problem that cropped up in Ashia. Melody had gotten away for too long without suffering any consequences, and he didn't count the mansion in Tri-Ridge or the injuries to Denton. The Silver Blades had calmed down, or rather, they couldn't afford to spend more resources on Barrett at the current time. They'd lost too many people going after him to no result, and that didn't count the effort of Master Hikel and the others. His arrival back at the Immortal Berserker sect was no secret, and as long as he kept his departure under wraps they would assume he was still training for some time. It was slightly possible that he would be traced back to Ashia, but there wasn't much to tie him there but the Ravenhall name. Most people in Streeto wouldn't place much importance on things happening in a mundane kingdom a few countries over. However, Barrett didn't plan to go alone. Having backup was good, and there could always be unexpected trouble from any source. Besides, there was at least one more person with a stake in revenge. Reyna might have only been found by her master after Barrett's home had burned down, but his family had treated her well and she might appreciate the chance for some revenge. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 167. In the training ground of the Order of the Four Winds, two duelists faced off against each other. They moved like the wind, graceful yet powerful, only briefly touching the ground as they danced around each other. Any time they approached they exchanged a series of thrusts, slashes, parries, and riposts. Their slender swords flashed in the sunlight. Their swords were so swift that normal eyes could not follow them, and even those on the same level only did so with difficulty. Each slash was sharp enough to slice into a neck, each stab strong enough to pierce the heart. It was only by the narrowest margin that one sword bypassed the other, the sword piercing towards a throat and then stopping. I concede. As they walked away from the training ground, one of them was stopped. Hello, Reyna. Barrett. She looked him over carefully, covered in wounds again, I see. Do I want to know what happened? Barrett smiled, tactfully neglecting to mention the tiny spot of blood on her neck. I was hoping you might join me on a mission. A personal one, not necessarily with a reward. I'm planning to visit my home. Reyna looked off into the distance for a few moments. I see. What exactly do you expect to find there? Revenge. Perhaps answers of some kind. Either way, I will make the world a little bit better. Do you think so? Things may not change even without them. Barrett shook his head, would give you 10-to-1 odds that overall economic prosperity and happiness have decreased, and that the Church of Ristos, God of Prosperity, has more wealth and more poor people to help, and equally more poor to ignore. Not a fan of Ristos? Barrett shrugged, I know nothing of Ristos, whether or not he exists. I do know that his followers in Tri-Ridge were little better than cow manure. They just seem to have forgotten that manure is not the actual goal of raising cattle, but just a slightly helpful byproduct. Reyna shook her head, that matters little. What about Denton? He might be there. There was nowhere for him to stay in Tri-Ridge, but perhaps in the past years he has returned to his petty little play at being a ruler. Last I left him he had no use of his right hand and a few missing teeth. It's equally likely he's spent the last few years in my city crying to his mommy. That does seem like him, Reyna said. She held up her hand and looked at the back of it. I will go. However, you have to slap him for me. I'd do it, but my fingers are delicate. Barrett grinned, I can do anything from a permanent imprint in his face to a beheading. What about Melody? Well, I'm sure I'll think of something. Barrett was slightly taken aback at the way she smiled. Barrett didn't have fond memories of tornado planes. However, it was the most expedient route to get back to Ashia. Besides, the planes were big enough that they might not even see the tornado on the horizon. That was what he hoped, but on the second day, it's following us, Reyna said. Well, it is moving sort of towards us, yeah. Barrett had had something similar happen on his first journey through. Reyna shook her head, no, it's definitely following us. The path of the wind shifts as our path changes. Can't it just be a coincidence? It's not like anyone is controlling it. Nobody is controlling it, but someone once did. Perhaps it still picks out targets. Well, that's okay. We can just outrun it. I did last time. Barrett had outrun it last time. He'd even done so in heavy armor, though just barely. This time he was much faster. However, the same could be said of the tornado. It can't really want to kill me, or you, right? Whether or not it wants to doesn't matter. If it catches us, it will be troublesome. I don't like the look of all that debris it carries with it. Reyna managed to talk calmly even while fleeing at top speed. Should we split up? Reyna shrugged, it doesn't appear as if it will turn around. We can meet up in Sashur, in the capital. Great. See you there. With that, the two of them started running at a 90-degree angle to each other. That took them northeast and southeast, with the exit of the tornado plains being directly east. The tornado couldn't follow them both. Barrett wondered if this tornado had something against him. After they split up, it appeared to be coming after him in particular. It even accelerated. Barrett could already feel the winds around him, even as he increased his speed to compensate. Then something very unexpected happened. Another tornado appeared right in front of him. It was much smaller, but he saw it swirl down from the sky. There was another to his left, and to his right. Reyna was still within sight, and he saw some of the smaller tornadoes touch down near her too. As the tornadoes converged on Barrett, they also grew larger and faster. He looked for a path between them as he kept running away from the larger main tornado, but didn't see much of a chance. They continued closer, and just before Barrett was swept up into them he saw the same happen to Reyna. He hoped she would be alright. Then a rock hit him in the head. Even going at tornado speeds, a random rock wasn't enough to knock out Barrett. In fact, the rock took much more damage than his head. However, it was still enough to split his skull. Barrett felt himself lifted off his feet, and he could only flail and thrash to try to find some sort of direction. More importantly, he had to try to avoid the debris. Rocks and dust was the least of his worries. Along with those were weapons of various poor souls who came through the area, swords and spear and arrows. Most of them didn't remain whole, but the shattered remnants of a sword still contained many sharp edges. Barrett transferred some of his mass and momentum into his right foot just in time to throw himself off course of a house-sized boulder whipping past him the other way. It really drilled home the point that the tornado wasn't natural. Besides its size and apparent desire to chase him down, it also didn't rotate in just one direction internally. He hadn't known that, but now that he knew, he wasn't fond of the idea of running headfirst at hundreds of meters per second into something coming from the other direction. Rocks and tiny shards of metal constantly scraped up against him. He was especially glad that his new magic bag was more reinforced. It had his backup clothes in it, among other things. He continued to fight for survival against the tornado for hours, slowly accruing wounds all over his body, before he finally felt himself floating in the air. No, it was falling. Nothing was pushing against him anymore, and he barely had time to orient himself before he crashed into the ground. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 168. Barrett picked himself up off the ground and looked around. First he made sure that the tornado wasn't coming any closer, then he brushed off the dust. Then he started picking shards of metal out of his chest. For the most part he was fine. He was more durable than standard boulders, so they were worse off in any impacts, and he had done his best to avoid most of the collisions. Being able to change his momentum around was quite helpful there. After advancing a few miles away just to make sure he was out of tornado planes, Barrett started concentrating on healing a broken arm. He'd already started with moving the bones back into their proper place, all he needed was to accelerate the healing. It would actually affect his fighting, and so dealing with it first was proper. It would likely heal in 10 or 20 hours on its own, but he could do better. A whole arm took about 5% of a body. Thus, a few broken pieces of that was less than a single percent. That meant, in theory, he could heal it at 100 times faster than the rest of him or more, with practice. Practically, Barrett could do 10 or 20 times for something the size of a break. Barrett drew on his stamina and the healing from the rest of his body. The scratches and punctures immediately slowed down in their healing. Instead of healing at over 100 times normal speed, they became more akin to normal healing speed that could only be observed over the course of days. That in turn accelerated the healing in his arm to a level visible to the naked eye, if someone could see into his arm. About an hour later, the arm was healed. Barrett tested it with a few swings, though he could tell the internal state of his body better than moving it around would ever do. He was glad that he'd gotten new magic bandages, as they did an excellent job of absorbing the blood from his various wounds before they had scabbed over. That also meant that his next set of clothes wouldn't be all bloody. The only thing left to do was head into Sasha. Reyna would be waiting for him there. He didn't believe she would fall to the tornado so easily. Or perhaps he would get there first, but either way Reyna was out of sight. Osita was about a day's journey, several on foot for normal people, and less than a day if he hurried. It wouldn't hurt to get there faster, and then he might have some time to spend with Clara and Jack. He wanted to see how they were settling into their new lives. Jack stopped the ox pulling the plow and wiped his brow. Somehow, it felt like more work to guide an ox than to do the work by hand, but if he looked at the field he'd plowed he knew that wasn't the case. However, it was true that the ground here was harder to work than in Vashia. Of course, nobody had tried to kill him here. For the most part, people were friendly and those who weren't could be avoided. He did miss the extremely fertile soil though. "Hello there," called someone from the road, "how's farming going?" "Not bad, except for the moles." "What are you doing all the way out here?" Jack looked up and saw a familiar face. Or rather, a face that was rather familiarly covered in bandages. "Barrett? It's good to see you again." He leaned on the plow. "This farm you set us up with, well, we can't thank you enough. Glad to hear it's working out. What's this about moles?" Jack shrugged. "Just normal moles. They like to eat the roots of my plants. It's just hard to track them down." "Oh. I can help with that." "Oh, don't worry yourself. They're not a danger, and I'll find them eventually." Barrett nodded. "I'm sure you will, but a little magic won't hurt." He closed his eyes for a few moments, then pointed. "The tunnels mostly lead off this way." "Oh. Really? How'd you find them?" "Magic." Jack raised an eyebrow. "Really? I thought you were a warrior. You still look it." Barrett laughed. "I know a little bit of earth magic. It's not much compared to everything else though. Well, around here we don't get much magic or warriors or anything. Which is perfectly fine. Why don't you come in and talk? We can track down those moles later." Barrett and Jack found Clara out pulling weeds in another section of the farm. She was also delighted to see Barrett. They ate a solid dinner mostly composed of vegetables they had raised. "This is good," Barrett nodded. "Most of the time I end up eating food more for its nutritional value than its taste. They're a cook but, they have a lot of people to serve." "Is training hard?" Clara asked. "It can be." "Is that why you're injured?" Barrett shook his head. "No, this is from getting caught by the tornado." "The tornado?" Clara tilted her head. "Yeah. You know, the tornado. Tornado Plains is just a bit away, you know." "That tornado?" Clara's eyes widened. "You run into a lot of danger." Barrett shrugged. "I suppose so, but it's something I can handle." Barrett decided to leave out the few times he almost couldn't handle it. "On the whole, though, I don't feel like I've provided as much good for the world as I could. I help some people not die, but you help people actually live." "Oh." Jack shook his head. "I'll not try to get into comparing the relative values of our professions. I'm happy to not have cause to think about fighting often. Still have to watch out for travelers, but the people around here don't cause much trouble." "That's good," Barrett sighed. "I wish that had been the case back home for me, though I wouldn't be doing the world much good from that position either. I would have just been a tolerable young lord waiting around for his turn to rule." "You were a noble?" Jack asked. "Hard to imagine, right?" "From noble to berserker," Barrett shook his head. "It's an unpleasant story, but I'll just say I'm on my way to settle some things. Hopefully, I'll end up making things better for the regular people." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 169. Osita was the capital of Sashur, though Barrett found it to be even smaller than Durham. Sashur didn't have much in the way of big cities and focused more on agriculture. Likewise, they didn't have much need for warriors or other cultivators. With mountains surrounding them on 3 sides and the tornado plains on the 4th, making any sort of invasion rather difficult for normal soldiers. They also didn't have any resources cultivators would be interested in, so they generally had few problems. That lack of permanent cultivators made finding those traveling through much easier, and finding Reyna was even easier. She was powerful and young, so Barrett only had to ask around for a short while before he found her. All he had to do was get nearby, and then he could sense her wind element energy. Likewise, he stopped restraining his berserk energy. Thus, before he could even go into the inn where she was, she came out to see him. She was pristine. She had not a scratch on her face or on her clothes, and Barrett could tell they were the same outfit she had worn before. While having multiple outfits was preferred, it was not so easy to afford many outfits woven from enchanted giant spider silk that served as armor. Meanwhile, Barrett was still covered in bandages and in an entirely different outfit. "I'm glad you made it just fine," he opened. "I'm glad you're fine, as well." Barrett pulled back the bandages on his arm. "It's just scars now. Looks like I didn't need to worry at all, though I don't want to know what could do that to you. Then I won't tell you what it feels like to get hit by something going at tornado speeds." Ashia was just over the mountains to the east. They were not easy for regular people to navigate, with only a single small road. The previous time Barrett had gone through a different pass with Master Hikel, which was a very different experience. There wasn't really any danger with him around. Of course, the fact that normal people could go through the pass meant that it wasn't much of a threat to 2 third-tier cultivators. However, traders and the like chose to avoid going through the pass during the breeding season of the wyverns. The rest of the year it was basically safe, but the wyverns were very territorial during their mating season. Wyverns were flying creatures more akin to dragons than they were to birds, covered in scales and not feathers, but they were not that close to dragons on practical levels. They did not have any form of elemental breath nor were they so large as dragons. Instead, they got by with their wicked teeth and their poisonous stingers on the end of their tails. From his studies Barrett knew he should be able to survive some poison from a wyvern, but also that it would be an unpleasant experience. However, with over a dozen of them flying toward Reyna and him, he was a bit more apprehensive about the whole idea. Should we run, or fight? Barrett asked. Fighting is easier. In the short term we can outrun them, but they can probably continue to fly for some time. Besides, it's good practical experience. Practical experience, huh? I suppose even duelists care about that, even if they avoid some of the more visceral parts of combat. If that's your way of saying we prefer not to be injured, you're correct. Wyverns didn't use complicated tactics, instead preferring to swarm their targets and kill them quickly. Thus, they dove toward the pair of invaders down below. They were at least smart enough to stay out of reach for the most part. They flew overhead with their tails down to stab the pair, but unfortunately for them their opponents were more than capable of dealing with them. Since the stinger on the first tail was aimed for his chest, Barrett just leaned to the side to avoid it. At the same time, he reached his arm over and around the tail. Then he slammed the wyvern down into the dirt, where it broke into a crumpled heap. That was one thing that wyverns shared with birds, they were relatively fragile, even though their scales prevented them from being cut easily. They weren't very heavy, or they couldn't fly. Dragons used magic to assist them, but wyverns were non-magical. The wyverns had huge wingspans, which meant they could only approach slightly staggered. Two of them moved to attack Reyna, but she dashed towards them as she slashed at their tails, and even though they had protective scales, red blood poured out from long slashes on each tail. The two wyverns cried out and continued to fly past, pulling up and away. Meanwhile, Barrett had to deal with more coming for him. Seeing that one of them had been defeated, two wyverns moved to land on either side of Barrett, hemming him in with their wings while they attacked with teeth and tail. Unfortunately for them they had the same problem as their other companion. Barrett grabbed the wyvern to his right, just below the base of its head. He pulled, flipping it up and over, into the tail and then all of the other wyvern. Barrett had enough strength to throw creatures weighing hundreds of kilograms. The wyverns, though larger than a horse, were only around 100. The difference in weight meant he could throw them much faster. The wyverns weren't especially smart, but they knew the sounds of pain from their brethren. The remaining wyverns, except for one, turned away and retreated. One determined wyvern moved to land on Reyna with its talons, but just as it approached she easily moved around behind it, ducking under its wing and letting its momentum carry it forward. Barrett barely even saw the slash along its throat, though he could easily see the aftermath. Reyna looked at the sky to make sure the remaining wyverns were indeed retreating, then turned to Barrett. Are wyverns worth anything in Ashia? Barrett shrugged, maybe. I don't think they get much chance to have them. He looked towards the four bodies around them. I can easily drag two, but I don't have any more hands. I was thinking we might skin them and collect their talons. Ah. That's also a good idea. Barrett scratched his chin. I should bring equipment for that in the future. I have some, though if you want to drag two whole wyverns, we might be able to get something more. It's good training anyway, Barrett nodded. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 170. Traveling through Ashia was quick and easy, even with Barrett dragging two wyverns along for the first part. It wasn't an exceptionally large country, nor was it really dangerous, even for non-cultivators. Soon enough the city of Durham came into sight. It's so small, Reyna said. Barrett shook his head. Yeah, compared to Streeto it's nothing. Streeto actually stretched from horizon to horizon from kilometers away, while by the time Durham would do the same they would already be inside the city. The last time I was here, there were wanted posters. Obviously they didn't have my real name but they had a good sketch. That was a few years ago, but it's possible they're still around. I doubt almost anyone will remember, but the guards at the gate have a chance to notice. I'll go in another way and meet you inside. Alright, Reyna nodded. I'll see you soon. Barrett split off from Reyna and moved away from the gate. There was a city wall around Durham, but most of the wall would be unguarded. They shouldn't actually be expecting an attack. Barrett looked carefully just in case. The real problem was all of the open area near the city. It wasn't empty plains around, but there was a good 50 meters of clear space in almost any direction, and often more. While there were only guards every 100 meters or so, that was actually sufficient. 40 or 50 guards could watch the entire perimeter of the city. However, guards weren't perfect. They couldn't spend all day standing in one spot, watching straight ahead and paying attention to any movement in their peripherals. Instead, they looked around, scanning different places, which was better overall, but still left gaps. They also had lapses of concentration, especially if they didn't expect there to be any trouble. Barrett found a spot near the city that was as close to the walls as possible while still affording him the cover of trees. Perhaps a keen-eyed guard could spot him, but he was still far enough they would have trouble picking him out. Meanwhile, he could see them just fine, even without using pure body tempering to enhance his eyes. However, if he wanted to watch exactly where they were looking, then he needed to concentrate on that. When he did so, it was almost like he was standing across a room from them and he could easily see their eyes flicker back and forth. In particular, Barrett was watching two guards. If they both looked away at the same time, he could run up to the wall between them. It would only take a couple of seconds. Even if their peripheral vision picked him out, they might not actually look over until he was at the base of the wall. It was possible he would still get caught, but he thought it was less risky than the other option. First, though, he had to be able to watch them both at once. Flicking his eyes from one to the other wasted precious moments. His eyes could only focus on one of them at a time, but he had two eyes. Why couldn't he just focus one on each? Barrett thought about that, then immediately realized why. Or rather, why eyes normally focused on just one thing. It was extremely disorienting, like looking at a finger right in front of his nose, except everything was doubled instead of just that. However, while it was confusing at first, it was no worse than trying to use energy, mana, and stamina at the same time. The actual amount of stamina used was very low, there was nothing physically stopping him from moving his eyes separately except the signals from his brain didn't usually work that way. He could ignore the weird parts where the eyes tried to reconcile their different views. He finally got his chance when one guard turned to patrol along the wall, probably out of boredom, at the same time the other yawned, closing his eyes. Then he ran. A good sprinter could have reached the wall in less than 10 seconds, but Barrett wasn't a good sprinter. He was a cultivator. Even if it wasn't his specialty, he was a third-tier warrior after all. It only took him 3, and that was with some care taken to not throw huge clouds of dirt into the air. Then Barrett scaled the wall of the city. It was only 5 meters high and had plenty of handholds, it was nothing compared to the raging fire sect's wall. It only took a few more seconds, but he slowed down at the very top and climbed over carefully. He avoided moving fast so the guards who hadn't turned wouldn't notice anything in his peripheral vision. Barrett watched both guards, which was even more disorienting when he had to track them with just peripheral vision with his eyes going as close to opposite as they could. The yawning guard finished his yawn but didn't turn, and the other was only a few steps into his patrol. Barrett dropped down the other side, doing his best to shield the sound of him dropping. Then he casually walked along to go find Reyna. "So," Reyna asked Barrett as they met up near the city square, "what is your plan here?" "I want to start with observing the city. See how things are being run. If everything is going well," Barrett took a deep breath, "maybe I'll forgive Melody." "Then you brought me along with you to do nothing?" Barrett shook his head, "Of course not. You can still do whatever you want, and while it may bias my results, I'm doubting the city is being run well. Oh, sure, they may catch a lot of criminals or junk like that, but I doubt the lives of the citizens are being enhanced by the current ruler. I do remember what it was like when my father ruled." Reyna nodded, "I remember you asking your father why there were poor people in your city when you had so much money. He went over every piece of spending, guards, workers, and even family expenses." Barrett nodded, "He talked of prestige as a currency. We ran Durham, so we had to look good. In his estimation, it affected our relations with other rulers and brought in more trade, resulting in a net benefit to the city. I wonder what he would have said about fat bankers if I had thought to bring it up. Reyna and Barrett walked around the city. Reyna shook her head, people definitely look worse off. I don't see any people begging, but there are many who look as though they should be. I'd bet on laws against begging. I wouldn't bet against that. We should find out for sure. Let's find some people to talk to. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 171. Barrett let Reyna be the one to talk to the innkeeper they found. He figured they would be more inclined to talk to her than a tough-looking warrior like him. He stood far away, listening to what they said, though what they didn't say was more important. I have just returned to Durham after being gone for many years, Reyna began. It seems to have changed quite a bit. Oh. The man shrugged, that might be due to the new lord of the city. Took over after the previous lord died in a terrible accident. Barrett listened carefully to his heartbeat and watched his expression. He didn't seem to be lying about any of that, including believing the fire was an accident. Really? I heard the son of the former lord appeared in Tri-Ridge a few years back and caused a lot of trouble. Ah, those are just rumors. Anyone can show up and claim to be anyone. The man sounded nervous, and his pupils constricted. I wasn't there so I couldn't shed any more light on the situation. I see, Reyna nodded and smiled. How has business been here? She looked around the clean inn. Oh, well enough, the innkeeper said. Barrett noticed the wall of keys behind him was almost full, indicating very few people staying at the inn. The innkeeper himself tried to keep his voice neutral. He also looked decidedly unhappy when Reyna obviously left without intending to stay, but didn't say anything about it. Moving around the city, it became quite clear a few people had heard about Barrett's appearance, but would not speak of it. Even the traveling merchants, what few there were, didn't speak of the city's relative lack of liveliness. Of course, not all of the city was doing poorly, not yet, anyway. The area around the new lord's manor had quite a few impressive houses. Barrett wasn't sure how they would stay that way with how the rest of the city was going, but he supposed not everyone thought those sorts of things through. Perhaps in another year they might learn basic economics. Barrett thought Melody had a slightly better grasp of economics, and he also thought that would have applied to her new husband, the new lord of the city. Barrett doubted that lord did much actual running of the city, or at least not as much as he thought he did. Melody wasn't the type to let that happen, though she was the type to marry men for power. That had happened with Barrett's uncle, his father's brother, one he had barely even seen before that same uncle died of an illness shortly after Denton was born. Perhaps it was coincidence. Seen enough? Reyna asked. Not quite, Barrett shook his head. I'd like to talk to some poorer folk about a few things first. It was unfortunately easy to find them, though finding the right ones took some work. Barrett found a thin man in clothes that had once been nice, standing alongside a street that had equally once been nice. A penny for your thoughts. Ah, the man looked unwilling to refuse, but also nervous. Relax. Begging might be illegal, but surely I can pay for a guide. That's true, the man nodded, but I'm not sure if I have anything to say. My questions are simple enough. You know of the Church of Ristos, surely? Of course. Who doesn't? The man nodded slowly. They still hand out food to the hungry, once per week. Aye. That they do. Barrett had already guessed that, and he could have asked at the church itself, if he wanted to. Barrett flipped the man a copper. That's one question. Now, a slightly harder one, worth 2 copper if you have a good answer. Do you know if Denton, the young master, is in Durham? Again, he already knew the answer to that question. He is. The thin man looked around, seeing only Barrett and Reyna, neither of which looked like guards. Barrett was too young to fit the general profile. Since the incident in Tri-Ridge he has been staying here in Durham. When Barrett handed over the 2 coins the man smiled. Actually, I know someone who said he heard something interesting, but it wasn't much use of me at the time so I didn't pry it out of him. He might be willing to talk for a couple of coins. The man's heartbeat increased, as if he was nervous. However, that was perfectly normal when in a stressful situation, such as when a source of much-needed money appeared. If it's useful, I can certainly pay some more. Lead me to him. Certainly, certainly. It may take a few stops to find him. Barrett waved the man on. They approached a few buildings, but never were there more than a few people breathing inside, certainly not enough to make Barrett worried about an ambush of any sort. The man could clearly see that he and Reyna were armed as well, so a few thugs wouldn't be of much good either. At each place, he asked about Samuel. Finally, they entered a crooked door down a back alley. The alley smelled of various unpleasant things, whereas inside the door only smelled like alcohol for the most part. It was the sort of smell that only accumulated over a long time. Samuel, the thin man asked. Another man, not quite thin, but certainly not possessed as of much of a beer gut as he might once have been, came out from a second small back room, seemingly the only other room connected. This fellow here was asking about Denton. You'd mentioned something about him. If you tell this fellow, he might give you a few coppers. Samuel looked over Barrett and shook his head. It's not the sort of information that should be being said so cheaply. Barrett pulled out a silver piece. If the information is truly so important, I can give at least a silver. The man furrowed his brow a moment, then looked around his empty room and nodded. Fine then. Actually, I heard the young lord got in with some sort of warlock. Even healed that twisted hand of his. At least, he uses it, though it still doesn't look pretty. Really? Barrett raised an eyebrow and handed the first man a silver piece, then reached to his belt. He pulled out the small pouch he was using to carry some regular coins. He couldn't just keep them all in his magic bag. He poured some of it out in his hand until he had a small stack, with one gold coin on top for good measure. Tell me everything. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 172. Samuel looked at the pile of coins in Barrett's hand and swallowed. Well. I don't know anything about magic except, well, this magic is evil. Samuel grimaced. This warlock. I haven't heard his name. Most of what I know is since he's shown up, there have been disappearances. I saw him sneaking around the graveyard at night once. That young master. Samuel spit onto the empty floor next to him. That Denton brat must have learned something from him. One evening, I saw someone walk too close to him on the street or something else trivial that made him mad. Then there was a strange dark magic latching onto him, and after that nothing but a shriveled corpse. I never heard that, the first man said. Guards cleaned it up real quick. I was, fortunately, overlooked. Samuel sighed. That warlock is probably even worse. I do my best to avoid going near him, or any of the Lord's family. This city used to be quite something, and now it's a pile of garbage. Unfortunately, not everyone can afford to move away, though they can't afford to stay either. Barrett handed over the heaping handful of coins to Samuel, then nodded towards the thin man. You should share some with him. Then both of you should get out of the city. Even in the best-case scenario, prospects here won't improve for some time. Maybe bring some others with you. Barrett turned to Reyna. Let's go. So, Reyna tilted her head. That brat's a necromancer now, huh? Or something like it. Barrett nodded. He can't be very experienced. He's only had a couple of years. Even in the most extreme circumstances he's mid-second tier, but in that case we need to worry more about the master. Of course, aptitude is required for that, but his aptitude for evil is fairly high. It could certainly apply to the worst sorts of necromancy. Still, I should have killed him. Reyna shrugged. How could you have known? Usually people don't offer power to pathetic snotlings. Besides, he had his chance to reform into a reasonable person, even if he didn't take it. Yeah, but I forgot to think about what else he might do to others, even just by whining to his mother. Now at least one more person is dead at my fault. Barrett took a deep breath. I don't feel nearly as bad about people dying as I should. Well, that would be his fault too. So where next? Barrett thought for a few moments. Well, we need to make some preparations. We want to catch Denton, Melody, her new husband Landon or whatever, plus this warlock. There's also someone else. In the documents they had in Tri-Ridge, there was a banker from here in Durham who helped them with trying to steal my family's money. There were also a couple others who were involved, but they're less important. If I get the chance, I'll kill them. If not, they can have fun fleeing from city to city. Reyna nodded. How covert do you want to be? Barrett raised an eyebrow. How covert do you think I'm capable of being? Right. Well then, might as well go all the other way, if you're up for it. Shouldn't there be banquets and such? Melody does love spending money. Hey, banquets are political investments. Do you know how much her dresses cost? Yeah, almost as much as, Barrett thought for a few moments, each bottle of pills Master Hikel gave me. Well, their open market price instead of the manufacturing cost. Reyna rolled her eyes. I was going to say they cost several years' wages for craftsmen. Though it's true that each of my boots probably cost more. At least you don't wear them just once. Alas, it's impossible to perfectly mesh style with practicality. Are you calling my bandages not stylish? Reyna patted Barrett on the head. The Immortal Berserker sect errs entirely on the side of practical. We at the Order of Four Winds don't sacrifice practicality, but we do have some style. Barrett had to agree about that. Reyna's clothes were fine enough to get her admitted to any ball, though some might frown on her wearing pants instead of a skirt, but practicality stated that moving around in combat and perhaps even flying made skirts impractical. If he was to compare to Nilima, Barrett was pretty sure she only wore silk clothes because Mistress Joshi told her they were armor, and she didn't seem to care if they fit right. In fact, she seemed to prefer them baggy. Of course, unlike Reyna, Nilima didn't have any curves for her clothes to hug. Barrett blinked. Oh, right. Yes. I suppose you do beat us in style. Now, about the banquets. Well, obviously many people will be there, including, of course, all of their best political supporters. They can say you were dead all they want, but having you show up in person in front of so many makes it harder. Plus, they're all there at once. It is hard to say there would be a better opportunity. The question is when the next one will be. If it's more than a month or two, I'm not sure we should stay here that long. Then we'd better ask around. It shouldn't be too hard to find out. The dates for banquets or other events weren't advertised to the public, but they weren't exactly hidden either. Many people worked on them, preparing food and clothes, and people just generally talked about it. It was just that the common people weren't invited. There was another coming up in a few weeks, and that meant Barrett and Reyna had to wait. They could only do so much investigation into the necromancer. If they asked too many questions, people might get suspicious. However, they did need to find out his general strength. If he was from Ashia, he wouldn't be much of a threat, probably first or second tier, but there was some chance he was higher. That said, if he was higher than second tier, there wouldn't be much for him to benefit from being in Ashia. The two of them also had training to do. They didn't have the best training facilities, they weren't exactly going to spar in the streets and risk people finding out about them, but they could still train energy and work on fundamentals even without honing particular combat skills. Having a specific date in mind was good for Barrett as well, as he could do just the right number of destructions to fully recover. He didn't think he'd need to be healing from wounds at his full over 100 times normal, but it wouldn't hurt to be careful with an unknown necromancer. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 173. Finding information on Denton's master wasn't easy. Nobody knew much. They discovered his name, Artur Niculescu. Beyond that, details were less clear. He was not from Ashia, but beyond that his physical origins were unknown. There weren't many details from which to gauge his strength, but Barrett and Reyna estimated him to be no more than third tier. It was hard to know for sure without seeing him or having reliable accounts of him in battles. If they had any inklings that he was fourth tier, they would have chosen to retreat. While they could likely defeat an average fourth tier cultivator together, anyone above average could be risky. If they were towards the top of fourth tier and skilled enough, the risk of death for Barrett and Reyna would be too high. However, they thought that unlikely, else they would have left immediately. Necromancers were particularly nasty opponents to face. Eventually the night of the banquet came. The two cultivators watched from a distance. "You can really see from here?" Reyna said. "I can barely make anything out." "Sure," Barrett shrugged, "fashion sure has changed a lot. I wonder if the designers are making fun of those nobles." "It can't be that bad," Reyna rolled her eyes. "I've trained my eyes for dynamic vision, but they also are pretty good at distance. I can't even make out any detail with this light and distance. Think I could learn that?" "I'm serious. That hair looks like someone put a dead bird on that poor woman's head. I think one of the men has just a single padded shoulder." Barrett shook his head. "How do you feel about the idea of having one of your fingers twisted around 180 degrees and getting stuck like that?" Horrified, Reyna shuddered. "What does that have to do with it?" "It just means you probably wouldn't be suited for pure body tempering. It's difficult to move directly onto more abstract uses." Barrett raised an eyebrow. "That man has gigantic heels to compensate for his lack of height. There's no way that will catch on, right?" About an hour later, the guests had finished arriving as far as the two of them could tell. "Did you spot Artur?" Reyna asked. Barrett shook his head. "No, but he has been staying there. We'll have to watch out for him." The two of them approached towards the gates. As they approached, a guard called out, "You two, stop." Barrett was dressed in his full armor, and though Reyna's equipment looked significantly less intimidating, she did wear a sword at her side. "It's okay," Barrett said, "I'm a Ravenhall." "There are no more Ravenhalls," the guard lowered his spear. So did the other guards at the gate. Barrett shook his head. "They tried to make that happen, sure, but here I am. Now, are you going to open the gate, or am I going to have to? I'm sure you heard of my trip to Tri-Ridge." The guard moved to shout, but no sound came out. They stared in shock for a moment, which was long enough for them to lose their only chance. Barrett grabbed one pair and slammed their heads together. There was another pair behind the steel gates, but Barrett reached through and did the same, bending the gates as he did so. He checked the guards to make sure they really were unconscious, and while they might have fractured skulls, they would likely live. Barrett didn't have any grudges against these particular guards, and people had to work. Since he was strong enough to be able to show mercy without risk to himself, he decided it was worthwhile. There was a creaking sound as he pulled the gate to the side. He might have been able to destroy the lock, but then he would have had to bother looking for it. Instead, he just made sure it was out of the way. "Ladies first," Barrett bowed. Reyna rolled her eyes. As they approached the manor, they dealt with a few more guards. Reyna dampened their shouts by manipulating the air. They weren't planning to be subtle, but they didn't want anyone to run. Not some particular people anyway. While most of those attending might deserve a thrashing, Barrett wasn't planning to just slaughter everyone without discernment. Barrett had a pretty good idea of where things would be. Though this wasn't his parents' manor at all, he'd been in several and they liked similar layouts. He obviously had no floor plan, but had spotted the kitchen from a distance outside, which meant the banquet hall would be nearby. As they approached, a butler looked over the two of them. Do the two of you have invitations?" He was cautious with what he said, because while they were not dressed appropriately, they were both dangerous looking, and they had made it inside. Therefore, he supposed they should be guests of some sort. "You may announce us as Barrett Ravenhall and Reyna of the Order of Four Winds." The butler's eyes widened, and one of the two final guards stepped to the side. "I swear I'm just here to get paid." Barrett vaguely recognized him as a guard who had worked at the manor in Tri-Ridge. He had been there. That was it. The guard looked at his companion, "Let the man through." "I told you, remember?" "That's really him," the second guard swallowed and stepped to the side. "And me too. It's a job. Please don't break my knees." Barrett smiled, "You know, sometimes it's good to be remembered." He turned towards the butler, "Now then." "Ah," the man nodded vigorously. "Of course. Right. Barrett Ravenhall and Reyna of, the Order of Four Winds." "That's right. Actually, announce her first." Barrett nodded toward the door. The man hurried over, opening the door and proceeding with the announcement. As his voice faded, Barrett and Reyna stepped through the large double doors into the banquet hall, where everyone was just getting settled into their chairs. Barrett projected his voice throughout the hall, "I'm impressed with how quickly you grew into your stolen position, Aunt Melody. All those years of scheming have really done a lot for you." Guards around the room were rushing towards him, but Barrett watched calmly, his eyes flicking towards the man sitting next to Melody. "Uncle Raymond, was it? You're just as responsible for the murder of my family." "Denton. I see you went crying to Mommy, as expected. How's life as a vile necromancer?" Barrett ignored the crossbow bolts that were bouncing off of his armor as he casually swung his axe to cut the head off the first guard approaching, stepping into his spear and breaking it. "I'm here to make sure the title of Lord of Durham stays out of the grubby hands of scum like you." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 174. Among the various guards, Barrett spotted a second-tier warrior. The fancy armor he wore designated him as the captain of the guard. "You know that's my family's crest, right? If you intend to wear it, you have to either work for me, or die. Now drop your weapon." "Humph," the captain of the guard approached, swinging his halberd, "What right does a brat like you have to give me orders?" Barrett flared with berserk energy, giving the man a moment to sense that Barrett was third tier, but it was already too late for him at that point. Barrett chopped through the halberd and the man in a single motion. Panic was rising in the banquet hall, with people turning to flee but not knowing where to flee to. Barrett and Reyna stood in front of the entrance, and the only other exits lead to the kitchens. Instead they chose to flee to the back of the room, away from the guards and Barrett. In addition to Barrett, the guards fired crossbows at Reyna. Though her armor would protect her in most cases, she still chose to avoid them. Her body movements made it seem as if they flew around her, and in some cases they did. Any guards who approached quickly found themselves with their throats pierced, or if that wasn't convenient, their wrists slashed, causing them to drop their weapons. In only a minute, the dozen guards up close had been defeated, and Barrett had taken out a few crossbowmen with casual flings of lead balls. That caused them to retreat uncertainly to deeper in the banquet hall, but it didn't exactly come with defensive positions. Barrett and Reyna walked slowly towards the end of the banquet hall. "Anything to say for yourselves before you die?" "Ha!" Raymond spoke, "If you think we will be intimidated so easily, you have no idea what you are dealing with." Barrett shrugged and casually lobbed another lead ball towards him. However, instead of impacting his head and exploding it, it exploded early. Some shrapnel still grazed him, leaving a bloody trail on his cheek. However, most of it had been blocked by a black tendril of energy originating from Denton. He stood up and moved forward, and behind him came an old man who must have been Artur. Barrett watched him most carefully. "Last time we met, you gained a bit of strength," Denton said, "but now I have power too." Dark magic coiled about him. When one of the tendrils brushed a banquet guest, they screamed and pulled away a desiccated hand. Denton just ignored them. "I'll make sure to have fun killing you for this." Denton held up his right hand with its gnarled wrist. It actually looked worse than how Barrett had left it. Now it was blackened and rotting, but it seemed to be able to move still. Denton's eyes turned to Reyna. "You brought a woman with you. I'll have fun with her after." Reyna glared, "Your life as a eunuch will be short and extremely unpleasant." Artur stayed a handful of meters behind Denton, watching. He was old and wrinkled, and Barrett saw the hint of a few places of black and rotting flesh on him as well. It seemed to be a very unpleasant way to deal with wounds that wouldn't recover, but he supposed some people couldn't do better. At about 10 meters away, Denton pushed a mass of black tendrils towards Barrett and Reyna. Their edges pulled in the light around them, leaving them indistinct and hazy. Reyna dodged to the side, jumping up onto the table while managing to avoid stepping on a plate or knocking over a glass. She slashed the few tendrils that diverted themselves towards her, severing their connection. It took them a few moments to start recovering. Meanwhile, Barrett did much the same, though he dodged away from the table. His movements weren't so elegant either, batting aside a number of the tendrils. However, the berserk energy on his axe and its handle was enough to shatter most of the tendrils. Barrett looked at his right arm, where one had managed to wrap around him. Not bad. Denton's face strained. He gave up on reforming some of the tendrils, focusing on 3 or 4 for each opponent. He also increased the size of the one wrapped around Barrett's arm, then frowned. Sweat dripped down his forehead. "How are you?" Barrett pulled suddenly on the tendril which was connected to Denton. Before he could react, he was flying through the air towards Barrett. 10 meters was a long way, and the tendril wasn't quite right for pulling, so Denton slid along the floor after about 5, ending a meter or 2 away from Barrett. Barrett stomped down toward Denton's back, which was immediately covered by all the remaining tentacles, until they shattered. "You made it all the way to second tier, but just because normal humans can't resist you doesn't mean you can just try to slurp up my life force like that." Denton wasn't dead. Barrett's stomp hadn't even touched him, but it had shattered his concentration. Barrett grabbed him by the back of the neck and tossed him past Reyna, whose sword slashed out as he went by. Reyna kept her word, as the first slash made Denton a eunuch, followed by quick slashes on the front and back of his neck, cutting his throat and spine. That was followed by a stab that pierced his heart, then her sword went up through Denton's jaw and into his brain. All that while he sailed through the air over the table, crashing into the floor on the other side. There was an incomprehensible scream from Melody as it happened. The whole time, Reyna and Barrett mostly focused on Artur. "Not going to try to save your disciple?" Barrett raised an eyebrow. Artur rolled his eyes, "I can get a new one anywhere. Still, I can't let you go unpunished." "Do you know who you're messing with?" Barrett shrugged, "Do you?" "I'm Barrett Ravenhall, of the Immortal Berserker sect." "Never heard of it." "I am Artur Niculescu, appointed representative of the Grasping Hand in Webnovel." "Oh. The capital of the Astane Empire?" Barrett shrugged, "I thought it might be somewhere important, but I guess not." "Humph, that's hardly something for you to say." Artur was clearly gathering mana around him as well as similar black tendrils to Denton, though his pulled in more light, appearing wider. "We could crush Ashia in an instant." "So? Streeto could crush the entire Astane Empire in a day. Or either of our sects." "Streeto?" Artur's face actually showed a surprised expression at that. He hesitated for a moment, but Barrett was already charging towards him. Likewise, Reyna was circling around to the side. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 175. The Necromancer Artur only hesitated for a moment before reacting to Barrett's charge. He sent a handful of black tendrils to attack, but Barrett merely swung his axe to sever them. The berserk energy he used disrupted them, making it difficult for the Necromancer to immediately extend them again. One of the tendrils briefly made contact with Barrett's arm, but as it pulled at his life force, he pulled back, both metaphysically and physically. Unlike with Denton, Artur immediately dissolved the tendril as Barrett tried to pull it. However, that allowed Barrett to close in on him. Barrett swung his axe overhead, chopping towards Artur's skull even as he retreated. The remaining tendrils of blackness gathered together to stop the axe, and their combined might allowed them to avoid being severed. They bent and deformed, but the attack just threw Artur away towards the back of the banquet hall. Fey. Artur spit, then sent several of the black tendrils towards random members of the banquet. They screamed uselessly as their bodies shriveled. How annoying. Reyna had been charging around the side to flank Artur, but when Barrett knocked him back she had to readjust her trajectory. Now she had to navigate through the panicking crowd as she tried to move to the back of the hall. Partygoers were fleeing through the kitchens, leaping out the windows, and even running past Barrett and Reyna. The two couldn't be bothered to deal with them at the moment, as they had to focus on a necromancer. Barrett took a moment to take a deep breath in and out. Full. So, that wasn't good enough then. I'll just have to hit harder. Barrett usually kept his berserk energy contained, both to avoid giving away his true strength and to protect those around him. Even a small amount of berserk energy could be dangerous to the average person. It was also wasteful to let it out. However, if he wanted to muster the maximum possible amount at once he couldn't waste effort on the small details. The smooth shine of the floor beneath him started fading as tiny imperfections appeared beneath every step. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched for Reyna's progress. She was partly concealed by the crowd, though only for a few moments longer. At what he felt was the most opportune moment, he charged forward once again. Artur hadn't been able to damage him yet, so he wasn't afraid even if Artur did something more threatening. For each member of the crowd that Artur absorbed, he formed another partial tendril of wriggling blackness. Once people realized what was happening they had fled from him, so he only managed to desiccate a total of 10 people. However, he was in an even better state than when the fight had first started, with a few extra tendrils at the ready. Barrett chopped at the tendrils which had increased in reach. They were now avoiding his counterattacks, making him waste some energy, but he also continued forwards towards Artur. As he reached him, the black tendrils were all busy elsewhere, with none of them ready to defend Artur himself. Barrett swung down his axe right towards Artur's chest, as all of the tendrils pulled in and attacked Barrett from behind. Barrett's axe chopped into Artur's ribs with the full force of his momentum and weight behind it, even more than would normally be possible from his attack position. However, there was only minimal berserk energy along with that. As the black tendrils closed in on him from behind, Barrett blasted out a wave of berserk energy towards them. This severed and destroyed most of them, but a handful still grabbed onto Barrett's arms and legs, with a pair wrapped around his torso. Barrett's axe had only managed to sink about an inch into Artur's body, it had been stopped by some enchanted clothing as well as surprisingly strong ribs. The tendrils started trying to rip Barrett apart, pulling him in every direction as well as trying to rip out his life force. Their pulling power was much stronger than what Denton had been able to manage, and they were arranged so that Barrett couldn't leverage his maximum force on any of them. However, he still had enough stamina to protect his life force, and his body could hold up on its own. Artur grinned as he pulled out a sharp dagger, it's best not to be careless. At the same time, Reyna's sword stuck out the front of his chest, having gone through all the way. Before Barrett and Reyna could tell him to take his own advice. Artur grinned. A ball of red and black expanded from Artur's chest, suffusing over the whole banquet hall in just an instant. In the next instant, it collapsed into something the size of a fist, flying away out of the window. Artur's body collapsed, along with everyone else in the area except for Barrett. He leaped forward to catch Reyna. Compared to everyone else, who basically only had skin and bones remaining, Reyna was in a much better state. However, she was pale and her hair was white, while her skin was wrinkled. Barrett was slightly better off himself, having held on to more of his life force and evenly spreading out what he did lose. Barrett checked Reyna's vitals. Despite how she looked, her pulse was steady and her breathing even. She returned to consciousness in only a few moments. Damn, that was unexpected. She tried to stand, but her muscles merely trembled as she pushed. She sighed, I thought he hadn't noticed me. Barrett shook his head and looked at the pile of dust that had once been Artur, he was prepared to have to escape. Barrett helped Reyna to her feet, and gave her a shoulder to lean on, though her steps barely did anything, and he was basically still carrying her. Barrett reached into his bag and pulled out a small bottle, rolling a little pill into his hand. Have one. Reyna took it, though it took her several attempts to swallow. What is it? Life force recovery pills, Barrett said. He nearly tripped over a body at his feet, stumbling. You should take one too. We'll be fine, Barrett shook his head. He would be fine. Eventually. He also didn't have any extras, but he didn't say that. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 176. So what now? Reyna asked. There wasn't much else left for Barrett to do in Durham. Everyone who he had a grudge against was dead, mostly through no fault of his own. He certainly wasn't going to take responsibility for a necromancer killing everyone around him in a moment of desperation, not when they were supposed to be that necromancer's allies. If they had been entirely unrelated, that could have been a different story. I'm not sure. We can spread the story of what happened, and a few people will believe us, and a whole lot of people will believe the story of a necromancer from Wasmil. Except he's likely not here at the moment, so we have a bit of an advantage. And the truth on our side. Barrett shook his head, that hardly counts for anything. I don't really care about my reputation here, but the important thing is they don't let the necromancer back into the city willingly. I suppose that depends on who ends up running the city though. Shouldn't that be you? Reyna asked. You really think I have what it takes to run a city? Don't you? You absolutely can't be worse than your aunt. Well, yeah. Barrett shook his head, but it wouldn't be a peaceful situation. There's no way the king of Ashia doesn't have some involvement, and if Artur goes and brings a bunch of his necromancer allies, well, it could be a big problem. That assumes the Ustane Empire itself isn't involved. Barrett sighed, all I can say is I don't want to fight Artur if he's ready for me. He managed to do so much with an emergency attack. Granted, he left behind his body so he's probably weak, but I don't exactly have a way to track him down. Why can't some people just die with dignity? Right? At least he can't cause any trouble in Streeto. Thanks for coming with me, I'm not sure if things would have gone as well without you. You're welcome, Reyna nodded. I was glad to get revenge on Denton, though it was about as unsatisfying as you indicated it might be. However, he didn't seem capable of the luxury of leaving his body behind. Good. I'd really rather not leave him behind to cause trouble. I doubt the city will run itself any worse without anyone ruling, though it probably won't be long until the king sends someone to replace them. Hopefully the first semi-competent subordinate he lays eyes on. He'll be rather busy dealing with the fallout of a necromancer living in the city, working for the people he appointed to rule. Especially when he had to have at least tacitly approved of their murder of my family. I'm going to be spreading the word about all of those things, and without anyone around to suppress it. I expect something. Sounds like a lot of work. Barrett shook his head. I have a lot of respect for those who can deal with political situations with finesse. Things would be a lot easier if people just believed the truth. Reyna closed her eyes and thought, not to criticize your actions, but from a certain perspective you look like a murderer as well. Barrett shrugged, if people want to condemn me as a murderer, they can do so. However, if they really spoke out they would only be hypocrites. They didn't do anything earlier. People are cowards. Not everyone is strong, you know. I know, but there are those who are not strong who are not cowards. I plan to go visit one in the near future, after we clear out anything Artur was using. If he's still around, we can catch him while he's weak, and if he's left, I don't want him to be able to come back to continue whatever he was doing. Nobody stopped Barrett from moving around the city lord's manor. There were a few figures who ran and hid when he saw them, but Barrett didn't care about people looting valuables. Sure, all of it probably technically belonged to him at this point, depending on whether Raymond had any other family, but he didn't care. It took a bit of time to find the secret rooms where Artur had kept his work, but it wasn't hard to get in once he did. Barrett had no idea what mechanism was supposed to open the secret door, but when he found a hollow wall, he just broke it open. Immediately after he did so, something jumped out at him. Barrett instinctively threw it to the floor. When it hit the floor with a sickening crunch, Barrett was glad to see that it was just a zombie. It was a low-quality, nearly useless undead. Their only benefits were they continued to function as long as their body was relatively whole. Even one without a head could stumble around blindly. It only took a few good stomps to change that. Once its head and torso were crushed, the arms and legs went limp. Barrett could tell the secret rooms were part of the initial manor design, which meant Alur had been working with Melody for many years. He was fortunate to have not run into him earlier. Although, on his first trip back he'd had Master Hikel with him, who would have easily been able to kill the necromancer, regardless of any tricks he had. Maybe if Barrett had been ready, he could have done something. After all, throwing a bit of berserk energy at a fleeing soul or whatever shouldn't have been that hard. But what he could have done didn't matter. As far as he could tell, Alur hadn't returned to take anything. The rooms were full of stuff, anyway. Barrett broke anything that looked breakable, including a few more zombies. There were a few people tied up, but they were already dead. With the state of their bodies, it was difficult to tell how recent it was. Barrett considered what he would do with the various tomes he found. They described various necromantic abilities, and Barrett supposed they might help him defend against them as well. However, they could also be used to teach people more necromancy, and not even the barely tolerable kinds. For the moment, he took all of the books. Master Hikel and the Immortal Berserker sect would be able to properly deal with them. That said, he wasn't going to bring them anywhere near Streeto. He couldn't afford to have false accusations levied against him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 177. The new captain of the Durham City Guard shook his head. Sho didn't really want the position with all the messes he would have to deal with, but he couldn't really refuse it. Not with the former captain of the city guard's corpse in front of him with a crushed head that had moments before not been crushed. First there were all the bodies in the banquet hall of the lord of the city's manor. They were shriveled and twisted by dark magic. That wasn't hard to tell. Sure, there were a few bodies dead by more traditional means, and Sho was pretty sure on how that had happened, but he wasn't going to press the issue. Barrett Ravenhall had completely ignored everyone trying to stop him from reaching the captain of the guard, up to the point that the captain himself stabbing Barrett with a sword had only managed to barely break his skin. Sho wasn't going to fight that. Besides, he believed the story. He knew the captain of the guard had been covering things up, but there wasn't exactly anyone to report it to, so he'd played the dutiful second in command. When he had to make some people disappear, sometimes they just so happened to get out of the city alive. They were still gone. Sho remembered when the previous lord had ruled. Things had been good. Not perfect, but good. When the lord died and his sister-in-law took over, Sho knew things were suspicious. He also had a grudge for being passed over for promotion to captain of the guard when the previous one went missing, but he realized later he had been lucky. Now, everything was a mess. Bodies in the banquet hall were one thing. The people those bodies had once been came with some other problems, but Sho kept bringing up he hadn't been the captain of the guard at the time. He also mentioned how disgruntled people were with some of the living rich people in the city, and that he wasn't sure if he could protect everyone from potential riots. That helped shut people up. The other bodies were a problem of their own. Sho didn't know if zombies were real, but there were a lot of dead bodies inside some secret rooms in the manor. Someone was going to be very unhappy about that. Maybe he'd go for an early retirement. However, he wasn't going to try to cover it up. That would have been the case even if he hadn't felt his life was immediately threatened. He still had to collect taxes on the merchants coming through. Guards were necessary and had to be paid. When they complained, he reminded them how much worse the taxes had been a few days before. The merchants grumbled and groused, but they were still willing to pay. Sho hoped they would spread the word that Durham was almost a functional city again. Barrett and Reyna split up after staying a few days in Durham to make sure things were on the right track and that Alur wasn't still around somewhere. Reyna was heading back toward Streeto, while Barrett was stopping by Tri-Ridge. Tryridge took some care to enter because the guards weren't just going to stop watching for Barrett because Melody and Denton were dead. In fact, that might be even more reason for them to watch out for him. However, he wanted to see how the city was doing. He just didn't want guards bothering him, so he kept his visit more covert. The streets of Tryridge were familiar, but not in a comforting way. Most of Barrett's memories of the city were bad. However, there were a few good ones. Barrett knocked on a familiar door. It was late enough he should be home. After a short time, Simon opened the door. "Oh, hello, Barrett." Barrett smiled. "It's very like you to continue living in this tiny place even after all that money I gave you." "Well, I did have to replace the door," Simon laughed. "But really, they money helped quite a lot. I opened up a new place to care for the poor." Simon waved Barrett inside, then gestured to his table. "I don't invite people inside anymore, because we don't fit. We've managed to get some help from other members of the community, too." Without the watchful eyes of Melody and Denton, there are a few more generous souls, and some of them weren't particularly thrilled when they heard how the Church of Ristos was actually handling their donations. "My shelter doesn't look like much, but we have 2 meals every day." "That's why I chose you," Barrett nodded. "You did so much with just the little money you had before. I thought you could do better with more." "I've done my best. I have even been able to expand my business as well as the shelter. With regular work, people do better and don't need the shelter so much." The next day, Barrett went to visit the shelter for breakfast. While there, he saw that several of those who had previously been eating with Simon were now working to feed others. The food was simple, but it was filling. There was also a donation box, and Barrett left a few coins. He might have left more, but it wasn't good for them to rely on random large donations from him. That was useful while they got started, but they had run just fine for years afterwards. There was no reason to cause another large disruption. As a whole, Tryridge still had many poor people, but unlike in Durham, they were able to go out on the streets without worry. The temporary mayor assigned by Melody had been doing a decent job. Perhaps they could be better, but Barrett thought that was true of anyone trying to run a city. He had still collected taxes for Melody, but that was the normal order of things, and he had been reasonable enough to not drive off business. Barrett was glad, because he didn't want to disrupt any more cities. He was lucky Tryridge had ended up better off after he left it in the state it had been. He hoped Durham did half as well. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 178. Sneaking in and out of cities was a pain. Barrett wondered if he would ever be good enough at earth magic to be able to burrow underground. While he could technically do it at his current level, taking days to go a few hundred meters was not exactly efficient. Besides, most of the digging would be done with his own hands or a shovel. At that point, earth magic would only be used for stabilizing the tunnel. As for learning any other sort of stealth techniques, Barrett doubted they would suit him. Berserk energy didn't lend itself to sneaking. He supposed he could make his footsteps quiet, but whether it was worth his time to learn real stealth was another question. He didn't plan to ever need to leap out of hiding and ambush anyone. He also wasn't going to learn any light or darkness magic. That said, he was capable of moving quickly enough for it not to be a large problem to sneak past regular people, and since he was leaving Tryridge it didn't even matter if he was spotted. It only took him a few minutes to be back on the road, metaphorically speaking, since the road wasn't straight enough for his sake. He found it rather easy to run through uneven terrain at high speed. His progress was much faster than when Master Hikel had taken him along approximately the same path several years earlier. That was to be expected, but it was nice to see the difference between second and third tier in a neutral environment. The tornado plains once again stood in Barrett's way. He could go around them, but instead of a single day of travel it would take several days and he would have to travel through some dangerous mountains. On the other hand, Barrett got the feeling the tornado didn't like him. That was silly, of course, because it just wandered around randomly. Besides, it wasn't like it would have any reason to not like him, or to feel anything at all. It was just a tornado sustained by extremely powerful magic. With that, Barrett set foot into the tornado plains once more. 2 hours later, the tornado came into sight. An hour after that, Barrett was certain it was chasing him. He knew from last time he couldn't outrun it when it was actually trying. It might still be possible to run back to the east edge of the plains and get away from it that way, but for some reason Barrett didn't want to do that. He wasn't going to let it stop him from going where he wanted. A short while later, the tornado was right on Barrett's heels. He couldn't help but turn around to yell at it, "Why are you trying to kill me, you stupid tornado?" If anything, that just made the tornado go faster. However, it also made Barrett feel better, so he didn't care. The tornado swept him up. There wasn't anything he could do about that. There was nothing around heavy enough to weigh him down, and he didn't like his chances of digging a pit to hide in, both because it might not work, and because he felt like it would be giving up. Getting caught by the tornado wasn't really a better option, though. Having been caught by it once before, Barrett was better able to control himself as he moved through it. He couldn't really redirect himself, but he could keep himself from spinning wildly. All it took was some careful control of where his weight was in his body. It may have looked like his arms and legs were flailing wildly, but there was a purpose to it. Finally he managed to stabilize himself so he was consistently facing the same direction. Then a boulder came and knocked him off course. The second time he stabilized himself he was ready for more larger debris. It only took a bit of effort to push it out of the way or even shatter a boulder, and then it only took a short time to stabilize himself again after the movements. Finally he found himself both stable and with some time to actually observe things. He whipped around the tornado. There wasn't much to see in the tornado itself. Just more debris, and in the center where the eye was, nothing. He couldn't get to the eye, however. Even if he could, it would just catch him again since he couldn't move as fast as it. Barrett wondered where all the energy came from. Surely it would wear out, except it hadn't for as long as anyone living was aware. Thus, the chances of it running out in the next few hours were quite low. Outside the tornado, there wasn't much either. Just tornado-swept plains. Flat and boring. There were also a few people. Barrett could see them cautiously glancing at the tornado as they moved towards a building in the distance. Wait, a building? There was no way such a thing existed in the tornado plains. It wasn't large, which made it even more unlikely. The tornado would have lifted it up in a second, and that was if it had managed to be constructed at all. It was also strange because someone would have noticed it before. However, it looked completely untouched. Barrett focused more on his eyes, trying to see clearly through the dust and wind. For a moment, he saw it clearly, and then pieces of a dozen swords distracted him for a moment. The building didn't seem new, but it also didn't seem damaged at all. However, the area around it looked freshly dug up. Barrett latched onto a boulder that was coming at him. With his arms and legs wrapped around it, he actually felt more stable, though the bruised ribs weren't pleasant. As he rotated around to the closest point of the tornado with the least debris and dust in his way, Barrett concentrated on looking at the figures moving down below. Then he recognized her. That woman. Barrett didn't actually know her name. All he knew was that she was one of the Silver Blades. She had been part of the group who tried to kill him in the Southern Metal Sea, the one who ran away at the end while the rest of her companions were dying. Barrett might have called it cowardice, but it probably was the right choice. He probably would have killed her even if she might have been able to kill him, too. Stupid tornado. Why are you trying to kill me when you let assassins like her wander around on your property? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 179. Barrett hadn't expected yelling at the tornado to provoke any reaction. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but he found they were going straight towards the building and thus the people down below. Every time he circled around the tornado, he could see the people were running closer to the building, but were also a bit closer to the tornado. After another few circles, they had actually made it inside the building. Oh well, Barrett sighed. He would have scratched his chin, but moving his arm recklessly could have thrown him spinning again. However, he did have to move his other arm to reach inside his bag. It was hard to dig around inside it without letting anything out into the tornado, but he managed. Eventually, he brought out his only message token. He had it in case he needed rescue, or in case of major events. If he needed rescue, he would have to buy a new one, but if he gave information useful to the Immortal Berserker sect, they would replace it for him and possibly reward him otherwise. A mysterious building showing up in the middle of the tornado plains seemed to qualify. Of course, it wasn't in the exact middle, but close enough. Barrett actually had a great view of most of the plains, and he could even just barely see Streeto's walls. With that, he was able to give a pretty accurate position, though relaying that message was much harder. The message token required him to speak, and in a tornado, that meant he had to shout over the sound of the wind and smashing boulders. He activated the magic token, shouted his message, then broke it, releasing the magic. That would send the message back to the Immortal Berserker sect. Now all he had to do was figure out how to get down from the tornado. Before, he had only gotten away because it had reached the edge of the plains, and it didn't seem to go past them. Now, he was in the middle of the plains. Barrett felt himself being pulled towards the center of the tornado. He had to fend off more debris, and couldn't be bothered to worry about keeping a proper orientation. He punched and kicked with berserk energy, shattering everything that came at him into pieces. Then, he found himself falling. Unlike before, he wasn't ejected with speed, but was just falling. He managed to orient himself to fall with minimum damage, which meant no broken bones. Not that he was perfectly fine, but he had the right techniques for falling from any distance and a body strong enough to hold up. He landed in the dirt. Unfortunately, all the nice soft topsoil had been lifted up by the tornado, so it was almost as bad as rock, but not quite. Barrett might have laid there for an hour or two to recover, but the tornado was still all around him. He needed to move to not be picked up. Where could he go to escape, though? He was still in the eye. The only things around him were flat dirt and the building. Well, that made his choice. He just hoped the woman from the Silver Blade and perhaps the others weren't watching the entrance. Inside the entrance, Barrett saw a number of doors. 5, to be exact. Other than that, there were a few pillars holding up the roof, and the entrance out behind him. Barrett still felt the wind whipping by outside, but it couldn't be enough to cause him trouble with the building covering him. Unless it took the building away, too. However, that seemed unlikely. The structure looked old, with small cracks and damage, but there was also no dust to be seen. Perhaps it had been recently constructed and was already falling apart, but that didn't feel right. There were no signs of those who had gone through ahead of him. Just in case, he circled each pillar, but found no one hiding. He also didn't detect any traces of people being invisible, though he was aware that didn't necessarily mean there weren't any. The gusts of wind outside became even more intense as the eye moved further away from the building. There was no door on the front, and Barrett could feel the winds pulling. The Immortal Berserker sect would have gotten his message by now. It would have only taken a minute or so to travel to them. Within a few hours they could reach him, but Barrett was no longer sure that the tornado wouldn't attempt to pull him back out of the building. Perhaps it would be safer to go further in. Barrett walked to the first door, starting on the left. He tried to turn the handle and pull it open, but something resisted him. A magic ward of some kind sealed the door. Instead of trying to force it, he moved on to the next door. The results were the same. However, the third door opened easily. Behind it were stairs leading down, the only logical result, since the building was not large enough to house much else. The fourth and fifth doors were likewise sealed. The wind whipped outside, vaguely pulling on Barrett, some of his trailing bandages flapping in the breeze and almost trying to unravel. Barrett returned to the third door and stepped inside. The corridor below was lit by magic as he walked along, though Barrett couldn't tell from where. All he noticed was that the area he was in and what was close around him was lit up. He couldn't see the bottom of the stairs, but instead of being worried about someone hiding in the darkness, Barrett was relieved. Any enemies would likely be similarly lit, unless they could avoid detection by the building that encompassed them. A building that Barrett could tell was full of strong magic if nothing more than that. Barrett continued down the steps one at a time. He wasn't exactly sure how deep he had gone, but it had to be close to 100 meters with the same slope and without turning. He wondered if the other stairways would lead to the same place or remain parallel corridors. Then he arrived at another door and seeing no other way to proceed, opened it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 180. For a moment Barrett thought he'd managed to find his way back outside, for the sound of wind that had gone away behind him appeared in front of him after he opened the door. However, it was still clear that he was underground. The room ahead of him shifted from worked stone to a somewhat natural-looking stone cavern. However, saying it was entirely natural would be incorrect. A 20-meter-long rock bridge had been carved in the center of an otherwise long, narrow cavern. Below it, the ground dropped away past where Barrett could see with the light he was provided. Besides the cavern itself, the wind was clearly unnatural. While some wind might find its way underground in rare circumstances, Barrett could feel nearly tornado-force winds as he heard them blowing around the cavern. That was the other unnatural part, they weren't coming from anywhere or going to anywhere, as far as he could tell. The wind barely touched him at the doorway, but he felt it become stronger as he approached the bridge. However, there were also moments where the wind died down and felt weaker. Barrett pulled out one of the ends of his recently acquired magic bandages. It pulled away from his body easily, unraveling the other ends. He didn't really need it around himself anyway, he had no significant wounds. Normally, it just wrapped around his chest and would move to cover anywhere that needed it. Now he had a roll of bandages, about 3 meters long and 5 centimeters wide. At least, that was how it appeared. The bandages could actually become as much as 40 meters or more, enough to cover the whole body, if necessary. Though the bandages were magical, they were limited in what they could actually do. They could extend to a certain length, repair themselves at a certain speed, help with healing, and constrict around limbs if necessary. When not next to anything, only the first really applied. Barrett held onto a segment wrapped around his hand and let the other end unravel in the wind. He had no control over where they went, but it didn't matter. That wasn't the point at all. The bandages stretched out into the room, moving like a snake swimming in the water except without any sort of control. They twisted and whipped about as the winds changed, going first one way then another, then back. Barrett coiled the bandages once more, then stood over to the side, seeing how they behaved starting at different points. After a few minutes, he had a good idea of where the wind blew in the room and he was certain that it changed in a regular pattern. With respect to the door, it blew mostly left and right, only occasionally blowing forwards or backwards. There was constant up and down motion, but the effect of that weakened near the bridge as the air seemed to blow in a ring around the bridge, making the right and left motion a clockwise or counterclockwise motion if he were to be precise. Barrett wasn't sure exactly how the front to back winds moved, since there wasn't anywhere for them to go except into the walls. The ceiling wasn't that high, perhaps 4 meters above the floor and the lower ends of the bridge, and it didn't seem to circle back at the top. Unfortunately, that was the limit of what his bandages could tell him. He put them back where they belonged, and waited for the right moment. The rock bridge was wide enough to walk on without worry except for the wind. In fact, it was nearly 3 meters wide by Barrett's estimation, which actually made it too wide to hug onto the edges. That would have been the easiest solution. The wind was not so strong it could blow him away if he had a solid grip. The next thing was to try berserk energy, but the ground was magically reinforced so that he couldn't penetrate it with berserk energy, making it much harder to steady himself that way. There seemed to be a particular intent for how one was to pass, they had to work with the wind. He could still use berserk energy to help prevent slipping, but it wouldn't anchor him. He waited, feeling the wind blow clockwise, counterclockwise, towards the door at his back, clockwise, counterclockwise, away. The cycle continued regularly. Finally, when the wind was blowing away from the door behind him, he dashed forward. He let the wind carry him forward some, though he didn't entirely go with it. Instead, he mostly relied on his own speed. A few steps out onto the bridge, Barrett nearly got blown off towards his left. He barely managed to crouch down and slide himself to a stop a handful of centimeters from the edge. His initial thought was that the wind had changed pattern or timing, but he realized that wasn't the case at all. The wind blew forwards and backwards the same way as it blew left or right in a spiral around the bridge. Thus, the wind pushed in two directions, changing in intensity depending on location along the bridge. Barrett pushed back against the wind, then a moment later there was a tiny lull as the wind shifted, and he threw himself back the several meters towards the beginning of the bridge. He managed to arrive there just as the winds really picked up, but they weren't very strong on the solid ground. Barrett waited for the next cycle before trying again, this time bracing himself against the shifting winds pushing him forward and to the side. He had to rely more on the winds to push him forward. In a short time he reached the halfway point, and then he was committed. He pushed himself forward, leaning against the wind to his right, using berserk energy to create more friction with the ground and pure body tempering to lower his center of gravity. He reached the other side just as the wind shifted once more, blowing suddenly from the left. It would have flung him off if he was still on the bridge, because not only was it stronger in that direction but he was already leaning with it. He took a few moments to catch his breath and steady himself before moving towards the next door. He wondered what he would find behind it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 181. Upon opening the door, Barrett realized that the logical answer to what would be awaiting him was more wind. However, along with that he found something else, or rather, someone else. It was the woman from the Silver Blade who had been part of the attack on him at the Southern Metal Sea. She had snuck off while he was cleaning up some of the last opponents. He still didn't know her name. The Silver Blade wasn't exactly public with the information of all their members, after all. It was a security risk even if they didn't feel the need to be able to deny their membership. She also wasn't important enough to be one of the known leaders. While being a third-tier cultivator was a respectable accomplishment for anyone, the Silver Blade at least had members up to 5th tier and possibly 6th, though Barrett wasn't sure about that. She was crawling along the ground, grasping onto rocks like she was climbing up a wall instead of along the floor. Barrett could understand that, since he could feel the wind pushing down the hallway even though he hadn't really stepped in yet. He did see where it would circulate through up above, though the area was blocked off by a grate. Barrett took a few steps forward, then suddenly found himself flung backwards, all the way into the door entering the chamber. The damage was more to his pride than to his body. The wind hadn't seemed too strong, but then a gust had come up. He should have expected it, but he got careless, and while he was fairly certain the wind wasn't meant to kill or even really harm him, that didn't extend to the Silver Blade woman up ahead. She didn't seem to hear him thudding against the wall, but then again the wind was howling and she was tens of meters ahead. Barrett considered throwing something towards her, then he thought about how much he really didn't want to dodge a lead ball full of berserk energy at the moment. He couldn't imagine it getting to her unless he used all of his berserk energy, in which case it probably still wouldn't reach her because it would have dissolved before then. If he were closer, well, he would have a decent chance then. Barrett was no stranger to climbing, and even if the wind were blowing and gusting, it wasn't like he actually had anywhere to fall off. Gravity was still down, after all. At most he'd bump and scrape against the rocks a bit, which couldn't really cause him harm. Thus, he decided to follow the Silver Blade woman's technique and got down on the floor. One immediate benefit was that less wind was hitting him. It was more powerful in the center of the tunnel, and his front was touching the ground, so there was practically no effect of the wind there. Unlike the bridge in the previous room, which was mostly flat, the ground here retained an uneven state, good for climbing. Barrett moved along the ground, and in what felt like almost no time he was 10 meters further in. While his weight was normally a disadvantage in climbing, he had to carry more of him. Now his weight was supported by the actual floor, and just dragging himself along wasn't that hard. It also made the wind's effect on him relatively less. Even so, he had to be careful when gusts of wind came. If he didn't have both of his hands in a strong grip or his feet placed as firmly as they could be, he could be pushed backwards, and once it got him moving, he would likely be pushed all the way to the entrance. He might even build up enough momentum to actually be hurt. Then he felt the pain of something stabbing into his left hand, or rather, the premonition of it. Killing intent. He moved his hand and with it lifted all of the left side of his body up just a bit. After all, every part of him there was in the trajectory of the flying needle. The needle, with its trajectory controlled by energy, moved past and under him, but at the same time a strong gust of wind came. With only one hand and one foot in non-optimal states and his body slightly lifted, the wind took him. He doubted the attack's timing was a coincidence, as he started to tumble down the hallway. He managed to right himself so that he was just falling, feet first. He'd had plenty of experience reorienting himself in wind in the tornado outside. He landed on the door, catching his momentum with his legs. Then he fell onto his face as gravity caught up. Barrett looked ahead at the silver blade woman. She wasn't looking towards him, she probably couldn't afford to be distracted, however she had noticed him somehow. Perhaps she had glanced backwards, or perhaps she had sensed his energy, he was keeping it in check, but he had no way to completely conceal it. Regardless, she now knew he was here. She'd been able to keep the needle aimed at her target, but either she hadn't been able to continue concentrating on it more or changing its trajectory as he dodged had been too difficult. She would have had to fight more against the wind. She was obviously in an advantageous state, she could attack him, but he couldn't attack her. However, it wasn't like she was able to freely attack him. She had limited needles and energy and she still had to deal with the wind herself. Barrett could just wait, hoping she tired herself out, she still had a good quarter of the room to go. On that thought process, following after her to provoke more attacks would tire her out more quickly. Barrett could tell she wasn't managing to climb against the wind just based on her muscles alone. She was expending energy, even if only small amounts. Any attacks she made would make things harder for her. Of course, that left Barrett open to attacks. If he stayed at the end of the hallway, the wind wasn't a threat to him and he could easily avoid any attacks. However, that brought into mind something else. There was likely a clear spot at the other end of the hallway, where she could wait and attack him as he was trying to proceed forward. Her attacks would still be limited by the wind, but she wouldn't have to split her concentration and energy between climbing and attacking. It was pretty easy for Barrett to make a choice, he never liked sitting around waiting anyway. He would have to try to catch up to her. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 182. The second time, Barrett was faster. He knew the route that he wanted to climb. He'd looked to see where he wanted to go before his first try, but actual experience led him to change a few things. First, it was fine if he went a little slower as long as he had a secure hold on the ground. He just needed to be able to avoid attacks at any time. Barrett kept most of his weight in his hands and feet, they were at the lowest point with respect to gravity. That made the wind affect him somewhat less. Barrett considered trying to reduce his friction with the wind, but that would require removing his armor. There were multiple reasons not to do that, with time being one of them. Instead, he just kept himself as low as possible. It helped to be able to bend his arms in whatever way he wanted so that he didn't ever need to push away from the floor. He kept one eye on the floor and one eye on the woman from the silver blade. For some people that would be hyperbole, but with his head tilted at the right angle he could do just that. Having both eyes locked on one target would be better, but he needed to see both. Though he'd dodged the first attack by virtue of sensing the killing intent, he didn't want to miss an attack by relying only on that sense. Barrett was fairly certain the woman could hide her killing intent to some extent. He still sensed for it as well as watching her on the floor, putting one arm in front of the other and one leg in front of the other as he climbed. He was reminded of his final test for Master Hikel accepting him as a student. He'd barely managed to make it up a cliff, not a small cliff, but not one that was extremely difficult either. His hands had bled and he'd been too afraid to look down, and in the end he had been saved by Master Hikel at the last step. Now, he was easily able to climb in harder circumstances, and could even do it while being attacked. After all, he had no fear of failing. One attack wouldn't kill him unless he got extremely careless, and the fall would be inconsequential. Barrett frowned momentarily. He'd earned that security, but it seemed like that very same knowledge of his safety made him less determined. Unless he was being swallowed by a giant worm or fighting to death in a volcano. Obviously, he couldn't afford to risk his life all the time, but his day-to-day training could use some more of something. On the other side, he was a little bit too unafraid of death in combat as well. Confidence was fine, but if he missed the upcoming needle that wanted to go into his eye and possibly his brain, there could be problems. Of course, Barrett was paying attention to the needle. He didn't feel like being poisoned by new, exotic poisons, and the needle probably had at least one of those. Instead of dodging, Barrett just used one hand to swat away the needle, and a bit of berserk energy shattered it as well as the silver blade's control over it. Barrett had felt less killing intent that time, but the needle couldn't just fly out on his own. Barrett had seen the movement to throw it as well as the energy keeping it from veering wildly off course. Barrett picked up his climbing pace. The climbing itself wasn't a problem, even with occasional gusts of wind. The stone itself was quite solid, so he didn't have to worry about it giving way. In fact, it was more than that. Regular rock he could have dug out with his hands with some effort, but this was reinforced with magic. Barrett barely had to move to dodge the next needle, as it actually wavered in its course and almost missed him on its own. Then another one bounced off the armor on his shoulder. He hadn't seen it or felt the killing intent. In fact, he still didn't see it even after it bounced off. He only heard the slight plinking sound as it bounced off as well as seeing the dent it left behind. It was nearly strong enough to penetrate his armor. It had probably been aimed at his head instead of his shoulder, but controlling two needles somewhat believably at the same time would be more difficult. Especially with one of them being invisible. That had been her best chance to seriously injure him, but it wasn't the best circumstances to attack him in. Unfortunately for Barrett, she continued climbing and managed to get to the safe zone before he could catch up. However, instead of staying to harass him, she threw several more needles before moving through the next door. As he climbed to catch up to her, Barrett wondered what she was here for. Obviously she had heard about this place somehow, and that meant there must be something she wanted out of this place. Perhaps a treasure or something. Barrett wasn't sure, but it was clearly a series of trials designed to challenge people. Not to kill them, because if that was the case they could just focus a small portion of the power Barrett felt around him to do that. There would be no need to have wind constantly blowing and wasting mana. Even if no one was actively controlling it, that would be more efficient. Without anyone throwing needles at him, the last part of the climb was easy enough for Barrett to do. In the safe zone at the end, he took a few moments to rest, digesting a small food pellet to restore some of his used stamina. Then he stepped into the next room. It was a smaller area than all the rest, and decidedly more dangerous looking. Instead of a longer room, it was nearly square. There were just small safe zones on either side, and a whirlwind of spikes and blades in the center. Barrett didn't see any signs of the silver blade who had come before him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 183. Barrett moved closer to the whirlwind of steel. Unlike the actual tornado up above, the debris was much more concentrated and made specifically out of sharp pieces of metal. They scraped against each other as they swirled about rapidly. With the distance they covered, it would take a few seconds to run through them. Barrett considered they and the wind might also slow him down, but it would be less than 10 seconds all told. There was still no sign of the Silver Blade woman. She'd had sufficient time to get through, of course, but Barrett couldn't see any sign of blood or other disturbances, and he doubted she could get through completely unscathed. Not that the whirlwind was making it easy to look for that. Nor was it making it easy to listen for her heartbeat or breathing. Barrett took a few steps back, stroking his chin, then reached out to grab at the air. Finding purchase on something, he rushed forward, holding his hands out into the whirlwind. Then he felt a sharp pain in his upper arms, and he lost his grip. There had been no killing intent he could detect, and since she was invisible, he obviously couldn't see the attack coming. His arms wouldn't move, but he watched for the disturbances in the whirlwind, moving to try to cut her off, but instead of trying to leave, she moved deeper in. Barrett took a moment to get his arms moving again. The needles in them were cutting off all motion, and the energy with them made it hard to bypass the area. After a few seconds he got one arm to move and pull out a needle, then he easily pulled out the other. Meanwhile, the disturbances had already gone out the other side of the whirlwind, leaving a few drops of blood behind on the floor. The door opened and then closed. Barrett stood for a few moments, thinking. Dealing with invisible opponents was quite tricky. Even if he knew where they were, he couldn't exactly track their whole body. Perhaps he should have attacked. One good hit with berserk energy would lay flat almost anyone who wasn't a warrior. However, gathering that energy would have given more time to react. Maybe he could have faked using that energy to try to get through the whirlwind. Well, it didn't really matter. He'd think more on those tactics later. In the current circumstances it was enough that he knew she could turn invisible. Without the needles and the energy on them, Barrett's arms worked just fine. There was some damage to the nerves, but they hadn't been completely severed, just blocked. Dealing with that just took a small bit of stamina comparatively. He could have recovered, but he didn't want to fall behind. Barrett dashed through the whirling steel. In theory, he could have avoided some of it. In practice, it was better for him to cover his ears and close his eyes and just go. As long as he ran down one side to go with the flowing blades he would take relatively little damage. Some of the thousands of shards of metal wormed their way inside his armor, but none of them penetrated much deeper than his skin. Each little piece was more powerful than an attack by a normal soldier, but his armor protected him from most of the damage. Each shard of metal hitting him even propelled him forward some, until he was out of the area. Barrett kept running with his eyes closed and his hands around his ears until he hit the wall. He paused for a moment, then opened his eyes. He muttered to himself, "She really wants whatever is in there. She didn't even wait to ambush me on this side by pretending to open the door." This time, Barrett decided to attempt stealth of his own. It was just that there was a huge problem in his way, a door. If she wasn't watching the door and she somehow missed the sound of a steel whirlwind suddenly being audible, he might get a chance. The door opened easily, and Barrett quickly stepped through and shut it behind him as carefully as possible. As he did so, he observed the room ahead. There was no wind. It was just a normal, if large, room, supported by several pillars placed regularly throughout. In the center, however, there was a glowing figure speaking to the Silver Blade Woman. Barrett pulled out a lead ball. The Silver Blade Woman was animatedly talking with the glowing figure, but I was the first to pass the trials. The glowing figure appeared to be a young man in his prime, except, obviously, he was not real or at least not present. He was dressed in flowing robes, but was transparent and appeared twice as large as any normal person. Speed is not the only thing that is judged in the trials. I shall wait until I see all of the participants. There are several still active, and more seem to be on their way. Barrett didn't believe that attacking someone from behind was honorable. Or rather, he didn't believe that attacking anyone who you didn't have a legitimate conflict with was honorable. Usually attacking someone from behind came in such circumstances. At the moment, however, he was happy to gather some berserk energy and get ready to throw the lead ball and explode the woman in front of him, but a voice whispered next to his ear, "I know you have had conflict up to this point, but for the moment, no combat will be allowed in this hall." He lowered his arm. Barrett decided not to test the rule. Instead, he stepped forward. His step echoed throughout the hall, and the Silver Blade Woman turned around. Instantly, needles were in her hands, and then in the air, just in front of them. She'd thrown them, but they'd immediately stopped. Barrett shrugged. That hadn't been so bad, but at least he hadn't wasted his energy. "Well, since we can't fight right now, what's your name, anyway? I presume you know me, since you tried to kill me at all." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 184. Instead of getting a response, the woman from the silver blade turned around and walked to stand against one wall, glaring at the room in general. "It's Victoria," a voice rumbled through Barrett's body and into his ears. It wasn't the gentle but powerful whisper of the glowing figure in the center of the room, but someone else. She proudly declared it moments earlier. Barrett nodded, "Well, thank you." He wasn't sure if the new voice could see him, but it could at least hear him. He went to find his own wall, across from Victoria. He assumed a similar pose to her because he thought it would probably annoy her. The next person to arrive was one of Victoria's companions. From his musculature, he was a warrior, though he didn't wear heavy armor or carry a weapon. Not long behind him was a more traditional warrior wearing a metal breastplate and carrying a large sword. Finally, there was a spellcaster of some sort. Barrett could feel wisps of mana and perhaps a slight attunement to earth. All three of them were second tier, but more importantly they came out of the second door. Barrett couldn't be completely sure, but he had a pretty good idea how things were working. Barrett wasn't concerned about anyone attacking him. Perhaps if everyone grouped together he would be in danger, but that would only be true if they could attack. Since this place was likely designed to deal with people of at least 5th tier, he wasn't worried about them breaking through the magical restrictions. Even if they were ancient, he could still feel how strong they were. An hour later Barrett was surprised to see Reyna enter the room. "That was fast," Barrett remarked. Reyna came over to him and shrugged. The Immortal Berserker sect mentioned there was something special in the Tornado Plains. The Order of the Four Winds was particularly interested. We rushed over with the help of some of the masters. So, why are we just standing around here? Reyna looked over at the glowing figure in the center. "We're waiting for everyone to finish the trials, apparently. Presumably there's some time period they have in mind." "Correct," the man in the center of the room acknowledged. "All of the participants have arrived. Once they finish the trials, everything shall be decided." People continued to enter the room, many from the Order of Four Winds, from 1st tier to a single 5th tier master. Those were mixed with some people obviously from the Silver Blades as well as some people not obviously from them. Barrett had gotten quite good at picking them out. It didn't matter if they formed different groups or stood on their own. There were also a few members from the Immortal Berserker sect including Alur. Alur grinned at Barrett. "This is an interesting place you found." "By luck, I think. Though it sort of felt like the tornado had a grudge with me then changed its mind." "Is Master Hikel coming?" Alur shook his head. "No, he's busy. Mistress Abel's should be coming, however." As he said that, the very person burst out of the 5th door, covered in blood. She looked around, then came over to the area Barrett and the others were standing. Her various wounds were closing even as she did so. The expressions on the Silver Blades' faces were rather grim. They likely thought they were the only ones who knew about this place, and in fact that had been true up until a short time before. Two arrivals Barrett didn't expect were Lamont and Shanta. Lamont grinned as he spotted Barrett. "My master picked the best time to come visit, apparently. My wind magic had been getting a bit behind too." Lamont flopped onto the floor next to Barrett. "How'd you find this place?" "The tornado picked me up and happened to be passing by." "Of course it did. You survived a volcano, went for a dip in the metal sea, then casually get picked up by a tornado. Well, at least lightning should still work on you." Lamont's eyes crackled momentarily, then he sighed. "But that trial was hard. I wanted to get through with just wind magic but I had to throw up a barrier for the last part." Reyna shook her head. "If you were in better physical shape you could have let the wind carry you through unscathed." "I'll never be a real duelist or anything. It's not like I don't exercise just because I stop at normal human levels." Shanta had come out a minute or two behind Lamont, and had been stitching up several gashes she had obtained, likely from the whirling blades in the final room. Shanta looked around as she approached the group. "Is Nilima here? We've got almost our entire Temperpine Forest assassin killing group here. Speaking of which," she handed a small vial to each of the others. "A combined antidote for several nasty poisons." her eyes flicked over to some of the Silver Blade members, just in case. Barrett shook his head. Nilima probably won't be back in Streeto until the next tournament. He looked down at the vial. This is useful for things outside of the 100 poisons pill. Shanta nodded, of course. This is made for the expensive stuff. Now, enough of that. There's enough talking going on, but people might still hear us anyway. Mistress Severin arrived out of the 5th door. Barrett looked around. What about your master, Lamont? His eyes turned toward Shanta and Steber. Master Zima brought me here, but, Lamont shrugged, he's 6th tier now, so he couldn't actually enter. Oh. Barrett nodded. I'll have to congratulate him on the advancement. Shanta shrugged. Master Steber said he didn't care. He's waiting at the entrance still. At that moment, the figure in the middle spoke. All candidates have passed or failed the trials. No more participants are on their way, so I hereby declare the trials finished. At the far end of the room, another door appeared. It was likely always there, but just concealed by magic. Candidates shall, in order of their arrival in this room, pass through this final doorway one at a time. Beyond that, one door shall lead to my legacy, and the other to the exit. Proceed. Victoria was highlighted by a glow that nobody could miss, and she walked through the door, closing it behind her. A few moments later, Barrett glowed in turn. He wondered what was beyond the door. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 185. Barrett was sure he wouldn't be an inheritor of the Wind Mage's legacy. Sure, he'd pass the trials, but if that was all that mattered, then everyone would just go straight in. Expecting to be chosen as some sort of apology for the tornado trying to kill him a couple times was a bit much, and he hadn't really shown any qualities he wanted in a Wind Mage. Stepping through the door, he saw exactly what was promised, 2 doorways. One of them led to the exit, probably the open one. The Wind Mage's voice echoed around him. You have not been chosen to receive my legacy. Remember that my protection will not extend out of this area. Barrett nodded. At least the warning implied that Victoria hadn't been chosen either. Maybe that was just wishful thinking. Barrett walked towards the door, just a few steps away. Then the ground fell out from underneath him. Alur watched Barrett step through the door. A few moments later, there was a loud rumbling and crashing noise, then nothing. It had only taken 10 seconds or so for the first person to go through, but it was more than a minute before the one after Barrett went in. Had something gone wrong? It didn't happen with any of the next dozen people. He shook his head. That kid probably wouldn't die even if the whole world collapsed on him. Barrett found himself falling, and falling. He couldn't see the bottom of the pit or anything, now. His light had gone. He did his best to fall slowly, flattening out to increase drag. Then he hit a slope and started bouncing and rolling down a steep tunnel. It was unpleasant, but it slowed him down. As he rolled down, he finally saw a light source up ahead. He rolled into a moderately sized chamber, not a cave, but a place with smoothly worked stone. His momentum carried him to approximately the center of the room. Barrett looked around, seeing only strange markings on the walls and not much else. He stood up and brushed himself off, though that was purely a gesture of intent. He was covered in bits of rock and dirt still. The deep, rumbling voice he'd heard briefly before echoed out of the walls and floor, causing them to undulate. Welcome. Hello. Barrett nodded at the place in general. What is this place? The walls and floor moved as if they were the ones doing the talking, visibly deforming as the voice spoke. This is the chamber of my legacy. Untold years ago, I fell in battle with my rival. My remnant spirit carved my entire knowledge of earth magic into the walls of this chamber, lest it be forgotten. Barrett carefully walked closer to the walls, but only saw very faint traces of any sort of writing. It must have been quite a bit of knowledge. It was. The walls creaked and groaned in a sigh. I am certain of it, but I don't remember any of it. I don't even remember my own name, or that of my rival. As you can see, even the rocks have eroded with time. Not that you would have been able to read it anyway. I have heard people speak above the ground, over the years, and speech has changed much. I see, Barrett nodded. Why did you choose to bring me here, in particular? I believe there are some earth mages among the candidates. It's because, the walls warped outward then back in, because you called him a stupid tornado. The chamber rumbled with laughter, chunks of the ceiling falling off. Besides, there's no knowledge left here anyway. It doesn't matter that you're not much of an earth mage. That was somewhat disappointing to hear from the earth itself, but Barrett supposed that someone who could rival the person who created the tornado planes would have high standards. I see. So you just want someone to remember you, then? That would be something. Though I barely even remember myself these days. All I know is that guy has a nearly complete legacy left. I have to give what I have. The floor tore apart beneath Barrett, trying to pull him in two directions. He picked one side, and moved along with the floor. The shifting floor had sloped away and left a fist-sized box visible at the bottom of the new valley. Go ahead and open it. Barrett slid down and opened the small box. In it was a shriveled fruit that might have once looked like a peach. Should I eat it? Are you joking? That fruit is so old, I don't even remember what it's called. No, it will do no good to eat it now. Plant it. Somewhere with good soil and plenty of mana to feed on. Then it will grow into something amazing. Oh, what will it be? A tree. Or was it a bush? Whatever those fruit grow on. Once it produces fruit, then you can eat them. The walls and floor sagged. Well, good luck, on your journey. The light around Barrett faded, and he was left with just a box in his hand. He carefully put the fruit back in it, and then that in his storage bag. Now he just had to find that tunnel. He walked in the direction he thought it had been and fumbled around to find it. Then he began to climb back out. At first the tunnel was just steeply sloped, which was fairly easy to climb even in the dark. It just took a bit of patience and fumbling around. Nothing was trying to stop him. Barrett did have some torches he could light, but they would take up a hand and use up the air, which was already pretty stale. Climbing in the dark was much better than climbing without air. Nothing was pushing against him or dragging him down, which meant it was just a matter of finding handholds. For the vertical section he was having trouble finding places to put his hands and feet, so he just started digging into the rock and making his own handholds. Like that, he went hand over hand until he reached the top. It still took perhaps half an hour, though he could have done it much faster if he could see, or if he felt a sense of urgency. Then his hand hit something above him. His energy senses weren't quite tuned for finding handholds for climbing, instead mostly feeling a wall, but they were good enough to know that what was above him was the floor he had fallen through, apparently repaired. He knocked on it. Hello. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 186. There was no response from the floor above him. Barrett hadn't exactly expected the floor to respond, but he had expected some sort of response from the wind mage. Barrett waited a few moments and knocked again. If you don't answer, I'm going to have to break this. When he was positive he wasn't going to receive a response, he set out to do just that. It was a bit tricky to break a solid floor directly above him. He didn't have anything to stand on, and any significant force would push him down away from the floor before breaking it, and then he would have to catch himself in the tunnel or climb back up. Fortunately Barrett wasn't limited to just normal solutions. He carved out a small section of rock with his limited magic, leaving the area around it untouched and as solid as it could be. One hand just fit inside, and Barrett shifted most of his weight to that point. Then he pressed his other hand against the floor above, filling it with berserk energy. Instead of trying to control it, he just let it wreak havoc, weakening the floor above him. It was already crumbling when he threw himself upward through it using the leverage of his hand buried in the rock wall. Barrett settled himself down on a stable part of the floor and looked around. There was actually light coming in, though only very faintly, from the doorway leading to the exit. Nobody else was around, though that made sense because everyone should have already passed through in the time it had taken him to climb back up. The exit out was just a tunnel gradually sloping upward, but Barrett could see some light from outside, though only just barely. It took a few minutes of casual walking to reach the surface, which was just a hole in the ground that seemed as if it had previously been covered, based on the piles of dirt around. Everything else was still flat, which meant they were in the tornado plains still. Except there was no tornado. Instead of the strong breeze that was always present on the plains, the air was heavy and stagnant. Barrett didn't notice anything was wrong for over a second, after which he chose a random direction to run to find fresh air. The moment he did so, he felt something latch onto him. It wasn't anything physical, but magic that sank into him, grabbing onto his life force. However, instead of trying to pull it away, it was strangling it. Finding fresh air, Barrett expelled the poison from his lungs. At the same time, he steadied his life force and listened for any movement. He didn't see, hear, or feel anything, not even a trace of magic. That meant his target wasn't close and was also excellent at concealing themselves. Barrett tried to disperse the curse he felt on him with his berserk energy, but it merely scattered and reformed elsewhere. All he managed was causing some damage to his own body. The curse pressed down on his life force like a heavy weight, though there was no physical substance to either. He didn't just sit there and take it, he fought back, his life force wrestling against the curse itself. It twisted and turned, slipping out of his metaphysical grasp. He didn't manage to gain an advantage, but neither did it. Any time he gathered enough force to crush it, it slipped away and hid. Outside of himself, Barrett kept listening for another attack. He slowly dispersed the poison in his body, but it seemed to have only been a distraction, or perhaps he had been underestimated in that department. He did cough up some blood, but in a few hours his lungs would be fine. Whoever attacked him showed no trace of themselves, but Barrett had a guess. Victoria or one of the other silver blades was most likely, except he didn't know of them using any sorts of curses. Then again, perhaps it was a well-kept secret or one individual's accomplishments. If it was Victoria, it likely took some time to set up such an attack or he would have suffered it near the southern Metal Sea. As he ran a circuitous route back toward Streeto and the Immortal Berserker sect, Barrett almost wished he could go back to simpler times where a body was just a body. He'd understood how they worked, and there weren't strange metaphysical things messing with him. However, he'd also been weak then, near the beginning of Master Hikel's training, so he still just barely preferred his current situation. At least he could fight it. It just took a lot out of him. Barrett was glad he had plenty of food around to replenish his reserves of stamina. Life force didn't exactly get along well with berserk energy, so pure body tempering was his best option for resisting the curse on him. He breathed a sigh of relief once the Immortal Berserker sect was in sight. Nobody else had been waiting for him along the way or he'd managed to avoid them. Just inside the gates Alur pulled him aside. "There you are. You weren't waiting outside so we thought you'd gone on ahead, but then you never arrived here." Alur pulled Barrett close and looked into his eyes. "What's happening in there, A curse, though I'm not sure from who, specifically. They were probably invisible." "Is that so?" Alur frowned. "Are you alright, then? Can you handle it?" "I'm not in immediate danger." "I'll go get the healers then. Meet up with us in your room." Barrett nodded. "That sounds good." Constantly fighting the curse was tiring. That said, he was starting to get the hang of it. It seemed inexhaustible, but that couldn't be the case. It was getting refreshed from somewhere. Perhaps the mana in the air, but possibly it fed on his own life force. If he could limit how much it could do that, it would weaken. Either way, he didn't need to put his full force into fighting it at all times. He just needed to remain vigilant as he waited for the healers to show up. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 187. The healers were auxiliary members of the Immortal Berserker sect, those skilled in medicine and magic even if they didn't actually train in the Immortal Berserker style. They looked over Barrett carefully. One of them shook his head. "There isn't much we can do about this. We aren't curse specialists, so trying to remove it could damage you instead. The effects of the actual poison are recovering just fine, however. There are also not many specialized in curses, and necromancy is closely related to many curses, and much of that is forbidden. Whatever you are doing to fight it off seems to be working, if you can keep it up. We can search for someone to help, but finding someone we can trust to deal with something that closely entangled with your life force will be difficult. It may take several days to contact the right people. Barrett grimaced. I understand. Mistress Abel's arrived. I heard what happened. If I had known they were lying in wait for you, I would have stayed. Why were you not out ahead? You should have been the second one. Can you get Master Hikel? I'd like to include him too. Mistress Abels shook her head. That's not possible at the moment, unless it's an emergency he can help with, but unless something needs to be chopped apart with an axe. Barrett shook his head. I just wanted to include him. Barrett started digging around in his bag. Is he on a special mission or? He's breaking through to 6th tier. It might take some time, since it needs to be done just right. 6th tier, that makes sense actually. Barrett nodded to himself. Even if he become 5th tier after going to Etrin to wait for a student with a true immortal body, that had been 10 years, and then another 6 and some years training, Barrett was about the expected time to advance, if he was able to. If he'd been in the Immortal Berserker sect the whole time, he would have likely already been able to do so. Barrett pulled out the box. Well, instead of passing through the exit door, I fell down through the floor, where I was given this. He handed the box to Mistress Abels. Is it safe to open? Barrett nodded, and Mistress Abels looked inside. Some sort of shriveled peach? Given to you by, who? Something like that, Barrett shrugged. The remnant spirit of the Wind Mage's rival gave it to me. Barrett skipped over the reason he was chosen, instead continuing, he said to grow it in fertile soil with lots of mana. Presumably it will have some benefit to earth magic user or something like that. I don't think he remembered anymore. I see. Mistress Abels closed the box and moved to hand it back to Barrett. Barrett held up a hand. Actually, I was hoping the Immortal Berserker sect could grow it. I certainly don't have the skills to raise such a plant, and I'd have to rent land from the sect anyway. I suppose it is worth the effort to attempt it. Though ancient, I feel just the tiniest spark of life in the fruit. I can personally try to grow it, and if successful the fruit will be split between us. However, the best possibility of success would require the best land, and that would require sharing a part with the sect. Barrett shrugged. That's fine. I provide the seed, the sect provides the land, you grow it, splitting the results is fine. Assuming it's successful. Mistress Abels nodded. I will put my best effort into it, but it is hard to say what the best environment for it will be. However, the potential is worth the investment of time and effort. You could also try to grow it yourself. Barrett shook his head. I can't even feel the life in it, nor am I much of an earth mage or botanist. I suspect time might be important as well, and I'm currently a bit occupied. Barrett grimaced as he internally fought the curse as it once again slipped out of his grasp. Very well, we shall come up with an official arrangement. Mistress Abels pulled out a pair of contact tokens. The Immortal Berserker sect appreciates you informing us about the opportunity in the Tornado Plains. Though we have not personally gained anything, except what you yourself gathered, it was a good use of a contact token. Our allies in the Order of the Four Winds will likely also be quite grateful for the opportunity. At least some of their members were selected to receive the Wind Mage's legacy, though how helpful it is will have to be determined when they come out. They're still in there. Barrett shook his head. It had only been a couple hours, far too fast to even barely cover an entire legacy. Of course. That night was truly unpleasant. Barrett couldn't sleep for fear of never waking up again, since he had to fight off the curse at every moment. The best he did was slightly rest his mind and body in between attacks. The next morning, Reyna came to visit, smiling. Nice place you found there. While it's not perfectly suited for fighting with swords, there are a few insights into wind magic we can glean. She frowned as she looked over Barrett. What happened to you? Barrett laughed weakly. I got cursed. He explained the circumstances, how he'd received the seed and left later, then been ambushed. I couldn't even detect any killing intent, they were extremely skilled. Reyna shook her head. You sure have a knack for getting in trouble. Yet you always seem to turn it around. The tornado picked you up, then dropped you off at the wind mage's trial. Well, the tornado was him anyway, but why was he targeting you in particular? Barrett shrugged. Maybe he didn't like how I looked. Actually, Barrett frowned, that's possible. Maybe something about me reminded him of his rival. I never really talked to the tornado, but once I did it let me go, and definitely not because I did a good job of being polite. Right, Reyna shook her head. So about that curse, have you seen Dr. Stieber? Shanta is around, so he should be. I haven't, but he's a doctor, not a curse specialist, right? True. He might be able to help some though, and he'd definitely not make anything worse. It would be a waste not to ask. Right, Barrett nodded. I'll try to get in contact with him. Good. Reyna stopped by the door as she was leaving, and Barrett, try to avoid getting in crazy situations for a while, all right? He nodded. I'll try. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 188. Berserk energy was primarily cultivated by converting anger into berserk energy. That was just part of the process of increasing the maximum amount of berserk energy a practitioner of the Immortal Berserker style could store. The body was also an important part of that. Too much berserk energy in a weak body would destroy the cultivator. The body, and thus indirectly food, also provided the actual power. Training therefore left Barrett emotionally and physically drained. It was when Barrett was wrestling a new batch of berserk energy under control that the curse flared up to its strongest point. Though he hadn't directly used stamina, it came from his body's overall condition, and thus that was weakened as well. Fortunately Barrett had some caution, so he hadn't gone all in on his energy cultivation. As the tendrils of the curse tried to pull apart his life force, he fought back, inwardly slashing and pulling at it. He didn't have enough stamina left to try to destroy the curse, but he managed to keep it in a stalemate while at the same time settling the berserk energy inside of him. Finally, the curse went into a recession and Barrett had a chance to recover. Barrett had expected something to that effect, not quite as dangerous, or he would have made more preparations, but the curse was obviously crafty enough to take advantage of his weaknesses. While he had beat it momentarily, he wasn't sure if he would be successful every time. Even if he beat it off, it could cause lasting damage to his life force. If he didn't train berserk energy or stamina, he could fight the curse off indefinitely, though since he couldn't sleep he relied on meditating often to achieve rest. It was possible to maintain a state where he was half awake and half asleep, and while it wasn't as good as actual sleep, if he spent half a day meditating he could function decently for the rest of the day. However, that left Barrett with something of a conundrum. He couldn't safely train berserk energy or stamina, but if he didn't improve he couldn't fight off the curse. He did try training magic. He was able to do so because at any point he could cease his magical practice to deal with the curse. Everything was external to him, so if he dropped a rock or cracked one or failed to move a bit of mud, there were no real consequences. Berserk energy was not the same. After training only in magic for a week, Barrett confirmed his progress was rather slow. He already knew that, and while he recognized being able to use magic at all was something most people would never achieve, he also knew he wouldn't be able to keep up with his peers. At best, he might be able to keep up with soldiers from mundane kingdoms who used simple body training methods that occasionally got them to first or second tier. He could still technically do simple uses of stamina. However, to really progress in his training he would need to take some risks. He didn't want to do something that might get his wrist stuck backwards or his bones the wrong shape, even if he could later recover. At any point he could have to fight the curse. Even though more specialized uses of stamina like shifting his weight or strength to particular parts of his body would return to normal when he ceased concentrating, if he didn't control the return in some way it caused shock to his body. That was something he couldn't afford while a curse was trying to tear him apart from the inside. It was still possible to train his bodily toughness by being injured. That didn't require any active concentration from him, and though it consumed stamina, he could remain ready to fight off the curse as long as he didn't go too far. He was also still capable of doing regular exercise. Normally it was most efficient to do some energy cultivation and some body training when cultivating the Immortal Berserker style, but he didn't really have that option at the moment. The next week, he spent most of his time exercising with heavy weights, losing spars to Katia or recovering from injuries of various sorts. Since he'd reached 3rd tier, he could go almost even with Katia, but that was only when he could fight using berserk energy and stamina. Using just his body without any pure body tempering tricks made him much less of a threat. Katia offered to fight him without using berserk energy, and they did that sometimes, but Barrett wanted to push himself. Besides, in a real fight no one would go easy on him just because he couldn't use berserk energy. Though he was making some progress, Barrett definitely felt his growth had slowed. Berserk energy was an important part of the regular tempering process, and without growing stronger in that area he would plateau eventually. It might not be for some time, but Barrett was still concerned. He needed better body training methods, and for that he went to Alur. Body training without any pure body tempering techniques, eh? Alur shook his head. That curse is a real troublemaker, isn't it? Of course I'll help. The simplest option is to train with multi-steel equipment. Most people don't use it, but the Immortal Berserker sect has some available anyway. Multi-steel? Barrett shook his head. I haven't heard of that. That's because it's crap metal. It weighs 3 to 10 times as much as steel, but without the benefits one would expect from that density. In actual combat it can snap under its own weight if used improperly. Generally it's more trouble than it's worth. Even training weapons have to be made thicker for it to hold up, which can make it even more heavy. Most people aren't ready to deal with equipment of that weight, and 4th tier or higher warriors often have better options to grow stronger. Regular sparring or energy-assisted training. Master Alur grinned, showing a few more teeth had grown in. Pure body temperers use it though. You just haven't needed that much weight. Supporting your own body while unbalanced is enough at your level of pure body tempering. Anyway, I did ask around for some for myself, and I found the Immortal Berserker sect does have a few sets of weapons and armor available. You can train with some of that. I'd recommend starting with the light set, especially with the training plan I'll make for you. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 189. Heavy armor was a staple of Barrett's regular training, but it had never been anything like his current training. His current armor was several times as dense as anything else he'd used, and it covered his whole body. There were even sabatons and greaves made out of multi-steel. As a component of armor, one might think that something so dense would be quite handy, if the user could handle the weight. Sadly, that simply wasn't true. Multi-steel was both brittle and soft, deforming any time he took a hit and making any sort of combat much harder than it should have been. At least it was cheap to forge and reforge. Barrett probably kept several apprentice smiths busy. The armor slowed his movements and blunted his attacks. Though the added weight made any hits by him deceptively strong, that was only in comparison to the slow speed. A faster attack without the weight of the armor still contained much more force. Barrett sparred against Alur, who restricted himself to an approximation of a 2nd-tier pure body temperer. Indeed, he never made any movements that Barrett couldn't react to, at least mentally. Physically, his body was behind. He couldn't dodge blows like he intended, and he couldn't change the trajectory of his attacks. They didn't bother with any exercise but sparring. He was training all the muscles he would need in real combat, with the exception of a small bit of running. Each kilometer felt like 100 as he ran, and sweat poured out of him. Inside the armor, he was melting. His body could handle excess heat and still function, even internally, but that made it no more pleasant to deal with. He trained, not to a state of utter exhaustion, but to half exhaustion. He needed to have the stamina left to fight off the curse whenever it tried to tear his life force apart. However, instead of that making the training feel easier, it felt harder. Instead of getting to work very hard and take a break, he worked moderately hard and never got to rest fully, except at night. Even then, he still had to deal with the curse. A few days into his new training schedule, Master Hikel actually came to see him. He folded his muscled arms in front of his chest. "So, I hear you got cursed." Barrett nodded. "That about sums it up." "I thought I told you not to fight necromancers." "You did. You also told me to make my own decisions when it was necessary. Besides, I fought a necromancer and won. There shouldn't have been any around where I got cursed. I suppose I did get a bit careless in an area I knew enemies had been in recently." "What about you?" Barrett looked at Master Hikel. He looked exhausted and physically pained. He also didn't feel like he was 6th tier. "How did your breakthrough go?" Master Hikel shrugged. "I'm just going to go sleep it off." Barrett was worried that Master Hikel had failed and possibly even caused himself some sort of lasting injury. That bothered him until the next morning, when Master Hikel came by again looking refreshed and feeling like he was 6th tier. When he'd come to see Barrett, he had just broken through, and thus, while his potential had increased, his current state had been lower. Barrett sighed in relief, until Master Hikel also decided to help with his training. Dr. Stieber came to look over Barrett after some time. Though he was positively inclined towards Barrett, he had more important things to do than analyze a curse on a 3rd-tier cultivator. Perhaps if it had been an emergency it would have been different, but there were also other people in need to consider, and anyone who needed Dr. Stieber himself was in a dangerous position, even in Streeto. There were very few doctors more experienced who regularly came through Streeto or the surrounding area. He looked over Barrett carefully, checking his health and of course examining the curse. Do you want the good news or the bad news first?" "I want the news in whatever order is most useful for dealing with this curse." Dr. Stieber laughed, and Shanta looked on nervously nearby. "Very well then. Let's see. First, your body is quite healthy. You appear to be more or less maintaining a certain level of life force. As has been noted, I am quite capable of treating most physical maladies, but curses are a bit out of my area of expertise. My energy attribute is not much good for reaching into the metaphysical space where the curse resides, so I could not safely remove it. I could even make things worse in certain circumstances." "I see. I expected as much." Barrett's head hung down. It seemed he would have to keep looking for someone to help. "I'm not done quite yet, young Barrett. In addition to what I have already said, I determined that the curse derives most, but not all, of its power from the life force it steals from you. The originator of the curse must also provide it some energy, though distance does not appear to be a factor in this case." Dr. Stieber tapped his chin. "Perhaps it merely has enough range to function in a large radius around Streeto. It would be hard to tell without testing it. So, if I wanted to try to remove it, I can try to isolate myself from their magic somehow or leave the area around Streeto, then I just have to make it use more energy than it gets from me. Either of those could work. It is possible the curse would react differently in those situations. Alternatively, just kill whoever cursed you." "Oh, I would if I could." Barrett shook his head. "I'm not completely certain who did it, but there's someone I want to kill anyway. Of course, around Streeto that's not practical. Even if I could get in without being killed, the Silver Blade headquarters is still within Streeto's jurisdiction." Barrett pondered for a few moments. "I wonder, if I could prove she was the one who cursed me, could I claim self-defense if I had a chance to kill her? After all, this curse has attacked me within Streeto's jurisdiction. Actually, the tornado plains might count anyway. I did actually see her try to kill me there." Stieber shook his head. "Good luck with that second one. It's only debatably within Streeto's jurisdiction, and underground. Save it for adding on to something else, if anything. Alternatively, file an investigation but don't make a public statement. They might not actually do anything now. But, if sometime down the line you need to make the public accusation, filing for an investigation now will give you more legitimacy even if they get it thrown out. The Silver Blade sure gets away with a lot. Barrett shook his head. It would be so easy if they just raided their headquarters. Someone important must be in their pocket. Stieber raised an eyebrow. Why, are you insinuating that Streeto is less than perfect? A dangerous claim to make, until you are much stronger. Shanta frowned where she watched from the side, finally speaking. Who was it? That Silver Blade you pointed out. Victoria? I'll kill her for you if I get the chance. Barrett nodded. I appreciate the offer, but be careful. She's quite tricky and knows when to run. She can also become invisible, and possibly curse people. It could be some ally of the Silver Blades or another member. Shanta shrugged. All right, but after all that trouble I went through to put you together that one time, it would be a shame to let you wither away. Barrett was glad to have become friends with Shanta. Realistically speaking, he still owed her. She had saved his life, and then he had saved her trouble at the cost of a lot to himself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 190. The sound of twisting metal and flesh striking flesh rang out throughout the training ground. Kale's fist punched through the heavy multi-steel on Barrett's chest, carrying with it the momentum of a giant hammer. Barrett's ribs cracked, but he remained steady. Barrett ignored the new hole in his armor. It barely protected him anyway. Because of that, it didn't matter that it curled out of the way of Kale's attacks. However, against anyone whose armor was important, leaving a big hole whenever he made a slight puncture would give Kale a significant advantage. Being weighed down by his armor and unable to use energy, Barrett was nearly evenly matched with Kale. At least, when Kale chose to fight with his bare hands instead of using an actual metal weapon, he could accelerate to multiply the force. Regardless, Barrett's body alone was third tier, and thus weighed down by the armor they were nearly matched. At least, once Barrett had grown used to the weight. He more strongly relied on predicting his opponent's moves through watching them and sensing killing intent instead of reacting and changing his motions partway through an attack. Barrett reached his limit first. He was trying to be cautious to not go too far in his training, because he didn't want to lose out to the curse. He breathed heavily. You should participate in the tournament next year. You think so? Kale took a deep breath. It's sort of intimidating. Barrett shook his head. You'll be fine. There's nothing special about people from Streeto. There are just a lot of us. Some of those people might be stronger than you, but you'll learn the most from them. How come? You sound like you've been resting for several minutes already. Pure body tempering can help distribute oxygen quickly and efficiently. Remember, I have a lot of practical experience with it. Kale nodded. I accidentally keep assuming everyone here is like you. However, just because everyone is older than me doesn't mean they'll be much stronger. Barrett nodded, though there might be a few younger people, very rarely. Your family's technique allowed you to start proper training a bit earlier than most, but there are many groups here that will be the same. Not all of their members will advance at your pace, but you'll only meet the good ones or older ones in the tournament. What about you? Are you going to participate this year? Like this? Barrett shook his head. I might be able to pass the first rounds, but I can't go all out to beat anyone that would really matter. It's not worth risking my life for the tournament. At this point there's only another month, and we haven't yet found a trustworthy person to help with my curse. It's a shame to have to wait another 4 years. Kale shook his head. I agree. At least by then I'll be cured somehow, or dead, maybe. That's not funny. I know, but it's true. Once again, Master Hikel was visited by a woman in flowing robes and jewelry. This time I have taken care to make sure this is the right day. Tell me, Turan, where is your student? He's returned. Thanks for letting me know he would come back, Ismini. Ismini shook her head. That was never my intention. I merely lost track of time. I have a divination for your student. A prophecy? Master Hikel sighed. It's not going to have him sitting in a backwater country for a decade, is it? It's a half-prophecy at best. Does that mean it will only waste 5 years of his time? She rolled her eyes. It will be beneficial to both of us if he enters this year's tournament. In what way? Ismene shook her head, her earrings jingling slightly as she did so. I cannot know. It is connected to my own future in some way. She looked hard at Master Hikel. Tell me, Turan, do you really think that decade was wasted? You got your apprentice. Look, don't get me wrong. Barrett is great. A true immortal body and an excellent work ethic to boot. However, I could have spent those years doing more efficient training here and just shown up to recruit him the same year. Would you really have taken him, though? Would everything even have been the same? You might have never seen him. Would I really have missed him? You could have just told me who he was, specifically. I could have even picked him up a year earlier. He would have been a different person then. Besides, even those of us who have opened the fourth eye can't see all futures clearly. Why is it the fourth eye, anyway? Master Hikel stroked his chin. Doesn't the third eye let you see the future? Ismene shrugged, jingling slightly. Indeed it does, but without depth perception our eyes can play even more tricks on us than normal. It is far too unreliable. Right, so, is it really safe for Barrett to participate in the tournament? You heard he was cursed, right? I did not, she shook her head. Who would tell me? You. But you never come to visit me, so I suppose no one. I did not even know your apprentice's name. She made a sweeping gesture with one arm. Regardless of that, it does not matter if he is cursed. Entering the tournament should be better for him than not entering. You trusted me for over a decade, now you will see results within a month. Or rather, 2 months. The tournament takes that long, right? Yes, they all last a month. I thought so. Anyway, tell him to enter the tournament. Shouldn't you give him the prophecy yourself? Why? I already told you. It's only a half prophecy anyway. Ismene frowned for a moment, though I should mention that, instead of being better for him, the tournament might be much worse. I can't give any details on that. She turned to leave, jewelry jingling as she walked away. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 191. Inside Barrett's room there was a mattress, a dresser, and a small pile of equipment, some of which belonged to the Immortal Berserker sect. Some might have called the room austere, but Barrett would have then informed them about how comfortable the mattress was. It had just enough firmness to support him, but enough softness to conform around his body and not press down on any wounds he had. It also cleaned itself, which was good because he didn't want to sleep on a bed full of bloodstains. Master Hikel had come to visit and tell him of Ismene's prophecy. It's up to you, kid. It should either benefit you or be much worse. Do prophecies always arrive so conveniently? It was just yesterday that I was saying I wouldn't enter the tournament. Sometimes they do, Master Hikel shrugged, though Ismene isn't always timely with dispersing the prophecies she makes. Several of them have come out after the events were over. How reliable are her prophecies? Absolutely. They're real prophecies, not just divinations. What's the difference? Master Hikel shook his head. Some people would say they're different words for the same thing. However, Ismene says that real prophecies must come true. Generally, it's harder to seek out a prophecy, most of the time they just come to the diviner on their own. In this particular case, entering the tournament won't result in a neutral outcome for you no matter what. Since winning or losing isn't that important in the grand scheme of things, that means something exceptional will happen if you enter. Or perhaps it will happen anyway, and you will be involved if you enter. Master Hikel shook his head. She didn't leave any real details. Barrett stood thinking for a few moments, so I can stay as things are now, pretty much, or fight for my future. Barrett cracked his knuckles. I'm not happy with the way things are now. I don't want to just sit around fighting off this curse and training slowly. If I can get something out of the tournament, I'll do it. Alright then, Master Hikel nodded, let's get training then. Barrett fell to one knee. This isn't, really, fair. Of course it is. Master Hikel grinned, I'm not using berserk energy or any pure body tempering techniques, and I'm reserving half of my strength just like you. Yeah, but you're 6th tier and I'm 3rd. Barrett could barely breathe. And you get weapons and armor. Real armor, even. Barrett looked at the cut he'd gotten on Master Hikel with his full power. Or rather, what had been that cut? It hadn't gone much through the skin, and now only a handful of seconds later it was completely healed with minimal scarring. Even Katia with her tier 1 immortal body would have taken a full minute to heal something like that. Of course, that was the Immortal Berserker technique at work. Someone at Master Hikel's level would heal 100,000 times normal speed, a day's worth of recovery happening in less than a second. In a single minute they would recover from basically anything, and not just a small scratch. Barrett hadn't seen any of the 7th tier masters, but they would heal 10 times as fast at that, recovering from almost anything in less than 10 seconds. Obviously that required the attack to not instantly kill them and also to actually be able to heal at all. It also took stamina, but based on what Barrett knew about himself they would be able to fully recover from multiple life-threatening injuries per day. Barrett stood up again. He needed to maintain enough stamina to fight off the curse, but he could push himself just a little further. It was important to know his limits, and at least with Master Hikel he was as safe as he could be. Alright, one more time. Training was slow. Barrett couldn't push himself that far, and the fatigue was building up. Half-exhausting himself several times per day was one thing, but since he couldn't really sleep, his extremely comfortable bed was no use. Barrett had to spend far too much time meditating instead of actually sleeping. After another month of training that was not nearly as effective as he would have liked, the tournament approached. The last few days he did no training at all to get up to a only slightly tired equilibrium. The 3rd tier tournament attracted people from further outside Streeto, both participants and observers. However, because of the difficulty of reaching 3rd tier, the number of participants was about 1/4 of the 2nd tier tournament. The Immortal Berserker sect had half as many 3rd tier members as 2nd tier, but many methods fell off after 1st or 2nd tier. Most actual sects fell between half as many and 1/4, with smaller sects or independents falling below 1/4. In the end, the 3rd tier tournament would be 2 rounds shorter than the 2nd tier. It would even out to 1 match per participant every other day, but most of the matches were held during the first days. After all, the final round only had 2 people, whereas the first round had 16,000 matches to go through. That was 400 matches per arena, which meant if each match took half an hour and the matches ran 12 hours per day, it would take almost 17 days to finish the first round. Fortunately, most matches were significantly faster, though some were quite drawn out. Overall, it would likely take a full 10 days to finish the first round of matches. As before, matches for the second and subsequent rounds would be interspersed with the first round matches, to give more participants time to rest between later rounds. Barrett looked around at the other tournament participants. Most of them were early 3rd tier like himself, but there were many middle or late 3rd tier participants as well. While Barrett could defeat almost any typical 3rd tier cultivator, as people advanced in tiers there were fewer typical cultivators. There would still be some who were better at cultivating than combat, but each tier narrowed the gap between the top and the bottom. He wished he'd had more training time, or rather, that he had been able to train more effectively. He'd had a few good months of training, but he'd been cursed for about half a year. He obviously wouldn't have reached middle 3rd tier, and he wouldn't for a few more years, even at normal training speeds, but he still missed out on significant improvement. The worst part was being behind in destructions. the past 6 months he hadn't been willing to risk undergoing a destruction, and thus he was at about the 120th destruction instead of the 140th like he should have been. The biggest problem was that Barrett couldn't go all out. With the curse in play, he might find it difficult to fight even the weaker third-tier people. However, if there was a chance for something good for him, he was going to fight for it. He just had to trust Ismini, and he did, but only because Master Hikel did. Barrett's first match was announced. All he got was a name, Lavender, and that she was an independent cultivator. He would have to see her to find out more. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 192. Barrett found himself at the 4th arena, dressed in his armor and carrying an axe. He preferred fighting unarmed if he could, but reach was important, and an axe could deal much more damage in most cases. His opponent, Lavender, had arrived before him. She was an independent cultivator, and unless she was trying to pull some sort of bluff, she was an archer. That was usually what someone holding a bow would be called, anyway. Barrett didn't know if there was any more. As he stepped up on the stage, he looked her over. She had a long sword at her side, but she looked very comfortable holding the bow. Beyond that, she wore cloth armor, not to be confused with actual clothing, but a thick gambeson. She wore a hooded cloak, and underneath Barrett could make out fair skin and blonde hair. If he had to guess, the cloak would be magical, otherwise it would probably just get in the way. Alternatively, she would have to be extremely concerned about getting sun in her eyes. Either that or she was concerned about concealing her identity but didn't realize people could see into shadows, but that was very unlikely. Barrett took his place, and the match started. If he had been in his normal state he would have sprinted forward using Berserk energy to help propel him. However, while he could use Berserk energy, recovering it would take a very long time if he wanted to avoid risking being too weak to fight the curse. His normal methods could recover the entirety of his lost energy in a few days at most, but its natural recovery would take weeks. Thus, he could only spend a little bit of his Berserk energy in each battle. That also meant he couldn't really do much in the way of long-ranged attacks. A lead ball was only so threatening without Berserk energy. His physical body was still strong, however. He also felt several times faster now that he wasn't wearing multi-steel armor. Maybe he was several times faster than that, and slightly faster than he normally was. An arrow was drawn and launched the instant the match started. It aimed straight for his chest, but he leaned to the side just enough to conserve energy. That resulted in the arrow hitting his shoulder, even though it should have missed entirely. It pierced through his armor, but only a few millimeters into his shoulder. It made moving his shoulder annoying, but it wasn't a significant wound. Barrett dodged the next arrow, carefully sensing the killing intent. It wasn't really concealed, and he definitely dodged what he felt the arrow was aiming at and the trajectory he saw. It was just that the arrow curved to hit him. It wasn't magic, but energy control, and at 20 meters, that was much more than energy was normally optimal for. The second arrow had a bit more power behind it, and was deep enough it would cause trouble if he left it. Barrett pulled both arrows out as he ran, just in time for another arrow to come towards him. The third time, he twisted his body far to the side at the very last moment, and the arrow flew past him. He kept running. There was little enough distance between him and the archer, just enough time for one more arrow to be shot. Barrett didn't have much time to dodge, but the arrow was aimed straight at his heart. It was simple enough to slash into it and it didn't even try to avoid his attack. That was probably because all of Lavender's concentration was on the arrow behind him. He felt it impact directly behind his heart, through his armor and into the shoulder blade. If his bones weren't so strong, it might have pierced through into his heart. Instead of turning to run, Lavender drew another arrow. However, they were only a few meters apart and Barrett had already built up to nearly his maximum speed. He swung his axe back and towards Lavender. Just as his axe was about to connect, the arrow in her bow launched towards his throat, which was just as covered in armor as everything else. His axe swung towards her chest, and Barrett fully expected the arena's wards to stop him, but that didn't change his attack. He was surprised when Lavender kicked his axe. It wasn't an attack, but instead she kicked off of it, placing her foot right between his hands and pushing away. It reminded Barrett of Nilima, though she was often crazy enough to use the momentum from the blade of a weapon instead of bothering to touch somewhere not sharp. Either way, it sent Lavender flying backwards, but in a rather controlled manner. She flew back over 10 meters, drawing her bow as she did, but she didn't fire until she reached the ground. The arrow aimed at Barrett's throat mostly deflected off his armor as it was designed, but it still partly pierced through at an angle. The arrows were good quality metal and backed up by a powerful bow, and the energy used was just a nice addition to their effectiveness. The energy was smoothly flowing, like the curve of a sword. Beautiful, but sharp. Barrett continued to chase Lavender throughout the arena. He could maintain a running pace for a full day and a combat sprint for at least an hour. He wasn't just going to lose in the first round of the tournament. He needed something good and not for things to become much worse. Each time he caught up to Lavender, she used the momentum of his axe swing to push away, and though he tried to force her up against one edge of the arena, she moved around, firing arrow after arrow at him. They always hit either on the first pass or the second, or in the rarest cases, the third. Barrett started adding berserk energy onto his axe when she kicked, but if he gathered it in one spot she moved to another. One time he just straight up punched at her, and she kicked off of his fist instead. She protected her foot with energy and had magical boots, but Barrett saw her face showed a moment of pain. Barrett himself was turning into a pincushion. At least he'd been able to continue training his toughness while he was cursed. His body itself was like armor, though of course having real armor on top just made things even better. No individual wound was enough to cause him real trouble, and even the sum total wouldn't be too hard to recover from. However, he wasn't going to be able to take much more. Another dozen or two arrows and he might have issues. Some of the arrows hit the same place as others, but the previous arrows actually hampered them somewhat. Even so, Barrett was dripping blood, though for the more serious wounds, he made sure he didn't bleed too much. He could spare the stamina for that much pure body tempering, anyway. His steps continued at a rapid pace, charging towards Lavender. She reached up to knock another arrow, and held her arm behind her for a long few seconds. Barrett continued barreling towards her, ready for the next arrow to come for a vital spot, and he saw her reach for her sword. Then she shook her head. "I surrender," she called out. Barrett stepped to the side so his momentum carried him past her instead of into her. As he went past, he saw that her quiver was empty. It clearly hadn't been a normal quiver either. Those could only hold 20 or so arrows. This one had held much more, but it was out. The referee announced Barrett's victory. Lavender bowed her head. "You have unstoppable endurance. My arrows are enough to fell a dire boar, but I just didn't quite have enough power to deal with you." Barrett knew she had fired several shots that could have actually wounded him, but he had slashed into those arrows. Even when they avoided his attack, he twisted and turned his body enough to avoid any of those arrows getting a direct hit. The standard attacks, however, just hadn't quite been enough. "I have just one request, can I have my arrows back?" He looked around the arena. There were perhaps a couple dozen arrows scattered around, mostly in various states of brokenness. Then there were many more in him, covering most of his body, front and back. "Sure, just give me a bit. Let's clear out of the arena." One thing that surprised Barrett was that the curse hadn't done anything during the battle. In fact, it seemed quite docile at the moment. Well, he wasn't going to complain about that. He pulled arrows out one at a time, while also eating a giant sandwich that Master Hikel had brought for him. He waited for most of the bleeding to stop before moving on to each next arrow. He didn't count, but he had to have been shot at least 100 times. He was very glad that his armor was so good, or at least, it had been before it was filled with so many holes. Fortunately he would have a high priority with the sect's blacksmiths because of the tournament. It was also fortunate that they could use magic to aid them, because otherwise they would basically just have to make new armor. Barrett wished he could just collapse into his bed, but he had to go meditate instead. The curse flaring up when he got back to the sect didn't help with his rest, either. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 193. Even when he didn't have a match, Barrett started spending most of his time at the arenas. He needed to check up on future opponents, after all. Not that he could watch most of them, but he could still survey some of them. Over the last few days he had watched over 100 matches, most of which weren't of much interest. The current match wasn't very exciting either. It was a duelist versus a warrior. The warrior swung a big sword that was too heavy for him to wield effectively. He couldn't swing it fast enough to get a hit, so it didn't matter what sort of damage he would cause if he did hit. The duelist, meanwhile, fought using daggers. She was nimble and quick, stabbing into openings in the warrior's armor. Though the warrior had a decent degree of toughness, he was quickly piling up injuries and losing steam throughout the fight, until he was defeated. It was a one-sided, boring match, but it made Barrett frown. Something about the fight, but there had to be 100 participants who used daggers. Yet, he still couldn't stop thinking of Victoria. The participant in the match was called Nina and she looked almost nothing like Victoria. That didn't matter though. The fighting style was close enough. There was a small chance she wasn't Victoria, but there was no chance she wasn't a member of the Silver Blades. Barrett had fought them too many times to mix up their style. The thing was, the Silver Blades were banned from fighting in the arena. Barrett elbowed Master Hikel. "Let's go talk." There were far too many people around them in the stands at the arena. Chances are, they wouldn't care about what he was saying. But some tiny sliver would still be there, and perhaps someone was watching. Master Hikel understood the idea, and took Barrett to the Smiling Tiger, a restaurant operated by a trustworthy friend. They got a small back room. "So, what is it?" "That person. Nina, from the Bronze Steps, was it? She's a Silver Blade. In fact, she's probably Victoria. You know some trustworthy people who work for Streeto, right? How high up do they go?" Master Hikel stroked his chin. "Well, personally my friend who oversaw your duel before is the highest, but one of the 5 grandmasters should know someone." "Silver Blade, Exactly. They should still be forbidden from the arena for over a century or something." Master Hikel nodded. "Perhaps they got the sentence reduced, but that would still tell us something. In addition, entering under a false identity," Master Hikel shook his head, "it will be hard to prove. The Silver Blade does like to deny its members when they get in trouble." Barrett groaned. "Somehow they just get away with everything. They must be paying off someone very important. However, if it is Victoria, we know she uses Silver Blade fighting styles and works under their employ. Specifically that time she came with a large group of them to try to kill me, but also her calling them in to the Ancient Wind Mage's trials. Well, I'll see what I can do. With the arena matches, interference is tricky. We'd most likely have to catch her doing something more outside the rules." Barrett shrugged. "Should be easy enough. The Silver Blades really hate me so. If we make it clear I'm in the tournament, if they don't already know, well, we don't exactly know future matches yet, right? Maybe I'll end up against one of them, and I'm sure they try to cheat if they can't beat me otherwise. Though there's still the curse." Barrett put a hand on his chest. "Actually, it doesn't do anything when I'm in the arena. It either can't or they're saving that for something." "Interesting. Well, I'll see what we can do. I'm sure you're aware of the risks already, but now is probably your last chance to back out. If I did that, I might as well kill myself. It would save a lot of time and pain." Barrett shook his head. "But I'd much rather go down fighting." "Good." Master Hikel grinned. "I'll see who the sect can contact, and maybe I'll get in touch with a few other enemies of the Silver Blade. Or maybe I'll ask someone with more finesse to do that part." Barrett found the next few matches surprisingly easy. While that could have been a coincidence, there was no guarantee that his opponents didn't just happen to face off against other weak enemies. He was almost halfway through the tournament brackets, less than 1,000 participants remained, and he was just early 3rd tier. He didn't want to disparage his own abilities, but while he thought he could have placed this far or maybe a bit further, that was only if he wasn't cursed. However, he was cursed, and was still fighting under the assumption that the curse could activate at any time. Thus, he was severely limited in what he could do. Then, all guessing was gone when he found himself matched up next against Nina from the Bronze Steps. He looked at Master Hikel, who just nodded. Things were as ready as they were going to get. Barrett just had to go in and do his best. If they didn't have to cheat, then all preparations were pointless. Even though revealing a false identity should be enough, Barrett wasn't going to count on it. It was possible they wouldn't cheat and Barrett would just win, but in that case the accusations of false identity wouldn't be coming from a sore loser lashing out, so they might still be able to get an actual investigation. Barrett didn't know all the details behind everything, because Master Hikel didn't know either. Thus, he just had to do what he always did. Hit things until everything was over. When Barrett stepped up onto the arena, he felt a twinge inside him. It was the curse reacting to his opponent stepping up on the stage. Well, that diminished some ambiguity for who cursed him. The only remaining question was if Victoria also knew curses on top of poisons, invisibility magic, and all her other tricks. Part of Barrett wanted it to be her, but the other part hoped it was someone weaker. Then the referee called the start of the match, and he didn't have time to think anymore. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 194. The instant the match started, he could tell his opponent wasn't fooling around. She threw needles the instant the start was called. Actually, it might have been slightly early. The important thing was Barrett knew they were poisoned and that the throwing technique looked exactly like Victoria's. The rest of his opponent didn't, but what did a face and hairstyle actually mean? They were quite easy to fake even without magic. Barrett could see they were at least very close in size if not identical. The last time they'd really fought, around the Southern Metal Sea, Barrett hadn't been wearing his armor. It was also the case that Victoria had been worn down by the corrosive air before they started fighting, but the important thing was Barrett's bracers were strong enough to deflect the needles before they got anywhere close to a gap in his armor. Barrett could feel her killing intent. It was muted, but she couldn't completely conceal it. Then as she threw the next volley of needles, the curse started to attack. Barrett had no patience for it, metaphorically ripping it in half as it started to attack. That would only cause minimal damage, but it would take a moment to stabilize. At the very moment he did so, he saw the slightest twinge on Victoria's face or the face of Nina, but he became more certain of her identity every moment. The second volley of needles didn't get anywhere close to Barrett. He dashed forward with a sudden burst of speed. It went beyond what just his body could do, and the arena floor showed slight damage where he stepped from the berserk energy he was using. He didn't have any way to recover it, but this was a critical battle. He wasn't sure if the curse would go away if he defeated or even killed Victoria, but that didn't matter as much as winning or showing she was cheating. Of course, she was technically breaking the rules twice at once at the moment. Curses and poisons were both disallowed, after all. Barrett wondered why the arena's wards weren't doing anything about that. Barrett flicked his wrist, throwing a lead ball coated in berserk energy. Victoria dodged to the side as it flew past her and exploded, but one piece of shrapnel left a line of blood on her face. The curse reformed and continued to attack Barrett's life force. It took most of his stamina and half of his concentration to fight it off, but he could handle it for a few more minutes at least. It was better that he didn't let the fight drag on, however. As Barrett got close, Victoria ceased attacking and instead concentrated for a few moments, after which she shimmered and disappeared. Barrett continued to charge forward, swinging his axe covered in a sharp edge of berserk energy. Blood splattered, not where she had been standing, but a yard to the side where Barrett had attacked, as he had seen a tiny drop of blood falling through the air. Victoria immediately became visible again. Either she couldn't concentrate on the invisibility anymore or it just wasn't useful enough with the new wound across her arm bleeding so profusely. The previous time they'd fought, Barrett had exhausted himself fighting other enemies and she was significantly more affected by the corrosive air. She'd retreated before really engaging him, and Barrett could see why. She wasn't incompetent at fighting in a melee, otherwise more than her arm would have been injured, but she wasn't exactly trained to fight a berserker in something akin to fair combat. Barrett could see the strain in her face, though she tried to hide it. Each time he dealt a damaging blow to the curse inside him, it also affected her. Of course, the curse was causing him great pain as well, but if there was one thing immortal berserkers could deal with, it was pain. Victoria threw a packet of something to the ground which exploded to cover a large area in smoke and poison. Barrett wasn't sure whether the smoke part would have been against the rules or not, but he could feel the poison. He immediately ceased breathing and closed his pores and eyes. Barrett heard the faint whisper of needles flying through the air even as he closed his ear canals to the intrusion of the poison. His energy senses told him they were probably guided by sensing his own berserk energy. That was why a number of them collided with his axe which he was holding up above him as he flopped onto the ground. Unfortunately, to properly fool Victoria's senses, he really used the majority of his remaining berserk energy on his axe. The sudden barely controlled berserk energy caused his axe to shatter. Barrett swept his hands across the ground around him as he pushed up off the ground and sprinted out of the poisonous smoke. Victoria wasn't far outside the smoke, and had only just begun to move away as he stepped out of the smoke. She threw more needles as she retreated, but she had used too much of her energy on the attempt to kill him in the smoke to penetrate his armor now. Barrett caught up to her in a few moments, with the advantage of his already built-up speed and faster top speed. He had no more axe, but he stabbed out at her with 2 of her own needles. Victoria well knew the extent of Barrett's reach as well as the length of her own needles. She dodged to the side, using Barrett's own momentum to make him unable to reach her. He couldn't change direction, and he couldn't reach her even as he leaned. She knew his arms and needles put together would be just a bit short, and that counted berserk energy extending beyond the tips of the needles as well. Then one of them stabbed into her shoulder anyway. Victoria looked down surprised at Barrett's arm. It was too long. All she saw was it contracting slightly, the fingers retracting a few millimeters, the forearm and the bones inside it shortening just a bit, the upper arm and joints retracting until the arm was just the length she had calculated. She looked down at the pair of needles sticking into her shoulder. She had built up an immunity to most poisons she used, but the poisons today were especially potent and expensive. They were provided by the silver blades, and she hadn't yet had a chance to deal with the particular poison. Victoria shrieked in pain as the needle entered her shoulder. Barrett couldn't think how horrifying the poison must be to elicit a reaction that quickly, but she wasn't faking it. She collapsed onto the ground, but the curse inside Barrett suddenly flared up. It clawed into his life force, trying to rip away chunks of it. Barrett had momentarily pulled away his stamina to stretch his arm, and he'd needed to keep that concentration to bring it back to normal without causing damage to himself as well. That left him open, and the curse didn't entirely rely on Victoria's direction. Barrett collapsed beside her, clenching his teeth. He vaguely heard someone yelling. Was that the referee? Barrett of the Immortal Berserker sect has cheated in a sacred arena match, and will be punished. He felt killing intent as some figure raced towards him, but he couldn't do anything to avoid the attack as a sword stabbed towards him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 195. The sword wielded by the referee of the match, a 5th-tier warrior, was aimed straight towards Barrett's eye. It moved ever closer, from a meter away, to half a meter, to a few centimeters. It stopped perhaps a millimeter away. Was that the arena's restrictions kicking in? No, that had a certain visual flair to it. Besides, once his eye focused again, Barrett saw Master Hikel's hand clutched around the sword and bleeding. Well, good. Barrett felt so relieved that he managed to muster up his remaining stamina to pummel the curse into tiny little pieces. He wanted to watch Master Hikel, but there was something else he needed to do. He reached down to Victoria next to him, now that she was unconscious and still he could see the makeup disguising her, and broke her hands. He had expected the arena's restrictions to stop him, but it didn't. He had considered twisting her neck, but she couldn't be interrogated if she was dead. He turned to see Master Hikel just as he was pulling his axe back. With his right hand Master Hikel still held on to the sword that had been aimed at Barrett, and so the axe was only in his left. He must have just attacked with it, but Barrett couldn't see any wounds on the referee. When Master Hikel swung the axe again, he saw why. The restrictions of the arena were fighting against Master Hikel, trying to stop his swing. Tendrils of energy swirled around Master Hikel's axe, preventing it from swinging, then the arena started trembling. Barrett could barely feel it from right next to Master Hikel, but he definitely felt the berserk energy flooding through Master Hikel. Suddenly, the axe in Master Hikel's hand burst forward, slicing down and chopping through the shoulder of the referee, completely severing the arm that held the sword. Barrett was reminded why there were no tournaments for 6th tier or higher cultivators. The arena restrictions couldn't handle it. Scum! Master Hikel shouted, "You dare to falsely accuse my student and try to kill him?" The referee didn't respond, instead screaming in pain over the loss of his arm. Barrett shook his head. Sure, losing an arm hurt, but there was no reason to be such a big baby about it. He'd lost an arm when he was just 2nd tier, but this 5th tier referee couldn't handle it. The arena flew into chaos. Barrett saw various arena guards rushing over, but there were also various members of the Immortal Berserker sect entering the arena. He hadn't known there had been so many watching. Barrett even saw 2 new faces of older men, older, but still very muscular, and radiating the aura of 7th tier Immortal Berserkers. The arena guards pulled out their weapons, but then a shout resounded through the arenas. Enough! All of the guards turned to see the voice, then inclined their heads. Sir Jostin, this man has broken the sanctity of the arena. Indeed, someone has. The man who spoke stood at the top back of the stands around the particular arena they were in. For your sakes, I hope you meant that corrupt referee. Unless you are blind. One eye from the man bore down on the group below, the other covered by an eye patch. Ah, of course, Sir Jostin, one of the guards finally stammered. You sound doubtful. The large man jumped down from the top of the stand, landing next to the edge of the arena with a resounding thud. Perhaps I should be clear. As master of the arena, I hold you all to high standards. Of course, you all know that foul play in the arena merits punishment, but that doesn't mean you can summarily attack. Nobody would trust Streeto's arena ever again. Sir Jostin spit a huge gob of gunk to the side. A few bad eggs have already caused us to lose prestige here. The arena restrictions were clearly manipulated. It is clear that Nina has used poison, and that she entered the arena in disguise. Do you have anything to add, young Barrett? Let's see. Just that, Nina is a member of the Silver Blades, who are already banned from the arena. At least, she trained in their style and is under their employ. Barrett grimaced, also she cursed me and even proceeded to attack me with the curse within the jurisdiction of Streeto. Very well. Sir Jostin looked around, we will be taking this referee in Nina, Victoria, or whoever she is in for questioning. The results of this investigation will be announced throughout Streeto. He turned to Barrett and Master Hikel, the 2 of you will need to remain in Streeto. You appear to have no need of medical aid, the cuts on Master Hikel's hand were already healed, and Barrett took stock of his own wounds, of which there were none. Not physically, anyway. He was almost completely out of berserk energy, and his stamina was bottomed out. Fortunately the curse had receded for the current time. Barrett just wished he could afford to collapse unconscious. While Barrett and Master Hikel could not leave Streeto, they weren't under arrest. Thus, they were set up in a safe inn. The 2 7th tier Immortal Berserkers came along with them. Master Hikel laughed, sorry for wasting your time. I guess we didn't need you to fight at all. One of them, who had a nicely cultivated beard, shook his head, a show of force is sometimes necessary. Besides, we must show at least some sincerity to the young man who we used as bait. Thank you for coming to help, Barrett bowed his head, I don't yet know the name of either of the 2 grandmasters. The one with the beard nodded. I am Grandmaster Zhubin. This is Zur, he nodded to the other 7th tier man. Barrett saw he had a wicked scar from the crown of his head all the way to the tip of his chin. Zur does not speak much, but he needs to get out sometimes. Jubin grinned, then looked to Master Hikel. Mistress Aurora would be proud of you and the student you have raised. Master Hikel grinned wistfully. She always did smile when I got up to trouble. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 196. A large army marched forth from Stredo. Though its total numbers only slightly exceeded 1,500 men, their makeup showed that numbers wouldn't stand against them. The lowest ranking members were 3rd tier, numbering 1,000. Next, there were 404th tier soldiers, 105th tier, 56th tier, and 10 7th tier soldiers, spearheaded by Sir Jostin, the master of the arena. It was an army sufficient to take on any faction in or around Stredo, but it was not the limit of the city's strength. They drew members from many of the various factions, and the army was only what could be assembled on short notice. Their goal, the headquarters of the Silver Blades. Sir Jostin glared ahead with his one good eye. Each step he took kicked up dirt which swirled around him angrily. The nerve to bribe my officials, tamper with my arena, and sneak in their members. Where does a tiny little group like them find such confidence? The Silver Blades, with their official members and support personnel, filled a city of about 50,000 people. Compared to the Immortal Berserker sect, they had almost 5 times the numbers, but their actual combatants only outnumbered them in the 1st and 2nd tier. By the 3rd tier, there were more Immortal Berserkers, approximately 600 versus 500. For 4th tier, there were perhaps 100 members of the Silver Blade. 5th tier was their limit, where they had approximately 24 members. The approaching army should have no trouble dealing with them, even if every single member of the Silver Blades were all present and ready to fight. Sir Jostin walked right up to the gate, pounding on it. He only barely refrained from breaking it down. Open the gate. An official investigation of the entirety of Silver Blade is underway. He had seen guards standing on the wall, clearly nervous about the approaching army as it spread out to guard the exits to the city. Sir Jostin waited a moment, then continued, "If this gate is not open in 10 seconds I will break it down and the gatekeepers will be under arrest for obstruction of justice, which is almost as bad as obstructing me, the master of the arena." There was a moment of pause, then the gates opened. Sir Jostin observed them as he passed. They were sufficiently enchanted to withstand attacks from 5th tier cultivators or even most 6th tier cultivators, but a 7th tier cultivator like himself would just need one well-placed swing to slice them off their hinges. The gatehouse was filled with murder holes through which all manner of attacks could be launched. It was sensible, for otherwise why even have defenses at all? The second gate was open as well, and Sir Jostin walked through with part of his small army. His voice carried far into the distance as he spoke, "No one is to go in or out of this city except with my express permission. I shall be conducting a thorough investigation into the workings of the Silver Blades, due to a second incident at my arena in violation of the laws of Stredo." Sir Jostin walked down the main road, glancing left and right at the curious watchers and inspecting the buildings with his eye and his energy senses. A man came running up in front of the group. "Sir Jostin, this is very untoward. You must leave now or we will be forced to call upon our allies in Stredo to punish you for this injustice." Sir Jostin glared at the man, not slowing his stride in the slightest. Then he punched the man in the stomach, hard enough for him to cough up blood. "Master Gabriel, you think Eleanor or someone else can protect you this time? You messed around in my arena not once, but twice. The man coughed up blood as Sir Jostin passed. "You must be mistaken. We are banned from the arena, and we would not violate that." Sir Jostin turned around and stepped back, grabbing him by the face. "You think I'm stupid?" He leaned in close. "Or do you think I can't see because I have just one eye? A member of the Silver Blades was in my arena today, no matter what your books say. Surely you haven't forgotten poor Victoria?" "I am sure," he coughed, "there could be a number of people named Victoria in our city here, but I don't know any in particular." "Is that so? Maybe you'll see better with one eye, and remember your subordinates' faces." Sir Jostin pressed his thumb into the Gabriel's eye, crushing it. "For the record, I really hate it when people lie to me. Now take me to your records. Gabriel staggered away, clutching a hand over his eye. He coughed up more blood, of course, sir. Sir Jostin looked around as they walked. Sure are a lot of daggers, needles, poisons, and other assassination equipment around. There's nothing. Gabriel dribbled only a small quantity of blood from his mouth, nothing illegal about out fighting style, or using poisons on our missions. Tell that to the mysterious deaths in Streeto. A good fraction of them are no doubt at the hand of the Silver Blade. You just stepped too far this time. I'm sure that you will find we are quite innocent. Here we are. Gabriel gestured to a building they had entered. Here are all the records. Is that so? Nothing in hidden rooms or anywhere else? Gabriel shook his head. Of course we have a few hidden rooms. We can't be certain that nobody will try to sneak in. I will open them for you. Sir Jostin walked around watching carefully as Gabriel pressed on bricks, twisted torches, and moved carpets to reveal a dozen hidden rooms. Is that all? Of course. We cannot afford to hide anything here. Sir Jostin shook his head. The half-dozen other hidden rooms aren't what I'm referring to. I meant the poison. Poison? I don't Sir Jostin started coughing more, except instead of small droplets of blood, there were clumps of blackened blood. Sir Jostin slashed above himself with a sword nearly as tall as he was, cleaving open the roof, then he opened the wall behind them. He turned to the handful of 7th-tier cultivators who had come with him. You two, after the one who fled west, if you please. You two, to the east. Unfortunately, I must remain here to fulfill the interminably boring duties of searching instead of hunting down criminals. If you would assist with that, Carlyle, he nodded to the remaining 7th tier with him. The other 5 had already split off to go around the city searching for other areas of interest. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 197. Barrett slowly came out of his meditation. Though it was far too early for sleep, he'd had no real sleep in months and was already tired from the day's exertions. However, a guest had also shown up outside the room. Master Hikel was already letting her in. Hey, musclehead. Nilima came in and crossed her arms in front of her. I thought we were going to fight in the tournament, huh? Now you went and got the whole thing delayed. Barrett shrugged. It seems I did. Yeah, well, I came here to fight you anyway, but you look pretty bad, so there's no point in me beating you up now. You try being cursed sometime. It's not much fun. Nilima shrugged. I'll pass. I'm smart enough to not let myself get cursed. She shook her head. Well, see you at the next tournament, I guess. This one's basically cancelled now, and you're not gonna make it to the later rounds anyway. She turned and left, leaving Barrett slightly more exhausted than he already had been. Barrett had used most of his berserk energy, and he could only very slowly wait for it to restore himself, unless he wanted to open himself up to being attacked by the curse. He could still feel it lurking around, waiting for a moment of weakness. Fortunately, Master Hikel had made him eat a big meal before meditating. If it was just stamina at play, he was basically recovered. Master Hikel came into the room where Barrett was resting. They were still in Streeto, since the incident was still ongoing. Barrett looked to Master Hikel. So what's been happening? Sir Jostin was quite enraged. Because of your earlier accusations, they watched a few people carefully and caught them tampering with the arena's wards. There were some connections to the Silver Blade's biggest defender, maybe not enough to do anything with if Sir Jostin was anyone else. However, he has more authority when dealing with the arena. Master Hikel grinned briefly, but then his smile faded. All that led to a raid on the Silver Blade headquarters. I don't have many details yet, except they found enough to ruin them. I doubt there were many documents, so we don't know who has been hiring them, but they had several high-tier members flee during the raid, people who shouldn't have existed. Misrepresentation of their forces, resisting search of their property in arrest, killing guards. They're not going to be able to survive this. Unfortunately, there were still some 6th tier and maybe a couple of 7th tier members who got away. They had those? Barrett shook his head. They could have really caused a lot of trouble. They still can. They'll probably be out for revenge. The Immortal Berserker sect will probably be on lockdown for a while. Streeto itself should be safe, since they're watching out for them, and they won't risk getting caught so easily. The important thing is whether we can eradicate enough of their supporters. By we, I mostly mean Streeto, though the Fourth Iseers are helping out with hunting some people down. Besides generally being allied with the Immortal Berserker sect, some of their members were assassinated over the last decades, probably by members of the Silver Blade. So, things are looking good, for the most part. Thanks for being the catalyst. You're welcome, I guess. Barrett shrugged, then touched his chest. I'm just waiting for that better to happen. I was hoping the curse would go away with Victoria's defeat, or at least become weaker. Instead, it's basically the same. Sometimes prophecies are over a longer time frame. I'd expect at least a few weeks before anything major happens at least. Barrett sat in front of a tiny sapling. It certainly didn't appear to be months of growth, at just a handful of centimeters tall. He fed tiny bits of mana to it, which it greedily devoured. His level of magic wasn't going to do anything against a curse, let alone it being earth magic, so it wasn't a problem to use his small reserves of mana for this. This was his little plant, even if he wasn't the primary caretaker. Mistress Abels walked up behind him, a strange little thing, isn't it? It's so small, but quite vibrant and healthy. I imagine it will take quite some time to grow. Barrett shrugged, maybe. Even if it dies out, I didn't really do that much to get it. It's just a bit of petty dead mages trying to outdo each other. Speaking of petty dead mages, the Order of Four Winds has sent you a gift for finding them the opportunity to receive the mage's inheritance. That's why I'm here to find you. Oh. Barrett pushed himself up to standing. Is someone waiting for me? Mistress Abels shook her head. No, they left it behind. She waved him forward. Come look. It should have been delivered to your room. Inside his room, Barrett saw a large box, about half a meter on each side. He opened it and pulled out a pair of boots. Inside there was also a note. These boots are enchanted to let you run as fast as the wind. Barrett narrowed his eyes. How fast is the wind, really? As fast as it wants to be, maybe. Mistress Abels shrugged. Either way, those boots should help you move faster in short bursts, and they will use their own mana for it. They're custom made for you, made from heavier but more durable materials than normal. Can't have your magic boots falling apart when you first run with berserk energy, now can we? Barrett found the boots fit him very well, and they were matched with the sabatons on his armor. Did someone send them measurements? Of course. It would be a shame for them to prepare something that didn't fit. Everyone wants their presents to be good, and the Order of Four Winds is no exception. Maybe I should get sucked into more tornadoes, Barrett grinned. Speaking of which, is the tornadoes still weakening? That's right. You have some friends in Sasher, correct? They will likely be fine for years to come, and even once the tornadoes fade, Streeto has little interest in expanding that way. Sasher should remain a peaceful country for some time. Barrett nodded. Good. Some places need to stay peaceful, since everywhere else isn't. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 198. Barrett had grown used to fighting the curse. It showed up and ripped into his life force, and his life force wrestled with it until it was weakened enough to retreat. He couldn't follow it, either it went somewhere he couldn't reach, or just didn't know how to. Unlike his physical body, his life force didn't grow in toughness from taking damage. At best, his will to resist the curse grew stronger slightly, and he became accustomed to the new kind of pain. Inevitably, the curse would return just about the time he recovered his life force to its peak. Sometimes it was earlier, and half recovered itself, and sometimes he got the best of it and it disappeared for more than a day. Barrett slowly grew stronger, but the curse remained about the same. Perhaps he would outgrow it and find a way to defeat it sooner or later. Perhaps Victoria's death would help. There were a number of executions coming up, including hers. There were hundreds, in fact. Not every member of the Silver Blades was being convicted, but most of their higher-tier members were. Every master, 4th tier or higher, was sufficiently responsible for all the Silver Blades killings to be executed. Below that, some people managed to worm out by saying they didn't participate in any murders or know about them. Perhaps for a few of them it was even true that they didn't know. The curse was acting up again, its claw-like appendages slashing into his life force and tearing pieces of it away to be consumed. Unlike his actual body, moving his life force to fight was more than just dodging and attacking, and it was much more vulnerable. He grabbed the curse and started tearing into it as well. Suddenly, spikes grew out of the curse, stabbing into Barrett. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, it pulled away from him and he was perfectly willing to let it go. It retreated out of his perception. Taking stock, the spikes hadn't much injured his life force, but they were a surprising change. Something must have happened to cause the change, but Barrett couldn't tell what. The same night, it returned at full force looking much more intimidating, not that Barrett could actually see anything. However, he felt it was covered in metaphysical spikes. Every piece of it was covered, and Barrett couldn't do anything to it without contacting spikes. He wasn't afraid of a bit of pain, however, so he attacked it just the same as before. A solid strike to its midsection sent it reeling back, and Barrett checked his state. Only minimal damage himself had occurred, and the fight proceeded as normal. Eventually the curse withdrew. Barrett sustained slightly more damage than normal, but nothing he couldn't handle. Then he returned his thoughts to his real body and noticed the damage. Though in his mind he had been punching and kicking and wrestling with a spiked thing, his body was damaged from the inside out. His internal organs were full of tiny holes, and internal bleeding was rampant. Barrett first slowed his blood flow and concentrated on his heart. Each time it beat, more blood squeezed out but only a little bit. With a mental effort and some stamina, he pulled blood back into his bloodstream and accelerated the healing on his heart, one tiny hole at a time. At his maximum speed, he took 1 minute to heal each wound, and his heart took about half an hour in total. After that, he was already starting to feel exhausted. If the bleeding hadn't been so slight for each wound, he would have already died. He stood up and rushed to the nearest mess hall. He needed to eat to restore his stamina and continue. He couldn't keep his blood flow slow all the time, because that was necessary for functioning, including healing. If the curse came back at full power before he finished recovering completely, he would be helpless. Eventually he managed to recover, but it took the rest of the day. He had used the maximum amount of stamina possible for the day. Even if he ate more food it could only recover at a normal rate for a while, unless he was willing to risk consequences. Barrett went to see Master Hikel about the new development. In short, it got much worse. Nobody we trust in Streeto can handle it, so. Master Hikel nodded, indeed. You can't just sit around doing nothing. Though there is no one here, we have looked into other places. Overall, Agloni will be your best bet. Barrett held his forehead, trying to remember. That's the city where all sorts of necromancy and other practices are legal, correct? It's pretty dangerous. It is, Master Hikel nodded, but they do still have laws. In the city, at least, they enforce the laws quite strictly. While turning someone into a zombie of some sort is entirely legal, killing them is not. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a city but a disorganized pile of rubble full of zombies and ghosts. While not the best place, people there will be happy to work for money, and if they don't have a grudge against us they have no reason to cause you harm. There is still the matter of the Silver Blades hating you, and the Immortal Berserker sect in general. With some powerful members in hiding, it's not exactly safe to go, but Agloni is large enough that they can't watch the whole city, even if they expect you to go. Great. So, when do we leave? What makes you think I'll go with you? Barrett frowned, why would you not? It's dangerous, I'm your personal disciple, and you just broke through to 6th tier. It's about time to go on a journey. Unless you have a particular place to go yourself you haven't mentioned. Master Hikel grinned. No, you're right. It's best I go with you. I've got to make sure you keep up with your training on the road. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 199. Training while on the road was half restricted to what could be done while moving. That included such things as running in armor or while carrying heavy weights. In Barrett's case, he was doing both. He was carrying one of Master Hikel's magic bags, the sort that didn't reduce the weight of anything inside. Instead of a run, he moved at more of a fast jog. Barrett breathed in and out steadily as his feet impacted the wide dirt road. He remembered when he could barely lift the bag off of the ground and now he could move at a decent pace with it. That was what a whole tier of body training would do, after all. Master Hikel now also had heavier bags. In the time Barrett had started training with him to becoming 3rd tier, Master Hikel had gone from middle 5th tier to reach 6th tier. You're lucky I need to train too, Master Hikel commented, because what I have total is still too heavy for you. Otherwise, I was considering making you carry me. Barrett considered how that might work. He could carry Master Hikel piggyback, and that sounded like the most awkward thing ever. Barrett was almost the same height as Master Hikel, he might even grow taller than him in the next year or two, or he might stop and nearly the same size overall. Master Hikel was a little bit bulkier looking, but none of the Immortal Berserkers were huge. At least, not the same way as many warriors ended up, with biceps 20 centimeters across. Immortal Berserkers used a training method that took longer to reach very high levels of muscle power but left them a bit more flexible. Of course, anyone who got to 4th tier or higher had their own methods to maximize the effectiveness of whatever they were going for. Anyway, carrying Master Hikel on his back would not be the best method. Perhaps he could balance on Barrett's shoulders, that would keep all of the force in line with Barrett's body. It had its own set of faults, but as long as they weren't trying any complicated maneuvers Barrett thought they could pull it off. The only problem was at this point that would just break all of Barrett's body. Barrett wasn't sure how many tons Master Hikel was carrying, but it was several. After a week of travel, Barrett saw clouds on the horizon, atop the sharp peaks of a mountain range. Master Hikel explained, those are the Lightning Mountains. There's a safe path around to the north, but around the south is the Great Lightning Lake, nearly big enough to be called a sea, the main contributor to the near-constant storms there, at least during the on-season. Because of all that, we will be going over the mountains, right? Barrett knew how Master Hikel worked, they're a 2nd-tier natural danger zone during the summer. Of course we're going through. You haven't had much experience with real lightning. Master Hikel nodded, when we get close, you'll take off your armor. It will attract lightning, but will also partly divert it around your body. That will skew the training I have in mind. You're to recognize where the lightning will strike, and avoid it. Or get hit, probably. Master Hikel grinned, I'll be here to restart your heart in case it's necessary. Otherwise, this shouldn't have any chance of killing you. If the curse becomes a problem, we can reorient ourselves then. The pair didn't actually enter the Lightning Mountains that day. They stopped near the base of the mountains for the night, and Barrett got some rest. He barely remembered what actual sleep was like, or what it was like to not constantly be interrupted by a curse trying to kill him. Eventually, it might actually succeed. It had been less than a year, and he'd ended near dead several times, even when he thought he was being safe. Now that it had grown stronger, it was even more of a danger. Sure, he could recover from the internal damage it was doing and even grow back stronger, but if he got unlucky, or if it got clever, it could do enough damage to his heart that it stopped working, and then he would be dead. He was starting to recognize what parts of him would be damaged as he fought, so he was careful about how he fought against the curse. Before they even got close enough for rain, Barrett felt and saw the wind. There were no grasses or plants in the area to betray the wind's motions, but there were leaves and twigs from the surrounding area. Along with that came a consistent if thin cloud of dust, sand, and small pebbles rolling up the mountain. When the winds briefly stopped they would partially roll back down the slope, but then the wind would pick up and they would continue on their way up the mountains. The direction they entered from didn't immediately have any rain, though clouds were dark in the sky and Barrett could see rain and lightning up ahead. Thunder boomed constantly in the area. The sand on the ground grew thicker, until it was more than just a thin coating. There were no plants or animals around, but there were strange scraggly rocks that stood out from the ground like tentacles reaching out. They felt almost like the plants around the metal sea, except these clearly weren't alive. Barrett looked up ahead. The rain is constant up there, but it's dry here. Where does the water go? Master Hikel nodded. There are large gullies, streams that carry the water back to the lightning lake. They will catch everything coming down from this angle. Be careful, even though there is no rain here, lightning will soon be an issue. As if to punctuate a point, a few hundred meters away lightning struck the ground. Barrett was glad he hadn't been directly looking at it, and his hearing was slightly hampered for a few moments. As he looked where it had struck, he saw an orange glowing structure sticking out of the ground like the others he had seen on the way. Is that how these things appear? Master Hikel nodded once more. That's lightning glass. The surrounding winds converge on this mountain, and the sand they bring back with them become lightning glass. Now, that lightning was a bit far to have felt much, but keep your energy senses ready. If you're lucky, there will be a close one so you can get a feel for it before we get to the more dangerous areas. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 200. Barrett concentrated on his surroundings. He was ready to dodge at the first sign of lightning. However, he didn't realize that was already far too late. Lightning struck uphill from him, sending sand flying and creating another structure of lightning sand. By the time Barrett even started dodging, the whole thing was over. The issue he had was that he had seen lightning from a distance and heard it described in books, but he had never experienced it from up close. Watching it from far away and listening to the rumbles it made, it almost seemed like it rolled slowly across the sky, but in actuality it was nearly instantaneous. Master Hikel shouted towards Barrett. He needed to be heard over the other thunder and the lightning had been close enough to cause temporary hearing trouble. Remember. As we go higher, you'll be more of a target. You can't dodge it after it's formed, only before. Barrett nodded, shouting back, okay. A lightning storm wasn't the best learning environment, but on the other hand practical experience was one of the fastest ways to get anywhere. It wasn't even the most dangerous environment Barrett had been in. Even with frequent lightning, the metal sea was more dangerous, followed by the metal sea. The lightning mountains were less dangerous, unless you went straight over the peak, which meant they probably would be going that way. Barrett focused on his surroundings again. He could smell fire and ozone, as well as the wetness of rain up ahead. He definitely couldn't dodge lightning after he had seen it, which meant there was some way to dodge it before then. Otherwise, this would just be an exercise in not dying to lightning. The direction of the wind changed and rain started to fall on Barrett. It was distracting as it rolled down his face, and it would make him more of a target for the lightning, but everything else was wet as well. It was just that very little besides him and Master Hikel stuck out from the hillside, and Master Hikel was lower down the mountainside. Once more, lightning struck uphill from Barrett, but this time it was even closer, only a handful of meters away. He hadn't quite felt it coming, and the blinding flash threw him off balance. At the same time, something surged up into Barrett from the ground. His muscles twitched uncomfortably, but there was no damage. He'd trained against lightning magic before, so an indirect strike wouldn't be much danger, though there was a significant difference between the amount of lightning a first or second tier mage could conjure and actual lightning. As the rain ran down his face, Barrett stopped his journey up the mountain and concentrated on that momentary feeling he'd felt of the lightning. He'd sensed something just before the lightning struck. If he could get that feeling again, maybe he could react. It was so quick, a normal human reaction time wouldn't have been enough, but as a cultivator he could pull it off. Lightning struck off in the distance, creating constant booming sounds, and then he felt the slightest sign of something nearby. He immediately dodged to the side, and was struck by lightning. Even activating the magical boots he had received did not help. The lightning coursed through him, from his head through his chest, down his legs and into the ground. No, was it the other way? Barrett didn't have much time to consider it as he was sent sprawling to the ground from the shock. There was a slight burn on his shoulder and one foot, but surprisingly most of him was uninjured. Sure, he'd read about how it worked, but it was still surprising how little it damaged him. That was one difference between lightning magic and actual lightning. Lightning magic was focused to intentionally damage a person, while true lightning flowed through people uncaring of whether or not it caused any damage. As an immortal berserker, his body could easily withstand it, at least just a single strike. Barrett stood up. He'd definitely sensed the lightning coming. Had he moved too slowly? He felt like he'd gone a full width of his body to the side. Had he just been unlucky and dodged into the one spot the lightning was striking? That was highly improbable. He knew there was something more to it, but it was hard to think with so much going on around him, and he could barely hear or see. His hearing wasn't actually damaged, but it took it a moment to return to sensing proper sounds. Master Hikel walked past Barrett, further uphill. He stood there calmly, waiting, then suddenly ducked down and to his left, hanging low to the ground. Far off to his right, lightning struck. Master Hikel straightened back up, then a handful of seconds later, he raised his right arm as lightning struck him. Barrett watched closely, glad his eyes wouldn't be permanently damaged from looking almost directly at the lightning. It was still painful, but it stuck in his mind better that way anyway. Master Hikel was obviously showing him something, and that was, well, maybe you couldn't dodge lightning that was going to get near to you. He'd only tried to avoid the one that was a dozen meters to the side, something that seemed like it would have missed anyway. That was it then. Reading about lightning was one thing, but remembering every detail for practical knowledge was something else. Lightning searched around it for targets, effectively. The only way to avoid it was to not be in the area, or to have something that drew it in more than you, like lightning rods for buildings. Barrett followed Master Hikel up the mountain, passing him and stopping just short of a gorge. He could see rushing waters up above, whereas only a small amount of water was flowing at his own feet. However, across the gorge all of the water from the rest of the way up to the peak seemed to be gathering. Up ahead, lightning was striking much more commonly. Barrett wanted another chance to dodge lightning first. He kept his senses ready, waiting, and he finally felt the area the lightning was planning to strike. He leaned to the side, though maybe he was already outside of the area. Either way, over a dozen meters away, lightning struck the edge of the gorge. Should he continue on? The answer was a resounding, of course. He might have asked what the worst that could happen was, but that would just lead him into being a pessimist who did nothing ever. Master Hikel was with him, and he knew he could do this.